Hello.
What's going on?
What's up, everybody? I got the very first guest. He's right here to this side. Y'all know Chris vlogging through history, and we are here right now. He's the first guest, the first for best. Coming up tonight. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, showing up early here. I was really proud of how many of you, it seemed, like bookmarked the stream and, you know, we're joining. Like there was already like 100 something people, like, like an hour before it started. It was fantastic. So anyway, yeah, thanks everyone coming out. This is my first ever night sort of covering definitely a presidential stream. I mean, my channel started in mid 2019, but I didn't never do anything for like a presidential stream, never done anything like this. So I thought this would be a lot of fun to kind of cover. And kind of what we're going to be doing tonight is taking a look at different media's coverage of tonight's events. And not just to learn about the news of, you know, whatever news breaks out today, but also I think it'll be interesting to see the framing of how different media is framing the election and as things are coming out. So we're going to peek in on like CNN, we'll peek in on Fox News, which I've got MSNBC. We'll see what else kind of goes on and just kind of see how things are going. And that'll be awesome. So, but first, welcome our guest, everybody. Here he is. You had an awesome stream last night.
Yeah, and looks like
how'd it go?
You're at like over 800 already, something like that. Nice.
Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. I have full faith that everyone will behave themselves. Okay. I did what I would call like a test run a few weeks ago when they had the vice presidential debate. I'm like, all right, I'm going to see how people are going to act. And maybe it helped that debate was so much calmer.
It was, yeah.
And I think that might reflect in the audience, but everyone did really well. So don't be a jerk in the chat. We're all here checking this out in good faith. Let's be good representatives of the history community. I think that's important. Let's show that we are not just, I don't know what the word is, but you know what I mean. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. All right. So anyway, all right. First thing I want to know though. Okay, Ohio. Give me the vibes around Election Day. What's up? That's your home state.
It's all about two things in Ohio because we all know Ohio is going for Trump. I mean, there's not really any serious question about that. So here in Ohio, it's been about two things. It's been about the Senate race. Is not only is it a close one, but also with the overall for the national Senate race. So it could be an early indication of how things are going to go for one party or the other. But also we have issue 1 on the ballot, which we've had a lot of really big here in Ohio. We have an overwhelmingly Republican legislature.
Right.
And all of our statewide offices are held by Republicans. Though we tend to vote for relatively moderate Republicans for governor. But the people can circumvent the legislature. And if you get enough signatures on the ballot in enough counties, you can get something put directly on the ballot as a voting measure. And we've done that a couple of times. We did that with abortion last year. So even though overwhelmingly Republican, we codified abortion into the Ohio Constitution. And so now we have issue 1, which is an issue right now. When redistricting happens, it's drawn by a panel that is selected by the legislature, which is overwhelmingly Republican.
Interesting.
Issue 1, if it passes, and I think it probably will, would put it in the hands of an independent committee of unelected people that are appointed by retired judges.
Okay.
So that's basically what will happen. So we're going to see what happens with those. It'll be interesting with the Senate because Sherrod Brown has been elected to 3 terms. He used to be a Northeast Ohio congressman, but all 3 times he was elected, it was in a year where the Democrats were having a good year.
Okay.
So it's 2018, 2012, 2006. Those were all Democrat years. So it remains to be seen what's going to happen here. But we do tend to reelect our incumbents. So
you like that? I mean, Ohio. The last time Ohio, you think, has been considered a swing state, if it has.
Is it?
I mean,
Obama won Ohio twice.
What was that?
Obama won Ohio twice.
So I mean, it's not very long.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be close in
No,
Ohio?
I don't. The talk there's the talk we're having right now is Trump going to win by double digits?
Yeah.
That's the question, because they think in order for Bernie Moreno to win the Senate seat, they're probably going to need about a 10-point win for Trump, which is possible because he won Ohio by a pretty significant margin in losing the 2020 election. So
okay, what role do you think JD Vance has in that? Just being your, do you think that matters?
I don't think it mattered, just because I think Trump was always going to win Ohio. But I mean, Vance has only been in the Senate for 2 years. He defeated Tim Ryan, who was my congressman. Okay. In fact, my sister-in-law dated him in high school. So,
nice.
And Tim Ryan's wife is an elementary school teacher. She teaches at the elementary school that I went to.
Okay.
So they literally 10 miles from here.
Do you feel like he's popular in Ohio?
JD Vance?
Yeah.
I think so. I think he's more popular now than he was when he got elected.
Do you think it'd be more popular almost like nationally than locally?
Yeah.
One of those things.
And it's been interesting and I think that because when he ran, he actually was kind of opposing Trump. He spoke out pretty strongly against
Wasn't
Trump.
He a Nazi, doing that kind
and
of
he
stuff?
didn't say he was a Nazi.
Okay.
What he said was, and a lot of people have spun it that way because that's what people do. He basically said that he goes back and forth in his mind between, is Trump this or is Trump basically Hitler? And that's what got spun as he called Trump Hitler.
Nobody spins stuff to their own.
Yeah, everybody spins everything.
Are you kidding me? Awesome. Hey, just for everyone, that's here. A couple things. We have some other guests that will be coming over. JD from, not JD Vance, but History Underground. He is going to be on. He thought, depending on, because I think he might be doing in person. After he's he's busy. He's got teacher stuff.
JD's problem is he lives in the middle of nowhere, and he actually has to cross a river to get to his house. There's a bridge. His driveway is a bridge over a river, and whenever it rains real bad, it floods, and he can't leave his house. And he has really bad connections at his house.
That's so funny. I thought, I remember the first time I ever had him on. He's like, y'all come on, but I got to drive into town.
He does, because he doesn't have a signal at home.
I think that's so funny, but I think he was going to go to the poll. Mr. Beat's going to be coming. He'll probably be coming about an hour or so. And none of these guests I expected to stay long. I asked if they could come for an hour, Greg, because I know they got families that are also kind of watching it. So isn't that kind of your plan tonight? You got
my
daughter going to kind of watch.
My daughter's 19. She voted in a general election for the first time today, and about 8 o'clock once Ohio polls close. Ohio polls close at 7:30, but 8 o'clock, I think, is when we're going to start to really get a sense of what's going on. So she and I are going to be sitting down to watch it.
Awesome.
Somebody asked what I'm drinking. It's actually Bird Dog salted caramel whiskey.
Oh, geez. For whiskey, that doesn't sound that bad.
No, I had a lighter drink with dinner, and now I'm going right to it. So.
Real quick before we get into the coverage, just wanted to shout out. There's been some great super chatting and stuff, and I hope to highlight as much of that as I can. I really appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Very first thing we had, even before we started, Dark Side just came in with 50. He had just sent me a message personally, said, first time really been able to support. Said, I wish I could have been supporting on Patreon and all that. I said, of course, don't worry about that kind of thing. But he went and dropped in very generous $50. So Lord Darkside, if you're still here, thank you so much. We got I am interested because I want to hear from international viewers, and I can see a couple super chats from different places. We got Canada, looks like we got UK, and I'm always interested in seeing that perspective of people kind of watching that, because I know things always are wild when it's Parliament time and just how different that system is. But all right, it says, as Canadian, taking part in our favorite pastime, watch our favorite pastime. And you can see it's our, because he's writing it, or he's got the U, right? So it's our favorite pastime. Watching an American election. Cheers to my fellow Canadians watching. Yeah, just enjoy the show. I mean, if you're in another country, it's like, hey, I mean, I guess all these elections all affect everybody, but whatever, All right, Hugh, $5. Thank you so much. So my daily routine, new tradition in making everything you or Chris streams. I'm a dono at least once. Oh, thank you so much. And I know, you guys have been super generous to our channels. I know last night was very generous for super chats in Vlogging Through Histories. Had a great one.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that'd be great. You guys want to watch that as well? What'd you do in that? Do you?
So I basically gave my predictions, my very uneasy, very unconfident predictions about what I thought would happen tonight in the Senate, the House, and the presidency.
Okay. Awesome. I will bring up here real quick. One of the things to be watching. We got different sources now. If you guys know Kornacki, he's the map guy, and they literally have a live stream of him. Let's see if we can
around here in Douglas.
Okay,
that's progress for her. That's what the Democrats want to be doing. They want to be squeezing.
We'll mute him just for the second while I'm coming in, but it looks like he's already throwing up some stuff about Georgia. It says 74% in. 74%. Oh, this is just that county. Okay. So
yeah, and some people have been pulling out too, and I've been seeing the same thing. Is that like in places like Indiana and Kentucky, where most of the votes are in, it does look like Trump's coming in a few points behind where he did in the past.
Yeah,
and but
for a couple places, but
but here's the question I have about it.
Sure,
is how's that affected by early voting? Like, has early voting been counted or not? Because Republicans early voted in much bigger numbers this time around than last time. So
did they? But it'll still be Democrats still love to don't they love to do, especially the mail-in, right? They say it's been very skewed historically, those early votes, and Republicans for whatever reason love to vote in person on on voting day. What do you think about that, by the way? What do you think is the biggest reason for that?
I actually think it's less complicated than that. Like where I live, it's really simple. We don't need to early vote because we never have to wait in line. Like I'm watching stuff on TV about people waiting 6 hours in line, and that's insane to me.
And I was watching lines in Philadelphia. Holy!
In my life, I've never waited more than 2 minutes in line to vote. We just we've always in Ohio had really good, plenty of poll workers and plenty of precincts. So there's never, even on a busy election. So I just don't think people feel the need to early vote because they don't have to worry about waiting in line. You can just show up and vote in 2 minutes and be done. Show your ID, go in and vote, and you're done.
Don't think there's some kind of philosophical kind of reason.
It's possible, but I really just think it's a whole lot less complicated than that. I just think if I lived in one of those places, I wouldn't wait 6 hours in line. I'd early vote for sure, but I'm not going to do that here because I don't need to.
I did, by the way. If any of you are sitting in line right now, and you want to just get the easiest thing possible for you to be able to do this. I did see this tweet here. Let's say you're in just some big old line and you're just, it's like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be another 3 hours. Somebody said long lines at the polls today. Here's a guide on how to save time. Find someone who's voting for the opposite candidate. Acknowledge you are canceling each other out. Shake hands. Go home. Go home. Hey, maybe both of you go out and get a drink. Go get some dinner.
Nice. I like that.
I mean, I guess in the end, you don't have that satisfaction of voting, but I guess, I don't know, you made some kind of, you at least did your job mathematically. So I don't know. I thought that was funny, but all right. Anyway, so you can see they're showing on the map here. It's just the urban areas versus the rural areas here in Georgia. Georgia was, of course, a big kind of point of contention, last election. That was going to be one of the big ones. And, it went blue, but very narrowly, and was, contested and debated. So I don't know.
Right now
what they're saying.
What do you got? 3.5% of the vote in on the page I'm on, and it's Trump by 4,500 votes.
For 4,500, yeah.
So it's way too early. But I think Georgia and North Carolina are going to give us a real key indicator, because if Trump is in danger in either one of those, he's done. Because there's no way, if he loses Georgia or North Carolina, there's no way he's winning states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Sure. No, that makes sense. All right, let's see. Let's pop in real quick to up there, commercial break. But anyway, let me go through some super chats while we're also at some at a break here. They're showing here. Let's see. Indiana is coming in about 15% in. Trump is up.
Yeah, they've called Indiana, Kentucky, and Vermont so far.
Yeah, just the ones you can just
big surprises.
Yeah, the one you can call. Like here in Utah, like literally, it's going to go till 8 here. They'll do it at 8:01. They don't even have to count really. So, but anyway, super chats are coming in. Let me get up there. And if you guys have questions for us, again, I've got him on here. I hope for now 40 minutes or so. So we'll see what's going on. But let's see what we got. Film Nerdy. Hey guys, if this doesn't work out, it's not too late for us Brits to reclaim the American colonies. Excited to be here. Also watching BBC U.S. election special.
Oh, interesting.
All the fun night and keep civil. Thank you so much. Yep, that's our goal today. By the way, I've got some couple mods in. I do trust their discretion. I think we even have some shared mods.
We do. Professor What?
Professor What's in the chat. I know Jen, one of my other mods, is here, but we both, I know we'll trust the mods. Be civil to each other. You can talk and stuff, but just be nice. Be nice. Anyway, I can tell you, nobody has ever changed their political opinions by being yelled at or insulted. That's just not how it works. In fact, a lot of people have the opposite effect. It'll just prove a preconceived notion they have about their opponents. So anyway, all right. Good evening, Mr. Terry Squared, and hello, VTH Chris.
Terrence T. Terry.
Yep, the Terrence coming there because people are like, "What's your name? Is Terry your first name? Is it your last name?" I just say yes. Yes.
I had people asking me about that in my stream last night. What your first name was? I'm like, I don't think he said it, so I'm not telling you.
I guess I really haven't. Yeah, I just let's just say it's they're both Terry. Okay, let's just say they're both Terry.
Terry T. Terry.
Yeah, for sure. But thank you. All right, Cudwise, there's something to cover afterwards. Should be Count Dankula's coverage of the Battle of Athens, Tennessee. U.S. politics is wild. What's he talking about?
Battle of Athens, Tennessee. It must have been a 1946. It was the McMinn County War. Okay, yeah. They accused the local officials of predatory policing, police brutality, political corruption, and voter intimidation. Where some World War II veterans did a little rebellion with some Thompson machine guns.
Oh, gosh.
Nobody died.
All right. Third guest. Here he is. What's up,
Hey,
JD?
how's it going?
Oh, he must have made it into town.
Which JD it was. They thought it was Vance coming in, and I think I got everyone's hopes up. And
that has been a point of confusion on my channel a little bit. People will comment saying, this or that about JD, and I don't know which JD they're talking about.
By the way, guys, this is JD, better known for his history channel, The History Underground. Make sure you are, guys, are following everybody here. How you doing today?
Yeah, doing well. Trying to stay dry right now.
Getting poured on.
So we've had a lot of flooding in my area. So, yeah. So right. I've been a flood refugee at my place.
And you're not even in Florida, right? So it's like
yeah. Oh, and Chris, I need to correct you on something. You said that I have a bridge over the creek that I have to cross a bridge to get to my house. There's no bridge. I literally drive into the creek.
Oh, okay.
So
you have a ford.
There's no bridge.
You have a ford.
Yes. It's a ford. That's what it is.
I was hoping you had to pay a boatman, like the ferryman, and just he's got a lantern and
that's amazing. I could picture JD doing something like that just to keep people out.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that would be something that I'd be into.
That's awesome. Give us the vibe. What's the vibe going on locally for you guys? For you about the election? Anything? I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm in Missouri. There's nothing exciting as far as the presidential stuff. It's not like being in Pennsylvania or North Carolina or any of these other swing states. Yeah. We haven't really received any visits from the presidential candidates because it's pretty much locked up as a red state.
All they've done is Missouri, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. It's all. I guess Trump did go to North Carolina a little bit, but anyway.
Yeah. Missouri went Democrat for Clinton in 92 and 96, but other than that, I think they also voted Democrat in 1976. But beyond that, Missouri's always been a red state, and pretty heavily red. It's pretty much a safe bet for the Republicans. So
Yeah.
So no drama
Surprises.
in this part of the world.
Okay. All right. That's
All
awesome.
three
All
of
right.
us are in pretty much solid Trump states, aren't we? Yeah. And
Yeah,
so is
yeah, in
so is
Utah,
Pete
for
when he
sure.
comes on.
Yeah, Utah Republicans are kind of interesting because, like, there's a little bit more like the MAGA vibe this time, but
Mhm.
it's a conservative state, but like with the Mormon culture, a lot of them, I don't know, I feel like they hesitate to be like well, I may not like him, but I like the policies. I feel like they're less likely to do that. They
Yeah.
will, they just had a primary for they had the primary for governor. We have a governor election this time. So we got this guy named Spencer Cox and this guy named Lyman. And Lyman is like the Trump guy. And Spencer Cox has been seen kind of like as a moderate. In fact, he was not like endorsing Trump, and that pissed off a lot of people because he didn't endorse him. He didn't like necessarily say like like don't like him or something. But anyways, they did a primary, and yeah, the more pro Trump guy, he lost. And so so yeah, the less of the MAGA guys. So we got Spencer Cox. Now there was that guy Lyman is calling collusion. He's saying, and there might be some truth to it, that Democrats were like getting into the Republican primary and voting for the guy that's the less MAGA and getting
Yeah,
in.
there's
That
a
was
lot
like
of
a
that
big
going
thing. So
around.
he's actually running as a write-in candidate. He didn't even like do like some independent. You gotta pretty much write him in, but he's still like going for it. It's kind of Paul Lyman. So that was interesting. But yeah,
Wow.
that is kind of that. Like a lot of Utahns too you won't hear them as much as hardline about like migration and foreigner issues. It's interesting, and I think a lot of it actually goes to the Mormon culture because in Mormon culture, pretty much young men are very much encouraged, kind of pressured into going on foreign missions. So
Yeah.
there's, I think, like I don't know if maybe call it like a sympathy element, but like they've gone to these other countries and a lot of the countries where these immigrants come from,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, Central America and that kind of thing, and I think feel a little different. A lot of like marrying even people from like those areas. There's a lot more
It'll
like
definitely impact your
mixed
worldview.
racial,
You start
and
getting
I
outside of
think
your own
yep,
place.
Yeah.
I think because yeah, they have extensive experience with that, and I think that does tone that down just a little bit, but it's been more, I've seen a lot more, the MAGA stuff and that stuff a lot more this time than I think the first time.
So it's interesting, and I'd be curious to hear it because both of you guys are in the classroom, so you
Yeah.
have maybe some experience with this. I don't know how much it gets talked about in school, but I've been reading a lot about how there's a huge gender divide, especially with like the Gen Z, like with the males seeming to be overwhelmingly pro-Republican and the females being very pro-Democrat, like more of a gender divide than other generations right now.
I see it. I'd say young men, they think, like high school age, they think Trump's cool. He's cool, man. Like he's funny. That and again, I live in like a more of a red area, but like I don't, no one talks about loving, young men, Biden or something. I mean, a lot of people are going to be quiet, but like more like kids that are young men that are like wearing MAGA shirts, to school.
Oh,
And they
wow.
got them on their like literally like actual, like you don't see it much, but like you'll see some of those and or like flags because love. I don't know about you guys, people love like putting flags on their trucks and those guys. So yeah, I think there might be more of a gender divide.
Yeah,
more than and oh no, and we're talking like ages too, but I don't know, maybe more than I can remember. What do you guys think?
I don't know that I really notice as much of a gender divide with this current crop of Gen Z students. What I have really noticed is a generational shift.
For sure.
So when I first started teaching, which my first year was the 02-03 school year, in my area, if politics came up or if you're having a political discussion in class, it was pretty evenly divided between conservative and liberal. There were some people who thought George W. Bush was great, and there were others who thought he was a warmonger, thought he was terrible, and things like that. So that would be that group. There was, I think you'd probably classify him as like a young millennial. The group that I have now, it's difficult to have an interesting political conversation in class because almost everybody agrees. And there has been a huge shift to the right that I've noticed with my students.
Really?
Over the years, but very much so. Very much.
Oh, polls are closing.
It's been,
in Ohio and some other places.
0. Stop the count in Ohio.
Big surprise.
West Virginia.
They're going to call
West Virginia.
Ohio.
No surprise there. No surprise. Did you guys see that Miami? Is it Miami-Dade County? What county is it?
Yeah, Miami-Dade County.
That right now
they've been trending right the last couple of elections.
It's trending red. Yeah,
a lot of Cubans there, and Cubans more than other Hispanics tend to vote Republican.
Yep,
that's kind of what I was
there, right? People leaving,
yeah,
a Cuba, a socialist state. So it's Cubans have always been kind of an interesting outlier to Latino countries and immigrants of coming from that, because they're leaving a very different situation than a lot of other Latinos do. So that's always kind of been there. But I don't know, Florida, just the way it's trending, it's always been kind of a swing state, but that's not
Florida and Ohio both. And
that's
just to give you an indication of just a microcosm of how Ohio has shifted. The county I live in Mahoning County. Youngstown is the big city in our county. It's it was once one of the biggest cities in the country. It was a big steel center. All the steel mills closed in the 70s. But we still had like when I went to school in the 90s, most of my classmates, their dads worked at the GM assembly plant. So it was heavily Democrat, pro-union area. And you could not get elected in Mahoning or Trumbull counties where I live without a D next to your name. And with Trump, that has changed. Trump almost won Mahoning County in 2016. He did win Mahoning County in 2020. I've never seen a Republican win this county. And now we have a Republican congressman. It's really, our county is just one of the reasons why Ohio has shifted red.
Interesting.
So in 2016, here, I'll let you tackle the super chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, just wanted, I thought this would be interesting for us to look at just real quick. Do y'all think Pennsylvania becoming the new Ohio as far as being a key swing state?
Yeah, seems that way.
Yeah, it might hinge.
I think PA still decides this election.
Yeah. You think regardless of what happens in, I don't know, Michigan, Wisconsin, do you think
I think Michigan, Wisconsin go Democrat. I think if it's really close, it's Pennsylvania that decides it.
Thank you, Tristan, really by the way. Yeah, go ahead, JD. What were you going to say? You were going to say something before.
I can't remember now. Oh, yeah. You were talking about how, in your area, which is, kind of a blue collar area, that you wouldn't get elected unless you had a D behind your name. I can remember in 2016 talking to a friend of mine who is a construction laborer up in the St. Louis area, and was asking him, about, the people that he works with and everything like that. And, where they were leaning politically, because then Trump was just kind of like this wrecking ball that had just come on the scene and, was kind of an unknown. And he said publicly, they'll tell you that, they're union, they're Democrat all the way, everything like that. He said, if you start talking to them in private, he said, they're almost kind of hesitant to mention it because they were all in unions and stuff like that. He said, but they'll tell you that they're voting for Trump now. So my son, he's 21 years old. He works concrete and is in a union and everything like that. And I asked him the same question, and he said, everybody on our crew is voting for Trump.
That's the big change. Unions. That's one of the shifts that's happening.
And they're very outspoken about it. This has been a really interesting period, just seeing how everything is getting mishmashed and
Yep.
flipped, and like it's hard to really nail down in with the exception of some issues, it's kind of hard to nail down what a Republican and a Democrat is right now.
It has shifted with a new generation. They've talked, one of the biggest ones is like African American, like especially young men. Like some of them are they're saying they don't have that like connection when it felt like you had to vote Democrat because it was helping the African American community more. But this new generation that are in their first or second time voting they have never had that experience, never had that, like Obama did nothing for me, or going further back, you know what I mean, Clinton, like or whatever you want to do, or even just your governors and stuff. They don't have any type of historical connection to that. So it's like it's been washed. It's what's been going on in the last 8 years, that kind of thing. And I think that's happening just with even Republicans in general. Like we just saw, and I think we were last time we got together with you, Chris, and Matt, talking about like look at foreign policy and like interventionism, how that's totally changed. Now all of a sudden it looks like the Democrats are the war party now, and you're hearing about more isolationism from, and maybe Trump was a key part of that.
I think so.
I think he was, because he was somebody that was a little bit against the grain, I think, for a while with the Republican Party on like Iraq, for example, and a little bit ahead of that. Anyway,
it was weird to me to see how, I'm not going to say it was across the board, but in some corners, how enthusiastic the Democrat Party was to accept the endorsement of Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
Like
he was a war criminal a couple years ago.
Oh, right? Yeah. In 2005, 2006, man, Dick Cheney was the devil for the Democrats.
Senate pickup for the Republicans.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, big yep, there we go, West Virginia. Yeah, not a huge surprise there.
Some people, I think we do have some younger people, I think, that don't really know, because I've seen some people in chat that are like something like this, like what the hell is AP doing? Why is West Virginia called? They haven't even started counting. Like, the 5 minutes after. You got to understand, you guys, with news coverage, there is absolutely a competition to call states.
Yep.
And meaning like be the first to declare it. And there is very good odds that you can call a lot of states. And like West Virginia here is exactly one of those. There are some you will not, even need to count, because I don't know, it's just statistically almost impossible for that to happen. So that's why you're going to see, you guys, as the chatters here, as the polls all start closing around the country now, you're going to see that like immediately, bam, they call it. And it's just statistics. So anyway, all right. Couple others to get in. By the way, we'll have more information about like stuff coming out. I mean, again, stuff is very early. So the stuff you're going to hear right now is the stuff that you can just call early. And so just if you are kind of new to kind of watching this, as the night progresses, you'll start seeing things, on the screen where they have like percentage of the count that's actually been counted. You'll see that, and that'll get closer. And the states that are maybe a little bit more up in the air, even the ones that may not seem that way, will take more time than other states. So just if you're kind of new to the process, that's how news coverage generally works with this. All right, let me point out a couple other super chats coming in. Alberto, Boone County in Indiana has 91 counted. Trump winning by 10 points, but he won this county in 2020 by 18. Early stuff is looking pretty good for Kamala. Yeah, interesting. I have heard that in some areas, like even though Trump is going to win, it is by a fewer margin. Now, will that affect things? I mean, I don't know. You'd have to then assume that if that's the case, then in the areas that are a little bit closer, that maybe they do turn blue rather than they would go red.
Yeah, but here's something you can't factor into that. And I'm not saying that ends up being wrong, but
sure,
some of the trends they've seen, a couple of things. Number one, the black vote is trending more toward Trump than it did 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The Hispanic vote trending a little bit more. So in those areas, you might see Trump do a little better. It might not mean anything. It might be that that's exactly what it indicates, but I wouldn't read too much into that.
Sure.
quite yet.
We just haven't seen those other, like those examples you're saying yet.
Right,
We
right.
haven't seen those, but we should expect them at some point.
Right.
So.
We need to see what's happening. Like, is Kamala outperforming Biden in some of those other places?
We just don't have a lot of that, because again, these are a lot of red states you're seeing that stuff in, but we'll see. Something like let's look at like what Texas does. Even though Texas is going to vote red, like, are you going to see maybe a bigger increase, there with some of their voters? And so we'll see. We'll see kind of how that goes in some of those states where African American and like Latino voters. We'll see what's happening, but it looks like there will be an increase probably for the red there. But anyway, someone asked, they didn't say, for me, not to plug anybody, but did I vote? Yes, I did vote. I think we all voted, right? So JD voted, right?
Yep.
6:15 this morning.
Did you do it just after work? Didn't have to wait. Did you you rode the boat down to the?
Well, we actually got out last night before the flood waters came up, and I spent the night at my in-laws last night. But for my 3 kids, this is all their very first presidential election that they are voting in. So I didn't. We typically try and get out before the floods come up anyway, but definitely wanted to make sure on this one because I didn't want them to miss out on their first opportunity to vote in a presidential election.
Sure. Now, as people that are into history and politics, and you both have kids that are now just kind of getting either interested or are actually voting. What approach do you guys take? Just to be honest with your kids when it comes to as they're developing their political beliefs. What do you feel like your role is?
So for me, I'm very close with my daughter, always have been. She's my oldest, and we just talk a lot about stuff. I'm careful not to tell her what to think, but I make sure I tell her that she needs to think. And I will challenge her on things. Like if she expresses views, I'll kind of play devil's advocate with her and say, well, but here's the other side of that. And I'll, even though she's got her own ideas about things, I do try to challenge that. But in the end, my main message to her, and I said this last night on the stream, is I don't care who you vote for. What I do care about is that you know what you're talking about. So even on the way, when I was taking her to vote, I talked to her about, hey, do you understand issue 1? Do you know what it is you're voting on and what it means? Yes versus no. Yeah, she did. She explained it to me. So to me, that's all I can ask, is that she's an informed voter. She knows what she's talking about and she can defend her positions. Otherwise, vote for who you want.
Great. Yeah. JD, what do you think about that?
Very, very similar with me. I just wanted them to know what it was that.
By the way, we have Carl Rove citing on
and who they were talking.
Just kidding.
And who they were voting for.
Yeah.
So like this morning, it was my older daughter who went with me. Then my son voted where he's living right now, and then my wife and my other daughter went and voted this evening. And there were a few things where she said, I explained, okay, here's what's on the ballot. Okay, what do you think about that? And she said, what she thought about it. And it was honestly different from what I thought, but I didn't try and impress, my views on her or anything like that. I wanted her obviously to, vote her conscience and what she thought was right. My youngest, it was kind of interesting with her. Like she wasn't, even 2 to 3 weeks ago, was not really too amped to get out and vote. Which was just like wounding my soul. Like, come on, but just in the past week, she kind of started, oddly enough, started seeing videos on TikTok and things like that kind of got her into it, and has I've been happy to see her kind of get excited about it on her own, without me, prodding her, telling her, hey, this is important.
It's interesting. Do you feel like, JD, you take a similar approach, like to in the classroom? Do you feel it's very similar? Do you feel like it's a little bit different? So people ask, like me and teachers all the time, especially if you cover political history, you know, obviously we have to be this like try to come off as less biased as possible and to get people to think and not like advocate for things necessarily or
Yeah.
positions. But yeah, do you feel like it's similar?
Very, very much. So in the classroom, I mean, I am very, very conscientious of how I present myself and what I say, because I mean, as you know, as an educator,
Yeah,
there is a lot of influence and a lot of power that you have
for sure.
in the classroom, and you can legitimately sway some people, you know, one way or the other.
Absolutely. Even
So
if like you think that they're 17, 18, whatever. No, like there's an inherent trust, I think.
Yeah, very, very much, very much. So I mean, it kind of drives them nuts a little bit because they want me to just outright say, hey, who are you voting for? And I don't know, who do you think I'm voting for? And and they'll kind of kick out different ideas, and then I
Yeah.
won't tell them anyway. And the other day, I actually told him, I said, here's why, because I realize the position that I'm in, and I don't, even though we all have our own bias and we
Sure.
all have our own opinions and things like that, I don't want to come across as trying to impress my views on you. So even when we're having a political discussion of some kind, um, I'm just trying to think of an example off the top of my head. Whatever. I'll say, okay, so here's this position. Okay, now somebody who might be more liberal, which I have to do this a lot because I don't have hardly any liberal students anymore. I say somebody who would be more on take a liberal point of view. What would they have to say about this, and try and get them to think outside of their own viewpoint and empathize with others.
Sure, it's great. Yeah, I don't teach like the U.S. government class or anything. Right now I teach world history. What courses do you teach right now, JD?
So I have a primarily U.S. history.
Okay.
And also just this year started teaching a current events class, which this is a great year for.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
How has that been? Have you talked about this, like,
the
election or
like 100%. Yeah, it's been what has dominated our conversations.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Hey, a couple news things. Hold on, just popping in. There's some stuff coming in. Some of the like Georgia is in what did it say? I think about 16%, which again doesn't seem okay. Here we had one. It had the percentage in, but yeah, 12% in for Georgia, 62%. So we don't know.
No vote from Atlanta yet,
but we don't know. Yeah, we have no idea. I mean, we don't know those. Do you think those are more rural Georgia votes?
They're not all rural, but Atlanta's the most populous and it's heavily Democrat. So until we start seeing Atlanta,
you don't
looks
think
like a lot coming in from Savannah right now.
Yeah.
So the early part of like a Georgia, this early few hours is you think going to help Trump more in a place like Georgia?
It's going to be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've got 30 House races that have been called, and all 30 are holds. So nothing has flipped in the House yet.
I think I just saw ahead was I think is it North Carolina? I think is having a governor race.
Yes,
and they're the early voting so far has gone for the Democrat.
Yeah, and I think the Democrat in the governor's race is more likely to win than Trump. He'll probably pull a little ahead of Trump in that one, or Harris. I mean, a little ahead of Harris.
Good. If you've noticed, and if you come in, I'm not sticking to any one, and I haven't turned the audio on just because we actually have a panel right now, and I want to make sure you can hear that. So I'm putting this on, but I am cycling through different things. So if you came on just immediately, you're like, oh, there's got Fox News on, like, oh, I can see what they're doing, but I am going through CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, trying to keep whoever's, I don't know, doing something kind of interesting. In fact, the other ones are on. Fox is the only one I have on my bunch of my streams that isn't on a commercial break right now, so we'll see that. But later when the panelists when they're gone for the night stuff, we'll listen to this more audio, but I want to make sure. I think this is good. I try to put on the subtitles here so maybe you can see some of it. I think for most part you guys just hopefully just want to see kind of the tickers down below here of the states coming in, what percent they're at, and that kind of thing. But thanks again guys for super chats. I want to make sure I'm getting to those. Make sure I can get those. But let's see. Now we answered this question because it says, Chris, why are you not voting? Do you want to not feel responsible from history? Haha, from Ireland. But you did vote. So.
I did vote. I did not vote for president. I voted for everything else.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't going to press any of you guys to tell anything about who you voted for.
I'll just be, because I've talked about it. I couldn't vote for Harris on policy. And if I felt strong enough that Trump would stick to policy, I probably would have been okay with him. But I went back and watched him in 2016, and he seemed so much more sane then. And it's funny because people thought he was nuts then, and he wasn't. If you go back and watch him in 2016, he's like, oh, okay, that seems pretty reasonable. There's definitely been a change. And so part of me just hopes that if he does win, that his people can rein him in to a degree. I don't know. We'll see.
Now I would have said the opposite.
Oh, really?
To me, he seems more measured now than what he has been in the past.
He was today. I'll say that. I don't know if you saw him talking about
his last thing. Yeah, today.
Yeah, that was the most I've ever heard him. That's the closest I've ever heard him come to saying, "Hey, don't do anything stupid if we lose."
Yeah. Well, and here's another factor at play, which I don't know, I'd be interested in hearing what you guys think about, if it's what kind of impact it's going to have on this election, because it's definitely something new. Like these, especially Trump and Vance and a little bit Harris, appeared on a lot of podcasts this election cycle.
Yeah.
And for me personally,
that's the new normal.
For me personally, seeing Trump sit down and talk to Rogan for 3 hours and talk to Theo Vaughn.
Sure.
Like he's a very different Trump in that setting than he is when he gets up on the stage and is just freewheeling and everything like that.
I think big audiences pump him up and they get him to say things. Yeah. In a less.
Yeah. I don't think that's always a good thing either.
No.
But to me, the podcast element of it, like, made him look more measured, like, especially his conversation with Theo Vaughn.
Yeah, same with Vance. Vance was fantastic on that podcast.
Yeah, with Vaughn, he was talking about, Theo Vaughn was talking about his like doing cocaine and his recovery and being and stuff like that, and
more vulnerability.
And Trump was like coming across as, he was asking questions and like seemed genuinely empathetic and wanted to, learn more about his experience. And I think, to me personally, it gave him a little bit different look. And I've listened to a few of the podcasts that Harris was on as well. What was the one I listened to just the other night? Shannon Sharp. I listened to her on that one. But I wish that she would have appeared on Rogan, just so that we had, kind of a 1-to-1,
for sure, comparison.
Yeah, and you know what? I think a couple of things about that. Number one, I agree 100%. I had seen a while back, it's probably from a couple years ago, there was a video a YouTuber did where he went golfing with Trump. And that was by far the most likable I had ever seen Trump. He was like, great.
I don't remember that.
Bryson DeChambeau did one.
Yeah, that might be who it was. But he was great. Like, he was so down to earth and relatable and very different than on stage. But and that's going to become more and more a thing. I mean, podcasts, I think in 4 years is going to be even more influential than it was this time. And I think I understand why Harris's people kept her off of that stuff, because I think she's stronger on the stage in a political rally than Trump is, and Trump and Vance are stronger in that setting, and she's not as good in that setting. So they were playing to her strengths, I think.
It was a lose-lose situation for her, I think. Yeah, I still would have liked to have seen her in, do a long-form interview. Yeah. Because when you talk to somebody for that long, like any politician or whoever, they can sit and talk to somebody for 30 minutes or 45 minutes.
Sure.
And, kind of run through their talking points. You start getting 2 hours in or 3 hours in, man, you're starting to get into deep water there.
Yeah.
And you can really get to know somebody a little bit more, I believe.
I do think there's a responsibility, and I don't know if podcasters view this yet, that you do need to have, I feel like, some ability to push back.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it becomes a 2-hour campaign that you can say whatever you want, let anything slide. You know what I mean? And I don't know if that exists yet.
Daryl Cooper.
And then
there was no pushback at all against Daryl Cooper, and that irritated the snot out of me.
I think, I do think that's important, and I hope those podcasters realize that.
Now, I will say this about Rogan, and I haven't watched all of Rogan's stuff, but I did watch all of his stuff with like Trump and Vance. He does ask the questions that the candidate necessarily would not want to be asked. So he does challenge them on things that are weak areas for them and give them a chance to address that stuff.
Sure.
Yeah. I watched a little bit of his interview with John Fetterman the other day. I haven't made it through the whole thing yet.
Who's been quite a surprise, hasn't he?
Yeah. Popping through a couple of these real quick because I don't want to get too behind on these. Malik just says VTH already playing drinking game. Love both of you. Thank you. Yep, he's got it. I mean, you're not going to get drunk.
Right? I had a little bit of whiskey. That's it for me because I'm going to be watching with my daughter. So
for sure, you got it. Yep, got.
Anyway, Trump or JD, you were saying I called you Trump. JD, you were saying about Fetterman.
Did we lose Mr. Terry? Is he?
I think we might have.
Is he froze up?
Yeah.
All right. It looks like it's our show now.
All right. Cool. We're taking over.
Oh, cool. It looks like everything on his end froze up.
Well, at least we're still going because he's the host. So.
All right. So people in the chat, can you still hear Chris and I right now? What's going on here? Give me a yes
Terry
or no.
down. Lost to history, frozen in time.
Oh, yeah. Looks like.
So, yeah,
like
JD, we're talking about Fetterman. Oh, there he's gone. Okay. It's our show now.
It's our show. We finally got rid of him. Fetterman, he was a huge surprise to me. And especially he started basically saying a lot of things that I think would appeal to a lot of conservative voters.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of started. Honestly, he reminded me of like an old school Democrat.
Yeah.
Sorry,
is what he looks like. Oh, there he is.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I will say I don't know what's up in my area. I do get dropped sometimes. So it stayed up. Or did the stream stay up?
Yeah. We're good. We're still rolling here.
So yeah, if I drop out, you guys carry the show, okay? You guys do that. Sorry, but I am back. But it might happen over the night. Nobody leave if that happens. I promise I will not be rage quitting on the stream. It's just kind of how my internet is until I can actually get like a fiber connection, and I don't know why it doesn't exist.
You have to start doing like me. You got to come into town.
I love that. Yeah, going into town. Anyway, I forgot what we were talking about, but you guys keep doing whatever you were.
We were just talking about Fetterman, senator from PA.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we were talking about like podcast kind of stuff like that. Okay. Anyway, all right. Let's see. Looking at, and if you guys see anything,
I'll say this about Georgia. You got 24% in on Georgia. Trump up by 300,000 votes.
Say that again. What?
Trump is up by 300,000 votes in Georgia with about a quarter of the votes in.
Yeah, looks like they have some reporting like around Macon, Savannah, Athens.
Yeah, nothing from Fulton County, but Fulton County in 2020 only netted Biden about 200,000. So, now it just updated. Now it's only 208,000 is the lead.
Oh,
so when Fulton County comes in,
yep, you predicted
that's basically a dead even race
for sure. That makes sense. All right. Anyways, let me see.
Oh wait, that is with Fulton County. Fulton County's got half their votes in. I'm starting to wonder if there's enough there for Harris to win Georgia.
I don't know, the vibe. I didn't think Georgia was going to be there.
I didn't think that she had a chance in Georgia.
I didn't either, but that would have been an indication that she was gonna win big if she had won Georgia, and I'm starting to think she's not going to. So we're probably in for a long night.
Thank
Darth
you,
Raptor. No, they 50% of Fulton County's in.
Okay. Hello from New Jersey, drinking Mad Elf since 'tis the season, and the Alexander Keith's IPA. Wishing to be back in Canada. All right. Thank you. Let's see. Marty said, "How did your daughter her first experience?" I'm guess.
So it was good. I mentioned it earlier. So she doesn't have her license, so she had to use her passport, and I drove her there. And she doesn't like crowds, so I did walk with her to the polling place. Walked in because there's a local park down the street from the house, and that's where we vote, is in the township park. There's like 5 precincts that vote in the building there. So I walked with her to the entrance. She did everything herself, and I talked to her on the way about the issues, about the tax levies that we were voting on. And
Sure.
she had done all her homework. She knew exactly what she was doing. She didn't need any input or help from me. I was very proud of her.
Awesome. This one is going on that is building upon that. Anything is in relation to your predictions right now that you thinking too early?
Nothing has changed my predictions so far.
Thanks, Thomas. By the way, I'm hoping I can get from each of you one, I don't want to call it a hot take, but like, what's a surprise do you guys think could happen? You don't have to say now, but be thinking about it. I'm hoping to hear if you think there's a surprise, what do you think it would be?
Well, I'm leaving in a minute, so I'll give you mine now.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you.
Right now, the surprise for me, and obviously it's too early, but I'm just looking at my own county, which in 2020 went for Trump. Just barely, but it went for Trump by like 1 or 2%.
Okay.
Right now, with about 40% of the vote in, it's 54-45 for Harris. So that surprises me. I expected it to be better for Trump, but it doesn't mean it won't end up that way. But right now, I'm surprised it's as good for Harris as it is in Mahoning County.
Okay. By the way, it looks like Bernie Sanders is on his way to being back in Vermont.
Yeah, he won, but also the Republican governor of Vermont was reelected, which is weird to me.
Wow. I think even New Hampshire, I think Republican, is going.
There was talk earlier on social media that the Trump campaign thought New Hampshire was in play, and nobody thought New Hampshire was in play. So
you know what? I've noticed the Northeast is like that, though. Mitt Romney won. I mean, he was in Massachusetts.
Yep.
Right. It's interesting, and I think I don't know if it just people are more likely for their local leaders to do that, and then nationally they may think differently. That's an interesting thing, but it also happens in the other way. You got like the Kentucky, Andy Beshear, is that him? Like right? Like he's Democrat in like a red state, So like it's interesting
John
how
Tester, senator in Montana.
Yes.
Same thing.
Yep.
Maryland had a Republican governor recently.
Yep. Interesting how that can go. Oh, we got an Estonian. Thank you, Fuzz. I'm an Estonian. I'm dreading the result no matter who wins, as it will echo back to our local elections next year. I mean, some people say that the MAGA wave is not necessarily just American. The kind of that populist idea has echoes and kind of like waves into Europe, and there's little movements, and we've seen it within the elections of other places. Those countries' versions of that.
Yeah,
we're seeing that right now. It's the history of politics, you guys. Like, I know a lot of you may not look back, but like the idea of cycling through, different political leadership and ideologies is natural, because new generations, every time a new generation's born, they don't have that connection. They don't think that way.
Yeah.
It's what have you done for me lately? What are things like right now? They have no connection with history.
All right, listen, I'm going to go.
Yep,
I promised my daughter 8 o'clock, so I'm going to drop out.
Thanks again for coming by. Anything people need to know? What do you got? What's the next thing you got coming up? I don't know. Anything cool?
I'm going to Ireland next week.
Sweet.
So I'm excited about that.
Okay. Thanks again, Chris.
We'll see ya.
See ya. All right, JD.
Yeah.
Us. I think Mr. Beat will be coming in soon. Let me see if I got an email from him. But I know I didn't talk to you about time. You're welcome to stay as long as short as you want. I was just
okay.
telling guys like an hour. So if you're going to be with your family watching stuff, whatever, and
So hang on a second.
anything you want to do.
So the floodwaters went down
Okay.
at my creek, but the river is coming up, and if that happens, then everything gets backed up and everything like that. So my wife sent me this photo a little bit ago
Here, let
on
me,
the road that heads to our
me-
house, and she said it's coming up. So I'll have to head out at some
Here,
point.
show it
to try
again. Okay, I got you zoomed in.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Now this isn't my creek or my driveway. This is just the road to get to my house right here.
How common is that to happen?
Oh, it happens maybe a couple times a year. Sometimes it's not too bad. Sometimes I'll be flooded out for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 days, but or
Okay.
flooded in depending on if I get out or not. But
You like that? You like that lifestyle, though, right? You saying
Oh,
you
yeah.
like- oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's you. Like you're not complaining. You know what I
No.
mean?
No, it doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother
awesome.
me. It's an inconvenience, but yeah,
Sure.
no big deal. I'm sorry, you got another super chat.
Let me just pop this one in. Sorry. It only took me 25 minutes to cast my vote this morning in Virginia. 10 of those minutes was answering the ballot questions. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're going to do that, but that's good. You can get in and out. I mean, everyone will know their area better, and a lot of you might be first-time voters, and maybe you don't know what kind of how long it might take, and maybe that'll influence you. Maybe you want to do the mail-in, or like for me, I did a drop-off this morning. I dropped off my ballot into the at City Hall, and I like that. I think that's great. I like getting and seeing that ballot early, because sometimes I'll be honest, I don't know enough about like the other stuff that's going to be on the ballot, and it's like, okay, I just, if I had to see that for the first time, then it might not be as informed. But I do like to see it, obviously see the ballot early, and then go, okay, I'm going to do a little research now. Let's figure out those kind of things, and some of these other local issues, but especially just the ballot measures. Those are the important ones. Which new taxes are coming in, or
Exactly.
all the other ones. But
yeah. So Patrick, my experience was very similar this morning. My daughter and I went to vote, and we were in the firehouse station, and I mean, didn't have to wait in line, nothing, voted and came right back out. My grandma, who lives, I don't know, not too far away from me, about 10, 15 minutes, she went midday and had to wait for 2 hours to vote.
Gosh. I saw the lines in Philadelphia that were hours, and it's like those people, I know a lot of them, and they were interviewing them, or a lot of them were first-time voters. I don't think they knew and really like anticipated that, but next time around they might do it a little differently. And I think that's important for people to note, the people that do have concerns about mail-in and stuff like that. Well, look at what the process is like in a major metropolitan area, and how hard that can be. And especially, remember, this is not a holiday. It's like people have work. It's hard to work around that for so many people. So
yeah. Do you think that Election Day should be a national holiday, or shifted to another day of the week?
It'd be great. I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, a lot of people that if you weren't going to vote anyways, then some people are just gonna be like, all right, an extra day off of work or something. But
yeah,
I don't know. I would like voting to be easier. In those ways. And if it is truly a problem, I think workplaces need to be very conscious of that. I do think that almost like how a workplace needs to be conscious during, like, if you have a jury duty, I think there should be, it's got to be possible, and I know they'll open up for like 12 hours or something like that. Before I continue on, though, I do have to, and I'm very excited to bring on our third guest of the night. Here he is. Let's put him on here. We got Mr. Beast. I mean, Mr. Breast. I mean, what's your name? Mr. Beast. I don't hear him. Do you hear him?
No. I could barely hear him. I don't think he has his mic plugged in or linked up.
He unmuted, then muted.
No. We can just barely hear you.
All right, he's working on it. While he's doing that, let me go ahead and go through some other super chats coming in.
There we go.
There we go.
There
Okay,
we
you're
go.
in.
There we
Okay,
go.
there
It's
he is.
microphones. I'm always going back and forth. Sorry. Hello, I'm Mr. Beat. Yes.
Yes. Hey guys, here's Mr. Beat. He's a legend. He was nice enough to come on as well. We just had Chris vlogging through history. He left. He gave us some awesome insight, and I'm definitely interested to hear what you got. Like, for example, oh god, I right off the bat, do you have the same let's say gut feeling about Kansas potentially being blue as your wife Shannon does?
No, I don't. I do think it will be closer than 2020, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's never been a deep red state, and or it's always kind of. I mean, we have a Democratic governor here, so that's an example, and we have a lot of moderate Republicans that are in the state legislature. So,
we were just talking about that. If you heard about how it's just not abnormal for a place to vote consistently for a president of one party, but then governors they'll mix it up. Vermont, New Hampshire, it looks like that's what's happening here.
yeah,
Historically, again, you have like a Mitt Romney. How about even other races like Giuliani was popular in New York as like a Republican, and I know that's a little bit different because it's 25 years ago, but I don't know why do you think that is? Where you can see that Montana's another one. Why do you think that is?
I would say like we become more tribal if it's a higher stakes election. So
Sure.
a lot of times local elections, like we don't feel like they mean as much, although they should.
They mean more, I would argue.
Yeah.
Your governors, that's a big deal. Governor is a huge deal.
Yeah, it really is. Well, especially I would say some states more than others, because like in Kansas, we don't have the referendum system like a lot of states like Missouri does, where we don't get as many opportunities to vote directly on issues. And so the state legislature here has a lot more power. So does the governor. And so, yeah, there's been stuff like the governor and the legislature here has gone back and forth on a lot of really important issues, like medical marijuana is the example of the last 2 years here. They've been going back and forth on that, and they just can't get anything passed. Whereas if they did a referendum, it would overwhelmingly pass. Like most Kansans clearly want medical marijuana here.
Well, even recreational isn't it on the ballot in Florida? Did I hear that?
Yeah, they're probably going to legalize it.
And and it looks like it's going to happen. It's interesting how, I don't know, there's a media narrative almost about, I think, some social issues that you think perfectly align with political parties that just doesn't exist. And I think that's one of them, a major one. And that just shows, that shows times are changing big time. We were talking earlier about, how the demographics of voting are changing amongst a lot of these first time people that are voting. Young African-American men, are more likely than ever to vote, say, like for a Republican. Latino Americans, again, you get people that are getting generationally further away, and they don't identify with their parents' politicians because it wasn't there. Like, and I think that's part of it, and social issues being a big part of that as well. So anyway, nothing breaking at the moment. Let me go back to the screen. I did have a super chat I wanted to look at here. Thank you so much from Argentina. Watched the live yesterday in VTH. Yeah, he had a massive stream. Holy cow. He had like 7,000 people.
It was wild.
And it was nuts, and super chats. He said he couldn't finish. Like it was crazy. So anyway, great video from here. It seems like whoever wins, everyone loses, but I don't know what the real perception is over there. Here in Argentina, well, it's going to be interesting just looking at like comparative to what went on. Like, I think Milei is such an interesting character, basically an ANCAP, right? Like getting voted in over there, anarcho-capitalist, and seeing such a vast change like in the politics over there and in Argentina, because you would never suspect something like that. There's always been so many presidents and leaders that campaign heavily in Argentina on social safety nets and that kind of thing. And then all of a sudden they elect a guy that is the total opposite, and right away was just slashing stuff. And I know
Like
that
literally
caused a
swinging
lot
a
of
chainsaw
chaos.
around.
Yeah. Have you guys followed him, Millet over there, and kind of that very interesting thing? I mean, they had a crazy time coming in. They had the worst probably inflation rate of like any big country, and it caused some drastic changes. I know. Yeah, you guys follow him at all, or what down in Argentina?
A little bit.
Yeah,
He's a character.
I mean, I don't know if we've had like an anarcho-capitalist, pretty much like that, libertarian, super, libertarian in a country that big or at all before. I think that's kind of fascinating case study. So
Big
anyway,
supply side guy, like reminds me of a lot of what the Republican Party of the 1980s here, like trying to do whatever you can to bring down inflation. So far, it seems like it's not trending as quickly as they would like, but I know that's just been the constant worry in Argentina for so long, is inflation, to a point where so many Argentinians don't even have their currency. They're just constantly, throwing it around at different things to keep up with inflation.
Yeah. Was looking at some interesting things about that. One of my best friend's wife's, migrant from there. And I was watching videos about how, their money was so devalued there that they pretty much, a lot of it stopped using it. It became just like a barter economy. People were using WhatsApp and stuff like that and saying, hey, we need this thing. I have this thing to trade you. Like, I have some kids' clothes that my kids are grown out of. Can you trade that for, we need this thing? And it was just like this marketplace. Yeah, they were literally just bypassing money because of that. And I guess that's the natural effect that can happen of an economic crisis. We just go back to our ancestors before money, and just, you got stuff that I need, I got stuff you need, let's trade. By the way, this said Fox News is projecting Florida to go red, and I don't think that's a surprise to go Trump. So I think Miami-Dade is, I didn't see it, might be nearing half probably counted, I think. And that's always, the big factor, but that is looks like way more red than usual with Miami-Dade. So that's an interesting one. I don't know if like Florida's become far, it's not a swing state. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? That's historically has been such a big one, but
yeah, I thought it would be closer in Florida. So it looks pretty like a solid victory.
Yeah.
It says 88% of the votes are in.
And that's early. I'm surprised that's a little bit that's coming that early. And the Florida, okay, yeah, I got some. Professor What came in, said Florida's a 12-point Trump lead and growing. Miami is at 88% on AP, and they called it already. Okay, so people in chat that are looking around. By the way, if you guys hear anything from, trusting things, you can kind of get that in. We'll see how that goes. Pennsylvania Senate looks like too close to call, but okay, Democrats winning in there. Anyway, Mr. Beat, I'll ask you this question because I asked both, VTH and JD here. You're having your kids are getting older. I mean, your kids are a little bit younger. They both got kids that are of voting age now, but as they're getting older, how do you plan on, or how are you currently dealing with like politics kind of in the household, and what's do you control? I mean, what do you not censor yourself, but do you try as your kids are getting older to act a little bit differently and change the way you talk about it for your kids? Or do you feel, I don't know, any changes at all with that?
I do try to be a little bit less hyperbolic with my language.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't want them to be like that. And, I'll be honest, I have a 13-year-old and a 10-year-old.
Sure.
And I explained to them that he is a felon, that he broke the law. He was convicted by a jury.
Yeah.
And they asked, well, why is he able to run for president? And
Yeah.
I said, I didn't know how to answer that. I was like, I don't know. Like,
We said
So like, I mean,
you can do that. You can literally be in prison and run for president.
yeah.
Yeah,
So like,
Eugene Debs.
I think this is a whole nother situation. Like, it's a tough time to raise a child because we clearly have somebody who was president, maybe president again here, who I would not say is a good role model for kids. And it's kind of made me question everything, frankly, because my parents voted for him again.
Yeah.
And, it's like they raised me to be the opposite of that guy. So it's like the last 8 years I've been living in a bizarro world, frankly, because like I've always been somebody who's not really too passionate about parties. I've never been affiliated with a political party.
Yep.
Like registered, always unaffiliated. So like just to see how divisive we've come because of him.
Sure.
I think most Americans just want this all to be over. Even people that support Trump, I think they just want this to be over. this just horrible divisiveness.
And move on.
It looks like it's going to be another. We're probably not going to know the results tonight, and so it's stressful.
Too close, says North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania might be it, don't you think? Do you think that's going to be the most important one?
That's
You guys
what
have any feelings about? I mean, okay, so Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, that seems to be a big deal. But North Carolina, I don't know. They're talking about North Carolina, but I don't know. What do you guys? If you have to pick one state, do you think is going to really determine this? Do you have one?
I mean, everybody keeps saying Pennsylvania, and I mean that really seems to be the case. I mean, there are other paths, around Pennsylvania, but that seems to be kind of the linchpin. The thing that interests me about Pennsylvania is I'm wondering how much the Amish vote is going to come into play this year, because there seems to be at least talk of a little bit more of a turnout among the Amish community. And that's a segment of the population that obviously isn't going to factor into any polling. So I don't know. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
By the way, there she is. Pulled her up. Is KS really blue? Okay, is Kansas really blue? So Shannon, yes, is Mr. Beat's wife, and yeah, I saw your tweet. I think I responded. You had the gut feeling that Kansas might go blue. Are you still holding on to that? Because your husband doesn't think so. I don't know. You can respond there, but was it just the vibes? You think it will be closer? I mean, and Matt, like than normal for Kansas?
Well, the way Florida, the way Florida has gone, maybe not. Like, because Florida, it might be an indicator. Of course, we were down in Florida last summer, and a lot of Trump support, even in Miami, we saw. So, I guess
we were talking about that a little. We were talking about that a little earlier. Do you think that the Cuban population kind of factors into that?
Yeah, I mean, Cuban Americans, they don't mind a strong man. They escaped authoritarianism, but they really they wanted their authoritarian leader. So they were about economic freedom. As long as they have economic freedom, they're fine with the strong man back in power. So I think, like that. I talked to a lot of Cuban Americans actually, because I did a Bay of Pigs invasion video, which, by the way, I got a lot of people mad at me for the Bay of Pigs invasion video because they're like, it was mostly, I think, Fidel Castro defenders, like, because they're like, oh, this is just propaganda. I was like, well, crap.
We definitely talk about the Cuban population is an outlier for different people from Latino countries because of their context. It's totally different. They're, they come from a socialist state or whatever. So, there's a reason they might be coming over here. They're not going to come here and then vote for the one that they perceive as closer to what they left from, even though that may or may not be all that true.
Something I wanted to bring up, though, that what I've noticed is that part of the political party realignment right now is that it seems like the Democratic Party has just gone out of its way to appeal to Republicans this election. It has really surprised me, like a lot of the rhetoric, not necessarily policy, but they just keep throwing that word freedom out a lot. Freedom, 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 lower taxes, lower. like this is stuff that you would have heard from the Republican Party 10 years ago. And then, I mean, they seem to be more the free trade party now. Sure. They seem to be, they're just as strong as far as rhetoric on the border, immigration.
Yep.
So that's a big shift, I think, that is notable because, you know, they're trying to reach those never Trumper Republican voters. But I think at the same time, they may have disillusioned some Democrats who were further to the left. Yeah.
I actually don't. I don't think that's going to help Harris. I think repeal. I don't know who that's for. You know what I mean? Like doing that where you're starting to align a lot more with like Trump policies. Like, okay, maybe you get Liz Cheney involved. I don't know. I feel from conversation, like who's that for? Like, you know, who's that for? So like, I thought it was kind of a miscalculation to do that, to be reaching to the right. And I don't know, at least in some of these areas, I know of a lot of people that are not going to, they're just going to be non-voters because of that. People that are far more left are turning into non-voters, and are going to do that. You know, if they see things like, immigration policy being the same, or something like Israel Palestine, where they talk in very similar rhetorics, and I think that might have been, and we'll see when the results come out, but it could be a miscalculation. I think the way that they reach to the right, but I don't know. What do you guys think about that? And do you think she did? I mean, do you think they did like more than you thought? It was a short campaign, but yeah.
To me, I'm wondering if, I mean, you know, the night might end with a Harris victory, Trump victory. It's so close, we don't know. If it ends with a Republican victory, I'm wondering if the Democratic Party will look back and wonder if their misstep was in how Joe Biden was replaced.
Sure.
Whether it should have been opened up to, you know, like a
more traditional primary, you mean?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you'd have to, if you're going to pull it would have had to be much sooner than it was.
Yeah. I don't know, Matt, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think some people care about that, but I think most people don't. I mean, you know, a lot of the delegates had already pledged to Harris anyway, because they had pledged to a Biden-Harris ticket.
Okay.
So I think the only question then was who was going to be her running mate. That was the wild card, which, in my opinion, she picked the perfect running mate, because I think Tim Walz is really, he has broader appeal that Harris does not have, I think. So
I was going to ask, and then it reminded me because I was thinking about that. And I was going to ask you guys if you thought Tim Walz was the best pick for that. Like, if it was Shapiro and having Pennsylvania be such a big thing, like some people thought that was a miscalculation, and I hear that probably more from people on the right than the left, that it would have helped more to have Shapiro, and maybe, I don't know, just because of the Pennsylvania issue, but yeah, do you think that was the best of all the options there for winning this election?
Yeah, it's about charisma. I mean, he has more charisma than Josh Shapiro. So I think, and also he's more authentic. I think authenticity is still, that's the whole appeal of Trump, is that he's just being who he is. You know, Americans we're mostly forgiving of, you know, if you're stumbling through things anymore. I guess unless you're Joe Biden, he got a lot of flack for stumbling through things. But yeah, everybody combined with his age, that was the problem. Yeah.
Hey, since JD's in here too, teachers, all right, three of us, that debate, that Trump, that last Trump Biden debate, that's going to be talked about. I think, you know, historically, when we're teaching classes about infamous debates, could that go up depending on how this election goes down with a Lincoln Douglas or something like that, or maybe even how famous the Nixon JFK ones? Do you think that's going to be up there on a short list?
I think we'd have to just see how things go down the road. My personal opinion on that debate. So I put out something on Twitter right after. You know, obviously everybody saw what a less than awesome performance, you know, Biden rolled out on that debate. And I put something out on Twitter right after, and I should have screenshotted it just for posterity's sake. But paraphrasing, I thought that was a huge mistake for Trump. I was like, this right here might come back and bite Trump in the butt.
Doing it too early, you think?
Yep.
Or doing as early as it
And-
was? It
and
gave
people-
time? Yeah.
People thought that I was crazy. They were like, man, Trump wiped the floor with him. How could you think that this was bad for Trump? And I'm like, if this runs Biden out, like they might have somebody who's a tougher opponent. I mean, he might have lost the election right here with this debate.
Mhm.
But I mean, because if you look at, polls are polls, sometimes they get it right, and sometimes they don't. But if you look at the polling at that time, like Trump was way ahead of Biden. I still don't understand why he thought that it was a good idea to debate him at that point.
Just confidence, hubris. I don't know.
Yeah. He makes, I don't know. He does a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense to me sometimes, but I thought that was a huge misstep on his part.
Yeah.
But
Seeing how this is going to end up, because I've also thought that if you want to in some way consider it early, okay, that Kamala comes in for a pretty quick switch. That first month, maybe less than that, had such a massive boost for Harris. You saw the money come in. That was massive. I feel like that's, maybe this is just vibes, and I don't know if the polls reflect this, but I feel like that slowed down considerably in this last month or 3 months. Don't you feel like, has it come down? And is that maybe because of her almost reaching to the right on some issues? But what do you guys think about it? Because I think we can all say that initial excitement, if you want to call it that, was huge when Fish first started. Do you feel like that waned off in this last few weeks?
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I would say because, she's going to the middle. She's trying to have it both ways on so many issues to broaden the tent, or to make the tent bigger, to appeal to as many people as possible. Especially, like, no better issue to bring up than her position on Gaza, trying to toe that line between, like, oh yeah, ceasefire, or yeah,
Right.
but Israel is our best friend.
Yeah.
Whereas if she just like went in, I bet you she would gain support if she took a more pro Palestinian stance.
I actually think so too.
Yeah, but that's too bold, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, that's been a tough one for them. And if I'm not mistaken, I saw where the Harris campaign was running 2 different commercials in Michigan and Pennsylvania. And like the Michigan was more of a pro-Palestinian commercial, and then the
community.
one that they were running in Pennsylvania was more pro-Israel.
Sure.
Yeah, that's been a tough one, I think, for the Democrats to kind of achieve that balance.
Sure. I'd like to power through just because I am getting quite behind on the super chat. I want to power through a few. I feel really bad if I don't get to those, but there's been a bunch coming in. By the way, something I saw somebody chat about too is some of the ballot initiatives in different states. Yeah, if you guys are hearing about some of them in your state and how they're going, let us know. I find those to be very, very interesting because you're usually talking about social issues that aren't necessarily always tacked onto a political party. And I feel like that is so interesting to see that people, we'll do that. We'll do that. We were to talk about like marijuana, I think, marijuana in Florida, and like those kind of things. So yeah, if you see some of those, but anyway, let me power through some here. And that's also where I saw this super chat as well. Batman's pet goldfish, $5. Check out some of the state ballot initiatives. There are some good ones this time around.
Yeah, there's referendums on ranked choice voting. And
yeah, what are some you guys know about? Ranked choice voting where?
And there's 6 states where it's on the ballot. Missouri, they're voting to ban it, which is
really?
That to me is anti-freedom. But
the
other 5 states, they're trying to add it. And oh gosh, what's the list of the states? I made a video.
You said
about
Missouri?
it. What's that?
You said Missouri?
Missouri was trying to ban ranked choice
Oh,
voting.
did you hear about that? Yeah, JD, because that's your was that on the
Yeah,
ballot?
yeah. Would you
saw that, right?
how'd you vote on that?
From
Hang on a second. I gotta.
remember seeing that.
I don't remember it necessarily being like
We didn't have any
phrased
major
like
ones
that.
here in Utah. Ours were like more money for the zoos and stuff like, which I love those, like that kind of stuff, and
I think
those. But we didn't have
I think
anything.
there were like 10 or
major.
12 different states that were doing ballot initiatives on abortion.
Yeah.
I know Missouri was one of those.
Yep.
By the way, I want to thank the overall chat. You guys have been fantastic today as far as being. I see some people say something to somebody else. It may not be total mess, but it's really going very well. And maybe it's the teacher brain in me. I'm like, hey, if the class is behaving well, I want to make sure you guys are aware of that your teachers here, literally have teachers up here, appreciate the civility. I'm sure if you go to some other chat right now, a lot of these it would be pretty bad. But yes, I do appreciate that very much. We got somebody from Oman. Wow.
Whoa. Oh man.
Awesome. $20. Dark Man. Just wanted to say hello, a follower from Oman. Yeah, if you're still there, that's amazing. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. I love seeing the kind of global community come in. Patrick, by the way, thanks for being a channel member. Thanks to everyone, all the channel members out there. My prediction, 275 to Harris, 263 to Trump.
So close.
Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina going to Trump. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Nevada go to Harris. House and Senate go Republican. I think that's all fair with those. What do you guys think about? Okay, so Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina go Trump. I think Georgia very definitely on the way. I haven't seen. I need to check back in. I don't know if you've seen anybody's seen on what's going on with North Carolina right now. Michigan. I haven't heard anything coming out of Michigan or Wisconsin yet.
I haven't
I mean,
either.
they're just wrapping up.
Should be another hour or so.
Yeah, another hour. So, I mean, we'll still see what's going on with that. Nevada, I have not followed what's going on in Nevada at all. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys know anything about what Nevada's been trending like. They have a campaign there? Like, was there much in the way of campaigning recently there? They've been sticking to the North states, but anyway. All right. Let's see. Sedinian Express, $7. Hey, Mysterian VTH. Sorry, he's a VTH. He's gone now, but thanks for the stream from Texas. I think that Colin Allred might pull off an upset tonight.
That'd be surprising.
Do you think so?
It'd be very surprising. But, Ted Cruz is not very popular. Even people that vote for him don't like him.
Yeah, I have heard more people with these gut things about Texas that I don't think fully going to happen, but I don't know.
I think Texas is kind of the dream, state to flip for the Democrats. So it seems like year after year they always talk about turning Texas blue, and
yeah, well, a lot of migration, a lot of people moving there. It's a lot of people, Californians. I mean, California,
all over.
There's a demographic shift. Florida is turning more red because more red people are going to Florida.
Yeah,
that's happening, and some are leaving the blues. I've seen some people are leaving it. They're like, I got to get out of under DeSantis, So some of that movement, I don't know how much of effect. Austin's always been like blue, and that's a popular destination for a lot of people like that to move towards. In a place like Texas. So yeah, I don't know what is Texas trending towards becoming purple. I don't know. Maybe we'll learn something here, but I don't know. Maybe that's still another election away, another cycle away. Anyway, all right. Let's see. Excitement in Missouri last night. Go Chiefs, right, JD? That was a good game. I thought. Oh wait, you're both Chiefs fans, all right? That's your team, right? Chiefs.
I've always been. Now, this is going to sound weird because it's not my state or anything like that. I've always been a Denver Broncos fan.
Oh, okay.
No.
I grew up during the John Elway years, and yeah, I've always favored the Broncos.
Well, that's tough then, because is it mostly Chiefs fans around you? You know, not so much.
I don't really live close to Kansas City.
Okay.
So after the Rams were abducted and taken away from St. Louis, everybody around my area kind of felt a little bit homeless. So some people have drifted over to becoming Chiefs fans, and then other people just kind of scattered out.
The Chiefs might be, though, you know, because I love football. I'm a Minnesota fan, but is the most maybe unimpressive like 8-0 team or 7-0 team I've ever seen. Like for the sports, like Mahomes' numbers are terrible. He has like a super low passer rating. They got all these guys hurt, but props to just like Andy Reid and just their organization. We saw it with last season, just like find a way to win.
It's one of the best defenses in
That's
NFL history. That's really what's getting them the wins.
That's true.
Yeah.
And they just find ways to win. But
yeah, my daughter's a big Chiefs fan, but that's
Nice.
only because she's a big Taylor Swift fan.
oh, okay, that was it. Okay. Well, don't diss Taylor Swift in front of Jason Kelsey. Did you hear about him?
No,
the guy that was talking crap about Travis. Some guy sent him up and said, "Hey, how do you feel about your brother dating a homophobic slur?" And he tagged the guy, grabbed his phone, and threw it. Gotten some legal trouble, I think, for it. So don't mess with the Kelseys. I mean, you shouldn't anyway. They're freaking NFL players, so they could probably beat the crap out of you. So.
Yeah. I actually have a video. I'm always making fun of my daughter about Taylor Swift and everything like that, but I actually have a video that is going to have a little bit of a Taylor Swift crossover coming up, probably in December or something.
Nice. Mods, you might need to time out this person who says Vikings suck. You can give them a little one. Hey, we won. We're doing way better than I thought we would. So anyway, by the way, this is a great segue, by the way. If you are a sports and history fan, I am super excited. I've been invited to Tom Grossi's Chaotic Good podcast. You guys know Tom Grossi, Packers fan, probably one of the biggest football YouTubers there is. He has an incredible, if you know Tom, he does skit comedy about football. He does every weekly NFL script writer. Do you know him? And he'll do NFL reaction videos.
Cool.
You guys know him? I don't know if you know him, but absolutely hilarious. He is a former history teacher. He just went full-time YouTube about 2 years ago, but he taught for 10 years and taught AP stuff, and he's hilarious. And he, again, history minded. We're going to collaborate hopefully some more once he's out of his off season. But yeah, he is. And I've talked to him, and he's talked on stream about teaching. I can tell he was an incredible teacher. His lesson ideas and things he did were inspiring to find that out. But anyway, he invited me, and that's going to be a week from today on his podcast. But I did get invited to that. I'm super excited to talk sports and history with him. But Tom Grossi, TOM space GROSSI, if you know him. But anyway, follow him. All right, let's get back in. Okay. By the way, you got JD or Matt, if you see anything election-wise that we should bring up, anything, chime in if you see any breakthrough stuff. I'm trying to look at some of the other things. We'll team through this. What's to say? Back to Fox News. I'm cycling through, by the way, you guys, that if you just came in, I'm cycling through different kind of news outlets. I want to see just kind of how that's going and their different perspectives of it. But we got some, let's see what's going on here. Texas. 52% right now, 51% in, 52% for Trump, 46% for Harris. So I don't know where that lines up. Oh, here's your Texas Senate rate. Look at that, within 1% right now. Right now, 51% in with Cruz.
Wow.
Wow.
1% difference halfway through. Don't know what counties and cities those cover right now.
I was going to say, if that's coming out of if Austin is
that in yet?
Reporting, that would definitely move the needle in that direction.
Looks like they're calling Vermont. Not a surprise there. They did that.
Some results are trickling in for Michigan and Pennsylvania.
I was just getting ready to say that.
We'll definitely keep a special eye on that because we know that's going to be such a big deal. Looks like some Ohio stuff's coming in as well. President's too soon to call. 51 or 43%. Okay, in right now, 51% to 48% with Trump. So I mean that's pretty close. We'll see what areas is Cleveland in, Columbus, Cincinnati are in. So see what goes. I don't think anyone was expecting anything.
I will say earlier, I said that I thought that voter turnout was going to be notably less than 2020, but I think I don't know. It's looking like it's going to be about the same.
I've
Turnout's
heard
high,
that.
right?
Even the conspiracy folks are like, there's too many people coming out. I saw.
Oh, gosh.
I heard that.
So my mom and dad went and voted. This is just one example here, but they went and voted last Monday or Tuesday. And when they got there, the line was an hour long. So they were like, okay, we'll go get some lunch and then we'll come back when the line dies down. Maybe people were just coming over here on their lunch break or something. Came back and the line was they still had to wait an hour to vote. And that, I mean, it's not even on election day. And then, yeah, I've been hearing a lot of stuff about how, like, the early voting has been, record numbers. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is going to be pretty high turnout.
Yeah.
Is what I'm guessing anyway, but
Sure.
what it seems to be the case.
All right. Let's see. Oh, this is for Chris, but he's gone now. But he said, Mr. Vlogging Through History, did you see my super chat from last night about Ethiopian Civil War video made by the Cold War channel? That'd be interesting. Ethiopia, I've learned a lot more about, at least for me, answering that question, about how they were really thrown in the middle of the Cold War and kind of flipped in allegiances multiple times. Somalia had that issue too. That was, for multiple reasons, an interesting battleground between the Soviet Union and the United States to get that part of Africa on their side. A lot of it, trade routes, controlling there throughout the Red Sea. That's why Italy was so interested in it back in their old days with like Eritrea in that area, and they obviously failed. But this can go to you guys too. So which state do you think will surprise everyone and flip? Also, do you think Trump reversing Roe v. Wade will help a woman become president eventually? To the latter part of that question. But yeah, I mean, Trump reversing Roe v. Wade, Trump, it seemed, was trying to get a little bit of both sides of that, right? Going, because he's never said, I wanted full bans on like abortions and stuff. It's like you make it a states' right issue, which is the way politicians have always historically tried to look favorable, at least to a lot of people, without having to decide on it. Just let the states decide. The gay marriage was a big one for a long time with that. Let's just let the states decide. And it's an easy way to not have to take like a big stance on that. But anyway, first off, for you guys, do you think there will be any states that flip? And then also, what do you think about the Roe v. Wade influence?
Well, Matt, go ahead. You had some pretty bold predictions for
North Carolina was the one I thought would flip. Yeah, I think right now it's 23% reporting.
Okay.
Trump is at 52.9%, Harris at 46.1%. So Trump has a pretty strong start there, but we probably won't know the results for North Carolina. I would say not until 10 or 11 at least.
Okay.
So, but that was the one I picked that would flip. Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, with 28% reporting,
Trump up.
Harris is ahead in the state of Kansas.
Are you serious?
Wait, what percent?
28% reporting.
Oh
Harris,
my gosh.
Harris is at 52.3 and Trump is at 46.3.
Better screenshot that before it changes.
So I'm going to go ahead and answer that question. Kansas. If Kansas flips out, that'll surprise me.
Is there something happening in Kansas, you feel like, Matt?
Not really. It's similar to how there was that Iowa poll that shocked everybody a couple days ago that showed Harris winning by 3%. I think Kansas and Iowa are more similar. They're just centrist states, generally. Yeah. Although, this kind of reflects many people I know personally that we I think economic freedom is much more important. Like socially, we kind of like edged to the left a little bit quicker than like, I think other states. But I mean, the only reason why marijuana is not legal here, for example, again, is there hasn't been a referendum. It's legal next door in Missouri. Same thing with like abortion. There was a referendum on abortion a couple years ago where they tried to pass a constitutional amendment to restrict abortion. And I think it was like almost 60% of people that voted in Kansas voted against that. So that just shows you that it's not quite as right. It's not very right leaning. It just, or it's, it just leans to the right is a better way to put it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Somebody said that recreational weed is going to fail in Florida. So we're wondering about how that was going to go. We'll see if we
is
have
there already
on that.
Results are in.
I don't know. Is there enough in to say that? Where, by the way, do you guys know where putting recreational marijuana use in on the ballot has failed? Because I see it, it get passed in a lot of places. Is it failing has it been failing anywhere?
90% reporting, it says that yes, that they're voting to legalize it. I just checked.
Okay.
I don't know where they're getting this information.
We got fake news in the chat. Yep. Can't trust the chat, I guess. Oh man, people are gonna. Oh man, they get that on the beaches of Florida. I mean, it's gonna be
it already smells like
quite
that.
the place to quite the place to check it or to go visit. So, all right, let's see who else is covering. Let's see, who did I do last? Did MSNBC? Did Fox? All right, I'm gonna see what CNN's got going on now. If we can get to that. All right, super chats. Let's see what we got. I think this is it. Okay, I'm in Georgia, and I got a family members going both D and R. No clue who's going to win there. It's going to be Georgia.
It'll be close.
Yeah, it'll be close. But, I mean, it was already close in 2020. It was super close. So, yeah. Someone asked Chris, why aren't you streaming? He was just being a guest of mine. He streamed, Chris streamed last night. If you guys want to see Chris's election stream, he did did really well. He did one last night, so you guys can check that out. Some of you have been asking where he is, vlogging through history. He was here the first hour of this, so feel free to rewind if you want. He came in for the first hour, and then he is, going off to watch with his family, which I also, of course, invited these guys, at any time they can, if they want to do that, that's great. So I think that's important. All right. What else do we got going on? Okay. They're at commercial. So, okay.
Somebody just commented that Missouri is showing blue right now, but that's only with 5% reporting. So
yeah,
probably,
there's no way. I mean, you said there's no way, right? So yeah. Greetings from Germany. Thank you, ESPB Bilvalo. Let's see. This person, Hugh, says, I think Pennsylvania would be the deciding factor. Yeah, you wouldn't be wrong. I see more people talking about that, maybe more than anything. So I think I would agree. Patrick says the Keystone State will live up to its nickname this election. I think you're right. That's going down too. All right. Being in the military the past 6 years, I have seen a huge swing for Trump. However, I'm not sure historically if a lot of military members vote. I mean, it's definitely a little bit harder for them. They can, and I'm assuming that, the military tries to facilitate that as much as possible. But yeah, huge swing for Trump. Okay. Thank you, by the way, Viper. Canadian here. Thanks, Dad Talks. With Canada moving more conservative, Mr. I can never say his name. Polevra. Would a Trump alliance be good for North America? I don't know. Is that the type of... if it's more conservative that way, maybe... I don't know. What do you guys think a foreign relations second term for Trump would look like? you think we're going to see any different? Obviously, he talked more with like North Korea and, talking with or maybe like Russia with Putin, talking, having those relationships. But I don't know. What do you think about that?
I don't know.
I know that his first term, there were a lot of concerns that, people were saying, this guy's a madman. He's going to get us into World War III. And that proved to not be the case. I'm trying to be careful with how I phrase things here. I'm not a huge fan of how Trump conducts himself all the time, and the rhetoric that he uses,
like with foreign leaders, or in general.
Just in general.
Yeah.
But with that, I think that he presents himself as being just unbalanced enough that it makes maybe like somebody like a Putin or something like that be like there's a chance that this guy could do something crazy. And I think that there's a potential there to kind of keep some bad actors in line.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm more concerned about who he puts around him, because he doesn't.
Okay.
His term, he put a lot of faith in his generals, and he
got
kind of
rid
let
of
them
some.
run the show, and his advisors guided him. Yeah, like
So many left. And
one thing that he did escalate was the drone warfare, which I hope he wouldn't do again in a second term, because
like in Syria, like
Biden has dramatically decreased that. So I hope that trend continues. But I think the big one is Russia, and Israel, the two big wars going on.
Yeah.
I think that we probably wouldn't see. We wouldn't see probably much change with Israel, but we would see change with Russia. I think Russia would,
we pull right out of our funding.
Ukraine would no longer get support. Yeah.
That stuff. Yeah, I think I would agree. It'd be more with that, more than the Israel thing. So, his rhetoric has always just kind of turned immediately to like, when talking about what to do with those areas is usually just turned to him saying those things would have never happened.
He doesn't know anything about foreign policy. Let's be honest.
I feel like
you think he's reading about the day-to-day, what's going on in Ukraine? He has no idea.
He thinks he has power over, those guys. With Putin, he thinks he would have kept them from invading, and I don't know. And
because
his thing with Israel, Palestine was because of how we lightened up on Iran. It's not that he was saying like, yeah, okay, I'm going to help support the Palestinians, but it was just going to be like a peace through strength thing, where it was just cripple Iran and thereby cripple the Palestinians, and then an October 7th would never have happened. And I don't know. It's hard. Those are interesting claims because they're unfalsifiable, like completely, because you're talking about a hypothetical thing that never happened, but it's easy to run on that. I think that was actually like pretty smart for for the rhetoric of just politics and campaigning, of just saying it would never happen, because you'll never have to prove that, and nobody can disprove it. Anyway. All right. Next one here. Let's see. In relation to the Party of Peace, don't forget under Trump, they stopped counting drone attacks. So speaking of that, and did bomb Syria. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bipartisan thing.
Sure.
War on terror continues.
War has always been that way here. Although maybe dividing. We mentioned in the previous stream that we did, if you remember, Matt, with Chris, is saying it's the optics now are that the Democrats are the party of war now, at least with that rhetoric.
Yeah, just rhetorically. Yeah, the rhetoric has shifted, but it's the same. It's like,
or isolationism, I should
that's
say.
The thing. People don't actually understand their policy positions, and so they're just going off vibes and rhetoric. And that's why Trump has convinced so many Latinos and African Americans, Hispanics to his side, because they're not actually looking at his policies. You think they're opening up the Republican Party platform and reading everything? No, they're just listening to him praise them or whatever, dancing into certain songs. I don't know. Like, it's all superficial. Like, I think that sometimes we give a little bit too much credit to your average American voter. Like, Like how much is a voter actually researching every single issue? How much do they know about every single issue? I mean, the vast majority of Americans still think that the president has a lot of control over the economy. They don't. I made a whole video about it. Like the president has very little control over the economy, but that doesn't matter. So many Americans went to the voting booth today voting for the president they think will be better for them on inflation or on higher wages, whatever it is. Yeah.
A false attribution kind of fallacy in some ways. But yeah, people say, well, you were the one in charge, therefore everything, goes back to you. I mean, didn't Trump say, like, when he became president, that he's like, this has less power than I thought it was going to? I remember, I think he said to have said that he thought you'd actually be able to do more, but found out, and actually you can't. And I mean,
thankfully,
it's a good thing. I mean, we want checks and balances, no matter who's in there. Like, you can't just come in and just do whatever. So anyway, I saw Pennsylvania update. By the way, Kansas 29% reporting. Kansas still blue at the moment at 29%. So we'll see how that goes. But the additional Pennsylvania thing I saw was like 13%. It was much higher for Harris. I think it was 60 something to 30 something. But that was
it's like 12%, 65,
like that.
34 right now.
Okay,
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. All right, vintage $20. Thank you so much. I will say, as a Gen Z voter in Flint, Michigan, Kamala is very popular here due to the large union population we have. GM plants still here. Biden's work with unions is likely a big reason why, and still going to be close in Michigan. That's interesting because Chris was just saying, heavy factory working community kind of that he's part of, and he said the unions there are very pro-Trump.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally that's
What
been
did you
true.
say that? Maybe you said that, JD. I don't. Either of you said that.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier, and I don't think that's as true as it once was.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about my son being, a concrete, working on a concrete crew as a, union worker, and he sent me a picture of, some stuff that the union sent out for the elections, and it was encouraging people to vote Democrat. And he said it was, I mean, among everybody on his crew and everything, it was a huge joke to them. So yeah, that thing with the unions is not quite as quite as locked up as it once was.
You're saying unions are still, they're still blue for the most, or maybe it's more partisan now, but it used to be very cut and dry. It was like the pro-union party, or at least a little bit more, not pro, but like more sympathetic towards unions. And I know like Biden, a lot of people, said that he's been working and been showing at least more pro-union than decades probably for presidents.
Got some more states being called, but I have to go here.
Thanks for coming. Yep. You said I appreciate you coming in for the hour. Have fun. Anything else? Can you give us a hot take, a hot prediction? I've been asking these guys.
I stand by, just like Alan Lichtman with his 13 keys, I stand by the economic data, GDP per capita growth, inflation going up or down, unemployment rate going up or down. And the economy on all three of those measures point to an incumbent victory, the incumbent being Harris. So that doesn't mean it won't be close. So I think, like, looking at the results so far, I do think it's going to be, unfortunately, it's going to be a long night.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think still that because the economy is better, people are more forgiving of like the high inflation of 2 years ago. And so they're willing to give the Democrats another shot. So,
okay. All right. Love it. Okay. Thanks again. You got anything going on? Hey, anything going on? You want to let people know what's your next thing? Anything? You got any streams? You got any events? You got anything coming up?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, sorry. I got my Supreme Court brief series.
Yep.
My Supreme Court brief series resumes on Friday. What else? I got an event in Kansas City at the Kansas City Public Library on November. Oh crap! Next week sometime. Check my website.
Oh, cool. So if you're in Kansas City, come on out.
If you're in Kansas City, yeah. So
Okay. All
Thanks
right.
for having me.
Yeah. Yep. We'll see you.
Bye, guys.
Awesome. Later. Awesome. Those guys are so
All
great
right,
at,
cool.
doing this stuff. They're
Oh yeah, they know their stuff too.
they just know it. And I've told Chris too, like he should commit more to live streaming. He is I feel like got such a good knack for it, and that
I think
camera
he's
presence.
leaning into it a little bit more. There is something that he has tapped into
Mhm.
with the live streaming thing that I think is absolutely great. I sent him a message yesterday after his live stream, and I was like, dude, you could probably retire off of the super chats that you got this evening on that
He
thing.
could be
But
just
yeah,
a professional streamer. Yeah. The hardest thing
he
about live
does such a
streaming is multitasking. It's so hard to
Mhm.
do that because you got your thoughts you're doing there. You keep up with the regular chat. You've got the super chats, and one thing he's good at and better than I am right now is managing all three of those at the same time. And I think
yeah.
that's interesting. But
And
then
there's
yeah, Matt does a good
there's
job.
something else that he has that I don't like. He can riff on stuff,
Yeah.
pretty easy.
Yeah.
And I've described my brain before like a crock pot that you have to kind of put
Yeah.
something in there, and then I need to let it sit and cook for a while and think about it, and then I can spit something back out. He does a real good job of just firing stuff right back out. So yeah,
All right. I
I'm
want
looking
to
at
test something.
Virginia right now.
Yeah. What do you
48%
got?
reporting.
How
Donald
many?
Trump is marginally ahead in Virginia right now
Okay.
with 48% reporting.
Marginally. I think that was predicted to be probably more for him, maybe
It'll definitely go
maybe than North
Democrat.
Carolina, their neighbor, North
Yeah,
Carolina. Yeah.
yeah, it'll definitely go blue. But it's always interesting for me to sit there, and I like seeing Kansas and Missouri right now as blue. But
Okay. We'll see. Still a lot going on. All right. Anyway, let's pop in here and see what else is going on. Yeah, but you're talking more about Georgia. That's just Fulton County. I mean, that's Atlanta. So showing that on the screen right now, it's 71%. Obviously, that's going to happen. So too close to call right now in Georgia. All right, they're bringing up North Carolina right now. If you guys are there, yeah, 40%, 51.9. So it's within about pretty much almost the margin of error right now with North Carolina with Trump up just a little bit. I think that was overall
yeah, looks like
going on.
Raleigh and Charlotte, those counties have at least got some reporting in.
Okay. Got that going. All right. Nick, $5. Thank you so much. Says, I'm 40. My dad is a vet, was born in West Germany. I lived in Europe till I was 10. Seeing the fall of the wall and the USSR environment makes a
Wow.
difference for sure. Wow. What an amazing experience to do that, to see all that. And if you're, old enough to remember that, that's so cool. So, all right. Heel did a $2 super chat, said, love you guys. Let's all spread love today. I agree. Again, thanks to everybody again in the chat. You guys have been awesome. I hope this has been a cool place, a chill place to talk. And, we got different people. I see different perspectives all around here, but you guys have been very cordial with each other. So I really appreciate that. I really do. So, all right, what do we got here? Have you guys, thank you, a War Thunder player, $5. Have you guys checked in on the live interactive maps? Lots of interesting stuff there. Also, thank you for the great stream. Yeah, I'm going to plug into some of that stuff as we get more info coming in. Right now, it's not as super helpful because it's still pretty early, but we'll get into more specifics as stuff is starting to come in. Central Time people are pretty much locking up right now for the most part. About this probably just closed within the last few minutes, so that's going to be coming in. In my area, in the Mountain West, at least in Utah, they're open till 8. So I don't know if in the Mountain West region of the Mountain Time Zone, if there's really anything that could sway things going in there. I think New Mexico, blue, Arizona, probably going to be red. We'll see in the West Coast. Other than that, with the West, I think it's just going to be Nevada is a potential too close to call kind of thing. But other than that, we just need to wait, I think, for these Central and Eastern time zone states to get going. And again, some of them around 50% and higher. This Ohio's at 50% right now. Too soon to call, it says, in Ohio. And nationally, it said popular vote. Oh, I just missed that. Popular vote wise, if anyone has any information on that, we can see. But we also know that doesn't matter at all. So we'll see how that goes. Michigan, 10% in, too close to call it, 10%. Kamala's at 52%. RFK was able to break through at about 0.5%. Interesting. Why is he still on the ballot? Are people just writing him in or what? I don't know. What's
No,
going on.
he stayed on the ballot in states that were going to be close.
Why? What is he?
To-
I mean, he endorsed Trump. What is
to
he?
try and draw votes away from Harris.
Do you think that would?
Yeah.
Do you think that's okay? Do you think that would work?
Possibly.
Chat. What do you guys
That's
think?
been something else. That's been something else that's been interesting to me about this election is like the Republican ticket has almost been like some sort of unity or coalition ticket. 'Cause, I mean, you got like Tulsi Gabbard and
Sure.
RFK, and I mean, there's been a pretty broad range. It's been such a fascinating election.
Somebody here said
Um,
he said they wouldn't let him off the ballot. Is that true? Like how?
there
what
were
notice do you have
some
to
states
give?
where, yeah, there were some states where he tried to get off the ballot but didn't, or couldn't. They wouldn't let him off.
But didn't he
there were
necessarily? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, somebody in the chat just said that. Hang on a second. Let me go back and look at it. Somebody, said JD has it backwards. He tried to drop out in close states so that he wouldn't steal votes from Trump, but it was too late for many. Okay.
All right. Just wondered how that would help him, but all right. Let's see what we got here. Lord Darkside again. You had a $50 earlier. Thank you so much. But it now says, repeat. What do you think of politicians voting on partisan loyalty over issue merits? People like voting for their tribes. It's usually politically advantageous to follow party lines. Trying to go outside of the party in a two-party system is not going to do well for you. Otherwise, if that happened, we'd have way more third candidates. I feel like you would have that. You almost can't. And you can blame, if you want to blame the Electoral College for that, of just this winner take all kind of mentality, which is why we have like a two-party system. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but it doesn't really benefit you to do that, I think. So I don't know if you have anything to say about that, about politicians voting on partisan loyalty other than issues.
I mean, yeah, I don't really have anything to add to to what you just said.
It just, you think it's more advantageous to follow party loyalty?
Yeah, because I mean, there's so much like backroom dealing and stuff like that. Like I have there's a friend of mine who was in the state
Hold on, by the way,
legislature.
just looking in right here, current for what they're suspecting here. So I mean, this was similar to last time, but it's just those states.
Talking about that scorecard.
Trump's, the scorecard. Trump's in it. Oh, sorry, I should take this off. Trump's in an early lead, just like you did, but again, we'll see what he says about that. But that's because those states that are easy to call are going for him in the Midwest and on the East Coast. But it's those other ones that are going to take hours to do that. Anyway, I think that's it. So yeah. Anyway, go finish what you're saying. Here's popular vote. Sorry, cut you off again. Popular vote at the moment. It's 52%, 46%. With let's see, 29, almost 50 million votes in right now nationally counted.
Yeah, and that's all before California, though.
Oh my god, yeah, that's more. Yeah, right there.
So
are you watching Fox News? We're going through different ones. We're rotating through different ones. Fox News is just up on the rotation. It's probably time to switch. I think we're now to MSNBC. So, yep. One of the things, if you guys just came in and saw, we're going through multiple different channels and looking at kind of their framing. going on here. So, yep, we're not, sticking to one channel. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to see how everything is going and how it's covered in different things. So we're up right now with MSNBC. And then after this, we'll go to CNN and then keep going to the different networks. Anyway.
Which honestly, that I mean, even, not on a live stream, I think that's what people should do anyway.
Yeah. This is what everyone should do
always
on
be
election
looking at
night.
things from different perspectives.
Yep.
If you were to look at my little Apple Podcasts feed, the different, like, more political things that I follow, I listen to Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh, and I also listen to Pod Save America.
Yeah, that's famous.
So
big one.
two radically different
It's great
stances.
It's hard to do that. A lot of people, it's very comfortable to sit in your thing that you side with, and then you develop obviously a worse echo chamber. It takes a lot of, I don't know, mental maturity, I guess I would call it, to be able to consistently be able to hear things that maybe challenge you, and I think that's very beneficial.
Well, even if you're a hardcore Republican or a hardcore Democrat, I want to listen to what the other side is saying to, learn more about their position so that I can better articulate myself when I am, talking with somebody who maybe holds those similar beliefs. So.
All right, super chat, Lone Wanderer, $20. Thank you so much. How much longer until Destiny gives us a Napoleon tier president? You mean Destiny, like the YouTuber, like the content creator? If he's gonna do a Napoleon tier list, I don't know what specifically he's gonna do that. I don't think he's the type that knows anything about Napoleon. Debating that, but anyway, Napoleon tier list. I don't even know what is a Napoleon tier list. Maybe that might be one for vlogging through history. I give him crap because I've said that Napoleon is like overrated. But he loves Napoleon. So sorry, Napoleon simps out there. All right, who's y'all's favorite UK Prime Minister? Holy crap, I don't learn enough about the UK Prime Ministers outside of my own timeline, to be honest. So anyways, this is Harold Wilson. Do you got anything on Prime Ministers?
Man, I'm gonna hit the easy button and say Churchill.
I could talk about Churchill. Yeah, I can't talk about him. Everyone knows about old Winston. All right, Theta $5 said super divided and hateful election both sides this time. What do y'all think about that? Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe a little bit more than normal, but what they find out, and maybe we'll find out with this election, is heated rhetoric can work. There's a reason Trump has set himself, I think, especially aside from the rest of what the Republican establishment did. I mean, he crushed the status quo Republican Party, and it wasn't by coding his speech. He said what he thought, and he said it in a way that is, works for him. And we found out people like that. He's I don't know. It's worked. I feel like, so I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I'm really interested to see what rhetoric is going to turn in after our Trump era is over. Like, is this the new standard especially for the Republican Party? Is this the trend going forward, that you're going to have somebody with that type of rhetoric and a little bit less of a filter? I don't know. What do you think about that? What do you think the future is, especially for the Republican Party after the Trump era is over?
I think that, like a JD Vance or a Ron DeSantis is kind of what the next step is. Trump is an anomaly. There's not another Trump, and anyone who has tried to out Trump has failed at doing it.
Yeah.
So he is really kind of, like I said, an anomaly. I mean, personally, the question was asking about, the rhetoric and how nasty it is. Yeah, it's
It's not the new normal, do you think?
I hope not. But man, I have really been bothered by some of the things that have been thrown back and forth. And it's extended not just to each candidate. It's not, somebody calling Donald Trump, a fascist or
Sure.
being dangerous
Is that
or
rhetoric?
Harris,
Is that
communist,
rhetoric?
stuff like that.
There's some rhetoric that's a little bit less usual. You're seeing from the Democrats to start to throw around those terms at him. That has been a
And
response for sure.
and it's extending to like not only the candidates but the people who support them.
Sure.
So I mean, recently when Trump, here a word that I hate seeing thrown around is Nazi.
Yeah. If it
I
gets diluted,
I really take that seriously.
Sure.
I think there are some very specific filters that you need to run a person or an ideology through before you start throwing around the word Nazi. And recently, when Trump had his rally in Madison Square Garden, and people were
talking about it.
people were comparing
One of
it
the
to the Nazi Party that
Yeah.
was rally that was held there in 1939.
Right.
Like that was way out of bounds in my mind. But yeah, I'm hoping that after this, we'll kind of enter into a new phase.
Yeah. See, like I at least don't think JD Vance will turn into that level. And as much as people might disagree with some of the other stuff about him, like to that level, because it'd probably be really easy for him to mimic that from Trump. And at least you saw, like with the vice presidential debate, refraining a little bit from just totally mimicking that, and probably doing it less so than say even like a DeSantis.
Yeah. I think that, I mean, even if you disagree with their policy and their stance, like they do a better job of articulating policy and sticking to it and arguing it from an intellectual point of view. Trump is more of like just a gut reaction kind of person. The vice presidential debate I thought was great.
I did the live stream, and it was everybody was like, "Wow, I like both of them more than I thought."
Oh, it was so refreshing to see two candidates get up there and just talk policy. I mean, it was really nice to have kind of a boring debate again. I'm kind of I want to see some boring presidencies. I'm tired of these apocalyptic elections that we have where, if one candidate wins, the other half of the country feels like, democracy has, it's the end of democracy or anything like that.
I think with how it's covered, I do think that most people do believe that. There's obviously the loud bunches of people that love the way that each candidate is speaking about each other. But I think the run-of-the-mill people don't want to just have this shoved in their face all the time. And anyway,
well, hey, man.
Chat history. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Love your channel. Vlogging through history. Chris is back. He is saying it's Jover. He's saying it's pretty much. He thinks it's in the bag for Trump. It sounds like. Just because of those, more southern states and how they're kind of going. If it does look that way, it looks like Harris will need to, even though it sounds like it's very possible to win all the northern swing states. Might need to turn into that. We'll see how this turns out. It's obviously still, very close to call, but I don't know. People also, again, want to be the first to. Okay, new projection coming in. Let's see what we got here. Rhode Island. They're getting those 4 votes. They're going to Kamala. Okay, that's
they all count.
Yep. I mean, yeah, vote's a vote. All right, Mississippi. Didn't see that one coming.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Again.
basically Delaware. I'm assuming Delaware is going in. That's Biden country. So
Yeah.
Louisiana. Okay, Louisiana is going red. 8 votes going there. So we got some predictions right there. Question: how do you think the stock market will react? Yeah, it's interesting. I started doing stocks this past spring for the first time in my life. And I talked with the stock guy, and first off, he says that election years are great for the stock market because candidates want to do as much short-term minded things to boost the economy for election season. And so I was like, all right, so you see, you're going to see that jump there. And after, I mean, we'll see how the market reacts. I don't know enough about stock market like history that if we had Matt back on, he might be able to say, I don't know. Do you have anything about the tying to the stock market to the voting afterwards, not in the election year leading up to it, but immediately in the aftermath of the election results? You know anything about that?
I mean, there's a whole lot of other factors at
Sure.
play there.
It's never going to be like what happened with
Yeah.
Brexit, like when that passed and all of a sudden the market just went fluctuation, because that's
Yeah.
a much bigger deal. But
If you look at how Trump governed during his 4 years, there was a lot of deregulation
sure.
with businesses and everything. So that could maybe have some sort of impact if people think that he's going to govern in a similar way if he wins. Yeah, so I don't know.
They're all right. MSNBC's calling Florida for Trump. Maybe I don't know if that's a little bit earlier in the night than maybe some people thought, but they're calling that. So
Yeah,
that's a big
94% reporting in Florida. So
wait, what is it? 94? Okay, so
94%, and yeah, and that was
didn't they?
like 56-43 Trump.
56-43.
So,
cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. If you're into that.
Yeah. Well, hey man, I'm probably gonna jump off of here, and
I was gonna say I was
go
gonna
see if I
take a break
can get home.
Okay. Wait, did you have to go into town again?
Yeah, I had to come to town.
You?
Yes, I'm not at my house, so we'll see if I can get back to my house. See if I can get across the creek.
Okay. Thanks a lot, JD. Plug anything. What do you got coming up? By the way, JD is the History Underground mods. Let's get a link to his channel there. Yeah, what's coming up?
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, so right now I'm running a series on the World War I Battle of Arras, which includes Battle of Vimy Ridge. And coming up after that is going to be a series where I went down to Guadalcanal.
Oh,
so yeah, we're doing a series on the Battle of Guadalcanal. Is pretty wild trip.
God,
So,
man, you and Chris go on the coolest trips. Was that in the summer or what? When did you go down there?
No, I got back from Guadalcanal about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, you able to get out of school? That during a fall break or something? Yeah. Man,
no,
awesome.
I took the time off to.
You took it off. Okay, we don't.
Yeah.
We get the holidays off, but at least for me, you don't get a lot of like vacation time additional. You get a handful a year. So
yeah. So yeah, this Guadalcanal trip, it's one that I had planned for quite a while.
Awesome.
It's I went with a guy who has a YouTube channel called Guadalcanal Walking the Battlefield.
That's awesome.
Dave Holland. And yeah, it's a place that not many people get to because it's difficult to get to. And yeah.
I've cut back on some other things like that take time in my life, and I want to start going on like the trips with like you and Chris and stuff, and start doing some of those again. I know you guys have done some, so
yeah, that'd be awesome, man.
Get involved.
Yeah,
okay. Hey, thanks again. Have a good night, everybody. Say goodbye to JD.
Hey,
all right. Okay.
Thanks for the invite.
No
Appreciate
problem.
it.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
All right. See ya.
See ya. All right, chat. It's you and me. All right, yeah, I did want a significant amount of time to go to a little bit of solo with you guys because I actually want to start putting up some audio and things from these streams and or from the things we're watching, just so we can hear a little bit of what's going on. And yeah, I'm gonna be able to power through more super chats. I'll be able to get a lot more super chats, you guys, to through you guys. So keep those going through. I'm sorry, I'm about halfway through, but that's just because I had the guests and I wanted to make sure the guests, got to be able to speak. So it wasn't. I promise you, I wasn't ignoring that. I have my guests. I got to make sure I, really value their time. Okay. All right. Help me out real quick, you guys. I need a little bit of help with the audio. I'm going to unmute the stream here. And I want to be able to talk over it, but have you guys still be able to hear the reporters. All right. So will you guys help me with that? I'm going to unmute it right now.
Although we're hearing lines are particularly long, not just here, but also
all right, it's
southern
unmuted.
Nevada counties. 3 hours we're
Can you
hearing
move
for
yourself
some
to the
lines,
top left?
which could push this into the
Yeah,
night.
where do you? Oh, yeah, that would be way better.
Steve Patterson
What do you
for
need?
us
Let me
in
figure
Reno.
this
Steve,
out.
thank you very much. Fascinating. I love seeing people come into the polling place behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know it's going to be a long night.
Or
It can be hard to arrange the childcare. Why not make it into a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we'll be back with you later on as we head toward poll closing in Nevada. Much appreciated. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. Steve Kornacki. Oh, wait, hold. Two people just spoke to me at once. What did you say?
Lower audio.
Looking at the road
out.
to 270 map, Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 62 electoral votes. Steve Kornacki, you are looking at Pennsylvania.
Actually, I'm going to boost. I'm going to boost myself.
As we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump. That's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that.
I boosted myself.
Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties.
I know that
not
from
complete yet, but it's one of the most complete.
I know that from the office.
About 80% of the vote.
Okay, how we doing? How we doing?
Here. And this is following
I booted up the mic.
that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris
I booted
had a
up the mic.
gigantic lead with that, and with every update since
down
of the
just
election
not
day
what?
vote,
Which
Trump has been
down?
chipping away at it, and you're at 80%.
What do you guys want down?
Right now
Myself
so more to
or?
come. And again, this is a key county. I think once we get full results here, this might be going because this is what we're looking at.
Independently drop the volume.
Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden,
It's good.
got it up to almost 10. And the question is,
hello, testing,
is winning
testing.
for Democrats statewide.
TV down,
or
nice
anything
volume.
less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the
I put this down. Does this help? All right. Anyway.
Lackawanna County. We need to see that.
Okay. Actually, you know what? The first thing. Okay, it's good. We're locked. Okay, this is just for the MSNBC stuff right now. Perfect. By the way, hey, chat history. Hello.
Substantial county in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're.
If you want to pop in, by the way, chat history, if anything you want to say, I'm accepting other YouTube guests. We've had 3 awesome guests so far. Mr. Beat, vlogging through history, JD.
Between 16 and 22.
Too quiet. Wait, I can't hear now. Oh, it's too quiet. Okay.
In 2020,
the stream's too, or the.
We have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county.
All right, let me turn up that
as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it lets the mail-in vote. You see Joe Biden
turn my mic down
narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now: is the remaining
not qualified to participate? Thank you. Okay, no worries.
Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin.
How we doing?
We started to get some results here out of Wisconsin too. And I just want to show you. We said at the start of the night.
Well, you're yapping because this is Kornacki. He is the map guy. This is his.
Winnebago,
this is his thing, though. He's the map guy. He touches the screen and it looks all cool right there. there?
2020 still
Okay.
won them. Wants to
All right,
win
but
it
yeah, we're
back.
on
And
MSNBC.
wow,
I think we're on this for the moment.
Waukesha, and
A good
Ozaki,
question, though,
these
is
are core
this.
Republican suburbs where
I need
the
some
Democrats have been
DoorDash.
gaining.
I'm not going to leave you guys, but I am
So we do have now
very, very
nearly
hungry.
40% of the vote in the biggest of the wow counties. This is Waukesha
Yeah, they're just
County.
yapping. All right,
And
let me
just
get back to
put
some
this in
super chats.
perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21
Thank
points.
you, Grand
But
Admiral
look,
Thrawn.
in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to
All right,
Mitt Romney, it
SoCal
was more
Absol
than 2
says,
to
my
1
wife and I
Republican.
dropped our ballots
This
off
was
a few
bad.
days
This
ago.
is
Tonight
one
we
of
were
the
ordering
reasons why
Chinese
Donald
and going to
Trump
have some
lost in
alcohol while we
Wisconsin
watch
4 years
election
ago.
coverage.
Now,
Sounds like a
the
good
way the
date
vote
night,
is
SoCal.
coming
Thank you
out
so
in
much.
Wisconsin tonight is the absentee
Phil
vote.
Nerdy,
We
would
may
you
get
like
absentee vote a
what they
little
do in
bit
some
later
European
from
countries
some
where
of
they
these
vote on a
counties. It's done
weekend?
at the
I mean,
municipal
yeah,
level, but there could
potentially.
be opportunities here
Do you guys
for
think
Harris
you
to
would get
grow
more
the support.
voting on a
This is not
weekend?
like
What do you
Pennsylvania,
think?
where this is just
What do you
all
think about the voting
Republican
thing? Should
gains
it be a
later on.
holiday,
So
and
we
not
gotta
just for
keep an eye on
selfish
here because
reasons,
the
of like, oh, it's a
Democrats
day off, but
want to
like,
get Harris over 40%.
what do you guys think
in
about the
Waukesha.
current
They
voting
want
on
to
a
keep
Tuesday
making gains here. And so with 40%
without a federal
you're at
holiday?
about the
Or do you just move it to the
2020
weekend?
level. And this is the other one. Ozaki County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level
Holiday,
of educational attainment.
holiday.
That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better.
I do
with this
think you'll get a
demographic.
better
This
turnout
showing
if
for
you
Joe
make it a
Biden in
holiday on a
Ozaki County
weekday,
in 2016. I don't know why it's that.
especially in the middle of the
2020,
week
this
where you
showing
don't
for Joe
have
Biden,
it
he
like
lost by 12 points, was
back
the
to
best
back
showing for a
with
Democrat in this
a
county since
holiday
Lyndon
where it's just
Johnson
like,
in
or sorry, weekend. So you have like a
1964.
3-day
So this is
weekend.
one tonight
I think
where you
that's
want to
a big
see
one.
if Harris
I
is
think that would
further
help.
improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something
Promote
like
voting
that.
early.
So far,
Yeah.
a little bit
I mean,
more
that's
than a quarter
definitely
of the
one.
vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaki County. These suburbs,
All right, what's going on with
Milwaukee,
Wisconsin? Let's
used
listen.
to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have
Yeah, what
been
do I order for
eroding
food, though?
that support for
Bagels?
Republicans. If they can do more,
Someone
that's
said
big
bagels.
for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used
Madison,
to be
big college population,
very spread
college
out in the
voters,
state.
which means more
Democrats could
blue.
win dozens
That's the
of
University
rural
of
counties with
Wisconsin down there in
blue-collar
Madison.
populations. Trump came
That's
along,
going to
he
attract a
gobbled
lot of
just
blue
about all of
voters.
those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County. Every election this century,
In Milwaukee, will go
Democrats
blue.
have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again,
You know, it's important
back to the turn
because
of the
it's
century,
moving around a
Democrats
lot.
were winning here by about 50,000.
You also know it's important
Every
because his
04,
sleeves are
08,
rolled
12,
up, you guys.
16, 20, it gets
His
bigger
sleeves are
and
rolled
bigger
up.
and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight.
Not
because,
gonna lie, I
again,
might
they're
just get
taking
McDonald's.
taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 190? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got inWisconsin.
Okay.
Steve, thank you. We're going
Wisconsin
to
is going to be important. It looks like it's a must-have.
And Jacob is actually
it's a must-have for
City Commissioner
Harris,
who is in charge of running elections in that city.
Because
Jacob,
any other moderately swing state,
yeah, that's right.
seems
Rachel,
like that's
this is Seth
called thus
Bluestein.
far
So there are
is
3
Trump right now.
Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for administering
I'm
elections.
one of y'all,
here
man.
in the city
I
and county,
order.
same
Yeah, I'm gonna order
jurisdiction,
food.
at least same populace in Philadelphia. There are 2 Democrats and
Zach
1
Starr is
Republican.
streaming.
Seth succeeded.
He's streaming
Al
election
Schmidt,
stuff
who's now
too.
the Secretary
God,
of
should
the
have
Commonwealth
invited him.
here. You were the deputy commissioner to Al Schmidt.
I've been talking to Zach Starr
when, former
recently.
President Trump
He's
was attacking him in the wake of the
absolutely
2020
hilarious.
election. First thing I want to ask you about, sir, is former President Trump did put out a message on.
Of course,
Truth
the
Social
algorithm
this
is
evening.
killing
A
me
lot of
because
talk about massive
be sure to like
cheating
the
in
stream, guys.
Philadelphia, law
I'm
enforcement.
having a hard
coming.
time even finding it on my finding myself
Again,
on my
a lot of
personal
talk
channel
about massive cheating in Philadelphia. This is former President Trump.
that
Your
I am
response,
subscribed
please.
to
Well, it's
myself.
absolutely not true that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody
Conspiracies
else who
have
had
come
any
out about
complaints
voting
throughout the
fraud in
day
Philadelphia,
to
which
address
means
their
very
concerns.
unfounded.
We
They're
have
like
open
too
lines of
many. They're saying
communication,
too
and
many
voting in
people are
Philadelphia went
voting
really
in
well.
Philadelphia.
And so just to put a fine point on
But
it,
you can go to the
allegation
lines
of
and see
cheating
how
by
long
former
they were.
President Trump in Philadelphia is false. Is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely not true.
Okay, let's also talk about safety and security here. This is the main ballot processing center for the entire.
We'll see what the
city
framing
and
of
county
that is on
Philadelphia,
another
where we
news
are right
network.
now.
We're on NBC,
You
MSNBC
had
right
told
now,
me
so we'll have to see
earlier
how
this
Fox
evening there were some bomb threats here in
covers
Philadelphia at or around
potential
polling
voting
places.
fraud.
How many? What's the nature of
I'm
those
in
threats?
Utah.
Did it affect people's
Used to live in
ability to cast
Minnesota.
votes tonight?
Yeah,
We used
there
to
were
live all around the
concerns at
country.
about 10 polling places right at the end of the day. One polling location actually needed to be evacuated for a short period of time. So
Pisconius.
voting
Yeah,
was
I know what you
extended
mean
there
now.
for about
All right.
23
Anyway,
minutes.
let's
And
get
just
back to some
finally
other
this
super chats
evening,
as
here
well.
in Philadelphia, I know
You guys
that the
still here
mail-in
okay?
ballots, you all don't process any ballots
Hear
here. Speaker
the
Magda was
chat
talking
or
about this
the
until
stream?
7 a.m. this morning. Those ballots and that tabulation, that processing is underway right now in the building behind us. What's the status of the count? When are we going to have a result here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so in our initial
Watching and
release, right when
placing
the
bets
polls
from
closed at
Australia. How
8:01,
close do you
we
think the
had
election or the results will
115,000
be,
mail
or will the
ballot
difference
results
be
that got
quite
posted.
noticeable? It's
Over
going to
the
be
next couple
close.
hours, we'll have in-person
It's
results
going to be
coming
close.
in, and then we'll do another release of the
Things
mail
are
ballot
trending.
results right before
It looks
midnight.
like for Trump right now.
Ultimately, when the process is
Things
done,
are
isn't really
trending
up
a little
to
bit
us.
in
It
his
depends on the
favor.
margin of the election.
There hasn't been any
This
any
might
kind
go
of real
to tomorrow.
losses
absolutely
for
could.
Trump.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against
But
yourself
thank you,
in
cosplaying
2020 at a
nerd.
police detail. What's the nature of that?
Thank you for not
now?
being
Any threats
biased.
against you or
Everybody's
your fellow commissioners?
biased.
We're keeping an eye on
I
the
just
threat environment. We don't have anything
try to
specific at the moment, but it's
do my
definitely a
best.
We're
possibility.
glad to hear it. Okay, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, thank you very much.
As someone from
I'll let you go back
Kansas, I'd be
inside.
shocked
Really
if we
appreciate
are
it.
blue,
Thank you
but it would
very
be a
much.
fun case
Rachel,
study.
so that is
Yeah,
the
anybody got
city commissioner.
updates
I'm gonna
on
show you just as
Kansas
he
right
walks
now?
in. This is the ballot processing and tabulation center.
I
It'll
think
be the one
Biden is
chance we
long
have to actually
gone.
look inside because we're not allowed inside here
I
tonight.
think
But
you've
this is
been
where the
asleep
votes
the last
are
about 3
being
months.
tabulated right now
4
in
months.
Philadelphia, and they're going to push us out here because we're not supposed to go inside. Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Jacob, that was very
Yeah,
intrepid.
don't go. Oh
following up
man,
towards that
I'll tell you what.
slightly open door and getting everything you could from that.
I'll stop sharing this one at the moment. You know who I was really going to feel bad for today was poll workers. Would any of you actually have wanted to be a poll worker today? Would you want to be a poll worker today? I would not have. All right, let's see. Fox News has got going on. They got their whole panel. All right, we got Sean Hannity. Let's see what Sean's talking about. Here we go.
I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270
What did he
continues.
say?
We're about
I
to
think
get
I just
our
heard him
first
say.
look
I heard him
state
say
of
at the
play
end
in
there. I
battleground
don't think
state
she's
of
going to
Nevada.
do it.
Our special coverage continues.
Needed to win. Scorecard
this.
right now: 195 to 117. Anybody know at this time of the day in 2020 what were the polls? We know Trump was ahead for a bit, and then
You believe you were sent by God?
Yes.
more votes out of the bigger blue cities were starting to come in as well.
Repent! Come and be baptized in the River Jordan!
All right, test. I'm listening to my own stream at the moment here. Yes.
In the name of the one true God.
Awesome. Oh, okay. I can
Good
actually
Ranchers is
sound
delivering
good.
American sourced
All right,
proteins the way it used to be.
Let's go ahead while this is on
Over
commercial
30%
right
of the
now. I'm going
food
to go ahead
sold
and
in
mute that for
grocery
a
stores.
second. And let's go ahead and get through some more super chats. Again, thanks to everybody that's hanging out tonight. Again, I appreciate everybody for being here and also for just being great and being pretty kind to each other. So, yeah. All right. It's wild to me as an Australian that election day is on a weekday. In Australia and all Australian states, we vote on a Saturday. It's also compulsory to vote here. Kids get voting papers in year 12. Wait, kids can vote at 12 in Australia? I did not know the age. That's not true, right? 12 years old. The compulsory vote thing, I think, is kind of weird. And I know what happens in a lot of those places is, don't they will just write in bull crap names? Oh, year 12. Okay. They're essentially seniors in high school. Okay, I got you there. So they actually are about 18. So that makes sense. Okay. that would have been interesting to. That makes sense though. But yeah, what do you guys think about compulsory voting though? What do you think about that idea? Let's talk about it in chat. By the way, let's look at the poll right now. The current poll at 5,800 votes. You guys are saying that Harris at 52% to 48%, but Harris will win tonight. And I was gonna, like, in parentheses or something, just kind of like say that. Remember, I'm not asking you who you want to win. I'm just asking who do you think will win. You know what I mean? Because it could be different. It could be different depending on, you know, what you think. Oh, sorry, I missed this one. Jay Lyons, $10 says, having election day be a holiday would do nothing without fixing our election process. It is needlessly complex and leaves way too much room for cheating, sabotage, and governmental incompetence. Interesting. So maybe that you're saying that's really not a priority. So, you know what I mean? Depends on what we're saying about fixing our election process. If you're talking about things like the Electoral College or just the way that we vote. All right, currently we are at, Pennsylvania is too close to call, but it is 32% in. Kamala is at 52%, so 52 to 47 right now. It seems right now that, yes, she is going to have to win this. She's definitely going to have to win Pennsylvania right now. Okay. I'll tell you did I tell you guys who I thought was going to win? I was leaning very close to, I think Trump was going to win. It's actually why I brought up something, and maybe it was just a vibes-based thing, that when Harris, you know, pretty much gets the nod, when Biden officially announces and, you know, he's out, there was this huge wave, right? A massive wave, and the excitement that people had was huge. And then it dipped, and there could be a couple of reasons for that. I mean, it just naturally could dip a little bit. I was also asking the panelists if a little bit of the excitement for her dipped because it seemed that she was reaching towards the Republican Party a little bit with some things. When she starts talking again, doesn't change really any messaging on or she starts talking about like the border and the immigration policies and kind of what, you know, she was supporting there, kind of reaching towards that. Even things like, you know, no taxing on tips, which is one of the very few policy things like Trump brought up that, you know, people are like, yes, that's great. Not having any kind of different stance with Biden at all. And in fact, I don't know if you'd say it's moving to the right. It depends on maybe your perception there, but you had that going on, but reaching to the right a lot more. Didn't take any kind of other stance when it comes to like Ukraine and Russia or Palestine and Israel,
entirely,
but she did not reach further to the left
President Trump. We're also watching
than
the Senate
what
race
was
here.
going
Mike
on.
Rogers,
By the way, we got a
Republican
bunch
candidate, spoke to the
of
crowd.
gift memberships going out right now. If you guys have seen, let me
Okay,
I
great.
want to
Thank
shout
you.
those out real quick, and
You
I'll
know,
come
there's
back to
some
super
Democrats
chats.
saying North Carolina is
Insane
on the edge,
Howell
but
gave
I
out
don't
10
think they're fully
memberships.
agreeing
So
with
some of
Sean.
you just got a gift
And they
membership,
still-
and it's
and they
showing up
still
in the
may make
chat.
t-shirts.
Thank Insane Howell, and then
Well,
right
I'm not
after
only saying
that,
North Carolina, I am saying
Jennifer
North
Mira,
Carolina and
she
Georgia will
also
go
gave out
Donald
10
Trump
gifted
tonight.
memberships.
And
Thank
I
you
am
all
as
for doing
confident
that.
in that
I
prediction
really
as any I've
appreciate
ever
that
made.
because
Wow. Okay.
channel memberships are
Bill
great. You
Hemmer
get early
tracking
access
that.
to
Are
all
we
my
backing
videos.
that
There's a
up
whole
on the
bunch of
wall?
content that
I
is
tell you
non
what,
members
just,
only that
Sean,
been either
if in the end
demonetized
you're right
or
about
just
that
wouldn't
here in
fit the
North
algorithm
Carolina,
very well.
I
So
showed
there's
you
a lot
this
more
county
content.
last hour, right? This is
You guys
Addison
didn't get
County.
one. If you want one,
Up to
they start at
47%
$2 a
African
month
American
to help support the show.
population. You know,
Also, link
sometimes
to
in these
Patreon. Some
elections
people have
where
asked
you
about
see
the
an outcome,
Patreon.
you're
That
like,
is down
that hasn't happened
as
in
well.
100 years.
You don't get any added
Well, something just happened for the
content
first time
benefits
since
from it,
1876 in North
but
Carolina.
they do take a
And
smaller cut than
Republican won this
YouTube,
county
and
for the
a lot
second
of people
time since
just
the
would
1870s.
rather do
So
it through
I just like
not
something to
YouTube,
like
and
stick
I
in the
totally
back of your head
understand
and
that.
think
So
about, well, that
thank you
was a
very
data
much, you
point
guys,
along the way.
for
You
helping
guys mentioned
others
the
out.
blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're
All right, what do we
moving
got
toward
coming
the
in?
Central Time Zone. We're talking
Popular
about
vote right
Wisconsin,
now
Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a
is
lot of
Trump
stuff right now, okay? Because
is
this is
at
anecdotal stuff, and just the data
52%
points
on
that
the
I'm seeing
popular vote at
on
the
the map.
moment.
Okay, when you go to
A lot of that's
Wisconsin,
going to
right, you
change with the
have
West
to look
Coast states, of
at Dane
course.
County, University of Wisconsin. In the midterms,
That'll
they
have
had
a
more than
big change.
85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of
Democratic
votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now.
Thank you,
Kamala Harris
Patrick.
has
$5.
almost
We need to bring back
66%.
blue laws for
So
election
this is
day.
where Joe Biden
Thank you.
finished.
Harmony,
Same
thanks
county,
for doing
same
your
city
own
4
channel
years
membership.
ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know,
Harris
that little pattern
underperforming
we
in
saw
Milwaukee
back there
right
in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? No, is Detroit, you know, right now, Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County.
That won't happen in
That's
Detroit.
Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall. Because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first.
This is going to be very important.
We still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground.
News
it was
volume
heavily
down.
Democratic.
Will do.
When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points.
Channels
It's
so the
off
audio's
the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan.
Checking out, you guys. A lot of you guys are citing websites.
Very similar, maybe not as
data.
extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan.
Ones. What are some other good ones?
But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know, and you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016.
I don't know how relevant this is
he was
right
able
now,
to
what he's
win.
saying.
And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can we go to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
You want to see how this is shaping up? I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way.
CNN's the next one we'll go to.
Political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,000.
Turn down the
82 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about
All right.
Sauk and Kenosha?
Being boring right now.
Sauk is right.
Mute him for a second. All right, guys, let's go through some other super chats. I know some of you had questions. I read this a bunch of time. It has about broke my brain. It says, Dark Warrior, $5. If you read as read, you have to read to read it as read instead of read, depending on how you read. You might have to read too. Thank you. We are all confused. Hey, thank you so much. ITX, $19. I'll always round up the penny. Excited to see my boy, Mr. Beat, still waiting on that tariff video. Any case, Mr. Beat, do you still feel confident about the economist predictions that you had in your channel recently? Sorry, I wasn't able to get to that while he was on. We just have had a ton there. I'm trying to think if he answered that. What were the economist predictions? That I don't know. I'm so sorry, ITX, that that didn't get to him. Thank you so much. Night Shepherds, $20. Wow, so generous. Thank you so much. I love all of your channels. I'm glad you're doing a live stream together. Hope that you are doing well. I will say thank you on behalf of all the YouTubers that have been nice enough to come out right now. We really appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying all the stuff right now. So hope you're loving the content. Hope you guys like this format. Do you like this? Kind of what we're doing, what I've been doing. I did my first debate coverage. You know, obviously there's going to be a bit of a lull and some of the coverage and stuff going on, but things to cover like this. But hopefully you guys like this, just kind of hanging out, watching. You know, we're watching history, right? Isn't that kind of how it works? Watching history unfold. By the way, what do you guys think about the chat? Do you guys think the chat has been pretty good as far as behavior? Has this been are you looking at other places? Are the other communities
at this point
bad
sort of
out there?
frantically reaching out to
All right,
a
let's
lot
look
of
at
young
CNN.
voters across
Thanks
the
again,
state
Night
of
Shepherds.
Nevada to say, hey, wait a minute. Hopefully they're looking at their text and saying, hey, wait a minute, there's a problem with your ballot. You need
That's
to check
been
in
mostly
with the state
behaving.
and make
Good.
sure that your signature is verified so your ballot can be counted. So that is one
All
thing
right,
that
what's
they're
he
looking
saying?
at this point. There are about 14,000 of these ballot issues that they're trying to
Did,
rectify. They
closed
do have
captioning
several
on
days
if
to
you
work
guys
that
can see
out.
it.
And as you mentioned, Jake, the polls are about to close here in Nevada. If you're still in line, you can stay in line. We heard out in Nye County, which is about an hour outside of Vegas, they've got a line about 2.5 hours long. And so that process is going to go well into the night in that county as well as here in Las Vegas, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta in Las Vegas. Thanks so much. Let's go to Kyung La in Phoenix. Kyung.
We're in Maricopa County, Phoenix, and the most populous county, Jake, in this entire state.
Phoenix
As
will be
Maricopa
red.
County goes,
Or, I mean,
so does the rest
Arizona.
of Arizona. That's
Yeah,
why
how's the
we are
audio on
here.
this
We
one,
are
by the way?
watching the clock.
This is the last
in
audio
just
I have to tweet.
minutes. In about 8 to 10 minutes, we are hearing that the county will be reporting its very first batch of election results. 11 electoral votes on the line here out of Arizona. Maricopa County will give us a strong indication after that first drop, but it takes a long time to count all of the ballots. The first drop that we're going to see, the first results, will be the early vote that is counted before Election Day. And it's not all of them, but it is the majority of the early vote that is counted before Election Day.
Missouri
That is what we are
is
going to
Trump.
know in
Yep.
just minutes. We are
Not
watching
surprising
to see
there.
what is happening. And
JD
the
told us
sense that
about
we are
that.
getting, Jake, from all of the
No, I'm not
election
a furry.
officials we've spoken to here in Maricopa County is that they are overwhelmingly pleased that there hasn't been major problems here in this county. Things have gone relatively smoothly. Yes, there have been some small issues here and there, but overwhelmingly, they say this has gone fairly well, and they are really looking forward to, continuing to keep that going. as they
Anything
go
massively
throughout the
weird
night.
about
After that
voting?
first report, Jake, we
Voting
are
things
expecting to
happening?
hear
Is it quiet
further
at the
reports
moment?
as that in-person
I haven't
voting
heard
today starts
anything
to come in.
like
Jake.
major. I
Kyung
heard
La
little weird
in
things here
Phoenix,
and there, but
Arizona,
nothing
big battleground out west.
as big as it was yesterday, or sorry, in 2020.
David, what are you learning
Nothing
about
as big as
Nevada
2020,
voters and
right?
the issues that they're focused on?
Well, the democracy.
Oh, I still haven't
democracy
ordered yet.
and the economy
I
are
keep getting
battling,
distracted.
for that top spot. 33% of Nevada voters in this election.
I kind of want some
say
nuggies.
democracy is the most important issue to their vote.
Anyone opposed to me getting
32%
nuggies?
basically the same. Say the economy is most important. Then that is followed by immigration at 15%, abortion at 11%, and foreign policy down in single digits.
DoorDash has
Your family's financial
free
situation,
10-piece
is
McNuggets
it
if you
better or
spend
worse than 4
$15.
years ago? A plurality, nearly half of Nevada voters say, 48% say it was worse
Get a
than
lot
4
of
years
food
ago.
for
It's
cheap.
worse today than it was 4 years ago. Only 22% say it's better than 4 years ago. 29% say it's about the same. Undocumented immigrants in the U.S. should be offered a chance at legal status or should be deported.
By the way,
4%,
I actually want to talk
majority
about
in
this real quick. There's an interesting thing that is coming out with polls, and I've seen it in national polls and stuff, and it's about the immigration thing. And when given the option, consistently people polled when it says what should happen to undocumented immigrants between some kind of path towards legal status versus deportation. All the ones I'm seeing, and this is like Fox News, and then now we're seeing on CNN, this is from Nevada, but depending on it, have said offered a chance at legal status. And I feel like that is against a little bit of the narrative that a lot of people think that it is as divisive of an issue. I think it's less divisive than people think. Because again, when now repeatedly polled on this between a pathway towards legal status versus deportation, I've consistently seeing it may not be a huge percentage difference, but that there should be a chance towards some kind of legal status. And I mean, obviously that is going to differ on what people think about what that should be. There's a lot of people that, you know, will still claim things about like the asylum policy and a lot of those, but just in essence there. So yes, and some of you are bringing up like, hey, criminals and stuff like that, but you know, yeah, but just like in general, rather than just deport, like say deportation, regardless of.
Nevada, side with the Harris.
If you want to say it's criminal history in their countries of origin or whatever it is,
Nevada
that are
side with the Trump position,
siding more towards the idea of some kind of path towards legalization, whatever that means.
68% of Nevada voters, nearly 7 in 10, say abortion should be mostly legal. 28% say it should be illegal.
And that's what I'll say on that matter. Just what the polls have been showing.
Is at 40% in Nevada, 59% disapprove. That is about where it is nationally, Jake.
All right, David. Thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall.
All right,
well, Jake, we're starting to watch now as we go further west. We have more states coming in. Some of the states we talked about earlier that we thought were aberrations or early votes, you see right here now, including Kansas. Kansas has gone back to being a Republican state. We expect it will finish out that way. There are some Democratic
Mr. Beat
support here. They're mostly in the eastern part of the state.
And Shannon
Manhattan,
Beat.
Kansas. Well, remember, it was
Kansas is going red.
Alarm after Dobbs when the amendment passed out there. Protecting abortion rights.
54%.
So we'll watch the result margin. We expect Kansas will be a red state at the end of the night, but you will keep an eye on that to see about that. And then you keep coming forward. Here's the one that's interesting, and it's staying interesting.
Tell him. All right, back to super chats. Thank you so much. Let's see. Philip Coggins. I'm an expat. All right, friend from high school in Argentina, and they use mostly U.S. dollars. Yeah, Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, actually wants to see them convert to US dollars. I'm wondering if that would devalue the US dollar just because just transferring that inflation to the United States because their inflation problem was so massive there. So no, so far it says, you guys said so far Iowa's going blue. It doesn't look, Iowa. I thought you said, sorry. I thought you said Kansas. All right, Elena, Terry and Beat, as guys of respect, would you guys reassure me that Trump won't burn it all down? JJ scared me a little bit. Is that what JJ McCullough is saying? Guys, I'll reassure you that whoever wins, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay, guys. You're going to be okay. There's a lot of hyperbole, a lot of fear mongering. You're going to be okay, whatever it is. All right. Go outside. Touch some grass, everybody. You're going to be okay. All right. Harris's only path to 270 is Pennsylvania. Yeah, for sure. If she doesn't win it, she has no chance. Maybe she should have chosen the very popular governor as her running mate, but there's a reason. Why she didn't. Oh, are you going to get into that? Some kind of like anti-Semitism thing? Yeah, I don't know about that. But I think you're right about the Pennsylvania thing. For sure. And that is why I brought it up to those guys when we were talking with Mr. Beat and stuff. If they thought Pennsylvania was going to be a big deal, should that have been the choice over Tim Walz? So I don't know. I mean, we'll see what hindsight's going to be, but yeah. All right, next polls are closing right now. They're closing in my state. So Mountain West. Okay. All right, my current home state.
4 electoral votes. CNN can also
literally the votes just went. Yep, they're predicting Utah. Utah is going.
Nevada
that
is too early
some of you all were like concerned with the idea that they call these states without
this election. Let's look at the electoral
even like starting
math
like
right now.
officially
Donald
with the
Trump
votes,
has
you know,
172
without them the
electoral
polls even
votes.
closing. But
Kamala
this is
Harris
how
with
news
81
media
electoral
works.
votes,
It doesn't mean that it's
270
official.
electoral
It just
votes
means
to
the
win.
news
Neither
media
of
is
them
calling it. You
is
don't
there
have
yet.
to
Let's look
wait
at
very
the
long to
key races
predict
now.
that
Pennsylvania,
Utah
Kamala Harris, 49.9%
or Wyoming,
of the vote.
you know,
Donald
is
Trump
going
has
to
narrowed
happen.
her
It's just not the
20,000
deal.
plus vote lead.
Ooh, hold on,
He's
let me
at
turn off.
49.2% of the vote. More votes have come in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Holy cow, look at this.
43% of the estimated vote from Pennsylvania is in, and Kamala Harris right now has an 18,000 plus vote lead there.
That was not
Kamala
very
Harris
assuring
in
for
the lead
Pennsylvania.
in Michigan, 51.6% of the vote. Donald
It
Trump
put
has
him at a
46.5%
virtual
of the vote.
tie in
Kamala Harris with
Pennsylvania.
a 46,000 plus vote lead. Still, only
If it's not
16% of the
Pennsylvania,
estimated
it's
vote in
it's
Michigan
over. But
has been
again,
counted. In Ballot,
Philadelphia,
Wisconsin,
there's a lot of stuff.
Harris
A lot of the
is at
bigger
49.8% of the vote. Donald Trump is
areas
at
are probably not in
48.4%
yet.
of the vote. She has
And
a
it's only
15,000 plus
35%,
vote
but
lead.
that's
That's
not
more
a
than
good
a third.
sign,
35% of the vote
for her.
counted in Wisconsin. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 196,000 plus
Okay,
vote
66%.
lead. That is with 2/3.
North Carolina,
52%
for Trump in North Carolina.
In battleground Georgia,
So things
Donald
are
Trump
trending
maintaining his
there.
lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris,
Georgia
47.1%
looking
of the vote.
Trump
Donald
as
Trump with a
well. I think
208,000
we kind
plus
of
vote
figured
lead.
that out probably
That's
about
with
an hour ago
79% of the
at
estimated vote
79%.
from the battleground state.
Yeah, Pennsylvania still says a
Georgia.
Commonwealth, but like nobody cares what that means.
We're now getting an update on the vote in North Carolina. Let's go to
Back to live. Okay, here we go.
And you know,
I did want to see that. Yeah, we're back live now.
Is in Charlotte, is in the Mecklenburg County. Brianna
By the way,
Taylor
guys,
has
don't
the Board of
order the
Elections
chicken Big Mac.
in
It's
Charlotte. Brianna, what
disgusting.
can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. So at this point, Jake, about
If any of you were thinking
100,000
about that.
ballots are in out of several hundreds of thousands of ballots. And that really could change any moment because we are expecting about 420 to 430,000 votes, which would have been
You liked
early
it?
in-person
Gross.
votes to have been closed out and posted here to the State Board of Elections. So we could be seeing that.
The other
literally
chicken
any
sandwiches
moment.
at McDonald's
But what
are
we see
fine,
right
but that chicken
now
Big
is
Mac
a picture of a fraction
did not work.
of this key county. It's about 34,000 absentee
It didn't
ballots
work,
that were received
guys.
before 5 p.m. yesterday. And it's also an upload of about 70,000 election day ballots from today. And you see right behind me, you see that red satchel right there. That is really the key here. These are being delivered by car. We're almost in sort of what is a drive-through situation here outside of the building of the Board of Elections here in the county. And these are delivered, these flash drives, they go inside through a very strenuous process, ultimately are uploaded to a computer that has never ever touched the internet. And then that is compiled
They're trying to reassure
and ultimately posted to the State Board of Elections, Jake.
the voting
All right, Brianna
machines.
Keeler
They don't
in
ever,
Charlotte. Let's
they
get
can't be
more
hacked.
on North Carolina.
They do
from
not ever
Pamela
hook
Brown,
up to
who's
the
at voting
internet.
desk. Pamela, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm just getting off the phone with an official in North Carolina there. This official says, look, first and foremost, it's going to take some more time to get results from across North Carolina's 100 counties. He said that this is going to be close. It's going to take some time. There are counties that haven't reported yet that are red, and there are counties that haven't reported yet that are blue. So let's dive a little bit more into the numbers.
Saying
We
don't
have Wake
jump the
County.
gun on
This
North
is the most
Carolina right now.
populous county in North Carolina. It's right here. I am told so far more than 510,000 votes have been reported. That's according to the state's dashboard. So for context on that, there's 830,099 registered voters. So that's the most. It's likely going to be a lower number in the end. So they're actually making some headway there. But over here, in Mecklenburg, the home to Charlotte, they're having a logjam uploading the numbers to their site, I'm told, so far. And things are moving quickly, so this could change. But just a second ago, before I came on air, there were more than 84,000 votes reported so far. And for perspective, there's 857,354 registered voters in Mecklenburg. So that's a very small fraction at last check that that we're seeing bear out in the results there. And again, because they're having issues uploading on their site, which is bound to happen. And again, that state official there in the Tar Heel
Google
state
election map
telling me that, again, be patient. It's going to take some time.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. John King, North Carolina, a lot of people thought that we would know pretty quickly this election season who won, but
well, there's no Google election
sure
map.
that
It's
we're going to know before midnight at least.
It's defined pretty quickly, right? Compared to 2020, it could be pretty quickly where
All right, right here. This is from Associated Press. Currently, the nearly 100 electoral vote lead with Trump right now. Now, let's see what's going to happen. So there's still some things that are not in yet, though. I don't know if they haven't counted all these. Okay, Georgia is going to be red. Minnesota will too. Wisconsin, it sounded like maybe they weren't. They thought, it was like leaning towards Harris, but it looks like that's less of the case now. Michigan, it looks like I think it's gonna go to Harris. Pennsylvania is still very close. They're at 47%. It says here with Trump ahead. I mean, it's over if this happens. There's no path after that. Virginia, yeah. What's going on in Oregon? Oh, don't worry about Oregon. It's 1% reporting. These are the rural Oregon is very red. So this is not going to be your Portland kind of thing. The West Coast is going to be blue. Idaho will be red. Nevada is a toss-up right now. We don't know. We don't know on that. Arizona probably red. Would be pretty close. Mexico, this is early, but is suspected to be blue. Colorado will be blue. Kansas, it came a little bit closer than what they thought, but it's going to be red. Same with Iowa. It'll be closer there, but it won't matter. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania. I think Michigan, Wisconsin are all going to have to be blue for there to be a chance, because I don't know how it's going to work. It's probably going to be Trump with Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia. All right, they just added Colorado, so there you go. It's a little bit closer there, but is there something like an odds, like a percentage that they have anywhere like that changing? All right, let's go. We're going to keep cycling news stations. We're going to go ahead and go to the Senate race. Fox News is covering this. Okay, super chat.
Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends
Urban
to be
Supreme 2024, vote now.
2020, we're seeing that again.
That guy's pretty funny. Thanks, Gord.
All right.
Cuban immigrants are mostly suburbanites, Mexicans, and other Hispanic Americans.
So let's go.
Immigrants are actually economic refugees. That's the difference.
Philadelphia.
Well, they both come from very different political
Let's
situations.
All right, here we go.
That's why Cuban migrants are going to be more likely to be Republicans when they get to the United States.
We got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters.
Social, or as far as like social issues, immigrants coming from somewhere like Mexico are going to be socially conservative, but politically might align more
she's
with
just a tick below that right now.
Democrats. That might happen, but those demographics are, I think, changing.
Right, we saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago.
Especially once you get to generation
Wayne County and Detroit, we're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here.
Harris loses PA. It's completely
That's about
over.
As close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
Fellow KCMO native, thanks again, young French toasty and current resident. Also, I wish so much that Missouri was blue. Republicans have destroyed social services. I'm disabled due to malignant brain cancer. I'm so sorry to hear that. And Medicaid and SSDI have been a nightmare to find doctors. I'm so sorry about your health issues. Thank you so much for your super chat there, young.
This is a place I want to check out. I haven't
best
done it yet.
of luck
Let's find out
to you, my
together.
friend.
This is Butler County.
Lars, thank you so much for your $1.
Right, where were you on July 13th?
Shapiro turns off
here we go.
Arabic
We
and
got
Muslim voters for
94%
views on
coming in.
Israel. It
Just
would have cost
shy
a
of
large chunk of the Muslim
66%.
population
So
in
how
Michigan.
did Trump
Yeah,
do
thanks, Daisy Gamer. Yeah, I
in a
think
rural
Michigan's still
county
going to
like
go
Butler
blue, though, for that.
4 years ago?
I don't know if that's much of a
the assassination
demographic, really,
attempt,
that
right,
she
this
was
past year. It was
thinking about
almost
when making the
around
Shapiro
same
decision.
number, okay, up
Personally,
36,000 to
from what
finish
I
it 4
understand.
years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks.
Nate
Laura,
Borman, $5.
Well,
Thank you so
I
much.
just think
You
it's
guys should read the
interesting to
ballot
look at these
text for
states that
issue
we kind of had looked
1 in
past
Ohio. It's
in our
very
analysis.
clearly
We're always
written
focused on
and
the blue wall states,
bipartisan and
obviously
has
so
no
important,
objectivity at all.
but
I'm assuming
signs
you're
that
being
Trump might be
little facetious
outperforming
there.
in ways that we hadn't expected.
I'd have to,
bubbling
I'd
up
be
in
interested to know
places
what
like
you're
New
specifically
Mexico,
talking
where it's
about.
only
So I think you're
23%
being
of the vote in,
sarcastic.
mind you, tons of
Marco,
votes
thank you so
outstanding.
much.
But he looks like he's
1,000
outperforming there. He's
horses.
up now
Is that
6
Argentina?
points with that small
Do you
turnout.
think Peanut the Squirrel
And
will
New
be
York
the
Times
defining
gives him
factor
a
of this election?
79% chance of winning this election at this point.
I don't know.
Leaning
I mean,
North Carolina,
I don't know what
leaning
anybody could do
Republican
about that.
in Georgia. If those trends continue,
By the
it's
way,
all
let me
those
go
three
ahead
states
and
where
mute
it's
this for a second. Chat. Can we get some 07 salutes in the chat for Peanut the Squirrel? Can we give our condolences to Peanut the Squirrel? Type 07 in chat. If you're a channel member, you already got the emote for it. You already got a salute email. All right, in chat for Peanut. Thank you. I'm seeing it come through. Thank you so much. Gone, but never forgotten. Is Peanut the new Harambe? Is that what we got here? Peanut the new Harambe?
You know, how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is
I think
to get
both sides went
same-day
in
voters
thinking they had
at
the lead
numbers
today.
that they'd
had
never
both
gotten
sides
before.
very much
And
felt they had.
this is where we now find it.
lead.
If I am
Because it was really
correct in my
close.
belief and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating to Laura's point.
Well, to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called
All
it
right,
within
super
an hour and a
chats.
half. So
Thank you
not
again.
even an hour and a half.
Pizzolo, thank you. I haven't seen you in a while. Hey,
if we
Teach,
wanna
just got
play
here.
out
What are
a
the
few
predictions?
scenarios,
Yeah,
if
you're
that
hearing
turns
it.
out to be right, or
Right
Harold's
now,
gonna wear
things
Sean
are
Hannity's
trending
wrong
towards
t-shirt.
Trump, but it is too
If
close to
I'm
call.
right
There's
and
still some
North
very
Carolina and
important
Georgia go to
votes,
Donald Trump, and I am
coming in.
confident based on the information.
So it is too close
Dave
to call.
McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Lars, thanks again.
Against Bob Casey,
The
the
split of
incumbent,
Virginia
who's
into
been running ads,
Virginia,
tying
Dems,
himself to
and
Donald
West
Trump in
Virginia
Pennsylvania, which I think is very
Republicans.
telling.
Due to Civil War alliance,
He's
it's
confident
paradoxical now. Give
Donald
the
Trump
opposite
is going
modern
to win
political
Pennsylvania
alignment.
tonight.
Why did this reversal
That
happen?
and
That'd be
what the Trump team has
really
been
good question,
telling
I
me,
think, for Mr. B.
where they were up by
That's
1.1 million. We
about
went over
that
these
whole
numbers earlier. Back 4
with
years
that,
ago,
I'll
they
be
were
honest.
only up
I
400,000
don't know
going
enough
into
about it. You guys can help in
today's
chat.
voting,
What do you guys
day
think
of
about
voting.
Virginia, West Virginia?
In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation. A 40% difference. They 40%
Thanks for pronouncing Nevada
shortfall.
correct, Donators. I will not say
I'm
Nevada.
looking at the big board numbers.
Nevada is for like
Bill Hemmer,
D-bag.
and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly,
northern one.
South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So
I forgot this guy's name.
Came out
He's also
big for
he's
Donald
ignoring
Trump,
a lot.
that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county.
Jesse Waters. That's right. Yeah, Jesse.
Let me just put the caveat in there.
I know him. I
We
just forgot
sat
his
on
name.
An election desk in 2016.
Hear him all the
And
time.
there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to
That's where the
win.
evening began.
And then it started going down. And we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost.
Right.
And the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower
I'm
path.
Brett Hume.
And
we talk like this, like Tom Brokaw. This is how we talk, and my face is melting down here. This is what happens when you get old and you sound like Tom Brokaw and Mitch McConnell. All right, super chats. Thank you guys. Let's get some more here. Going in here. Let's see what we got. All right, this was an interesting one. Emperor Emerald 277. Thank you for the $10. Says, as a Michigan Muslim, it seems the Arabs are going Trump. Why? And Pakistani, Indian, other Muslims, nationalists are lean Kamala. Really? I'm interested to hear that. Indian, a lot of the Indians there are very like pro-Israel. India is very pro-Israel because they have they feel like they have a history again with Muslims. When you go back in history, back to like Delhi Sultanate, Mughal Empire, that kind of thing. But yeah, I was interested to hear that perspective. I did not necessarily predict it. I think the way that you just said it there. I think it's because certain Democrats are pro-Palestine. Yeah, it's just Kamala did not campaign on that. She actually kind of doubled down on Israel support with Kamala. Sorry if I said the emphasize the second A or first A more than the second A. That's just naturally how English is. It's an exception with Kamala, then Kamala. Yep. All right. Hey, my food just arrived. I'm going to go ahead and put this back on. Do you guys want to hear these? Do you want to hear the talking heads for a minute, or should we go back to some more election results while I just go grab my food real quick? I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to let the dog out as well. I think we will go ahead and let's go. You want talking heads? You want CNN? Okay. You want to go back to CNN? I saw a couple of people say CNN, so here we go. All right, I'm going to give you this for just a second. I'm going to take a quick break. You guys can use this as
We've
well.
been told that there is a large tranche of votes that's soon going to be
I'll be right back.
reported. How many and how soon?
Yeah, we're just working with the state.
Actually, I better bring
go
this,
over it. We
my
have
side up
uploaded
here
it to the
just for
state. So
copyright
they're just going through
reasons.
it, and it should be up here in a few
Right back.
minutes. So yeah, about 320,000 advance and in person and absentee by mail. They're coming.
Okay, so 323,000, and when you say minutes, we're talking 5-10 minutes?
I don't know. It's with the state, so they'll review it and then they'll tell us when to push those results.
And can you simplify what in the adjudication process held up these votes for hours?
Yeah, it was just the images loading slow. I'm not sure what caused that to happen. It usually isn't that slow. It was just literally kind of excruciatingly slow. But like I said, we got it resolved and, moving forward and getting out those results.
This is also a problem that happened in 2020, though, was it not?
I don't know. I was not here in 2020, so I'm not sure. I know they had issues similar, but I'm not sure.
So this has now been resolved. We should not expect this to be a problem with adjudicating ballots moving forward.
No, you shouldn't see this with the election day. And we actually do have all 156 precincts, the locations, their memory cards are in the office now. So we've got everybody back. They're actually going to start running those memory cards now.
And so after those 323, it should move pretty quickly?
Yeah. We're expecting it to pick up.
All right. Zach Manifold, Supervisor of Elections here in Gwinnett County. I'll send it back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Victor. Let's get more on Georgia from Sarah Murray, who's at the Fulton County Elections Hub outside Atlanta. Sarah, what are you hearing about the outstanding votes there?
Well, Jake, for all the flack that Fulton County gets for how it runs its elections, things have been going very smoothly and very steadily here tonight. They've had these memory cards coming in. They're uploading the day of election vote, and they're hoping in Fulton County to be able to upload all of their day of voting by 11 p.m. Now, there is another large county where things are going a little bit slower, kind of like Gwinnett, DeKalb County. I spoke to them a little bit ago. They said they don't have a number of what their overall election day count was, and they're not sure how long it's going to take for them to get through it. They're just
I'm
chugging
back.
through it little by little. Now in Cobb County, another large county here, and they also had about 85,000 votes. That was their day of votes that they were turning to. They too are hoping
What'd I
to
miss?
be done by
What'd I miss?
11 p.m. The last county I talked to is
Pineapple on
Clayton
pizza
County.
is a
They were
sin.
also working through their day of
We'll come back with some
voting.
more super
They had hoped
chats.
to have it done by 10 p.m. It looks like they're missing that deadline a little
Yellow
bit.
wave
They
in the
were
west.
definitely saying they only had a handful of precincts left, about 13 precincts when I talked to
Maine
them about a
splits
half
their
an hour
votes.
ago, that they were still trying to upload
There'll
the day
be
of
like
voting
what
for.
3
So things
votes?
seem to be going
They'll
pretty
split their votes.
smoothly.
There'll be
And
one
behind me, you get a little bit
electoral
of sense of
vote
the
that goes out of
process.
Maine
This is
that'll
where
go
the
to
memory
Trump.
cards came through. They
The
just
rest will
brought them
probably go
through.
to
They checked them in here with a police
Harris.
officer. They get scanned in, and then over in this glass room, we're showing you this is where these memory cards are removed. We start to see them uploaded. So
Emperor
that's what's
Emerald,
happening
only
here in Fulton
mainly
County, and
referring to
hopefully
the
we'll have
Indian
more
Muslims.
for you
Yeah.
around 11.
Sarah Murray reporting on the count as you look around the Atlanta suburbs. As she's noted, she's in Fulton County, which is here. But this is where the big outstanding vote is. So let's just come back statewide first to put it into context. The Trump lead now 170,000 votes. It was over 200,000 not that long ago. So it has come down some. As
Jeb,
more votes
what are you
come
guys
in.
talking about
So
Jeb
let's just
for?
walk through what we just heard real quickly. Fulton County, you're at
What's going on in
84%,
Georgia?
but this is the #1 population center.
Fulton
Largest
County is
population center in
Atlanta.
the state.
Who's going to
Also
be blue?
a hugely Democratic area of the state. That's where we're waiting for votes. Also Gwinnett County #2 in terms of the population, plus the other counties right
They
around
need a higher
Atlanta. Any
percentage.
path to a Democratic victory, Jake, has to come there. So when we get more of those votes, we'll be able to at least get closer to
Kamala.
being able to answer the question:
Kamala.
is that lead that Donald Trump has safe, or are there enough votes out there for the vice president
Virginia
not only
turned back
catch
to
up, but
blue.
pass?
All right, John, thanks so much. We have another projection. CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of
Ohio.
Ohio, as expected, will go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral count?
CNN projects
Now,
Ohio
Donald
to
Trump
be
has
red for Trump.
195 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has
Which
91
brings a
electoral
suspected
votes.
from CNN at
270
195 for
are
Trump
needed to
and
win.
91 for Harris
John
right now.
King.
Well, Jake, as we watch more of the map fill in, and this is welcome to election night.
Betting
We're now
odds
what,
are at
10:20
over
in the
90%
east, and we're
Trump.
moving
Wow.
across, and you see votes as far west as Montana and New Mexico and Arizona starting to come into the map. We haven't touched this one all night. Let's take a quick look out there in Arizona. I haven't said Maricopa County on an election night, and it's 10:24. That's an outrage. You see right here the Arizona stat coming in. It's very close right there. We're about half. It says 50% of the vote, so that's pretty fascinating that Arizona's getting that vote in so fast. Let's get back there in a minute. Let's move more to the east in some of the
Sid Religious,
battlegrounds that we know
$10. Good luck to
are
everyone, because I
absolutely
feel no
key
matter
to the
what who
path to
wins, there's going to be
270.
something
And an
crazy
interesting
happening. I don't
development. Yeah,
know.
it's early. We're still counting votes, but Pennsylvania,
Peaceful so
Michigan, and
far,
Wisconsin,
right?
half an hour ago, we're all still blue. Now Wisconsin has flipped to red only by 8,000
Thank you.
votes, and we're only at 47% reporting. And so there are two ways this happens. Either Donald Trump is overperforming someplace.
Thank you,
where,
Dingo.
He hasn't before.
Can
or
you elaborate
he's
on why
filling
the
in
U.S.
rural
election is
counties.
on a
So let's get
weekday,
a
not a
look at the map
weekend?
and see what
In
we have
Australia,
here.
it's always
So
on a
the one, let's
Saturday
look
every
at the
3 to
live
4
outstanding
years.
vote.
We get
So
free
you got
sausage.
big
This
blue dot here in
as
Milwaukee,
well.
big blue dot here.
They're called
in Madison,
democracy
the
sausages.
blue dots out
Heck
here
yeah.
in the area, but a lot of red dots as well.
If we had
And so
democracy
Donald Trump with a
sausages,
very narrow lead in Wisconsin,
everyone would be voting.
which welcome. Again, 2 elections in a row.
I
it's been
don't know
20,000
enough
votes and
about the
change,
history of
22,000 votes,
election
20,000
day
votes.
and why it is when
This
it
certainly
is.
shapes up to look like we're going to have another one of those, a photo finish in Wisconsin. A lot of outstanding votes.
I'll
It's
be
hard to
honest.
make any projections or
I don't
analysis
know.
except to say Wisconsin.
Because, yeah, it does
once
make
again,
more sense
is
to make it on a
incredibly
day
close.
that's
So
a little
let's
bit
come
easier
back
to
out
vote
and
on.
move over to Battleground Michigan. This one here, for those of you familiar, if you watch a lot of cable television,
If anyone
you
has
see
a little bit
Debbie
more
Dingell,
info
the
on that,
Democratic
on the history of why it's the
congresswoman from
Tuesday,
west of
first
Detroit,
Tuesday in
Washtenaw
November,
County, Ann
let me
Arbor
know.
is her district. Over the weekend, she got a lot of attention for saying she was nauseously optimistic about Michigan. I was texting with her a little while ago. She says she's cautiously optimistic now, and I had to check. That's an upgrade. Cautiously optimistic is better than nauseously optimistic, according to the Congresswoman.
Chris,
this is her district right here. This is
not
one of the things
poll-related, but I
highlighted
enjoyed the
earlier.
crap out of Tom
Washtenaw
Goss's road
County is
trip
the home
series
of
where he
Ann
visited
Arbor,
all
home of the
30
University
NFL
of
stadiums
Michigan,
in 30
home
days.
of a
All the
campus
money he
been there
raised
several times
that trip,
where
he
they
even
have a
spent it all to
remarkable
charity. Yeah.
voting
You
operation.
guys don't know I'm on Tom
Encouraging young
Goss's
people to vote, encouraging
podcast
students who live
this
out of
week,
state to switch
and
their
he's also
registration
going to
to
be
Michigan.
with
So they
that
vote in a
supporting
battleground state. If
a
you're from a
charity
state
of my
that's not a
choice.
battleground state.
So
this
come
is
out
very
to that.
important for the
It's going to go
Democratic
to
coalition.
a local.
66% right now.
My
if you round that
school
up
is
for the
going to
vice
be
president,
doing our
with
holiday
60%
stream,
of
our
the vote
holiday
reporting
charity
And again,
drive here.
73% for
It's
Vice
not
President
announced
Biden.
which charity
If
it'll be. It'll
ends
be a
up
good
that
local
way,
charity that will
that's
be
a
well
problem.
vetted.
Doesn't mean you can't
And
make it up
proceeds
somewhere
will
else.
go to
But
that.
if you're
So
losing votes
please
in
come
one
over
key
a week
county,
from today
losing
to Tom
percentages in one key
Grossi's
county, you
channel
better make them up somewhere else.
and
Check
come
below.
support that.
Now, Michigan is the one state, to come back to the 2020 example, where you could argue the vice
Thank
president
you.
has a little bit to lose, if you will. It's not Wisconsin, 20,000 votes. It's not Georgia, 11,000 votes. It's not Arizona, 10,000 votes. It's 154,000 votes. So if you want to argue a 2020 replay, the vice president has a little bit more to lose in a state Joe Biden won relatively comfortably when it comes to the battlegrounds. But still, if you're the vice president of the United States, you don't
Pennsylvania
like the
flipped
fact
back red
that
and
Washtenaw
Virginia
County
back
is
blue.
so close. So now
I mean, it's
we
going to
come to
happen,
Ingham
guys.
County. This is where you find Michigan State University, Lansing, the state capital. The combination of those two things, the state capital and a big university, normally
I hope
says
Trump
that's a
fixes the
Democratic
ice cream
area.
machine
And it
at
is.
McDonald's.
It's at 59% if you round up for the vice president. But again, go back in time.
He does love McDonald's.
Danger zone. 65% for the president 4 years ago. How much can she give up will become the question.
Imagine dividing your
if you find
counties
more
just on
counties
arbitrary
like that,
lines
she's
instead of
underperforming the president of the United
like
States.
watersheds
So
and
another
stuff.
way to look at it is come back to 2024 and bring it up, and let's ask that question: is she overperforming the president anywhere? In a couple of places, she is, and that's it. If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she
Rust Belt
overperforming
red
at the moment? Kent County. That's Grand Rapids and the suburbs
Mostly.
around it. 15 years ago, even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago, reliably Republican, Western Michigan.
All right. Nothing too important happened right there. We'll get to that in a second with those, some of those counties with there, but we'll get to that in Michigan. Philip says, thank you, $5 super chat. The higher in rank you go in the military, the more likely you are to run into a Dem, in my experience. Except the AF, which is the Mormon Boys Club. Interesting. I didn't know that there's that much infiltration, I guess you would say, from Mormons there. Thank you so much. Viper, once again, thank you for the $2. Should there be a federal law to vote when working? I mean, I don't know. I feel like, what do you guys think about this? You know how you have jury duty, right? So you have jury duty. Your work needs to let you go to that. Do you think workplaces should be required to make sure that their employees have time to go to the polls like that? You know what I mean? Kind of like how they have to observe jury duties. If you're not going to change the day. I mean, I guess the easiest fix would be put it on Saturday. But yeah. Polymarket has Trump at 88% chance. Kansas hasn't counted all the conservative counties yet, just mostly the liberal ones. I'm a Kansas native, but miss living in Utah and seeing the Wasatch every day. Lived in Sandy and Hill Air Force Base. Oh, nice. Yeah, I know all those places very well. Yeah, Kansas is red. Yeah, it's going to happen. All right, this election is like every other election. Republicans will win, and then next the Democrats will win. Do you guys understand that having consecutive presidents of the same party back to back hasn't happened since the 80s? It's been the 1980s, and that was Reagan into Bush Sr. Since then, there have not been two different presidential candidates of the same party elected back to back. So history is on the side of Trump here. What does make it a little bit different is that Trump has been president before. He could pull a Grover Cleveland here and have two non-consecutive runs here. So, but yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, it wasn't since then, because you went Bush to Clinton, right? Democrat, okay, Republican to Democrat, and then Clinton to Bush Jr. Now, yes, a lot of them will get 2 terms, but it's the same candidate, and they're incumbents. Okay, since you can only have 2 terms, there's an incumbent, like you vote for incumbents, like people vote for that, except for Trump in 2020. But yeah, so then it went from Bush Jr. to Obama instead of John McCain, right? And then you had Obama to Trump, then obviously Trump to Biden, and now we'll see what happens here. But yeah, that has not happened. So historically speaking, if you look at that line of reasoning, you can get that. Mr. Beat was saying something, I forget exactly what he was saying about the economic state or something. The trend of that should have given the incumbent party. So like he had another stat that showed that historically Harris should win this, but I don't know. I have to compare that. So we just got to see if they're more correlation, causation, kind of depends. All right, let's hear more about Pennsylvania here.
These. Just do not underestimate these. This is Beaver County, Bedford County, excuse me, we're at 81%. Donald Trump's getting 83% of the vote. It's not a ton of votes, but he's getting 83% of the votes. Then you come over here. If you watch David Urban on our air, these are the counties he looks at all the time. Western Pennsylvania. This is Washington County, 72% of the vote in. Trump getting 60%. Let's
That'll be
compare
right
it.
for sure.
Trump getting 61. He's 61%. So he's running about roughly what he did last time there. I guess you could argue
Pennsylvania's
whether or
got a
not he needs to
very
improve on that or not. Beaver County, this
large
is key Trump
difference
country
of,
out here. 66%.
disparity of
See about a 10,000
socioeconomic
vote
classes
margin.
and
This is a
rural
medium-sized
to
rural
urban.
county, right? Some of them are a couple hundred votes. This one here, you're doing some business. Again, in a state that's very close, you take 10,000 extra votes. Only 33% of the vote in here. Trump's at 66%. Almost more importantly, can she match Joe Biden? In counties you lose, can you at least be competitive?
Either that's a good
Can you at least
question.
pick
what
up
president
votes?
number
He's
are
at
we going to give Trump
33%
if he's
in Beaver
reelected?
County. White, working class, blue collar workers.
45, 47?
Joe Biden at 40%. That's a big difference. That's a big margin. Again, we're not done with the count.
He has to have the same
We're not done
number
with the
because he's
count
not two
there.
different people.
That's 33% of the vote. There's a long way to go. But if you're in the vice president's
I'm assuming
campaign,
we stick with
and you know,
47.
you
I've been 40. Yeah, sorry,
out there
not
for
45,
you, trying to
47.
help you. The vice president herself was out campaigning in the Pittsburgh area just the other day.
Oh, I was thinking backwards.
You want to improve your standards.
Legally,
You
it's
just-
47.
You know Donald
Does that
Trump's going
work?
to win those counties.
Is that
He's
how they
just
do
trying
it?
to cut into his margins
Yeah,
in a close
69.
state.
Nice.
Bedrock of the Democrats will go west to east. Second largest county in Pennsylvania. There are 67 of them in all.
They'll
Again,
say 47.
74%. So more votes to count in Pittsburgh. Suburbs around it. Allegheny County used to be steel country. Much different, diversified economy now. 61% for the vice president at the moment. You come back here, 60% for the president. So a little under the president in some of these smaller rural counties, maybe a little over the president there. We'll see how this one comes out. As we come back.
39.
And Jake, as I just
It's
bring your
pretty
full
close
state into focus, I just
from
want to
the
move on very
2020.
quickly to look at Bucks. We're only at 34%, so a lot of blue votes still to be counted. Montgomery at 34, 6%, still a lot of votes to be counted. Chester only at 11%, and Delaware only at 25. So in the
We even got
suburbs
two
right
numbers.
around where Jake Tapper grew up, they're Democratic leaning and a lot of votes still to be counted. So it's a good number for Trump now. Emphasis on now.
Yeah, I mean, the points you're making are so resonant because I remember when everybody
Pennsylvania
was
is
trying to figure
currently
out, how
red,
did
but there's
Hillary
still a lot of
Clinton
blue votes to go in.
lose Pennsylvania in 2016. It
Can't
wasn't
say
that
anything
she
about
ran so
Pennsylvania
much
yet.
under how Obama had done in 2012, although she did. It was really just how much better Trump did in those rural counties than Mitt Romney did. It was more the overperformance of Trump than the underperformance of Hillary Clinton. We'll see exactly what happens tonight, of course. David Chalian, what are you seeing in the exit polling about the Latino vote?
Yeah, we wanted to look across all three blue wall states that John was just walking us through, looking at this slice of the vote. the Latino
Professor
vote,
Watt Ahmad
in
said that
the blue wall
History
states. Now, they
Underground
only
did a
make up
video on the
6%
history
electorate in
of
each these states,
the
but
Tuesday
look at the
election day.
difference in the margin. So Harris is getting in Pennsylvania
Maybe
58%
post that in
of
the
the
chat,
Latino vote. Again,
mods.
6% of the electorate.
History
to
Underground's
Donald
video
Trump's
on the
41%.
Tuesday date.
That's a 17-point advantage. But 4 years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points.
Oh,
So
wow.
that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that gap.
Way
Similar
more, you
story,
were saying, if you
in
heard that,
Michigan. You see
way more Latino Pennsylvanians voted for Biden than Harris so far. Yeah, we said that demographic is changing as well. Because again, you're getting multiple generations where you're having these voters, the Latino voters, but they've also now been here multiple generations. So that whatever allegiance they felt like to the Democratic Party, this new generation does not feel. Just the same way that young African Americans don't feel the way about Democrats that their parents did. This isn't Obama anymore. This isn't Clinton, isn't, or whatever it is, or going way back to the civil rights movement. That's not the connection that they feel. So it's changing. It's changing. Demographics and the voting are changing. They always change. I don't like it when people regret, or when they say that that stuff doesn't change. It does.
And the people around
All right,
him, even though
Cosmic's-
they're not saying
oh, wait.
publicly, believe that what that comedian did.
Should there be a
was
federal
not
law to
helpful.
vote when working? Oh,
And
we already said that
and
one.
yet,
Cosmic Spider.
according to
Kansas
this
hasn't
exit
counted all the
poll,
conservative counties yet,
it
just most of
shows
the liberal
that
ones. I'm a Kansas native.
that
Oh, I
listed
said,
Trump,
I
that
said that
Trump
one.
is
Cosmic
doing
Spider. Yeah, Kansas is
way
bad.
better than he did 4 years
already
ago with that very population.
Yeah,
Latino
this election
population
is like every other
overall,
election.
not
Republicans will win,
necessarily,
and then the next
with Puerto
Democrats will win.
Ricans.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Maybe.
and let's face it, even before the,
Red or
the
blue?
garbage
Please do
remark,
Red or blue?
Trump
Americans
was
should
making a
remember
very
to love their
concerted
fellow
effort. He
Americans,
thought,
regardless of a
and
party.
obviously had reason to
It's a
believe that he
time
could
where
make some
unity should be
gains
stronger
with
than ever.
Latinos,
Thank you, DeCatlo.
particularly with Latino men.
La,
I think
la,
there are
la.
economic issues that all
Oh,
people
thank
are
you for the
facing.
$5.
Also, I think cultural issues. There is a real social conservatism among Latinos, and one of the ads that
a lot of people, I believe, are comparing the selection of Trump back to Ronald Reagan. What are your thoughts on the comparison? No, Ronald Reagan had a landslide, absolutely landslide. They're not close at all.
And in
They're
winning
not
votes
close
for
at all.
him and turning them away.
You ever looked
Kamala
at the
Harris,
electoral
whatever the
map
reason,
for Ronald
you
Reagan?
can see tremendous gains. I mean, Michigan, it's extraordinary, just a
I think
flip.
we're also used to considering this by straight identity, where the identity that might be key here is rural. And I'd love to hear from John about where the kind of Hispanic heartland is. Where are these voters? And we're looking at the blue wall for a reason. Where we're not necessarily talking about the border. You're not necessarily having this fight over your identity. You are
New third-party
the ideal Trump
candidate
voter
has
in
shown
that
up.
You are rural, and
Its
you are
name
more
is
socially
McNuggies.
conservative.
Since Madison Square
Who
Garden,
will you be
we've been
voting for?
talking, John King, if you're over there at the map, about two particular towns in Pennsylvania.
Who wants to vote Nuggies?
Allentown and Reading. I believe it's Lehigh County.
The question
and
is, what
Berks
dipping
County.
sauce? I am
Do you
a
have any
honey
sense of where
mustard
the votes are there?
supremacist.
So here, this map you're looking at now just shows
And
you
sign up
there's
for a
not a very
mukbang live
large
stream,
Latino
Chad, is free.
population in Pennsylvania. I'll put that into context in just a minute. But where you do see the deeper shading,
I
is
like
where you
honey
have
mustard.
the higher
I love honey
population
mustard.
of Latino voters. So you see the concentration in Allentown, that's Lehigh County, and you see the concentration in the Reading area, that's Berks County.
Jonathan, I'm
Correct
still
about
going
that.
through the
just want to come
super
out,
chat, so
nationally.
sorry if
so you
I'm
see
late
the
on it.
look. Like Pennsylvania has nowhere near the Latino population of a Florida or Texas or Arizona.
We'll get to all of
but
them.
In a battleground state,
No worries.
a small population can make the difference, right? So let's come off that and come back into Pennsylvania 2024. Where were they? This is the interesting part. The exit
All right,
polls are
you
taking
don't
people
know
as they leave the
a
polls.
tradition,
right? We're still counting
especially
votes.
from
So
Jen
some of this may not
here
have
in our
kicked in
community.
yet in the math, if you will. People say that when they leave
Demands.
the polls. We don't know what precincts
Snacks
or Allentown are in. I
for
don't
my dog
anyway, out
Frankie.
here right now.
And since there's a
But
lot of
people
you
can
new
jump at
here,
me if they do, if they have that
you
information.
can now meet
But
them
Lehigh
real
County,
quick.
the 10th largest of the
Y'all
67
ready for
counties
this?
in Pennsylvania. It's important. It's a blue-collar county. So 53 to 45 right now, only 43% of the vote. So let's watch and see when we get higher up if this percentage changes. But just come out of this and look at 2020. Right, Joe Biden, she's about matching Joe Biden. Trump's at 46. I'm going to focus on him. So you come here, he's at 45. And then Berks County here, I come down to. I spent a lot of time in Berks County in this campaign, and it's gone back to being Republican. It was blue earlier, and we're at 92%. So maybe a little bit there, Jake. We'll study a little bit more closely as we go through this.
All right, we have some projections right now. CNN can project that Iowa will go to Donald Trump as expected. Iowa and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. CNN can project. CNN can also project that Kansas will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So that's
You've
12
committed
additional
crimes
electoral
against the
votes for
state.
Donald Trump, who now has
Sentenced you to death.
207 electoral votes.
Bang!
Kamala Harris has 91
Good boy.
electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump holding a sizable lead in the electoral vote as of now, but we are expecting more votes to
Last
drop
one.
in Democratic strongholds in
Where?
key
I
battleground
want to see some patience
states.
out of you now,
We're
okay?
also counting down to the
Stay.
next round of poll closings at 11 p.m. Eastern, when
Stay.
Democrats are expecting to claim a gold
Stay.
mine of electoral votes out
Good boy.
west in California. That's all ahead.
That's Frankie. Sometimes I put him in the thumbnails.
COPD isn't pretty. I'm out of breath and often out of the picture.
Commercials.
But this is my story.
All right, let's move to the next stream. Unfortunately, I know some of you didn't like this, but we're back to Fox News. Here we go.
Quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah.
There's talking, though. I want more on results.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up
Yep, you can play
the
dead.
Atlantic coast here. Okay, this is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself,
And roll over.
Why can't you call
Balance
it?
on his
There's still
nose
some vote
and
out
shake.
there. The
He's
question
super
is,
smart.
where is the vote, and what's going to come in?
Good
Trump's
boy.
up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago.
Oh, man.
At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago.
That's
All
not
right,
that
I'll clear
much.
that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where
Kinda
Biden
all over the
was
place
at
in
this
Georgia.
point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point,
I didn't tell you guys who I voted
this is
for.
all greater Atlanta, a lot
I'm
of
a public
population
school
throughout
teacher,
the area.
so
At this point, 90%
you're just gonna have to
reporting here in
guess.
Douglas County. Harris is
So
doing
don't-
2.9 points better.
Not good to talk
than what
about that
Biden
publicly
did
when
4
you're a
years
public
ago. So there's
teacher.
still vote out there too. And I mentioned Chatham
Public
County
school
about 2
teacher.
hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there too. 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina.
Chris, logging through
Then I'll
history,
hit
was open.
Virginia,
He said
then
he
I'll
did
hit
not vote for
Pennsylvania,
president.
all right? Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've got
Fox
a lot of
holding
votes
back
come
on
in
North
since the last
Carolina
time
a
I
little bit.
checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number one. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay?
Nuggets are good today.
Comfortable lead for
Crispy.
Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing half a point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we're keeping track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the
All right,
meter.
let's look at
We'll see what's
Virginia.
happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right, so
Wow,
while you're
super
checking
close.
that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
1%.
Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Difference
What
in
are you looking at?
Virginia.
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this
Another
is so
one that-
close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state.
Kamala really
it was
needs.
fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early
30,000 vote
in-person
difference.
vote. All of
At
the big
72%.
D+ counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years
Wisconsin?
ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of
Harris
the
could still
all-plus
win
counties
Wisconsin,
were
but it's looking
significantly
better
higher
for
this
Trump
time
than I
than
think
they were
thought.
4 years ago.
That's all we
And,
know.
So if you were had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been for.
There really haven't been.
since
I don't
George
think we
W.
need big
Bush,
surprises, though.
or
big
since
surprises.
Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch
Oh, yeah.
out, it's going to be tight here.
I haven't said
probably
anything or
looking at
heard
the
anything
same
about
numbers
the
and
Senate or the House
realizes
right now.
that
How we doing
this
on
thing
that?
might actually be
Professor
the
Watt
surprise of the night.
says
Yeah, a lot of
tracking
people
stuff.
drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites.
Go back
There's
to where you were.
not a great Trump vote in that.
Republicans
near
are
DC,
gaining 3 seats in the House right now.
Counties. Kellyanne,
What is the
and
current-
That's what we're looking at here is where that
count
vote is
in the House
outstanding and whether it
before
changes
this
the
election?
dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend
Fox
some
News
time
is
and
doing a
money
lot
there, and
more of
that's
the
happened, but it
the
was ground
talking
zero
head
for the
stuff
parents' rights movement,
than
the school stuff
like
in
CNN and
2021.
stuff.
I wanted to say something.
CNN and
Kamala
MSNBC have been
Harris's team was smart and
doing more
strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall.
statistics
Since
and
they've
also
gone
on-site
Democrat
interviews. I've noticed.
from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years, with the exception of 2016. They went
Senate
for Trump.
and House
They've
not
always
looking good
voted
for
as
the
a bloc,
Dems.
but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd
That
do
was a
better in
comment
those
here.
more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina.
All right,
She's
super
in
chat.
the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris. and the
Robert, thank you.
Democrats
One
right
thing I've
now.
noticed is the difference between the news
Demography
stations
is
and
not
how quickly they
destiny.
call
That's what I
different
think of this
states. Yeah, for
electorate.
sure.
We think we're only going to get
Some want to
women
do
by
it
talking
quick
about
and
abortion.
get
We're
that
only
in,
going to
you
get
know,
Hispanics if we talk about
be able to declare it early.
immigration.
It's a
That's how
competition.
Trump is getting them. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over prosecute Donald Trump? with all these cases. You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs.
Kellyanne is saying
And you
that
got Barack Obama
the
telling
legal
them, "You're
persecutions
not
against
right."
Trump
Stop telling us
are
who
going
we are,
are
what we
making
think, how to eat,
African
how to
American
vote.
men
This is the election where people are
sympathize
turning
with
on its
him
head. Last point, young voters.
because they are
I think
over
Harris is going to
prosecuted. It
underperform
sounds like what
Joe
she
Biden
said.
nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman, and then call Donald Trump.
Trump is up
old. That's how we get young people.
1.5%
It's not how you get
in
young
Wisconsin
people. You get young
with
people if they think they can afford a
56% of
house
votes in.
before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark?
See, somebody said over on CNN, there's an ad right now. I'll have to come back to that. That they're calling Ted Cruz's seat to remain with Ted Cruz. That was pretty close, it seemed like. So
true, Bill?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah,
Right.
with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up.
They
the
already
fire,
called
whatever you say when you get
But
ready
just
to-
show how it
Washington,
happened. Just
Oregon,
show the
California,
3.
Fox
For
did.
her, it would be Nebraska 2.
They're not even going to wait on that
We
one.
got to go a long way. So just it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay. So she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom,
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom.
Center rate ended up
oh my
being
gosh, what am I
several
missing?
points of a
Holy
margin.
cow.
Okay.
Okay, Maine,
Nebraska 2.
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so,
Got it. So she-
that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But
know.
maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If
This is
you
a
got
really good
time,
question.
I'll take you to Arizona.
It's not
Maybe you
super
got
chat,
something
which
else
I'll
to
get
do.
more to.
Love to go
Let me
there.
go ahead and reset.
I have an idea. So it said, Mr. Terry, I'm curious to know what will happen with all the legal issues Trump is dealing with if he becomes president again. As a teacher, what insight do you have on the matter? I think they're going to go away. I think they'll go away. Now, remember, too, there have been recent Supreme Court rulings that also definitely is going to protect the president. That definitely has the ability to protect the president. So I also thought those prosecutions were going to turn into a nothing burger anyways, for the fact that it's not going to change his voter base at all. And they're not going to jail a sitting president. So there's my take. All right, what are they saying here?
Has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just want to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14 and a half points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even
Somebody's
close.
not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there, too. This thing could go higher. Anyway, back to you
It's
guys.
a little outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to Sandra.
Trump gaining
And
the
we'll look
lead in
because we were
Iowa.
Talking about young
He was already
voters,
gonna
and
win,
you
but
have some
it's
new stuff from our Fox
potentially bigger
News voter analysis. Sure.
than
I'll
what
build off of what
Fox is
Kellyanne
saying.
just said about the Hispanic voters in just a
All
second.
right, they're
I'll
doing
dive into age
demographic
first
voting.
for you, Martha, and it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there.
Nationally.
But just note, Donald Trump led
Voters
this group by
65 and
3
up are
points
even
in
split
2020.
between Harris and
so
Trump.
he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group.
Voters
but here is
under
a
30.
Huge story that we are seeing develop.
Voters under 30,
age
52% for Harris, 44%
52% of the
Trump.
vote going to Harris, 44%
Younger voters are still
to
voting more
Trump.
for
That's
Harris.
an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about
The
Hispanic
demographic is
vote
more
and what we
younger
are seeing
people
there.
are
This
voting
also
for
telling
Republican,
a huge story of
are
the
voting
night. Kamala
Republican
Harris getting 56% of the support
than they
there.
were 4 years
Donald
ago.
Trump 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down.
Hispanic
by
voters
gender
still
when it
most
comes
vote for
to the
Harris,
Hispanic vote, because
but
this
far more
also telling a story.
are voting
Hispanic
for
women,
Trump
for
than
example.
they used to.
Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women, underperforming there. Comes
Only
with
slightly
Hispanic
underperforming
men.
with Hispanic
Look
women.
at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden
Wow.
led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters.
To summarize all this that she said, more younger people are voting for a Republican than they used to, even though still most vote Democrat, but more than before are voting Republican. Both Hispanic men and women still mostly vote for Democrats, but are voting in higher numbers for Republicans as well. What we have to think of, and I said Republicans, we got to understand this is Trump. It doesn't necessarily mean the whole party. Okay. They're voting for Trump at least. We won't know if this is a trend, I think, fully for Republicans until Trump is gone and there's another presidential candidate. I think that to confirm that, we just got to understand, is this more about Trump or is it the Republican Party? I don't know if we know enough to say that differently. Am I out of line in saying that? Okay, super chats. Is there a correlation between percent reported and party? I know big cities are more Democrat and take long to count, favoring them in the last precincts, but is it a relevant indicator of who will win? Yeah, but they're also showing that in these cities, it's not as separated between, and it's not as pro Harris as it was for Biden, at least for that. It's just, I mean, overall, most of the demographics are helping. Most every demographic you can think of is going towards Trump. I would be interested to know what white women, a white women demographic of what we're going to see for that one, especially going on lines of pro-choice, the whole pro-choice thing, to see how that's going to influence it. All right, Sky to Fly said, many people see the last few elections as choosing between two bad options. What will it take to make a third party relevant? Okay, so first off, that's always been the case between two bad options. That's always been the case. There's no difference now. It's always been that way. The only way a third party will become relevant is if the Electoral College ends. We have a winner take all. So that's probably the only way that will change. If you guys have other arguments, you can bring those up in the chat. Captain Lamp 2.0, $10. Thank you so much. If Trump wins, he will be the first non-consecutive president since Grover Cleveland. Yep, that is correct. Yep, very uncommon. Andrew Price, where in Utah? I'm in Utah for vacation right now. I'm not going to say specifically, but I've lived around the state. Thank you so much. All right, let's switch news network. It's time for MSNBC. All right, Bernanke's here. He's got the sleeves rolled up. Here he is.
What it is. The other one that I think is notable.
As a European, I understand how voting only two parties choose the least worst, where the overall Democrats don't count as Democratic.
But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night.
You're right,
getting some
Lefter.
clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing
not a perfect system.
County in the
I
state.
understand.
Dane County,
Thank you so much.
Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here. Democrats
MSNBC isn't doing nearly as much as the talking head. They're doing more of this
so
stuff.
much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it.
Did that happen
Take a
all
look
this
at
time?
this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points, and that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964.
Really?
This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which
MSNBC is
the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been
not,
considerable since he became a Republican candidate in
it seems
2016,
tonight,
and now leading by more than 14
not
points here.
jumping on
those are some
the
big
Trump
counties,
has it
significant counties, politically significant counties
in the bag
where we
thing,
now
like
have a
the
giant
talking
chunk of the
heads
vote,
that were
and
already
you can
obviously
start to
primed
see
for
some
Trump
patterns
victory
developing. Again,
jumped
just
on
checking in
immediately.
statewide,
They're being a little
close
bit
to
more
60%.
reluctant
It is very
about
close
it.
there statewide, but that is a county.
Call it
few counties
copium
where we
if
have
you
that
want,
much
whatever.
vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine
What you got,
Alexander
Matt
is in Fulton County at the elections hub.
Fulton
there,
County, it's Atlanta.
Votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for
How's
you.
audio,
I just
guys?
spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have
Georgia
most of
too
those
close to
results
call,
uploaded.
89% in.
Let's look inside here in
Trump
Fulton County. As you
50.8,
mentioned,
Harris
the state's
48.
most populous county. This is where
Difference
the
of
tabulations are happening.
136,000
I want to
votes.
walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting.
Yeah,
almost
Professor,
parade,
what?
like,
Network
route
Distro
here.
Trump's doing
They
their
walk
thing.
through this kind of
The other ones are doing
sectioned
their
off
thing.
area, this roped off area, and
Could
then
have
they
expected
come
anything
over
different,
here
you know.
to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right
Boring.
here.
All right, see what CNN's got.
The blue wall states become paramount, Jake.
Indeed. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all.
West Coast polls are
California, with
closing
just
in 3
54 of the
seconds.
78
Hurry,
electoral
get your
votes
vote
at
in.
stake this hour. And we have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with those 54 electoral votes. Not unexpected.
Media projection
Harris
of California will be Harris.
CNN is also projecting that Donald
Idaho
Trump
will be
win the state
Trump.
of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris.
CNN has 211 electoral votes for Trump, 145 for Harris. First to get 270
votes
wins.
are needed to win. Donald Trump is 59 electoral votes away from that. Let's look at these battleground states now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6%. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5%. Donald Trump has a
Wow.
2,356
Trump only
vote
up
lead,
3,000
with
votes in
51%
Arizona.
of the estimated vote in from
At
Arizona.
31% voting.
Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald
Trump's
Trump
up 29,000 votes only, less than a
28,576
tenth of a
vote
percent
lead, with an
in
estimated
Wisconsin.
59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at
Trump currently winning
50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the
every
vote.
swing
Donald
state.
Trump with a 119,411 vote lead, with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In
The
Georgia,
most
Donald Trump's
swing of
still in the lead
states.
there. 51% of the vote.
Trump's
Kamala Harris
winning
with
all of them right now.
48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 136,328 vote
Hey, Liz.
lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads.
Trump isn't doing as well in the Wisconsin city. Or sorry, Harris is not. I just lost the feed there. Let's try this. Sorry, gonna have to go back to Fox.
So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans.
CNN
The
feed
majority
went
is
down.
51. They have flipped one seat. 42 for the Democrats as we wait for
Washington,
a number of
Oregon.
these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana,
Oh,
Pennsylvania,
Senate.
all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary,
Republicans ahead in the
Jessica
Senate.
Roloff, and Ben Domenech.
If Trump
Jessica,
wins,
you
he's going to have a
surprised?
supermajority in
Surprised
the
is
government.
a very generous term for
He's
how
gonna have the
I'm
Senate
feeling
and
in
the
this
House.
particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially
I summarized that. Okay, a few more super chats coming in. All right, Matthew, thank you. £5. What time will the official result be called? Since many calls seem to be confident predictions. I'm from UK, and it's usually early morning for us. I mean, they don't certify it for days; they just call it based on the statistics. So it does. I mean, right now, I don't know if it's going to be as drawn out as it was before for right now. But yeah, they won't know confidently till probably the middle of the night. Liz, there's your super chat. Thank you so much, Queen Liz. Hi, Mr. T. I'm spending my first election getting tipsy. I prayed Nevada would be less embarrassing this year. Signature issue ruined my dreams. I promise you all, it's going to be okay, all right? It's going to be okay, whatever you were going for, okay? Thank you, Liz. All right, out of Germany, good morning. What did you miss? Trump is winning right now. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the current one with
Welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting
California.
here
Doesn't
thinking
matter that
about
much.
the
That was gonna
rethink
happen.
that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney
They just added the
lost.
West
and
Coast
they did
states
this
to
huge analysis of what
Kamala.
was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters.
Do you remember,
why
guys?
they weren't
We have a
bringing in more
system of
women.
checks and
And
balances,
it
no
really
matter
is
what you
stunning
support.
when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss.
That
And
indeed
it
does limit
appears
the
that
power of
person
any
who
single
has
politician
changed
in the
that
country.
calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald
Cosmic,
Trump has done
$10.
something
Thank you so
incredible
much for
in
all you do. History
resurrecting it
education.
with a
My
new
question is that
coalition
with
that,
several places
a lot of people never
framing
thought
this as
Republicans were
lawkeeper
going to
versus
be able to
criminal,
reach, that they weren't going to be able to
why do a group of
cut
law
through a lot
enforcers
of these
endorse
different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets
There's an
of the
idea, even
electorate.
though
And look,
Kamala
I
is
think the big
literally,
question they have to be
she was
asking is how
the
much
head
of that is
cop
tied
of
to Donald
California.
Trump himself, and how much of it is
That
something that the Republican Party
Republicans
going
support
forward can
police
build
more.
on. And
In general,
regardless of whatever ends up
defund the
happening
police
here
rhetoric, which
tonight
never really
and tomorrow
actually
morning,
happened,
in terms of these
as far
blue
as
wall
defunding
states and the things that
police,
we take away from it, certainly we
was
could
something
take
that
away.
obviously
This is the most
police
incredible
officers
political
are
comeback
going
that we've
to
seen
take
since
offense to.
1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the
police
Republican
union
coalition,
structure is
that
also
we've
very
seen in a way that
different
was really
in their
unexpected by
political
all but a handful of
affiliations than
people.
most every
And how
other
they build on
union,
that, how they choose to
workers union,
prioritize policies going forward,
and that
could make a
it
big difference in
has
whether
been
they're
more
able to
favorable
hold on
towards
to it in the
Republicans
future,
than
or whether
Democrats,
it's
who
something
have
that goes
historically
away
been
if
seen as
Donald Trump isn't
more
next up
like
to take
champions
the
of
slot.
Kevin
unions.
O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets
Thank
now
you.
have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election
Congratulations.
to Kamala Harris at 7.0%.
By the way, you started Kickstarter my
You're a
editing
market
career when I
guy.
first edited that intro
How
for
do you
you.
read this?
Now it's my full-time job.
I'm going to stay on.
By the way, right here,
and call this
guy. I don't even know if I sent your name right. Ducetolo. Do you guys know my intro? It's actually my outro now. The cool pictures, the historical pictures, and it's like hoorah. He made that. many years ago. And now you're a full-time editor? That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much. Duquetto is a legend. He made the first intro 4 years ago. You the man. All right, what did I say?
Ever won any game anywhere. You run a process.
The red
And they
hats
missed
are
that
out.
opportunity.
Trump
This is a chance for
HQ.
them to. I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of
I think the
Schumer
Democratic
or
Party has a
Pelosi
major
or
identity crisis
a movie
right now.
star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years.
Who are
They
they?
won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to
They're
work
gonna
with
be
who's
this-
ever in the White House.
Are they going to be
in
victorious trying to be
January.
the center-right
But
party?
I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition.
Yeah, that's a Shark Tank
That's
guy.
bad.
What's his name?
We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason
Does he fight
people
with Mark
come
Cuban?
here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset
or what?
and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal with it. You may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We can still do those things.
All right, too much talking heads. More election. Let me refresh my streams real quick. All right, see what MSNBC's got.
Go to Steve.
Rachel, you seem so energized.
I am energized. But I do know, actually, with nobody talking to me, that we do need to go to Steve. But yeah, Steve.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Did you just throw it at me?
Yeah, I did start
Oh,
it was me.
somebody was talking to me at IFB.
Okay, Jonathan. Cahoon, $2. According to Odd Shark, Trump is minus 1,000 to win. Yeah.
As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on
A lot of those betting services, man, they're the most reliable things ever. Vegas didn't make all those giant hotels and stuff by losing money.
That is to say, they backed Donald Trump.
PDHQ called Georgia for Trump.
Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden.
Michael Hill, thank you for the $2.
One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half.
You should play old school RuneScape. First, your number. Never played RuneScape before. Thank you, John.
As the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris?
I don't know about that mill comment or military comment. USM, Marine Corps here in heavy rep. Yeah, my dad was a Marine.
This is where Easton, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Viper.
This is the
Thanks
other
again.
county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020.
All right, what do we got here?
When he won the state.
How's Pennsylvania looking?
Pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains.
Kevin
here.
O'Leary,
Joe Biden
oh yeah,
won this
Fox
by a
News is a
fraction of
conservative.
point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's
Canadian
favor,
Conservative
with
Party.
just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this.
Harris
The Trump folks have bet on making
doing
gains
worse
with
in
Hispanic
Pennsylvania
voters,
than
particularly
Biden did
in cities like Allentown and Pennsylvania. We don't have all the
in
returns in from the
counties.
city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg.
Average
East
about
Stroudsburg
she's doing about
is here.
3%
Again,
worse in each
substantial
of these
growing
counties in
Latino population.
Pennsylvania
And look
than
at this, in
Biden did.
2020, Joe Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight. This is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump
Guess you're
either
okay.
won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning the 2016.
I don't think they need to
winning
pull up
numbers for Trump.
stats
And
from the
just to put
2016. I don't think it's
perspective
very
here, too,
relevant.
Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia,
I mean, Democrats really didn't have a choice to put up
more
anyone
than
but
80% of
Harris
the
with the
vote is
time they
counted
had.
here. Again, compare this
That's
to
the thing.
2020. Biden won here, 81-18. We're going to take it a step
So,
further back because I want you to see
for a Democrat
the
supporter,
longer-term
you
trend here.
can,
In fact, I
I
can
don't
take
know,
it all the way back to
blame
2012
Biden
because I think
for
it's an
not
interesting story. In 2012,
getting out
Barack
earlier.
Obama won this county by
Yeah, I voted.
71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points.
All right. Yep. We heard those stats. All right. Marco, another 1,000 out of Argentina. Thank you so much. Good night. I wish you all the best and hope whoever gets voted does a good job. I hope we all believe that. Thank you, Mr. Terry. Great vid. I'm now subscribed. Thank you so much. By the way, thanks to everyone that's subscribing and the viewers tonight. You guys have been great. Don't worry so much. From a 200,000% inflation rate country still surviving. If you ever visit, I recommend Milangas a la Napolitana. Nice. All right. Marco, buenas noches, mi amigo. Hasta luego. All right. KP Rather, $5. The last Democrat who won election following a Democrat without the first one dying in office was James Buchanan. There's a stat for you. The last Democrat who won election following a Democrat without the first one dying in office was James freaking Buchanan. We're going mid 1800s on that one. Not picking Shapiro as a running mate. No, people don't vote for running mates. Saying the Shapiro decision. No, I think it's nobody votes for the vice president. I think the vice presidential pick can only hurt you. I don't think it helps you, to be honest, that much. I mean, maybe it's a different this year because it is a little bit more of an anomaly, but Bell Tower, $5. You also have to look at the teams they gathered around themselves and the draw that those people have. I forget exactly what you're referring to in that one, because sorry, that was back about a half hour ago. Bell Tower, about a half hour behind on Super Chats, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get ahead. Polish Wovian, thank you for the $2. If only Nuggies weren't bad for a puppy. I know he'd love to have him. He's whining right now because I stopped giving him treats. But Michael Hill, another $5. Thank you so much. We were already in one for sure since 2016, but this election feels very realigning for sure. Trump is he's going to be studied as somebody who at first totally he was a response to just the political establishment as a whole. Because remember, he was an outlier. He was a fringe, non-aligned Republican. He's somebody that was a Democrat once years ago in like the Clinton era. He was a response for Republicans to the Republican Party. It started with that. He changed it. He hijacked the whole Republican Party and activated, I think, a group of people that were less interested, that were, more Republican probably siding in most policies, but gave them and invigorated a group of people that I think were not involved very much in the political process. And in doing so, did it so well that the rest of the Republican Party had to follow suit. Otherwise, they were thrown aside. The old classical Republicans, they're gone now. So it's going to be an interesting kind of thing. It was an outlier when it comes to the way a president speaks and the things that they say and the way that they say it. He's an outlier that's going to be a very interesting case study historically. That's what I think. All right. Senate has elected Adam Schiff as senator. That is not surprising in the least. All right, the burden, $5. How does Project 2025 affect our political system in the upcoming years if Trump wins? Well, there's nothing all that, I don't know, like you say extreme coming out of it. A lot of people don't already maybe align themselves. It might be a little more extreme for some. I mean, Trump says he has no idea what Project 2025 is. JD Vance has some kind of direct kind of connection with some of it. But the thing that's going to happen now is the Senate and the House are going to be Republican. So if Trump wins, and it looks like that's what things are leaning towards right now, that there will be there will be a majority here. Now, there's not super in the fact that they don't have 2/3, but we'll have control. So if there was a time for anything like this in that platform of this Project 2025, which again I haven't looked into as much as I've heard just people talking about it, then this would be the time that it could happen. But I still don't know as a consensus what the Republican Party will how they will respond to that, if anything, or if it's just scare tactic made by the Democrats. So anyway, all right, let's get back to what's going on here.
That they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50.
Ohio Senator, Republican going to win. I don't know if that's a flip.
Yeah, it's
I don't know
I'll
if that's a
also just
flip
say
or
it's a
not, but
loss,
Ohio
for
Senator,
the Senate to
Republican would vote
Lucia
him in.
Brown, who is a
Incredible
Mitch,
loss. And he was one of those miracle workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very
But they
red.
poured
Yeah.
massive amounts of money into Ohio against him this time.
Yeah.
Just massive.
Hundreds of millions of
Yes,
dollars.
yes.
Exactly. We're joined now by MSNBC.
The bottom
senior
ticker is
contributing
going through all
editor
the,
Michelle
well,
Norris.
now it's
She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what do you
the
see?
results are right now.
Hey, Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must
Harris
be
HQ.
some new phrase that has entered the
They did it at Howard
lexicon,
University.
is
That's
the
a
idea that people here
HBCU,
are
historically black
nauseously optimistic,
college.
not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic.
Saying the vibe is a little bit
One of the people
is
I
lower
heard that
here
from was
at
LaFonza Butler.
Harris HQ.
I spoke to her just a while ago, and
That's by
she was
MSNBC.
speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance.
Drew Journal put
How,
money on
by
Harris.
some, not by us yet. Thinks it doesn't look good there. But one of the interesting things she said that's echoed by
Surprised
a
he
few
did that.
other
I mean,
people
he's
that
an
I
Orange
spoke to,
County,
is that the real focus now is on
California
that
guy.
blue
It's part of
wall, the
California
Midwest,
that's red.
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second district in Omaha, Nebraska, that sort of blue oval at the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have
Almost
had a ceiling,
Kakanen.
that there was a certain number of votes that
You
he got in
finish?
2016, 2020.
DC rank
They were hoping
Exoids
that he would not
voting
exceed those numbers.
balloting
They are actually outperforming Joe Biden
measure
in some
seems to
key
pass. If all
areas,
states had
but it's
ranked choice
clear
voting,
now that
Electoral College
Donald
was
Trump has
abolished
picked
and
up
PAC
key
money
support
was
among
outlawed.
Hispanic voters,
Duopoly could be challenged by a populist
despite all the
third-party
things that
candidate.
he said
Yeah, ranked choice voting would help
rally at Madison
third-party
Square Garden,
candidates,
despite
and that is something that
the
is
reaction that we
slowly
saw
growing
among
in
Latino
support
voters in places like
across the
Allentown
country, it seems.
and Hazleton.
Go to
And
Mr.
so,
Beat about that.
You know, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy.
North Carolina
at the
called for
beginning
Trump.
of this is because they knew
That
that's
is
why they brought the
something
DJ
that
in and the dancing and the line dancing, because
Harris
they knew that
needed
this was going to be a
probably at this
long
point
night
with losing
and
some
that
of
it was
these
going to be a
others.
real nail biter, and it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
That
Michelle Norris at
that
Howard
will be hard to overcome.
Where campaign is the Harris campaign is
Trump's
posted
winning
up
all the
and
swing
watching
states.
these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got some reporting.
Ravenhill said, I really don't want Trump,
related to
but
the
I
sources on the
think he
campaign
will
about
win.
Pennsylvania.
This is my first presidential
People who are
presidential
very
election. That was
familiar
fun.
with the numbers,
Yeah, I mean, hopefully
and
you
in the know,
stay up to date
and
and
people
keep
within,
doing.
frankly,
Push your
the
politicians, you guys.
Chicago
Even
and
if you voted for
Pennsylvania,
them and they get in, happen. They have to continually be pushed in the direction that you would want. Otherwise, they will get complacent and stop at the vote. So if you are somebody that votes, does the lesser of two evils things, make sure that whoever you vote for and you're voting for them because they're lesser of two evils and they do get voted in, you need to keep pushing them. You have to keep pushing them into the direction, hopefully, that you've thoughtfully plotted out.
And those numbers will,
Otherwise, they'll only play to
bode well for Vice President Harris and
the
Governor
lowest common
Walz.
denominator.
Now, and they are saying
Hold your
it's
people
going to
accountable,
be
exactly.
close, very, very close.
All right, what is the
They believe there's
likelihood
tens of thousands,
of the
about
election
$70
resulting in a
gonna make
tie,
difference.
the election being sent to Congress?
Pennsylvania being
Incredibly
sent to
rare
Pennsylvania. The next
incredibly
batch is
difficult
expected at
mathematically.
11:55.
So, Simone, to be clear, are they enthusiastic
Insanely
about
almost
what those
rare.
votes are going to say? Are they
So, yeah, not
enthusiastic about
likely.
their chances overall?
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say. And they are, as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic. But they're clear.
Right now, it looks like Trump will win popular vote and
people
electoral
within the
college.
campaign and then strategists surrounding the campaign have all said
Has
to
that
me
ever
in the
happened where it's
last
been
hour,
sent back
we have
to
been clear that it was
Congress?
going to be
No,
close.
I don't
Now,
think so.
folks may not have believed that given the
Someone
energy
correct me
and
if
the
I'm wrong, but I
momentum,
don't think so.
but the campaign itself and the folks specifically with very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a
Kaz
close
from
race.
Canada,
They
$5.
believe
Thank you
both
so much. Seeing
Pennsylvania is
Kevin
still in
O'Leary there
play,
on Fox News is
and
funny to me
I
since he's
do
a
also think that
Canadian.
there's a,
He
to
even
my
ran for the
understanding, they
leadership
have a
of the
sense that
Conservative Party back
reality is
in the
that Georgia
day.
is
Oh, yeah.
not an option for
He's
a
on the
win
Talking
this
Head
go
panel.
round.
All right,
And
Anvil. I really
North
hope
Carolina
Washington
is
State
not
flips red
looking
once
like it as
again. I
well,
live
but
in rural
folks need to wait and see.
rural
Wake County,
Washington. We always get
Rest-of-Mecklenburg
outvoted.
County
Yep.
in North Carolina
People
will
live
make
on
a
the
difference.
coast, so
Wisconsin, I will
thank you,
note,
Anvil.
folks in Wisconsin
You
say
should
they
react to
think it'll
Sabaton. I've reacted to a
Wisconsin
bunch of
vote will finish,
Sabaton videos.
but
Check them out,
they
X
feel
Wolf.
good about where
Thank
they
you so much
are.
for the $2.
They specifically noted about Dane County.
By the way, I'm
because
almost
they've
caught up,
seen
you guys.
numbers
You have a
that say
super
she's
chat.
not,
Want me to read
the
it?
vice president is not
It's
performing
going
as
to be
well
pretty
in
soon.
Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in
Wait,
Dane
Bush
County
Gore
are
was sent to
very
the Senate.
blue
Oh, well,
areas around
that was
Madison.
different
And
reasons,
so
though.
the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting.
They had to
right
get judges
now
involved
as
with
we
that
speak.
one because of the
All right.
voting
Simone
issues.
Sanders
So.
Townsend, thank you.
Trump Gore is a
I wanna
little
go
bit
to
different.
Our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been
Oh,
talking to
1824
sources
and
about,
1876 went to the House?
in
Okay.
Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are
Illinois, Harris.
looking a little bit,
Oregon,
how should we
Harris.
say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been
Mr.
coming in.
Vlogging across history,
I know
vlogging
we still
through
have
history.
big
He was
centers
here
like
earlier.
Detroit that are going to land, but the
Chris
reality
from
on the
Vlogging Through
ground
History was
there,
here for the first hour of
they
the
have a lot
stream.
of hope in that they look
Second
like they will
hour,
flip
I
the House
had
to the Republicans, but
I had
may
Mr.
give
Beat
some
as
ground
well
to
as
Trump. They're
JD
still
from
working
History
through some of the
Underground.
numbers, but it's a
Now I'm
little
just
bit up
chilling
in
with
the
you
air,
guys.
for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean,
California called the
Pennsylvania,
0%
Michigan
votes weird, a given for Harris, but
really
still kind of
that
dishonest in
those
principle.
two
Not pro
bookends, with
either, or them
Wisconsin
just an
sitting right
observation.
there,
No, yeah, it's just
for Kamala Harris right at the
called.
moment.
You understand though that
All right,
called
Michael Steele,
means
thank
it's
you
not
very much.
official.
We
It just
do
means
have
the
a
news
little bit of intel
agency
ourselves from the campaign.
is
NBC News has
convinced that it's
obtained
going to be like that.
an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign
California is
manager
one of the
for-
ones
for
that's
Kamala
pretty
Harris,
easy.
Jen O'Malley Dillon.
So
I'm just gonna
yeah, I mean
tell
you
you
get
what
it,
we
but
got. Quote, while we continue to see data
media
trickle in from the
competition.
Sun Belt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to
Robert, au
270
contraire, the
electoral votes
VP
lies through
picks
the blue
played a
wall
huge
states.
role in my
And we
vote.
feel
Okay,
good
fair enough.
about what
Fair enough,
we're
Robert.
seeing. Again, this is an
Fair enough.
email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it.
What's she talking
O'Malley
about?
Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit.
Okay,
O'Malley
they're
Dillon
saying
says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from
Detroit and
Wisconsin's
Philadelphia
Dane
have a
County
lot of
and
votes
Milwaukee County,
left to count,
adding they do not expect
which will likely
Wisconsin's
be
complete
Harris
results
votes.
until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says Ms. O'Malley
3 to
Dillon,
5 5
vote that this
a.m.
race
They're thinking
might
on
not
those
be
ones.
called tonight. Those of you who are around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until
Yeah, a
the
lot of people
early
saying
morning
North Carolina's been
hours.
called
Jen Psaki, let me get
for
your
Trump.
reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happening in the boiler room. That's a very high pressure thing. You call it on a campaign, but Nicole and I have probably probably spent a collective
Wait,
hundreds
was
of
that
hours in
that's
boiler
Jem
rooms.
Psaki?
It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists.
She looks
and
way
teams
different
looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk,
than when she
right?
did
The
in
team
those
people that do the decision
White
desk.
House
What's
briefings.
different in a campaign is that you're also looking at vote goals in these counties and what you're trying to achieve, right? So in these county, in Philly, they're trying to run up the vote numbers by a great
Cole
deal
Palmer
higher than
asked about
Biden
gender
did. And they're
divide.
looking at, what the percentages were then. And Biden did
If
about
I've
2
noticed it.
percentage points is better than Clinton in a lot of the key
Boys
places in
love
Pennsylvania.
Trump,
So they're looking
for
at
sure.
that. But they're also looking at the rural counties and where they're doing there and how they can do. So as the information comes
High
in
school
the
boys, they
boiler
love
room,
that.
they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So
They
to
think
me,
he's
it's interesting.
super
Obviously,
cool.
there hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email, but it is quite telling that she really
Not all, of
focuses
course,
on
let's
the
be
blue
honest.
wall states here, which again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is a
Seen as
core to
the
the path,
masculine
and they see it that
candidate. I
way.
don't know if you.
The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns.
I don't know if that
is as
necessarily
you have
falls in line
tariffs,
with like
right?
the
Because
like
part
Andrew
of the
Tate
objective
core
of this
like
email
core
is
of
to say
guys
to the
that
people on the team
are kind of into
hanging
that
their
the
guys, like, it's
machismo
not
right
over.
now.
We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that.
Not going to go that
Yeah.
far though.
We do have a couple of calls to make while we have been discussing this. We've got a couple
All the
of
Andrew Tate
projections
boys
from
love
NBC
Trump, but not
News.
all the
In the presidential race
Trump
in
boys necessarily love
Connecticut, NBC News
someone like
can
Andrew
project
Tate.
that the winner of that presidential race will
Connecticut.
be Vice President Kamala Harris.
Why'd they wait that
NBC
long
News can also
for
project
Harris?
that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington State.
Washington
Winner
is for
there also
Harris.
Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate
'Cause,
race
I mean,
in Washington State.
Young people
In that
love
Senate race,
memes,
we've
and
got
like
an incumbent Democratic Senator Maria
Trump is
Campbell.
literally a
She
meme.
will be
He's like a
returning to the
meme
United
personified.
States Senate from Washington State. Steve, over to you.
Drew, thank you for the $5. Said, hey, from Pennsylvania, so close here. If a house has a Trump sign, the house across the street or next door has a Harris one. Never seen anything like it. So cool. That is interesting. That's kind of neat.
In the tally of the national popular vote.
But did they put up a
well into
bigger
the night,
one?
and typically
All right,
what you see
popular vote. Here we
certainly
go.
is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there, and that's just a millions of vote margin for
Trump up
Democrats. So
almost
certainly
5% of the
this is going
popular
to
vote,
change, and we're just starting to get California in.
which
But
is
outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that
Trump's
I
up
want to
about
flag.
5
A couple
million
states that
votes
it's
nationally,
awfully
which
late
is
in the
about
night, and we don't
5%
have calls
in the
on yet that
popular
I
vote.
think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead
Harris
here
is
by
winning
about
Virginia.
2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was more.
This
This
could
was
be
a
interesting,
10-point
is if
state for Joe Biden,
Harris does pull
over
out a
Donald
victory
Trump.
somehow, she
What's
may win
changed
if she
tonight,
did
whereas
win
Trump made
without the
progress in
popular vote.
Virginia, take
Is
a
that
look here.
possible
Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in
for a
Virginia
Democrat
in 2021
in blue
when Glenn
states?
Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County.
Heather
tonight. It
Taker,
had been
thank you
a
for $10.
25-point
With how much
win
it seems
for Joe
Trump has
Biden,
changed the
comes down to
Republican
a
Party, do you think it will
16-point win. And
persist
again,
post-Trump,
Trump
or do you think
needs to
things
be
will go back to when
improving
they
to
were the
win
party
Virginia.
before? I
On
think
average,
things are going to be a
10
little
points in
bit
these
different. It's
counties.
hard to
He
imagine anybody,
comes very
another
close to
Trump
it there in
like this.
Loudoun County. Take a look.
Not many people
Prince
can pull
William
that
County.
off
This is a very
with his kind of
densely
charisma,
populated and a
the
very
way that he
diverse
has. I don't
county.
think there
Again,
can
significant
be
Hispanic
somebody quite
population.
like that.
Biden won
He
this
was a
by
lifelong
27,
celebrity. He was
down
already
to
famous
18
for
points tonight,
being
just about all in there in
a
Prince William
caricature,
County.
right,
Virginia
of
Beach, we still have a lot
American,
of votes to come in Virginia Beach.
like
And this is
financial
one,
elite,
this
right,
is,
with his
where Joe Biden won by
apprentice and
5.
all that.
This is one
So
where
I
Glenn
just don't
Youngkin
think
became governor. He flipped
anyone
and won.
has that
And
kind
Trump
of
right now leading this by 6
pedigree to
points.
be
Again, that
like
would be
another
an
Trump. I think you're just going
11-point
to
shift
see
here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would
lesser
still need to
versions
do
of
even
him. I
better
mean, isn't
in.
that
He
kind of
was
what like a
actually gonna
DeSantis
overtake
is, kind of
Harris
like a
here, but
Trump
the
light
fact that
when you
it's
think
this
about
late
it?
at night and Trump has made
We'll
gains
see what
and
happens with
held
JD
this,
Vance. I mean,
so
he may
much
be the
so
future of the
far.
party,
It's significant. It's part
depending
of
on
why
how
that
things go
popular
here
vote is
as well.
it's maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason though is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called.
Legend, thanks
Harris
for
is gonna
keeping
win
me
New
up
York.
tonight as a
The
truck
margin is
driver. Oh,
12
you're streaming
points.
on
Check
your
this
phone.
In
Keep on
2020, it
trucking,
was
buddy.
23
Keeping the
points for
country
Joe
going.
Biden, with nearly 90% 50% of the vote in.
Thank you.
Harris
Thanks
is
for the
only
support,
winning
bud.
this by 12 points. Now, first
Christopher,
of all, from a
$10. Mark my
popular
words.
vote
Trump
perspective,
runs the table in the
Biden
Rust
won this
Belt
state by 2
and wins the popular
million
vote as
votes
well.
in
Also,
2020.
just
The margin
FYI, my
isn't yet
county
a
I live in,
million,
Miami-Dade
and we're
County,
getting
went
close to all the
red
vote
for
in
the first
New
time in
York.
my
And I
lifetime.
wanna
Yeah, that was
zoom in a
massive.
little bit closer here
Miami
because
has
I
had
think
an
this is
interesting shift.
significant.
They've also
Let's look
demographic
at
shift
New
because
York City
a lot
itself, the
of
5
Republican
boroughs of New York
leaning
City.
voters have
They're
moved
each
into
their own
Florida,
individual
I think, as
county.
well.
And let me just show you what's
And
happened here.
kind
Overwhelming
of like how
Democratic
actually
city.
a lot of
Manhattan,
blue
the
people
most
moved to
liberal
Texas.
county
So
in New York,
change those
a
demographics. Yep.
portion of New York, 86 to
Florida is no
74
longer a
point
swing
Biden win,
state.
down to 63. Trump's made
Cuban
double-digit gains in
population also
Manhattan. Take a
loves
look at
Trump,
Queens, 45 point
which is
Joe
massive in
Biden win in
Florida.
2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens,
Out of
New York. Take a
Mexico,
look
Game
over
Dome guy.
at
Trump
Brooklyn,
had the win, but they
55
tried
has
to
come down to 43.
blank
Staten
him.
Island's very small
Okay.
population-wise. It is the
Whoever
Republican
they
borough
is,
of New York City.
the
And you can see
infamous
there, though,
they.
Trump has gained a net of
Thanks
about
for the
20
20.
points with just about all the vote in there. And again,
Tyson out of Australia, thank you. Have you
because we're
seen or do
seeing
you
in
look
New
at any
York,
polls from Europe or
Trump's
other
gains
countries,
with Hispanic voters,
continents,
working class
or do you just
Hispanic voters.
completely ignore
We're
that
seeing it
stuff?
in New York
The
City. It's being
polls about the
reflected
American
in that
election from foreign
statewide vote here, which
countries,
has come down significantly. And even if you go
I
across
might
the
hear
Hudson
about it
River
in
into
passing.
New
Or are you
Jersey
talking about
has
elections in
85%
other
of the vote
countries
tallied. We
for
have
their
not yet called it.
candidates?
Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again,
Thanks,
contrast
Tyson.
this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020
The infamous
was about
they.
800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't
Captain
yet
Lamp, thank you so much. I'm holding my 9-month-old as he's trying to get your attention. That's super cute. Hello, little Captain Lamp Jr.
is in pretty good shape to win the state, but take a look at
Hello.
Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there. This is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80%
Hello.
Hispanic. A lot of
Hello.
small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with
That's super
large
cute.
Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by
Hello from
46
Uncle Terry.
points. Tonight it's
Uncle
28
Terry.
points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28.
I'm almost
This is
caught
one
up,
of
by
those
the way,
giant
guys.
core Democratic counties, New Jersey, the Democratic Party relies on.
Well, you got
That's
2
a
more super chats
massive,
if you want to get in.
massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states
New
here that are
Jersey
bearing,
actually pretty
on the
close.
national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before.
Closer
We
than normal.
wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin. in some of those
Minnesota
big
might be
states.
going to
That is
Trump
what
this
we're seeing.
time.
I did want to follow up on
Wait, are they
on
seriously
Wisconsin, too.
saying
Now, getting
that
close
with
to
Tim
70%
Walz being
of the
there, plus
vote in.
Minnesota being a blue
And
state
yes, we were
generally?
just talking about
Thanks,
gain
Jenny.
and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here
Yeah, I
hit
need
that
a Nevada
margin,
update.
that they got out of 2020.
Musk for
And it's
president,
true. Okay, well,
mini
here we go.
Trump,
Now we're up
SpaceX.
to 95%.
Elon Musk
So we
can't run
just
for president because he
since
was
I
not
checked in a few
born
minutes ago,
here.
we got more.
So
We're
he
getting
can never
close
be
to
president.
all of the vote in
Thank you,
Dane
Viper.
County.
I am all caught up on super chats, you guys.
163,000. That's the Harris
Want
margin
to
in Dane County.
do that? I can get to him almost
163,000.
immediately.
In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, there usually aren't. So again, if
Looking
anything
rough.
like
Just
that
look.
holds,
Just woke up
boy,
from
that's,
Norway.
The Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time.
Yeah,
for
Trump
4
is
years. Where
heavy
Democrats
favorite right
have
now.
improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will. Not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%.
Arnold can't run. He do probably well. Arnold would have done well 20 years
Point
ago.
over Biden, so that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. And take a look here at Ozaukee County, and again, this one.
I only
now we
said
got
they
about
since I have a
3/4
word
of the
limit.
vote in,
Okay.
and,
Thanks,
Trump
Game
is running
Dome
a
guy.
bit above, not much.
The infamous
level with his
they.
2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points.
New Mexico
better.
called for
See
Harris.
what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we see the wow counties and the bow
Don't know if you
counties
noticed
here.
or not, but
Brown
we had our
County,
first
Allegheny
trans woman
County,
elected to
Winnebago
Congress.
County,
State Congress or the
mid-sized cities
national?
along sort of the Fox
Or
River,
federal?
Lake Winnebago.
Malik?
These are all counties that Donald Trump
I did
won in
not know that.
2020, but with reduced margins.
What
Is he
state is that?
returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Allegheny County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he
Will the
won this
natural
county
law
by
rule
about
ever be
13
changed?
points. In
No, because it's
2020,
unconstitutional, and it would require too high of a percentage of votes to happen. So I don't think so. Thanks, Viper, again.
Right now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County, but I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016.
Yeah, Shane, we're flipping through 3 different channels. We've been going between between
Wisconsin's a state- when
MSNBC,
Trump won it, it was by 20,000
Fox
votes.
News, and
When
CNN.
Biden won it, it
Kind
was
of been
by
on NBC right
20,000
here
votes.
because
So
they're doing
these
more
kinds of
actual like
differences can
election
make all
result
the
stuff.
difference. See what happens
Fox
with the
News has been
remaining vote there.
more
But
like
that's
talking
something we've been
heads.
seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes.
Also
More to
CNN
come out of
too.
those
We've been
Black
bouncing
counties,
around
and we'll
three
see if there's
different,
anything left
three
there
or
in Dane, but if
so
that number
different ones,
doesn't
just to get
move,
different
that's a little
perspectives.
bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
Sticking here because they're actually going through. It's Kornacki. So Kornacki's the
Senate race.
the map
NBC
guy.
News
So
can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota. We have that
all
projection.
right,
There
Minnesota. Here we go.
The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic
We're gonna
incumbent
project.
Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Oh, it's Senate.
will
Oh,
be
Amy
heading
Klobuchar is
back
going to be
the
reelected.
United
Okay.
States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break right now. There's a
She's
bunch
the
of other
incumbent.
Senate races
Okay.
right now where we
Minnesota
haven't
Senate. I
checked
thought they
in,
were going to say something about the
for a little
president there.
while. The important
Yeah, it's
Senate races in
Kornacki, dude. He's the
Pennsylvania,
map
Michigan,
guy.
Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska.
All right,
Lots of interesting
MSNBC
Senate
is
races
going
still
to
come. We're
break,
gonna
so we'll
check in on
probably
those
change.
on the other side of this break.
All right, U.S. Senate. What do we got? There were that many races. Who was the independent that won? All right, let's flip.
Morning Joe, weekdays 6 to 10.
Let me just take a look. Okay, still talking heads on Fox. You guys want to see more like?
6 to 10 on MSNBC.
You guys want to see more like the talking heads talking about things where they just like, I don't know, try to one up each other? That's what's on Fox.
Can you?
It's a lot of this stuff.
Look, I think we all knew this was going to be a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these
Fox.
votes. I think what you're seeing from the
No
memo that's
talking
released by
heads. You guys
General
want
Dillon
maps,
just a
right? You guys
couple
want more
moments
of the
ago
election
sort of
results.
speaks to that, and that we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris.
What are your
Walz
thoughts if
campaign,
Musk is allowed
they're
to
saying
attempt to
they're
eliminate
banking
the
on this
Department of
blue wall to win this
Education?
campaign. So they're going to wait
Better not.
until those votes are counted.
Better
And I
not.
think at this point,
Musk
nobody
is
can spike
allowed.
the
He
football
can't. He
until
doesn't have
all
any
the American
political
people have
power.
their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground states.
Exactly.
I'm
at
Sean
this-
Hannity
but we're-
may
we-
Sean is the
No, anything that hurts education in any way, I'm
that there weren't actually
obviously
any
gonna
The best is when he said, "I'm not going to get over my
speak
skis,
up
but
against.
I'm going
Not to say there isn't educational reform necessary,
What do you
but
think?
Just based on looking
eliminating
at the data
something like that.
going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to
Let's
look
be honest,
at the
Kamala
slow death
is-
of identity politics
has
that you're seeing
zero
in this
charisma.
election. The Kamala Harris
She's
campaign
boring.
tried to argue that people should vote for her.
One thing
based
Trump is
on
not is
identity
boring.
politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement
very boring.
and
She's
get rid of democracy,
not
essentially.
really that
is
inspiring,
running
right?
ahead with
It's
those
not
groups,
inspiring.
and
Like,
that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people.
she did
that they
poorly in
needed
the
to get
2020
her over the finish
election,
line. Now the
and
night is
then
not
in the
over,
primary.
But long term, Democrats are going to have to think about they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it
Chances
back?
they've done a
You can't just
primary may
argue
not
that
have
someone
been
in your
her
opponent is
necessarily. You
a
don't
Nazi,
know.
essentially.
You
You
don't
have
know.
to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these,
It's almost like
places that
Trump
we're
needed
looking at
the
votes,
Democrats
it's gonna be
needed
tough
a
climb
Democrat
getting
Trump.
to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue.
I wonder
was
what will happen with Tim
dug
Walz.
into so
Will Tim Walz
deeply
trying
by
to
the Harris campaign
step up?
and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kaylee, it looks like not only did
Don't you guys think
the
Tim Walz,
48%
that has given a
been
4-year
rock solid
cycle,
for Trump
would
throughout the
probably
entire
be more
course
popular
of his run,
than
not only
Kamala
did
Harris?
they not care about that issue, I think they say, well, we know and we've seen all of this, what
Kamala.
we watch
Sorry,
is,
I mess up
policy
the
results,
pronunciation. I
whatever
promise I'm not
they're saying.
intentionally messing up her
But
pronunciation.
added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters.
You think Tim
This
would do
voter
worse
said,
than
pre-Kamala Harris,
Kamala?
I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his
To
affect.
be honest, I see Gavin Newsom being more like a
Then
Democratic
Kamala Harris
candidate in
came
the
on the
next
scene,
cycle.
and he wanted to know how
I don't
she
know about
differed
that.
from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind
Gavin
I saw
Newsom
today, he had not voted in an election
has
since Obama.
the California
he said, I am a
stench
blue-collar worker.
that so
I
much
am
of the
here voting
country
today
doesn't like.
because of no tax
You
on
know what I
overtime.
mean?
And I think if Donald Trump
Kamala, I guess,
prevails
maybe has a
tonight,
little bit of that.
we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically
Oh,
as
okay,
well.
here's an interesting one.
Presidential contest in the state of Virginia.
MSNBC is projecting
a winner in the presidential
Kamala
contest
to
in
win
North
Virginia.
Carolina. NBC News projects that the winner in the
Kamala to
presidential
win
race in the state of
Virginia.
North
Okay, that's
Carolina
one.
is Donald
That's really
Trump.
the
This
only
is our
one that was kind of a potential
projection of a
toss-up that
result
Harris
in any
won.
of the 7 big swing states. The first swing state to be projected by NBC News tonight is North Carolina, going to Donald Trump. I understand we also have a change in the characterization
I
of
think
the presidential race in
Walls
Minnesota. In
would
Minnesota, this has
attract more of the
previously been characterized
non-voting
as too early to call
liberal and
Minnesota, now
leftists than
characterized by
Kamala would.
NBC News
The ones that are
too
not voting in
close
this
to call.
election because
Looking at
they
the
think
overall map,
Kamala
road to 270 right
is
now. Donald
reaching
Trump
too
stands
far
at 230
to
electoral
the right.
votes. Kamala Harris stands at 100.
And I do think there's a pretty big demographic of
7
that.
swing states that we and everybody else
I
have been
think
watching. We now have
someone like
NBC
Walls
News
might potentially
calling
be
the
more
first
popular
one
that
joined.
wise
North
on a
Carolina called for
policy front, especially for younger voters, especially for younger voters.
It's a state that I think
than
Democrats
Kamala.
definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there's a
Kamala.
lot of hope because of just
Sorry.
the
I already said I
insanity,
messed
can
it
we
up.
say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed
Pennsylvania's
the numbers
super
that Joe
close.
Biden had in
I'm
the
just gonna say
suburbs, and I
Harris.
think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not.
If Minnesota goes
That is
red,
what
that would
it
be
appears happened in that state.
fascinating.
Is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place,
All right, got some other super chats.
Electing
Randy's channel, thank you.
person who was responsible for taking those rights away. And
What do you think of the
restoring them.
National Popular Vote Interstate Compact? And if it went into effect, do you think SCOTUS would rule it unconstitutional?
For Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This would be
This
the second
SCOTUS
opportunity that white
would have a
women in this country
pretty good
have
chance
to
probably of
change
doing
the
that.
way that they interact
What do you
with the
think, Randy?
patriarchy. And God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation.
Kamala isn't
But if
far
people are
left
receptive
for
to it, and
far
if
enough
people
left
vote
for youth
more,
voters. Correct. I think so.
Party line or more on race than on gender and on.
I think she
protecting
heard
their
herself
gender,
reaching to the
there's
right,
really
probably.
Not much more that you can do, but
Because
tell
there's just a
people
lot
what
of
the
people
risks
that are
are
not
and leave it to them to do
that
the
are.
right
I think if you're more
We
right,
don't have any
well,
surprises here. We do have.
I don't know. What do
to
you guys
remember
think
when it
about
comes to North
this? Like
Carolina, they just went.
non-voting people between non-voters. Do you think there are more non-voting people on the right or non-voting people on the left? I feel like it's the left. I think on the left for non-voters. I know there's some anomalies. Say like Chris from Vlogging Through History, who's more conservative but did not vote in the presidential election for that reason. But I think it's the left. They're the people that were hardliners that wanted to see policy change for Israel-Palestine. That didn't happen. Maybe less on the rhetoric of like immigration policy. I think that's there. I think that's what's going to have to happen. I think going forward, the Democratic Party will benefit more not by moving right, but by moving left. But that's hard because the Democratic Party has often purged and almost conspired against, say, the left. Look at someone like a Bernie Sanders, who did have a lot of popularity for a lot of people, but really just coalitions from the Clintons and even Biden kind of like him as an ally, but never, invested in somebody like that. Oh, what was that for the governor? The North Carolina governor race was interesting. Wasn't that guy that was like
is because there's two things
doing
happening in every election. There's the
weird
structural
message board stuff
that's
back in the
happening, and
day?
then
Like he
there's
was
what
like
happens in that campaign, what the candidates are, what's happening in the news.
doing like
The structural
neo-Nazi
stuff in this country is like the 40%.
Yeah.
That structural stuff is moving in all sorts of interesting directions, and Steve has been aligned, talking about them. The realignment we've seen of working class voters moving.
I mean, Bernie had won
to
primaries,
parties to the right.
so I
That's
don't
happened
know.
in every single OECD.
Yeah, the guy that called
democracy
himself
across the world
a Nazi.
over the last
Yeah,
16 years.
what's his
20,
name?
you can go back
Johnson,
further.
North Carolina governor.
Because of how structurally polarized we are, everything's happening at the margins. And the margins are 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. In a room of 100
Hey,
people,
I understand the idea about being
wearing different
apathetic
colored shirts,
towards
that's like
voting.
3
I
people
do
changing the color
understand
of their
it.
shirt. It's 4 people changing the color of their shirt. That's
But
where everything happens in American politics right now.
Well, and I
don't know.
think it
There
goes
there
back
is
to what
such
your
thing as
folks
being
said
too
there,
cynical about voting.
and said they built a campaign for Kamala Harris to try to defeat a Donald Trump.
Correct pronunciation
that had
is
48%
Kamala.
ceiling.
Yep,
It
we already
looks
went
like
over
from-
that. Thank you,
from what
Kate
Steve
Prather.
Bernanke is telling
Funny,
us,
3 former
his ceiling
Democrats
might have been
leading
higher this
Republican Party.
We
3
talked, David, exactly about
3
that.
former Democrats
This
leading
idea that
Republican
his ceiling was
Party.
46.1 or 46.7.
Trump.
It had always been that. And so there'll be much more time to follow this. We are following
RFK.
the story and the facts, and the story's not over. But if Donald Trump did increase that,
Did
margin
JD
over what
Vance
had been
ever
8-year ceiling,
say he
right,
was like
there
officially
will
a
be
Democrat?
Much to say
before?
and much to study about whether that was because of some newfound appreciation for him and his ideas, or whether this was
No, Vlogging Thrister
an
said on this
economy
channel he
election.
voted for a lot of
We've
other
had many
things,
of them.
but
And
on this
there's many a
ballot, but
politician
he
who
said he
will
did
say,
not vote for
"Oh,
president.
this happened. That
He
means you like
abstained.
me more. I have a bigger mandate." And
I mean,
sometimes
he's
it's
a
not that.
pastor.
It's
He,
that, high prices and
doesn't
inflation after
necessarily
COVID
align
disruption
with a lot of the
was a body blow to many places,
behaviors
and you add what you just said.
of Trump.
Working class voters
And people are entitled to not voting. You know what I mean?
They're mad at the establishment. And
I still believe in the idea
in the
that
last few
politicians do need to
Listen,
earn your
look at
vote.
what all that we've done for unions. Look what we've done for labor in this country.
And
We
yes,
can
not
forget,
voting can have an
not
impact.
all working class voters
If politicians,
are
you know,
members
we're
of
going to look at that
unions,
and say,
right?
how
And
do
so
we,
there's a huge
because
portion
politicians, what
that
they
are
really
correct.
should be doing,
And
and this is,
that
I think,
gets
a
overlooked.
danger
And
of
while we can all
Harris
say
was
that
this.
Donald
It
Trump
was
does absolutely
more
nothing for them,
about,
that's true from a policy.
it was more not about reaching non-voters, but it was somehow trying to be directed at like switching votes. People don't do that. You're far more likely to activate a non-voter or a historical non-voter than flipping somebody's voting preferences. And I think in a lot of ways, this election might be some evidence of that.
And Pennsylvania, but many of them aren't underway yet, and it takes time, right?
But just briefly, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just
But
saying
also
that when
means,
the
you know, the
economy
voting
is
for
bad
lesser
enough
of
and
two
that's front and
evils.
center, people
You
tend to
can't
vote
blame
against what
somebody
they
for
see as the
doing that. But the
incumbent
problem is,
party. In
if
this
you're not
case, you have
holding
the
those
incumbent
people
vice president.
accountable,
And
the
all
lesser
I'm
of two
saying
evils, if you're
is,
not holding
we
them
don't know yet.
accountable,
I'm just
then
saying
it
that, is
just
it that everyone gave Donald Trump a bigger hug because he closed so
it just
well?
enables
But the total vote, we don't have
that.
we don't,
It
we're
just
not
enables
issuing any new
politicians
calls
more.
other than the North Carolina call Rachel just made. But
Hey, Mr.
in the
Basement.
total vote trends, is it that, or is it something we've seen from time going back to the beginning of elections that when people are mad about the
Christopher,
economy,
thank
they
you.
vote against
$5.
the
Democrats need a JFK persona / Obama persona again. Only way they can turn it around, IMO. Democrats have a lot of soul searching to do. Yeah, the Democratic Party is going to have to really look at themselves again. I think the Republicans have a good idea of their pathway going forward.
And so there's a
I think if they continue more of the isolationism, I think that's going to benefit them because the new generation, I feel like, of conservatives are more isolationists. Also, when it comes to things like wars and stuff, that's one of the things that you just hear about, you know, that people praise Trump for that you didn't hear 20 years ago, which was like, you know, Iraq was bad, which was something all conservatives disagreed to. And it was actually, you know, bipartisan, but like,
working class
You know,
voters.
like stuff
but
like
just
that.
remember, working
And
class does not
now
mean
you had
poor.
like Trump,
You
who's
can be
like, yes,
working class,
Iraq was
meaning you're a
bad,
non-college voter, but you
and
actually
you know,
have,
getting
like a
involved in these
second
foreign
home
things.
somewhere in,
I think
you
they
know,
have
the
a pretty good
Hamptons, and
game plan, but the
you work in
Democratic
a
game
plumbing
plan right
business, and
now
you're
is
not
not evolving
poor.
at
So
all.
I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low
And I don't
wage
think
people
evolving to
voting
push to
against
the
their
right
interests
will be the
and figuring
answer
out
for
how to
them
get them in the system at
to
all.
We have a call
get
as well.
back on top again. They've
NBC
got to
News
run on
make a
policy,
projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state
popular
of Washington.
policy
Do we have that?
that people will be more likely to vote in their best
You
interest
guys
for.
didn't know that's how I usually do it,
That's
right?
how you make it happen.
NBC News
All right, what do we got here?
predicts, that the
Governor of
governor's race in
Washington is going to be a
Washington, the Democrat
Democrat.
Bob Ferguson will be the next
Bob
governor
Ferguson.
in Washington.
Bob
Republican
Fergie.
opponent Dave Reichert. But the Democrat.
All right,
Ferguson,
Aiden, thank you so much. Did I
will be
miss
the winner
VTH
there.
appearance? Watching
mentioned
from the
that we were gonna
UK.
talk about some
Yeah,
of the
he
Senate
was
races
on
that
the
we've got
first
right now. We are
hour
still
of the
going to
stream.
do
So if
that.
you want to
But I wanna
rewind
go
or
first
watch
to
later, yeah,
Philadelphia.
he was in the first
Our
hour.
own,
He was
Jake
fantastic. He gave
Soboroff is
a
at
lot
the
of
tabulation
a
center
very, very good
in
insight.
Philly,
It was
which
a great
is kind of the center of
conversation
the
with
political universe
my
right
friend
now.
Chris Vlogging through history. Yeah, he
Jacob,
was in the
what do you
first hour. The second hour, we had Mr. Beat. He came on for an hour. He was great too. And then right in between them, that overlapped between both of them was JD from the History Underground. So we had really good guests today. What do you guys think of today's guests?
Another release of ballots around midnight Eastern time, and I have some specific numbers that
All
may
right, what's
or
this
may
guy
not
got?
be useful to Steve and you all there.
By the way, we'll
He
switch
tells me that
channels
around
soon.
50,000 votes will be a part of that next release around midnight Eastern time, and that would leave a total universe, according to Mr. Bluestein, of 37,000 votes left, but that would include ballots that won't be counted, like unsigned ballots, undated ballots, no secrecy envelopes, and other ballots that, for whatever reason, don't meet the standard of being counted. So again, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with two different vans, but I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here, because this is the one angle you can see.
American territories do not get electoral votes.
That
No.
is not their camera.
Like Puerto Rico and
processing
stuff.
the
They do
ballots,
not,
and they're all
or
in there
Guam,
now
they do
going through the
not get
process. Election workers
electoral
doing
college
their great
votes.
civic duty. In about 9 minutes time, we expect the information about those additional 50,000
A week from today, I'll be on
ballots.
Tom
And again, just to
Grossi's
underscore, tomorrow morning, there will be another release here
podcast.
in Philadelphia.
Okay.
We're to talk
I'll
history
just
and
let you
sports.
know,
He was a
Jacob.
former
Let's
history
take- let's
teacher.
take a look. Here
Now
come
the
the
best
additional trucks.
football
Go ahead, Rachel.
I was
YouTuber
just going to say, just to
on
let
the
you know,
internet.
in case you couldn't see, when you were poking your nose into that window.
I'm super
looking
excited
through that
on the
window,
Chaotic
there was a
Good
security
podcast, week from
officer
today.
and/or cop inside who was very
Going to be
displeased
raising for
about the fact that
charity
you
as
were doing
well.
that.
Should be a
Just
blast.
so you know, in case there's an unfriendly.
Here, I'll give you one more
encounter.
peek. Just one quick peek. I think they left. Take a look.
Okay. Thank you very
All right,
much.
I don't care about the inside the voting room. Seems like we've had a lot less drama with that. Let's see. Okay. Fox News is saying that
with another win.
the Senate
Again,
is
and if
Republican.
President
It
Trump
is
wins
going
the
to be
presidency,
controlled by the
another way to
Republicans.
say he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did.
Nima,
but she
€5.
made it.
It's also not
All love to you from Denmark.
Sure.
Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much.
Wing of the Republican
Good
Party on the
morning.
right.
Yeah, thank you for the
Let's
support.
also not discount the
Love
success
says,
of former
according
President
to
Trump
Associated
in
Press,
these states.
Kamala
Kaylee,
is up
that-
to
and
205.
definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno.
Bit too short,
with a
unless you
10-point
can
win in
get
Ohio, takes him over the finish line. We
Pennsylvania,
don't know.
Michigan,
in
Wisconsin.
Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana,
Might be a little too late.
This lead could grow. And there was a
Little
long,
too late.
big conversation.
If Trump
especially
gets
when you
his
look
wish
back
from
at
the
midterm cycles about
Mueller
President
debate
Trump potentially
and
dragging down
goes
tickets
door to
and,
door at the
you know,
police
hurting
/
Senate
army to
candidates. And in
deport
fact, it
most
seems
colored
like
people.
Senate
How will
candidates
the
are
East
finding
be changed?
coattails
They're
with
going to have to
President
change in
Trump.
the U.S.
You know,
I mean,
interestingly, when we
it's
assess
physically
the
impossible
prospect
for
of
them to
keeping
do
the House
that
majority,
in
Steve
that
Scalise
way,
said we need
Tyson.
at least an 8 to 10
But I know
seat
the rhetoric
buffer because he
behind it
expects, should
and
Donald
how
Trump prevail,
emotionally
which is
charged
looking
that could
very good
be.
for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various
J.D.
cabinet
Vance
members
tried to
in the
plot out a little
administration.
bit about
So
what
you
a
got to start thinking
potential
about that. That's a political
deportation thing would look
calculation you can
like.
solve.
They
You know,
said
on
first
the
thing they're going to
inside,
do is going
it's
to do
something to think
intensive
about nonetheless.
investigations
I would
to
just say
find any
this.
history of
The
criminal
word
activities
here, the word
from
on other
illegal
networks
immigrants.
that I'm
That'll be
hearing
their
constantly
first step.
is the word
Then after that,
underperforming
they
for
don't really
Kamala
have a
Harris.
plan.
We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now,
Red Toucan, we got
do
another
have
one from
trends, and the
Argentina. Thank you
trends
so
do not look
much.
good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Havdi with
Gracias.
1.2 million
That's
to
my
Baldwin,
Spain
the
Spanish.
incumbent.
Much love from
If we
Argentina,
could
Mr.
flip it
Terry.
over to
Wishing you guys the
Michigan,
best. Thank you so much.
Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9. Now, these races,
Julie,
they
thank you
fall
for
in
the
the same
$2.
category.
Do we
As I
risk
mentioned
matter
before,
who wins award to
Ohio,
boost moods?
Michigan,
What does that mean?
Wisconsin. They
Wins
have a lot
award
of
to
the same
boost
issues.
moods?
Energy.
I think you win
All
that.
of them campaign similarly.
Oh, it was
and,
Germany, my bad.
They all appear to be
It's a
doing
DE.
well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah,
Germany,
and just a
not-
couple
yeah,
of things
Denmark
about
is
the
yeah.
Senate, because remember that
My bad.
Vice
Sorry,
President
Hannah.
Harris said that she was
It said
open to
DE
ending the
next to you.
filibuster.
So I thought that meant Denmark.
If it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe
Deutschland.
v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the
Thanks.
campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and
Thank you,
DC
my German
states
friend.
has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were
You
galvanizing
guys think
to a lot
Clarence
of
Thomas,
voters.
since
And
President
we're seeing
Trump,
what's happening in the United States
you know,
Senate.
likely
So
is going to
if
be winning
this
here, will
we
resign
know now
now
that there's a
or
majority. So at least in the
retire?
short term, those things won't happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in
So
with Chad
he can
Pergram on
be
Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our
replaced
panel. We
with a
have some more
conservative judge.
raw vote total coming in as
What
a
do you guys
lot
think
of
happens with
numbers
the Supreme
as the
Court
race for
this next 4
270
years?
continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up?
Clarence
You'll have to come
Clarence
back.
Thomas being the one that most likely to maybe retire, only because
Putin's army has unleashed
there's a
unthinkable evil
majority,
since invading Ukraine,
supermajority for
torturing Christian
Republicans.
leaders, destroying churches, and burning Bibles, kidnapping
Do you
thousands
think
of
Sotomayor
Ukrainian
will stay in
children
though
and
and wait for
holding
a
them
Democrat
hostage
again?
in Russia, brutally assaulting and raping
All right,
women of all
let's go to the
ages.
next one.
Freedom and
Commercial.
democracy are under attack, and Ukraine is the front line. Freedom isn't free.
Freedom isn't free. I can't get the CNN feed. I may like CNN feed broke. Oh wait, never mind. It's back. No. We haven't looked at CNN for a while. Let's see what they're doing.
In Battleground Georgia, Donald Trump is up 50.7%. Kamala Harris is 48.4%.
Turn that down. How's this audio? I had to refresh.
118,000 votes ahead of her, with an estimated 93% of the estimated vote in. Arizona, Donald Trump ahead there too, with 49.8% of the
Trump
vote.
ahead in
Kamala
Arizona.
Harris has 49.3%.
Harris really
of the
needs
vote. He
Arizona.
is more than
Really
7,500
bad.
votes ahead of her right now. But
Really
they still
bad.
have about 48% of the vote to count, 52%
That could happen, though.
of the estimated vote in.
That could happen.
In Nevada, Donald Trump is
All
in
right,
the lead.
Nevada votes are
73%
coming in.
of the vote. Kamala Harris is 26.2%.
It's very early.
Of the vote. Donald Trump has a more
They're only
than
2%
10,000
in,
vote, almost
but-
11,000
so
vote lead.
take from that what you will.
Undecided races, we are all already also getting closer to another poll closing.
Arizona's
Four more
going
electoral votes, which means in the
slow. I
next
think
hour,
they
in the heat of the
had,
battle to reach 270. So every electoral
you know,
vote counts. We're just minutes away from voting ending in the reliably blue state of Hawaii. Over to John King.
I'm not going to lie. I totally forgot
Take a
about
quick look.
Hawaii.
Just went through the numbers. Just want to look very quickly. These three states: Wisconsin, Michigan,
When does Alaska
and
close?
Pennsylvania
That's
will
always
determine the
red.
fate of the Harris campaign. Whether
Hawaii's
there's any
blue.
chance she can come back. As we wait to see those results, I just want to show you something. Bring it up. Remember January 6th? Donald Trump was.
Have we ever
finished.
had to like wait
Even
for
Republicans
Hawaii?
were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a national politician. I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance
Trump up
by 3% or more. Right? This is a statewide. We're not
4%
done
on
with some of
the
these counts out here.
popular
So
vote.
this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January
Hawaii
6th,
traditionally has the
2021.
lowest
That's the
voter
statewide
turnout.
vote. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full
Makes
count.
sense. It's
Look at how many counties across America.
a state acquired through
994
imperialism, so it's not
of the
going to be very
4,000
pro
plus, 4,600 plus
American
counties and
from
townships. especially up
indigenous
this way,
peoples. You
part of
know.
the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships. But in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming. And look at where they are. He's mostly performing in red areas. His
Well,
vote
obviously.
is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are some blue places where he's overperforming, but just look at battleground Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins, where he's overperforming by 3% or more what he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to battleground Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas. He's getting more. The same over here in battleground Wisconsin.
Yikes.
So the former president of the United States,
Wisconsin,
given up
man.
for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021,
Not
is running
looking
stronger
good for
now
Harris.
than he did in the last campaign.
It's like doing
All
way
right,
worse
John King,
in
thank you so
Wisconsin
much.
than Michigan.
Every electoral vote counts, and 4 more are on the line right now as polling places are about to close.
They
in
gonna call
and
Hawaii?
we project Kamala Harris
They did
will
it.
win the state of Hawaii with its 4
Immediately.
electoral votes. Not a surprise. Hawaii, a reliably Democratic vote, but that doesn't mean a pickup.
I did not know, by the way, whoever said that Hawaii has the lowest voter turnout.
He is 40 votes
That was my
away from winning.
That was
Kamala Harris
my
has
conjecture of why
169
they
electoral votes. She
don't
is
vote as much.
101 votes away from the 270 needed to win. John King.
So, Jake, let's look at the map where we are right now, and then we'll go through some of these battleground
More
states
super
where
chats,
we're
thank
still
you.
waiting.
Remember when
But just look
Bloomberg
at the map right
cosplayed
now.
as a
You see a lot
Democrat?
of red, right? So let's
Yeah,
look
he
at the
tried to come
2020
in
map.
with big
You see the
money
blue,
and it
right? The
failed.
blue wall states, Georgia,
He
Arizona,
couldn't
Nevada,
buy his way
right?
into
Now
the
watch,
Democratic
this is where
Party.
we are now. 2024
Thanks,
looks a
noticing,
lot different
Senpai.
than 2020, but at the moment, looks pretty similar to 2016. Donald Trump won the
Yeah, we
blue
know
wall.
Hillary Clinton
Donald
won
Trump
the
won North Carolina. Donald Trump won Georgia. Donald Trump won Arizona.
popular vote.
The only difference would be Hillary Clinton.
Mendez out of Mexico,
Nevada.
50.
Donald
Thank
Trump
you.
leads
In
there
Mexico,
right
we were a
now
bit worried about
when you
who
come
won,
back
either
to
Kamala
2024.
or
But
Trump.
it's just,
Our female
sorry,
president needs to
2024. Let me
suit
come
up because
here,
many
do
of us
this,
don't
and
like
do
her.
this.
Really?
And you go
I'd
there
wondered kind of
at
about her,
2024. So
like
that's the one.
Jewish, being
it's
Jewish
just a dramatic
Mexican.
change when you
I don't know
come
if that
here.
mattered at
And
all.
so
I mean,
Donald
there's
Trump
a lot
is
of people aren't
remaking
going to
the
like her,
map
but
again
you know,
at the moment. And the
obviously a lot of
question
people did
is
like
there
her.
any
So
way for Harris
I don't
to
know.
come back? Again, we've
Thank you
given
for the
Donald
support.
Trump North Carolina. So let's see where we are in Georgia. If Donald Trump also carries Georgia, the vice president cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania. Yes,
Okay.
Nevada's out there, Arizona's out there, Michigan and Wisconsin are out
Trump
there.
wins
19.
Georgia.
19. I'll show you what I mean in a minute.
Kamala
So can she come back in
cannot
Georgia
lose
to stop that from happening? She's
Pennsylvania.
limiting
It's
her.
over.
If he wins Georgia, her path is so limited. So it's 118,000 votes right now in a state decided 4 years ago by 11,700 votes. Donald Trump with 93%, that's an important number, of the vote counted is ahead by nearly 120,000 votes. So you're looking, this is where they would have to be. You can pick up votes elsewhere, but that's where most of the votes are. That's close to half of the state population, right in Atlanta, in the metropolitan area around it. So what's out there? Are there live outstanding votes out there? Well, let's take a look. The answer is yes.
He's just not good as Kornacki on the
The answer is
TV.
yes, they're out there.
Kornacki's the
You're at
king
the point now where you're talking about drawing to an inside straight flush, essentially.
of the
You need these
TV
votes to come
interface.
in overwhelming numbers for you. But you do see there's the mathematical possibility. This is why the Harris campaign is on the phone. This is why I assume Donald Trump has not come out yet to say anything, because he's hoping that this one comes off the board as
Yeah,
well.
I haven't looked at
You're
all.
looking
What
at the
is
math right
Trump
there. It's
tweeting?
possible.
Is
So we're
Harris
waiting for more
tweeting?
votes for
Like,
Georgia.
is anyone
So
saying
then you come up,
anything?
Jake,
I
and
haven't
we'll look at
seen
the
a
blue wall states
single
in a minute to see if any of the math is changing. But if you look at the map right
interview
now,
with
you
either
would
of
so
them
much rather
tonight.
be Donald Trump than the vice president.
All right, and we have a projection, John.
New projection coming
CNN
in.
can project that Kamala Harris will win
Virginia.
the Commonwealth of
Harris wins Virginia.
Commonwealth of Virginia with its 13 electoral votes will go to the Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris. What does that mean for the electoral math? Let's take a look.
That
With
she needed that for
270
sure.
electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump is only 40 behind that with 230. Kamala Harris has 182
Gap is within 50
electoral
right now.
votes. Let's bring
Electoral
you a key race
votes.
alert. Where are we with all the states that we have not
So she
projected
crept
yet?
up a little bit.
Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead. 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote.
God,
Donald
that
Trump
is-
has a more than 213,000 vote lead over her with 84% of the estimated vote in from
That's
Pennsylvania.
catastrophic,
In
though,
Michigan,
for
Donald Trump up there,
her being down a good
51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris is
300,000 votes in
47% of the vote.
Pennsylvania right
Donald
now.
Trump with
Don't
a
know what the Philly votes look like,
107,290
though.
vote
How much of
lead
those have gone
over
in?
Harris, but there's still about 55%
Wow,
of the vote
Trump
that has not
ahead
been
at
counted in Michigan. A lot of votes
45%.
to count in Michigan.
4%
Wisconsin
up
now,
4% in
Donald Trump,
Michigan.
51% of the vote. Kamala Harris,
Detroit, though, has not been
47.4%.
counted really
Donald Trump with
very
a
much.
more than
Though. There's not a lot of
vote lead over Harris.
Detroit in.
That's with more than 3/4 of the votes counted in Wisconsin, 77% of the
Wisconsin's
vote.
looking
In
bad
battleground
for
Georgia,
Harris.
Donald Trump up 50.7% to Harris's 48.4%. Donald Trump with a 118,838 vote lead over Harris with 93% of the estimated vote in. In battleground Arizona, Donald Trump up 49.8% to Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump with a 9,600 plus vote lead. That's with slightly more than half of the vote counted
52%
in
in
Arizona.
Arizona, with Trump up
in
by
Nevada,
half a
Donald Trump
percent.
up 73% to Harris's 26.2%.
Nevada's only
of the vote.
2%
Donald
in.
Trump
Don't
with an
even worry
almost
about that.
11,000 vote lead. But that is, again, with only 2% of the estimated vote in Nevada counted. Still a lot of votes to count in Nevada. John?
So, Jake, let's look at right now. You're looking at the big map and you're seeing all that red. Yes, Virginia, we just projected for the vice president. That one's blue. I'll take a closer look in a minute at that one.
This
But you're
really
looking
makes
at
me
the blue
think
wall states,
Kornacki's
essentially Harris's
he's
only
the
path is
goat
to
for
come
like
back
the
in
maps.
these three states right there.
We have to go back to
the possibility where she only has to come back in 2 of them, but she has to come back in.
Christopher,
in
thank
them
you for the
to have a
$10
reasonable
again.
path
You've been
to
so great
270
tonight.
electoral votes. And it's a
As someone who
problem
has
at the
worked in the
moment,
construction industry,
168,000
Trump's
votes.
deportation
I'm told
plan
more votes
will
this
cause
week than
massive
came in
ripples in the
Philadelphia,
industry due
and
to
indeed
massive
they
amounts of
did.
illegal immigration
So now
in
you're
the
up to
field. Oh, for sure.
76%.
There will be
Estimates
massive
change a little bit
economic
as more votes come in.
fluctuations
But you see
if there
that,
is
you know,
a
the vice
sudden
president opening a healthy
deportation
lead in
of
Philadelphia,
immigrant
which is a
workers.
building block of a Democratic win in Pennsylvania. The question is it enough? I just showed you Trump was leading. So
Our
78%,
agricultural industry
477,000 votes.
and
You go
construction
back 4
industry,
years ago,
if what that would
it's
happen would
81%, and it's 603,000 votes. Remember that.
be big.
81 and
No doubt.
603.
Trump's at 97% in the betting.
Can she move both numbers up when we get the final quarter of the vote? That's the challenge, because you need that map.
Honestly, the betting stuff is like the most accurate.
To overcome that.
Odds makers do not want to lose.
That was
So.
decided by 80,000 votes 4 years ago and 40,000 votes 4 years before that. That is a big lead in a tight state like Pennsylvania with 85% of the vote. So you're saying, is it just Philadelphia and the suburbs where there are outstanding votes? Again, if you're joining us late, the larger the circle, the more votes that are still outstanding to be counted. The
Okay.
color, the
A
way the
lot of
candidate who's
votes.
winning in that
A
area
lot of
at the
votes still
moment.
in
And so you've got you still do
Philadelphia.
right here. Philadelphia, Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery
Pennsylvania
County.
not
There's still
over
some math
by a
to be
long
done there.
shot.
A little bit out there in Allegheny County, where we talked to Brian Todd early in the night. A little bit up in Erie County, which is a swing county. Tends to be very close, though. So let's come back and look at this as we come through it. Number one, there are bellwether counties in Pennsylvania. Northampton is one of them, and Trump is winning with 52% of the vote right now. This county usually picks the winner in the state. As I say that,
Interesting.
I'll say its twin is Erie, way over here. Not twin geographically. It's twin in that they
Erie,
voted twice for
working
Obama,
class
then for
town
Trump,
there.
then for Biden. Erie and Northampton, 2 of the 25 counties that did that. At the moment,
White
the vice
collar- or
president
blue
is
collar.
leading in Erie County. In the last campaign, it was Vigo County, Indiana. Their streak of picking the winner went off the board. We'll see if the
No
two
name, thank
swing
you. Did
counties
you
in
vote?
Pennsylvania split
Yeah, I did.
as this election goes
I
through.
dropped off
But if
my
you're
ballot
looking at
this
this map
morning.
right now, 85% of the vote, it's this.
Thank you for the
That's
support.
big. You know, if you're looking
All
at
right, out of New
50,000,
Zealand, love your
60,000, it's
content,
easier to do the
Mr.
math. You're looking
Terry.
at
Thank you, Fallen Hope.
168,000.
Been watching you
Math
since
gets
the
hard.
first
Is it
oversimplified
impossible?
video. All right,
No.
you're a
But
2019er.
the question
You're
is,
the only
when you start
reactor I've ever
coming in
seen that
here,
adds
Chester
content to
County's
what
at
you watch.
81%.
Well, I'm not the only one, but
Large
I do
suburban
appreciate
counties where
that.
If you
I was
get
the
20
first
or 30%
person
of the
doing
votes still out. You can do
history
some big
related
math.
reactions.
Montgomery County at 68%. As you can see, this is a much
So
more
I
populous
appreciate
county.
you.
So you're waiting
Thank you.
for the 30% to come in there. The vice president would have to win it gangbusters, probably higher than the percentage she's getting so far. I just want to check it against President
CJ
Biden.
with the
A
$5.
little
Thank you so
below-
much.
a little below
One big
President
question
Biden.
is
It
whether
seems pretty
later
consistent
counted
when you go through some of these areas. across these
mail-in
states.
early
Bucks
absentee will be
County
in
is this
states where
one
they can
here.
make a
Yes, I'm in
difference
the
in either
right place.
direction.
That's Montgomery.
A lot of
Bucks
those
has turned
early mail-in
red.
stuff,
That's why I couldn't find it.
those get counted
Because
pretty
Bucks has
early
turned red. Only
and have been.
55% of the
So
vote in.
it's not
But
going to
if
have
this
the
is red at
effect,
the end
or
of
it's
the
not
night,
going to be
vote
the
counts
same
are
way
gonna
at
come off
2020 was,
Pennsylvania.
though,
This is the more
with some of those
blue-collar,
later
the
votes
more
being counted.
competitive of the 3-collar counties. It's Bucks, Delaware, and Montgomery.
There's not
Used to
nearly
be
as much
this was
pressure on the
solidly Democratic,
infrastructure for
and
voting
the others were Republican.
in this
The
year than
education
2020.
divide has
So
flipped
thank
that
you.
one. Montgomery and Delaware are reliably blue. But look at this. Donald Trump, only 55% of the vote in. But look at that, 50 to 49. If you do it there, you go back in time, 51, 48, 47. So Trump was competitive here. It was a 4-point race, a little more than that 4 years ago. But again, in a close.
He's boring. Yeah, this is the guy. Okay, here. If we're doing maps,
So
you got to
another
do
jump like
Kornacki.
this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down. That did
See all the
knock his
pointing
percentage
and
down
the
to
sleeves
20.8.
are up.
It was at about 22
Kornacki
before,
is the
but
goat.
again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we could just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia.
Wolf
now,
Blitzer.
93% of the vote.
Have they been showing
and
him?
You do see that margin for Trump has
CNN?
come down a little bit. It's just
Is he
under
too old now?
120,000 votes. His lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but
Autistic
one
for
place
maps.
we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County.
Oh, for
This is
sure,
a
dude.
giant one. More than 1 million people. In the
Kanaki is
core
on
Atlanta
the
metro
spectrum, no
area.
doubt, dude.
Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show
Yes.
you. It was 18 points for Joe
This
Biden
is
in
map
2020.
autism
Right now,
right
about
here.
16 and a
This
half
guy.
for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only
I'm not gonna
about
lie, I
6.
love maps.
Margin
I love
exploded for
maps. I
Democrats in
love
20, and they
globes.
wanted to take that next step forward.
I have a
in
world map shower
2024, again, to
curtain
offset
that I
what has
study
been one of the
while I'm
stories
taking
tonight. We don't
showers.
really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a
Autistic
big
for
reason why
flags.
Trump has amassed this lead.
There's got to be a
statewide.
YouTube
We've
channel
also got
called
a little
that.
bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of
Please
college
react to
educated white
Montemayor,
voters.
Battle Midway
Not quite
1942,
Harris
told from the
hitting
Japanese
that number that
perspective.
Biden hit here
I think
in
I've seen that
2020.
pop up
Massive win
and
for
be
here, but not quite
suggested
hitting it.
before, John.
Still
Thank
some
you
votes
very
to come, though.
much.
Democrats want to get more. Desperately need.
Best thing to
more
do
out of
is
there.
to
You would
put
desperately need more out of. You know, this is
put
this is
put
core
video
Democratic
suggestions
county as you
into
get.
my
And
video
again, Harris
suggestions
basically
channel on
level, but a
Discord.
tick under
Let's
where
get
Joe
some
Biden
Discord
was in
links in here,
2020.
Professor
Not
What?
much to come.
Like we've done in
Democrats
a
need
while.
every vote they could
If you guys
possibly
give me
get out of there.
a
So again, you
recommendation
reset
here,
it
I
statewide, see
will
if anything
forget.
changed.
I'm
118,000
I'm not gonna lie.
That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania.
Why is Jeb Bush like a
166,085%.
meme?
And you see what the lay of the
I've been
land
hearing
looks like
that all
there,
night.
right
What
now.
did I miss?
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in
Did
with
Jeb
you.
do
We've
something?
been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip. And there have been very few seats that have flipped from one party
What is going
to
on?
the other tonight, but that has happened in New York 22. There was a whole passel of Republicans who were
Jeb's been a
elected in
meme since
more or less blue
2016.
districts in New York in 2022.
Disconnected.
One of them was Republican Brandon Williams. Well, in New York,
Oh, there was a House
Brandon
flip in New
Williams has
York.
just lost his seat tonight. Democrat Brandon
Went to the
Democrat
Democrats.
John Mannion, who's a
I think that's the only
state
one
senator
I've
in New York,
heard right now.
will be
This is a
taking
flip
that
from red to
seat
blue in the House
Congress,
from New York.
that New York congressional district. Interesting result there. The only other flip that I know about at this point.
Yeah, I was going to cover the Starfire bad translations election video, but he did it too recent, and he requests, and I want to, wait a while to make sure everyone can watch that first before I react. Out of respect for Starfire, I wanted to wait. If he had done it earlier, I would have been great to lead up to the election, but
all the way up through the very top of the court system, and Shamari Figures will be joining.
I want to respect Starfire.
Alabama congressional delegation from that second congressional district there.
Blue wall has fallen, says Kyle Beggs. She needs nearly 70% of the remaining voters to even have a chance. Yep, you're right. Blue wall is not very blue.
Trump today, and Missouri's Republican incumbent U.S. Senator will also be returning.
Proposition A in Missouri: increase minimum wage and earn paid sick time. 50%, 59% said yes. Here's the thing, guys. This is the type of thing that is more likely to be voted on. Okay, so Missouri here. If this had been a like legislation passed by like a Democrat, it would get voted down by Republicans. You take off the Republican or Democrat tag onto a bill or to a proposition. I feel like
something important about
more progressive policies are far more likely to get voted on.
Maybe it's about cultural.
You take away the tags, Republican, Democrat tags, especially for things that look progressive, therefore more leaning to the left in some way. You take away the tag, it's far more likely to get it voted on rather than it being packaged as a Democrat bill.
Coalition, and I think there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments Chuck Todd made that are similar to comments you made.
You guys agree?
Made. I mean, there is a story about realignment, and of course, the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not. vote in.
I do think
along
conservatives
sort of
will,
even traditional
and
party lines. And
Republican-leaning
your point earlier
voters
about
are
black voters.
far more
But
likely to vote for
there
progressive
is
issues
there are
that a Democrat
policies
would
that you're
normally
talking
propose
about,
if you
that
take away
didn't
the Democrat
make
tag
a
off of it
difference in terms of how people voted. And then there are policies
and
that
just
mattered very
just
much to how people
vote
voted,
on it
but just
based
not
on
at the top of the
policy,
ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that
just
we're
on the
going to be
law
digesting
itself.
in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now. And I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year bond market is absolutely getting decimated. And here's why. To your point earlier, inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit.
Yes.
They're also saying, well, if Donald Trump imposes tariffs,
Look at most policies that would seem to be more in the progressive sense. Legalization of marijuana,
of a celebrity business guy,
pro-choice,
like the economy,
abortion-related
what he would
issues,
actually do to the economy, the policies he will put forth, right?
raising of minimum
the
wage,
corporate tax cuts, which he's not just going to sunset,
things
he's
that
gonna make
people
them even
without
bigger.
the.
And then these tariffs are.
I'm not saying
terrible for
okay
the
if it's
economy.
better for them, whatever. I'm just saying they're more likely to get voted on when you take away the partisan tags
Bob
off of it.
Casey in Pennsylvania, which we're all watching.
All those things, for example,
closed
have been when they're taken away, taken off of with tags, get voted on.
Most candidates in most parties ever closed.
Mostly, they get voted on in referendums on ballots.
Touting his support for the quote Trump tariffs in Pennsylvania as a Democrat. That's point one. Point two, I want to share. We've talked about a lot of races. We don't do a ton with exit polls, and I think when you dice them down really small, the numbers don't work. But on big questions, here's a
DK98, $5 said these results are direct results of Democratic incompetence and so sad as a liberal-leaning
in the
person.
last year, mind you, that's not 2 years ago. In the last year,
yeah, I think you might be right. I think that party is very lost and confused right now. The leadership of it. They may need an abrupt sort of regime change, if you want to call it that, like Trump did, of kind of hijacking and really taking the reins of the Republican Party. But I don't know if there's anybody like that.
Trading in the bond market every day, and the only thing I know about bonds is
the one that had maybe the best chance was probably Bernie Sanders, but there was a big coalition of
the so-called self-anointed masters of the universe, Elon Musk and his bro buddies and people in DC,
party elites that definitely blocked that
and couldn't pass a lie detector.
Not to say
that inflation personally affected their
necessarily would have won a presidential election or something, but they just haven't had anything like a Trump to steer the direction of the party almost individually.
Whether it's a red state or a blue state or a pro state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more.
Captain Lamb says, thank you for the $5. I thought this would be a much closer race than it's turning out to be. It could change, but I'm surprised what an early lead Trump took. Yeah, I am too. I did predict Trump to win narrowly.
Who is bankrolled by
that was my
Elon
gut.
Musk, who said into
that was my gut.
A recording device that there would be pain and
but I thought there would be more diversity in the swing states, to be honest.
So you're saying
maybe I wasn't looking close enough.
Increase will not be enough.
I think Andrew Yang is probably the change Democrats need. I think he had his shot and it went really poorly.
There's a disconnect between people's perception that the
Sorry,
actor
Mr.
from The
Beat.
Apprentice can make me better.
Didn't work.
Essentially, you're saying I want to be under the sort of care, right? Of a
yeah, the Democrats don't have a Trump equivalent other than Bernie. Yeah, and Bernie's too old and
he was on television, but
is not the future of the Democratic Party, obviously.
And this is what listen, you get the government.
Who do you trust more to handle the economy? It says 51% Trump, 47% Harris.
That will make everything
in their nationwide
This is what will happen.
But there is a group of people that we often don't talk about that aren't, to how you like to say, down with.
Shane, thank you. $10 out of Canada. You're in Canada. It's not even worth worrying about who wins. Both of these options are going to be bad for us. They both want to reopen the USMCA, and none of our leaders, left or right, can stand that. We'll say one of the things that Canada's got going is your provinces have a lot more autonomy than American states do.
That don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that. I can't.
At least from
afford
what
to
I
do that.
understand
My
about
margins are
Canadian
small.
politics.
So there is this quiet universe of people out there that
Let me know if
that
I'm right
run
on that.
small businesses that want
Chris says,
absolutely
Mr.
no
Terry for
regulation.
president. No,
And while they
I do
like
not
the
have the
idea
mental
of
health to have
paying
that
someone more
kind of
money and giving them
microscope
more jobs
on
with
my
dignity,
life.
they're
I
saying,
could
well,
not
let the
be in
government cover
politics.
that.
Sorry.
Because in my small business or my
I
restaurant,
don't even know if I
cannot
could do
afford
school
to do
board
that.
or something
I
like
just want to
that.
say one thing, just as we talking about this
I
Pennsylvania.
have enough
races and
mental
the-
stress from
and the Missouri
teenagers.
race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural
Are
polarization.
you off
in the
work
US,
tomorrow,
in fact, we
or
have
is
close
stream
race
going to
after
end
close race
soon?
after
Yes,
close race
actually, I'm
after
not
close
going to be
race,
teaching tomorrow.
is that when
So
we're
I
interpreting
prepared.
results, again,
I
we're
prepared. I
talking about
wanted
what
to
is looking
make
right
sure I
now
could
like
stay up
a
as
3 or
late
4
as
point
possible.
swing
So
in the national political
I'm up. I'm
environment.
feeling good. I'm not drained, you guys. I took a
2020.
nice nap after school today. So after classes and
Again,
things,
these are
I'm good to go.
extremely important,
Thanks,
and
Emperor.
meaningful switches for who wields power and what the government
All right,
does and who
talking
it serves.
heads, boring.
As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins.
We want maps. We want maps. All right, we got maps on CNN. Here we go.
City of Milwaukee still have not reported their election day votes. And again, anecdotally, just texting people out in the state, they said,
All right,
turnout was
Milwaukee
good.
is only at
You know,
58%.
they weren't saying great or gangbusters. They were saying good. So we wait.
She needs
you wait.
a.
But again,
She
so
needs
we're
every
waiting for the
Milwaukee
city.
vote from here on out.
This is Milwaukee plus the suburbs around it. The county is what you see here. But she's at 66%, and Joe Biden's at 69%. So when those city of Milwaukee votes come in, that not only does that percentage need to move, but that math needs to change.
Cape Rather,
quite significantly
thank you so
if
much
you're
again
trying
for
to make up
another.
that. Now,
super chat.
96,000.
As a kid, I had a
you know, that's
low-key
better than
obsession with maps,
150,000, right?
especially the
Simple math
pull-down
is,
ones we had in
we always say
school.
politics
My
can be
dad and
very
grandpa
complicated.
made
Sometimes
me
it
a
gets down to
pull-down
basic
U.S. map,
arithmetic.
dude. That's awesome.
Are there
Yeah,
enough
I
votes
love math.
still
I love
out there
geography.
to overcome
Ever
a
since I was little, I
96,000
loved
vote lead?
maps.
And
Be
you know,
it.
so if Pam says 4
Whatever.
big wards are still out in
I have
Milwaukee
that map
City, and there's a little bit
autism
more
too.
in Milwaukee County,
I have
the
tons of
answer is maybe.
globes. I have a
Right?
giant
Again,
map
you're
that covers
getting
like
to
a
the
whole
point where
wall in my
you're going for an
classroom.
inside straight flush.
I love it. Thank you.
But maybe. So then you look around another.
Oh, this Jeb Bush
Democratic race, and again,
explanation. Okay.
Eau Claire,
Where the
she's
heck
getting
is
55%
ZAR?
of the vote. I just want to compare that. She's a little,
Same
that,
thing.
that's
Oh,
okay.
Poots,
Yeah, a little better,
999.
maybe. But
35
it's not a ton,
ZARs.
it's just not a ton of people there.
Where are you from,
Then
my
you come
friend?
down to lacrosse.
The
You're
Jeb
looking at
Bush
the blue
thing might
areas,
be
you're saying,
related
is there
to an
anything
April
not much
Fool's
left,
joke
right?
vid made
It's
by
not a
Alternate
huge swing
History
anyway,
Hub.
so
Oh,
even if
really?
you pick up some votes,
Yeah.
you're not
Okay.
picking up a ton
Okay.
there. So if you're looking at this map now,
Thank
I just wanna
you.
check what was our percentage here? 95% in Dane County. And these other blue counties around it, I'll hit them for you. You just see they're
I need
pretty
another
small
drink. I drank all my
population-wise. I mean,
Coke.
not tiny, but again, you're at 95% Rock County.
You can always
95%
reelect.
Greene
Yeah.
County,
Jimmy Carter
92% Lafayette County. That one is a little bit smaller.
turned
So,
100.
again, the map's
South
getting
African.
really hard if you're
Okay.
trying to figure
Okay.
out can
Thank
Harris
you.
win back in Wisconsin.
South
And I would
African.
say simply that
A
it
mini
comes
Musk.
down to that, and those Milwaukee precincts that are out better be gangbusters.
May I do a personal prerogative? May I see the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? We haven't
You
checked
may.
in there in a while, and that's obviously a place near and dear to my heart. And I have questions about it. One of them is Allentown, which is blue right now.
Eric the
Allentown,
Barbaric,
the
thank
town-
you
the
so
city
much.
of Allentown is
Thank you, Mr. Terry, for
54%
looking
Latino.
at different sources while doing this. What is one thing you think that
54%,
each candidate
and
would do
Pennsylvania,
well
as
in
we've
office?
discussed, has the third largest Puerto Rican population on the mainland, behind only New York.
This
and
might
Los
sound like a
Angeles. I
lazy
mean, New York and
answer,
Florida.
but
So
each
my
have a
question
different,
is,
I think,
how
different
is she
different
doing
definition
in
of what it
this
means to be
Latino
well.
area?
Trump was
compared
largely
to Joe
hands
Biden
off
4 years ago.
Again,
when it
cannot
came
go
to economic
granular just into
policy.
the city of Allentown,
Right,
but
right.
you can look at
You know,
Lehigh
he
County
inherited
here,
pretty
right?
good
And I can
economy,
already
so there
tell you,
wasn't a lot of
51 to
like
48. If you're
intervention,
the
I
Trump
think, to
campaign,
do, and he
sure,
kind
you'd
of
like
let
to win
that
it.
go.
But you're looking
One
at
thing
48% of
that
Lehigh
did happen
County,
though is
and you're
a
feeling
big
pretty good,
increase of national
because you
debt
were
because of
46
lowering
last time.
or the
Right? And again,
lowering
within a
of
battleground state,
taxes
you think margins within the
for
margins,
the
battlegrounds
upper
within the
class,
battleground. So
which
you
our
know, Joe
deficit
Biden at
really went up
53%
as a
with
result of that.
98,000
It
votes.
brought inflation down,
The
but the
vice
deficit
president
went
at
up.
percent with
but
93,000 votes.
you know,
Now,
most
we're
people
not
for the most
completely
part
done there,
will
but
take
that 5,000 votes makes a big
things
difference.
like
It just does, right? So
better
that's there,
temporal
right? So then you come out
inflation
here,
rates
then you
than
come up. Let's just move on up, right?
a
Carbon County,
deficit,
look at this,
which
Trump
most
getting
people don't
73% of the
actually
vote.
really care about.
You know,
So
he's
kind of have
improved.
that.
That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here.
Harris
This is
wanted
like
to put in
Milwaukee
some
County,
other
Scranton,
policies
Pennsylvania,
that
Joe
could have
Biden's
been
hometown.
beneficial.
It's a
You know,
tough competitive blue collar
things
area,
if
but
especially with
51
like
to
home
48
buying, she was
now.
trying to provide more
54
aid
to
for
48.
home
that
buyers.
movement of 4%.
The problem is
but
that's not
it'll
going to
be the whole
help
thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's
prices
a couple thousand votes there.
of
I want to show you
homes.
By the
something
way,
else.
I just point out
That is not something. The price of homes is not something
has
the
always
president can do
voted
unless you're
with
going to start
the
doing publicly
presidential,
funded housing.
victor in
That's just
Pennsylvania and
a
nationally,
capitalism thing.
is now with Trump.
Let's flip and let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see
Anyway,
Erie
there
County,
you go.
very close there. and I just want to come across the state.
All right, Christopher, thanks for another $10. You've been so kind today. Now that you mentioned that, Terry, imagine a world where politicians have a no tag or R, or D for a party. How would elections change then? They would be voted on policy,
then for Biden,
purely on policy. And I know that sounds like a dream world.
One more thing we haven't shown tonight,
but
I just want to bring this up.
To be a politician, you have to have people on your side. You need money, and yeah.
Eventually,
wasn't it George Washington that warned against political parties?
I just want to come in here. Come on, and show you this. So
for that reason,
let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment.
And then you can always lick Jimmy Carter.
Kamala Harris is
wheel him out in his wheelchair.
What this shows you is not.
He took a fall or something. His face is all
the
beat
darker
up.
the county, the more that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county, the more cost of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. Right? Try to find me. See the green?
Yeah. What does that mean?
That's the county where
Cole, just because of my
use a hand.
position as a public educator, I try to stay away from some of the valuations of certain politicians in a lot of ways, because as a public school teacher, I have to keep some anonymity about my political affiliations.
The more punishment.
So I hope that's not a bad answer, Cole. Because if I say that, like anybody in my lifetime, they're going to go, "Oh, he's one of these people," and that will be that could be the stigma of my whole persona in my community about what kind of teacher I am.
From the first trip to the last,
even though
even for
that's
people
not
gladly and proudly
the case
voting for
necessarily
Harris,
for teachers.
saying,
You know what I
"It
mean?
Still sucks when I go to the grocery store."
Yeah, and that's also why the right track, wrong track numbers are 75% wrong track, 25, but the election's not 75%, 25, because there are people who think it's wrong track, but they're still
Sorry if
gonna
that
vote for
sounds
the Democrat.
unfair.
Yet, this is difficult to fight against if you're
Especially
if you're
for things in
incumbent.
my
That's
lifetime.
North Carolina.
You know what I
Especially
mean?
You're trying to win back.
Look at all the dark colors in Arizona and Nevada.
it gets worse as you go west. That's how I was going to.
If I was not a public, if I was a full-time YouTuber, not a teacher,
right? If she loses just
I would talk.
right? And look down here.
I'd probably talk. Probably, I don't think I'd be extreme on it, but I would talk more about
and you look
personal,
in Arizona,
political
that's
leanings.
Maricopa County. That's the largest
Yeah.
county. Up here is usually Democratic.
Dude, I want to get
He's
Zach
winning
on
Maricopa
here.
County.
I saw Zach was streaming. Hey, somebody go to Zach and see if he would accept an invite on StreamYard.
Come here. This to me.
Somebody go ask him for me.
You want to talk a place
He wants
that
to
still has
join.
the COVID body bruise.
Yep.
Because unemployment hit 30%, twice the national average.
Tourism.
And then the cost.
I
of
would
living.
totally
I mean, look at it right there. Where again, the darker the county, the more
co-stream with
it's
Zach
housing
here if you
more
wanted
than
to.
anything. Housing in Vegas. A lot of people rent. There's not a lot of land to build new houses, so the rents go up. And once the COVID moratorium on rent increases,
Let's bring Lincoln back to life.
rents went up
Technically,
through
he
the
didn't
chute,
finish his second
and a lot of
term.
the working class people out there complaining.
I don't think it
about
works that way,
So-
Captain
so-
Lamp.
I wasn't done with Pennsylvania,
Well,
but
then we'll go back
but
to
hold on.
I have a
Yeah,
question
because
for you
Pamela-
guys
we're gonna
about
go to Pennsylvania because
Lincoln.
Pamela's, I'm gonna throw it to Pamela.
What
She has some information on Georgia.
What was
if you
good?
could. There you go.
What was
Pamela,
the
what do you got
best
for us in Georgia?
things
important information in
about
Georgia. I'm getting,
Lincoln
from
that
Gabriel
was
Sterling,
not
top election
Civil War
official there.
related?
The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000.
So as a
votes,
president,
right?
not
100,000 votes
like
are
directly
outstanding
tied
right
to
now. This
Civil
is what
War.
I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now he says the
Genie
split
Vlogger
will
here?
go marginally for Harris. So let's
What's
break
up, dude?
down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is.
I actually thought about you the other
Shadow,
day because I just submitted
40,000
the
outstanding, I'm told. This is a
Ancestry.com
county that
DNA
went to
test
Biden in
to them
2020. Carroll,
and
outstanding,
should get that back
18,000.
soon. I
This
just
is a
got
county that went
note
to
that it's
Trump
in the lab for
2020. And then you
processing.
have the blue
If
counties.
you guys don't know Genie a
DeKalb
Vlogger,
and
he does
Fulton. DeKalb
amazing
has 3,000
work on things like
outstanding ballots.
genetics
Fulton
and
has
family
2,000
trees and family
outstanding ballots.
history.
Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000.
Works in the profession, I believe,
100,000
still,
votes
right?
out in Georgia.
Genie a
and Gabriel
Vlogger.
Sterling says
He's in chat.
it's the split coming from that will be marginally.
Need a professional
his
review of the
prediction is for
results?
Harris,
Me up.
but this is what the data
Hey,
coming in
I might maybe I'll hit you up on that. When I get it back, I was thinking of doing a live
do you have any
reveal
questions for
of it.
Pamela?
You say the total.
Would you want to
outstanding
join?
votes is 100,000.
I don't know when that'll be. I was thinking of doing a
100,000
live stream reveal of my DNA testing.
And so I just gave you a little snapshot of
That'd be
where
cool
some
if you
of
wanted
those
to come
places
on
are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked,
and
when
walk
are we
me
going to
through
find
it.
out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's
Okay, cool.
100,000 left.
If he's being
I just hope I
literal,
remember.
sometimes 100,000, you know, they're getting calls.
I think I still have your
counties and they
number.
Say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
Say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
But if he's
can I
being,
just jump
You
in?
have my
please.
number, right?
Actually, we asked about how do you know these
We've
numbers,
texted
and
before.
actually by law they have to have it,
Right.
the actual numbers. So I understand your point,
Got on
but
my phone on
I
me.
think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Interesting.
Well, then that math sends a shockwave through
If,
the Harris.
now, if
campaign.
Trump
Yeah.
loses
That is
Georgia
literal.
but wins
Just even if
Michigan,
she won them all, if there's 100,000
then we have a
left,
nightmare
if she won
scenario
them
of
all
a
and she
tie.
won't, he's 180.
Right.
Okay.
She said marginally.
Yeah.
Okay,
for
let's be
Harris.
honest, guys. How many of you, just for like, I don't want to say the lulz, I don't know what to call it, just for pure curiosity, would like to see it like end in a tie? Is anybody, for pure curiosity, would you like that? Okay, there you are. Okay, got you, Jared. Okay, got your text. Awesome. Yep, I got it. Now it would go to Congress, so yeah. By the way, that they would vote in Congress based off of the current seats, right? Not the ones that are about to change, I assume, right? I know some of you are like, nah. I don't want the other person to win, whatever. You know what I mean? Now, to be honest, if you're Harris, though, like
16. 18.
that may be your best shot.
32,000 votes in 2020. We're not quite done.
It's the new seats.
But
No, some of you are saying it's the
a
new
lower vote
seats. Some of you are
count.
saying it's
the
the current
margins.
ones.
Yeah, because we're not. At
Yeah, go to
100
the
yet, it's
House.
down.
Yeah.
If he keeps that number, he's got that's going to pass the last one. Absolutely. The margins. Again, she's at 78%.
269.
There are some
Tie.
places that are swing counties, and you're fighting to move them. When
Nice.
you're starting a plan to run for president, and you know how deep Trump's support is
Nice.
across Pennsylvania, you know you have to do it here. You just have it's math. It's math. I mean, 30%. 30%.
Hey, what if we
of the
went
population
back
lives
to
in
the
that
old
area.
days
Yep.
Right here. So
of
if you're
just
gonna
the
offset
runner-up
that,
was vice
You
president?
just got to run it up.
Would
just
you guys
gotta run it up here.
Want to
She's
see
at
that
78%.
dumpster fire?
He was at 81%.
Harris is vice
This
president
will be
for
the
Trump.
conversation. If this plays out the way it's going right now, this will
Yeah.
be the conversation in the Democratic Party.
The
It's what's
electoral
happening in
vote
urban America,
is certified on
both in
January
terms of
6th. The new House
numbers,
takes the
the
seats on January
turnout,
3rd.
the math,
So it would be the
and the
new. It would be the
So-
new seats.
I read this in an exit poll, and whoever is listening from the exit poll desk, Challian or whoever, if I get this wrong or if there's been an updated number, please let me know. But it said black men in Pennsylvania in 2020, 10% went for Trump. In 2024, 25% went for Trump. Black men in Pennsylvania more than doubled for Trump.
Well, if
Dude,
that number's
imagine
true,
the amount of
after every
lobbying
election, you have the conversation
that would
what
go
happened in
towards
2016,
the
it was
to
what's happening to
Congress
Democrats.
if it did come up
it
to
was
a
already
vote.
happening. But
Can
Trump
you
was
imagine
still
how
a
much money
Democrats' problem
would be
white
getting
people, people with their hands.
just
And now I would
flooded
say, take the white
into
out of that.
politicians?
Take the white out of
It's
that.
just
The
about
gain-
working class.
Sorry, let me go
the
back to the
gains among
coverage here.
black men, the gains among Latino men.
Yeah, I lost
are
a bunch of
people who
viewers
work
there
with their
because it
hands,
was
who have been
still on
punished,
me.
who the conversations that strike you from 15 months on the road is, I could afford a new car, but then if any prices go up, I can't take that loan. Like I cannot put, there's no way. So you're asking your mechanic, can I keep this thing on the road for a little bit longer? And your Christmas time, you're telling your kids you're getting one gift, not two. Or we were going to try to go to Disneyland, but we're not this year.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the amusement park, that's a couple hours away by car, but we're not going to Disneyland or some big thing like that. These are the conversations you're having in state after state after state.
Terry,
with
do you
people
think
who
if
have
Harris
working class
loses,
jobs.
both
And some
parties
of
are going to
them-
be hesitant to try
I
to
mean,
push
union
for a
auto
woman
workers,
to be in the top
they
of the
think
ticket?
that's a
No,
good middle-class job.
no,
Union
I
auto
do
workers
think
who get
we've
the employee
progressed a lot
discount, who
more
can get
towards
preferable financing, saying, I'm not going to take the risk to buy a new truck. I'm going to keep this
both
older
like
one on the road.
a
because I just can't do that
non-white
on the family
man
budget right now.
being
Can't do it.
Yeah,
president.
Dr.
I
Caitlin
do
Collins
think
at Trump
we have.
HQ in West
There's
Palm
still,
Beach,
I know
Florida.
some
Caitlin,
people that have
what are
hangups
you
about
learning
that,
right now
but I think
about
if
the
you were
former
putting down the
president's
list
plans this
of
evening?
people concerns about their president right now,
Well, Jake,
that
we've been
that
waiting to hear
idea
whether or not
of
he was
like
actually going
what
to come here to the
race,
convention center.
ethnicity, or
And just to
gender you
remind
are,
everyone at home,
I think it's a
there are two
lot
separate
lower than
parties
it was
happening
before.
right now. A watch party here where I am at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida, and then Donald Trump was also having an event at his Mar-a-Lago club surrounded by Republican allies, major donors, people like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. But we are now hearing from sources that Donald Trump is making plans to.
Oh yeah, I
come
was
over
asking that
here,
Lincoln
obviously,
question. For
then to
Lincoln,
prepare the
relations with the
motorcade
Russian Empire was
to get
very
into-
good.
to
He also supported
take about
Juarez
a
against the
10-minute drive
French,
over here where
which,
the convention center
as
is.
a
But Jake,
Mexican,
that
I
is a sign of
appreciate.
how good
Okay,
the
okay.
Trump campaign is feeling
Yeah, I asked
based
you
on
guys
the
what
numbers
are
that John
non-Civil
King
War
just read there,
related
that Donald
things
Trump
that were
is preparing
good
to come
about
over
the
here.
Lincoln
He
presidency.
said earlier he had
because most people bring up yes, and you know, you tied
Kristen
the
Holmes, we've been
you know, like
watching all of
the
this.
Emancipation
And
Proclamation,
obviously
13th
the
Amendment,
Trump team has been
etc.,
watching the
to the
breakdown
war.
here of
So,
how he's
what are
been
the
doing
other
with certain
things?
demographics and how he's improving from where his standing was
And I usually
actually
find with a lot
in
of people, they
2020,
get a little
certainly in
bit
2016.
kind of taken back by that. They're like, oh, most things I really like about Lincoln were things that were kind of related to the war in some way.
On the ground, we had to wait and see how it played out. Now, I do want to add to what Donald Trump is doing right now, because
How do you think Trump's isolationism policies will affect Latin America? Worried about the increasing Russian and Chinese influences in the region?
that if Donald Trump was going to come over,
I think
they were
that's
going to
military.
bring those members that were there at Mar-a-Lago over here. And I am
Oh,
told
I
that
see. With
currently
Latin America, yeah, I mean, anywhere the Americans lose foreign influence over economically, first off, will be moved. China will fill those. They already are. In a lot of cases, China is offering way better economic deals than the Americans are right now. Long-term investment, a lot fewer strings attached, and you're already seeing that, especially with infrastructure.
As we know, this room
People are not really going to the United States, other countries to help build their infrastructure.
What he's going to say.
The Chinese are that. They're the infrastructure
that's behind us. It's already a room
bosses of the world right now. You need a harbor built. You need stuff like that. Dams. You're not going to the Americans. You're going to China. And countries to get economic stability need infrastructure. So they already are going to China for that. That's going to happen regardless.
Candidates are doing also.
I think the isolationism and stuff is more going to be about what might happen with tariffs and how that will affect other countries.
Coming out and
if we get a trade war,
for us to take a measure
that
of
could
where
happen.
the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6.
That is
out
what
of
will
7,
hurt
of
those
them.
other countries.
But Chris, right now, I think it's fair to say anybody watching
NBC called
would rather be
Georgia
Donald
to
Trump than
Trump.
Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the
NBC,
race
I
yet.
don't.
There is still a potential path to 270 electoral votes. None of the blue wall states have been called. If
I haven't had
says
regular
the trends-
NBC up. I've had MSNBC. Are they going to say it? Oh, here we go. Is this it? There it is. Georgia for Trump. That's
Donald Trump has prevailed in the presidential race in Georgia.
I do hesitate to say it just a little bit,
far in Georgia and in North Carolina per NBC News.
but it might be the first time I've kind of been saying it, or I've said it today in the stream, but
votes. And Kamala Harris,
I think it's
at
over.
189
It's
electoral
over.
votes. Again, both candidates aiming at 270. Of the 7 electoral vote, of the 7 states that we consider to be battleground states, 2, North Carolina.
I don't think you
and
can lose Georgia and North Carolina, can you?
As of this hour, both of them called.
If you do, what do you? Okay, you have to have Arizona.
Yeah, and Rachel,
You have to have Pennsylvania.
Georgia call is if
You have to have
Kamala Harris doesn't
Michigan.
win a
You have
state
to have
that's not
Wisconsin.
it's not been treated as a battleground state. If she doesn't do that,
I
then
have
she
a
now
somebody do the
absolutely
math.
Must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises,
If she
outside the
manages
battleground,
Pennsylvania, is there a
then
chance?
Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania.
Fulton hasn't
will
been
get Donald
finished.
Trump to 270 electoral votes. And
You
the
saying this is
presidency.
too
And
early?
look
They
at
called it too
Pennsylvania.
early?
We are closing
If
in
Fulton
on
County already called it?
90% of the vote
Or I mean,
here.
if they already called
Donald
it?
Trump is leading by
Regardless.
168,000 votes right now.
By the way, I'm all caught up on
Couple of
super
things that we can
chats.
show
If
you
anyone,
that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a
oh,
little more
speaking of
clarity.
which, there we go.
Said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for
Wait,
Trump
I'll
at
get to yours in
16,
just a sec, Glove.
flipped to
I want to hear
Biden
this.
in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from
Erie's
Erie County.
blue now?
It's flipped
Or
back
red
to
now,
Donald
I mean?
Trump. Again, just take a look at this.
It was blue
In 2016,
earlier.
when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of
I
those
would
big
love
sort
to
of,
have this like
quintessentially, you'd call it Rust
map
Belt counties, a lot of
touch screen
big
interface
blue-collar
thing
population
that
there.
Karnacki
Where
has.
are we
I feel like
waiting
I
for
could play
remaining vote
around with
in
this
Pennsylvania
like
right now? Then
forever.
we've talked a lot about
Is that
Philadelphia. Jacob has told us.
Like what
there
you
are
guys
gonna
were
be a
saying, like
big
sounds
batch of
very
mail-in
autistic.
votes that we are not going to know
If you could just
until
play around with a
sometime
map like
tomorrow
this,
morning. That's it.
I think
There's
I would do
also
it forever.
Some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3
Just the
points
tactile nature of it.
behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment.
Play
for
Nation
Democrats.
of War on it. Yeah, I want to
Pennsylvania, obviously,
play.
they were thrilled with that, but their Philadelphia number
I want to
came down.
play
It's coming down
Civilization
further
on
so
that
far,
thing.
and unless those remaining
I want to
mail-in
play
ballots
Civilization
really
on this
boost
thing.
them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia.
All right,
Also
Gloves
still
is
to
thank
come,
you,
we've got a few votes
$10.
left in
Thank you
Delaware
so
County,
much.
big suburban county.
Lincoln was good
They're
to
right
the
outside Philadelphia.
Jewish
But again,
people.
right now,
There
Harris
is a
is
story
not
about
hitting
Grant
that
trying to
Biden
push
number.
some
She absolutely needs
anti-Semitic
to
ideas,
hit and
and
exceed that
Lincoln
in these
stopping
places.
him
Chester
after
County,
Lincoln
I
died. Jews
think we're
gathered in a
pretty much down
synagogue
to
and
the
recited
vote
prayers.
by
I had
mail in
no
Chester
idea
County.
about
Of course, that is the very Democratic vote.
Jewish
so the question
relations with
becomes, when we
Lincoln
get
or
that
Grant.
vote by
That's really
mail,
interesting.
Harris
I
is at
had no
54
idea
and a half. She's got to
about
get
that.
past. She's really got to
Thanks
move
for all the
past that
extra
Biden
history
number.
you guys
Will
teach
the
me, you
remaining
guys.
vote by mail in
All right,
Chester
Kamala's
County
path.
do that for her? Up to
Chris
Montgomery County, more than
says.
3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to
Where was
come.
that?
Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with
Chris
what's
says
left to come.
Kamala's path
No
is
vote by
Michigan,
mail left in
Wisconsin,
Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be if Donald
Pennsylvania
Trump
and
hangs on
Nevada.
here.
Okay.
Still plenty of votes to come, though. This would be a flip. And again, of those immediate
She cannot
Philadelphia
lose
area
even one of
area
those.
counties, this one a little bit more blue.
Dude, this is coming down to the
I
wire.
just
Oh
showed
my
you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie.
I mean, it
We
still
saw it in
is. I
Northampton.
guess
We're
again,
seeing
it's
that in
not
a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic,
not
big sort of
Jover. I mean, it's
Democratic vote
Jover because
areas,
Joe's gone, but you
Bucks
know what I mean.
notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware in Southwest Pennsylvania. The two big
Thanks again
counties
for
here,
everyone being
we've
here.
got
Hey, click the
Washington
like button.
all in. I wanna
If
draw
you are
your
not
attention to
subbed,
this
please
because
sub. By the way,
these are two big
check to see if you're
bedroom community
subbed. There,
suburbs
have you guys
of
seen
Pittsburgh.
all the
In
YouTubers that are talking
Washington
about
County,
how
Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core
people are losing
Republican
their
area, he
subscriptions?
wanted to boost his numbers in a place
People
like
are
this. You can
losing their
see in Washington,
subscriptions
he has. And if you go
on
next door to
YouTube. Make sure you do
Westmoreland
that.
County, which is
By the
even
way, I am
bigger,
an algorithm
there is
hell
still
that
vote to
YouTube
come
is
in
even
Westmoreland County. Trump
acknowledged.
currently, take a look at
There's
this.
an algorithm
28 points
problem
was his
with my
margin.
videos right now.
36 here right now. Again, if
Enable
he finishes above
notifications, you
that
guys,
28,
because you
it's
are
exactly
missing my
what he
videos.
wanted to be
You guys,
doing.
I
So
upload
for
every day.
Democrats, it's
I
gonna
bet you.
take
I bet a
something
lot of
really
you did
kind
not
of
even know that
massive
because it's
out
not
of
getting
Philadelphia,
promoted for
where
you.
really those numbers are disappointing for them
I
so
upload
far.
every
And
day.
again, out of Chester with that vote by mail.
If it's not a full
more than
video,
in
it's
Montgomery.
likely a
They're
short
going to need to get bigger
of some
margins
kind.
with what's to come.
There
That's
is occasional days I have nothing.
170,000 votes.
I'm not
That's
going to have one
Trump's advantage
tomorrow.
here, near
I can't
90%
make a
in
video tonight. I'm
Pennsylvania.
too
Just
tired.
checking on
This is going to be
Allegheny.
tomorrow's
And again,
video.
those are the
So
stakes. Trump wins
I
the
am not
state.
going to
He's
have
probably
anything
got
for
this.
tomorrow. I think
Steve
this
Kornacki,
counts.
thank
So,
you very much. We've got a
but yeah,
call to
enable
make.
notifications,
NBC
you guys.
News can project at this hour, and this is a big
Did you
one,
miss logging through history?
that the
Yeah, he was in the
Republican
first hour.
Party will
Rewind it
control
later.
the
He was
United
fantastic.
States
Chris was
Senate.
awesome.
Now,
He
what
gave a
tipped
ton of great
this
insight.
over,
He was
is
in the
that
first hour
NBC
of my
News is
stream,
also
so you can go back
projecting,
and watch that.
a
Second
couple
hour
Senate
had
races since we
Mr. Beat
last
was
checked
on,
in on
and
Senate.
overlapping both of them was
Right
JD
now
from
in
History Underground, who was
Nebraska,
also fantastic.
incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge.
Yeah, click the
from,
like button, you guys,
interestingly,
and
an
please
independent
enable
challenger,
notifications
Dan
for my channel.
Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent.
You are missing videos.
Ran a very close fought race against.
Anything you're surprised about in this election? Yeah, I did not think Trump would win
Will be returning to the Senate.
every swing state.
Shows you a little bit about how
Minus
things
Virginia.
proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race.
Virginia
I should
being
also
the
tell you that
exception,
earlier
but
than this,
Trump
in
has
the
won every
Utah Senate race.
swing state.
NBC News has also projected a winner in the
All right, this is
Utah
my
Senate
state.
race.
John
This is
Curtis
the
won
seat that is
Senate.
being left by Mitt Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney. It will be held by the Republicans, by Republican
Mitt
candidate
Romney,
John
if you
Curtis.
didn't know, is Utah
So after
senator
John
now.
Harris secured that seat,
and
Jen
he
Fisher
is
secured
hated.
hers. That puts the
The
Republican
MAGAs let
control of the Senate
Mitt Romney out to
almost,
dry,
according to
and he
NBC
was
News
very
projections.
popular when
Lauren,
he
let's
ran
get
for
your reaction
president
to
here.
that.
Well, this is huge.
Yes, I live in Utah
In the
right now.
event of
I've
a,
lived all over the country, but I
of
am
a Harris
currently
presidency,
living and
she
teaching in
probably
Utah.
would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district court, not any appeals court.
I might need to take one more break here in a
for
second.
entire
Doggy
years.
needs to go
On the
outside.
other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that
I think I'll go
all
ahead and
of
take
those
that break
judges
right now,
can
guys.
just
Hey, I'll be
sail
right back.
through. It could
I'll be
mean
right
Donald
back.
Trump manages to
Enjoy
broker the
video. I will
retirement
be
of
right
two,
back. I'm gonna get another drink
Republican
too.
Supreme
So
Court justices
give
and
me
replaces
5
them
minutes.
with much younger justices. It would, but so the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
And let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think actually if we can go to this live so we can hear the Nats out here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd and also how the crowd receives him. This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Hey.
But you will.
Oh, Harris is doing something. I'm back.
Tomorrow, she will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family,
What's she
not only
saying?
to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go.
I missed it. What did he
and
say?
Go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to the point statement.
She's not going to speak
from
tonight?
Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is
Do you
still
think that
a
means
considerable
she's-
crowd at Howard University in Washington,
Oh,
D.C. You now
they're,
see them
they're all
turn
leaving. Oh, no.
as one
They're all leaving.
to start to leave the grounds. They're letting
Harris won't
the
speak
the
tonight.
crowd assembled there.
There will be
for
no
the Harris
concession
campaign and
speech, huh?
For,
That means
in
no
support- in
concession
support of Vice
speech.
President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be
I
speaking
can't imagine, though,
on
she
any
necessarily
subject
thinks she's going
over
to
the course
lose.
of this evening.
'Cause, I mean, it's not
Cedric Richmond
over.
saying we still have votes to count. We still have states
It's-
that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her
You know,
tonight, but he did say
not
that you will hear
completely.
from her tomorrow. I think
You know what I
indicating that
mean?
she may be
Especially if you're
speaking
somebody
from
that's in
Howard,
the race.
tomorrow, both addressing
Like,
HU, Howard University.
It's too early for
but
like it'd be
also
too early for
addressing
her
the
right now to
nation in his
concede.
I just wanted to sort of
It's
re-emphasize
over.
a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere
All right,
in
let's see what we
a
got.
national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party.
Anvil,
We've
$2. Thank
called
you so
the
much.
Senate
High
for the
school
Republican Party. That they were always
HX
favored to take the
teacher
Senate, given the
was a
map, so it's not
paratrooper. I
usually
became a para.
surprising.
Oh, sick!
There is
You're a
a weird
paratrooper,
wrinkle
dude. You
here,
got
which is the
freaking
House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course,
cojones,
Donald
man.
Trump won
That's
that
awesome.
race
Good
by
luck with
losing
that,
the
bud.
natural popular vote. He won the
All
White
right,
House, the Senate,
Swedish.
and a House majority. He had a trifecta.
Swedish
When Joe
Finn
Biden won in
Polymath.
2020, he had the Senate and the
10
House,
euros.
a
Thank you so
trifecta,
much. Kamala
next to
Harris
those
will be
two Georgia
president in
runoffs.
2025.
It is a
How?
genuine
That is another
possibility
matter.
that
This
should
is
Donald Trump
FSB
win the
agent
presidency, which is not yet
von
called.
Mannheim and not
The
a
Senate
joke.
is called for
Oh
Republicans.
man, we
The
got a
Democrats
Swedish
take back the
coup
House
coming in.
from the public. This is not like
Swedish
crazy
coup
talk. This is not
incoming.
like some,
Thanks for the support.
1 in the morning and I'm punchy.
Austin says the thing I'm worried about most is
based on
Civil
what
War.
we know
No,
so far,
there's
based on the clips we
guys.
have,
There's not going
that
to be a
is
Civil War.
genuinely an outstanding
All right.
possibility that could be massively consequential in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And
Guys,
we're
there's
gonna-
no Civil War.
as
You're
we
going to be
start
all
see
right.
House races get called, and as we watch for additional flips.
It's not too early to be a complete doomer, right? Well,
consequences over the course of this night. You're not going to get away with it. With leaving
not looking
without
good for
talking about
Harris.
those consequences. But before we leave Howard University,
it would be pretty
I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris. who's
pretty huge
at
if she
Howard
pulled this
University.
out
Of course, we
somehow.
just saw those remarks from Cedric
There's a
Richmond.
lot of
We
things that
saw
have
the
to go
reaction
right.
from the crowd
By the
in that
way,
area,
let's
or
just
that
think
high
about
mounted
this.
shot in terms of people
with
turning
how much
and
of a
leaving
lead
Cedric
he has
Richmond,
right
Michelle,
now,
making clear that
if
the
you
vice
thought
president
the
will not be
conspiracies
speaking
from the
tonight.
Trump
Nobody should be waiting
from
to hear
Trump
anything from her.
were
But it
bad in
does sound like,
2020
was
about
I
how
right
the
in
election went,
understanding what Cedric
if
Richmond was
somehow
saying, that
Harris
she will be back at Howard
won
tomorrow to
this
make
with the
remarks
current
both to
state of
Howard
it,
and
you
to the nation.
guys,
Yes, you heard that right.
oh, do you guys think about
You can
that? Are
probably
we
see
having
behind
another
me the rush to the exits. I mean, as
a
soon as he said that, people
J6,
turned
more
on their
legal
heels
issues?
and they
Like,
were out of here. The evening was getting
it
increasingly
would
somber
probably
as
be
people realized what this
bad.
map is looking like. He did
Am I
indicate
also
that she would
speaking
be back
hyperbolic
tomorrow
there?
to speak to people here and to speak to the nation. That, of course, is a
You guys have been
logistical
thinking about
nightmare on
that?
several levels
Because
the
it's a
university
bigger
is
lead
not
than he had at
expecting her
this
to come
point,
back
right?
tomorrow. I
And
don't know how
then
large the
bam,
crowd
all of
will
a sudden
be.
those
There are a lot
other
of
votes
unknowns
started getting
in
in,
that statement.
and or they started calculating those other
I do
votes,
know
and didn't
that
have
there
that
was a
kind of lead.
lot
If that
of
happened this
handwritten
time,
consternation in her
holy
camp
crap!
about when she
Can you
should
imagine
leave,
the
when she should
backlash?
start to head here, and her victory party, which was in another part of town. At what point they turned off the
Chris, thanks
TV
again.
set,
You've been
just
awesome all
piped up
night.
the
You've been hanging
music
out.
because
Terry,
the
let's be
room
real
started
here. That is
getting
disgusting about a Harris
increasingly
campaign.
somber. So
Not even
a lot
dressing
of
your
people here. I'm not,
supporters
no, I
knowing you're
haven't had a
going to
chance to
lose
talk to people
pathetic.
who expressed
Literally told
disappointment.
everyone
Now,
to go
there
home.
really is still a lot of
Yeah,
people
I
who are
don't know what
holding
she's
on to
thinking.
hope,
I don't know what
trying
they're
hard to
thinking.
hold on to hope.
It's like,
But
what
the
else is she
numbers, you
doing?
know, it's
Does
hard
she have
to do
somewhere to
that in the
be?
face of a map that really
Where does
looks
she have somewhere
like
to
it's
be?
presenting a very steep challenge and a country that at this point is still very divided.
And to be clear, Michelle, you know, NBC News has called 2 of the 7 swing
Yeah,
states,
I think I
Georgia and
agree.
North
That
Carolina,
it definitely doesn't make
for
her
Donald
look
Trump.
good.
They've also called Senate control for the Republican Party.
Is she
5
just
swing states remain to
pouting?
be
You know what I
called. But
mean?
as
Like,
you say, the internal math, which we have been following with Steve
I'm
Kalinowski, the
not
wins
going
in
to say
Georgia and
that.
North
Like
Carolina have
that's what it's
created the mood
happening.
that
But
you're
like,
describing. The last
it is
thing
kind
that
of
we have
interesting.
reportable from the Harris campaign, the top
Those
of the
people
Harris
would have
campaign,
been
the Harris
out there all
campaign
night.
manager General Melly Dillon,
Or it's just one of these
said,
things
you
where
know,
she's saying, hey, like, we're not going to know for a
the blue wall
while.
is
There's
still
no reason for you
uncalled
guys
at
to
this
just
point,
stay here
but it
because we're
sounds
not
like the
going to
Harris
know the
campaign,
election results. I think it's probably more leaning towards that than just
in
like,
terms of whether or not they're going to string people
I don't
along
know,
and thinking this is going to happen.
copium, but like,
And in that note,
it's
that
more
General
just like
Malley
that.
Dillon
Like, hey,
sent
this is
out
going to be
earlier,
taking a long
there
time.
was
We
an
do know. I mean,
indication there,
a lot
you
of
know,
these
that
areas, they're
came
going to
out, you know,
be
a
into
little over an
3. They
hour
said
ago.
3
She
to
was telling
5 in the
people at that
morning
point,
in
get some sleep.
calculating a lot of
We'll
these
continue
votes
to
in
count these
these
votes, and we'll be back at
big
this in the morning.
metropolitan
Yes,
cities.
that's right. Michelle
So
Norris,
we do know that a lot of
we,
official
I
counts
imagine,
will
are
not be
freeing
done
you to go sleep
until
anytime
almost the
soon.
crack of
I
dawn.
imagine we may
So
be back with you yet, but thank you for being
I would
being
also
here
be very
for us. It's
surprised
much
if it
appreciated.
did look
Seeing
pretty
Cedric Richmond come out and make
obvious
those remarks,
that she probably wouldn't
Howard,
concede,
you can see how it could be different, right? You can see
that
how
she would
you can see
refuse
how
to.
they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything in terms of, you know, it's close or
But I
Harris
don't
is
know.
ahead, but Trump declares
What do I
victory.
know?
I mean, all these things that everybody gamed out. Now we're just waiting for the blue wall states.
Good morning from Norway.
Sending
Thank you,
people
just a
home
random
is
dude. Thank you for
also
100
like asking people to
knock
conserve their
bucks.
emotional energy. And
Thanks for the
it's not
kroner.
possible. I mean, I
Thank
think
you
there's
so
no
much for your
other way to
support.
describe how
Norwegians
people
have
are
always been
feeling
very generous to
leaving
me.
that venue and
Woe
on
to the
campaigns
vanquished.
and
$5
deflated in
coming
this
from
moment.
thermonuclear
Yes, all of the
aesthetics.
other states have not been
Woe
called.
to them.
But what they
Does
went
Jen
to that
Psaki
venue
just look
tonight
different right
hoping
now?
to see and witness.
By the way, we've been on
was
this too
historic-
long. I'm looking. I don't want to look like I'm just like favoring a certain news agency. What's Fox got going? Let's go back to Fox.
Any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that?
All right, Tyson
a lot of these
says,
states are still
thank you for your
close, but-
$5.
Right.
Trump
What we're
wins
looking at
basically
right now, we
confirmed.
have
So
sort of
immigrants
model
deported,
data,
tariffs
and we're
on
looking to
prices
reach
of
a
allies
certain level of
abandoned,
statistical
Ukraine
significance to
plus
make a call.
Russia, China.
We're also looking at
influence.
what we call the outstanding votes. And so, for instance, in
I
the
think
case
there's
of
a lot of
Georgia,
things that
we
you
were modeling
probably archetypes, especially
835,000
policy
outstanding
wise,
votes.
that may not
A
get
lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. You know, she needed to
there
hit
are
about
checks and balances.
56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes
Like those
a
tariffs,
statistical
president can't just
impossibility.
throw up
You know,
tariffs.
the more data
You know what I
you
mean?
get, the less
There's a
room she
lot of
has to actually
voting on
grow or
things
do
that have
better
to do
than
that.
she's been
Immigration
performing. So
stuff,
that
there's
sort of triggered
major
the call in Georgia.
legislation and
We're
major
not quite there yet in the other
things
states,
that have
but
to be put in
this may
place
not
for
be
that may or may
this
not
may not be an election
happen.
where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right.
Trump will
And so
admit he
when they
wasn't
say
able
go
to do
home,
all the things he
relax,
wanted to in the
you're
first one
saying,
because of
maybe not
hang-ups and
We'll
just
see if they, continue
some
to
of
count.
the ideas
You know,
maybe he
Arizona
had
and
to were just
Nevada
not
have been particularly
conceivable.
stubborn
They were
about
not
that.
practical.
We
They were
understand
not
in Nevada they
realistic.
don't allow any counting until the
And there are
last
plenty
vote
of
has
things that
been
he probably
cast,
is,
which is we think
has
why
talked
we're
about
getting
in
basically
this
nothing from
run-up
Nevada
that
so
are
far.
also Potentially
but
unrealistic.
Arizona,
There's no way the
it's coming
deportation
in and sort of drove
of those
close
immigrants
race
in this
there.
next 4 years
Wisconsin
happen
and
the way
Michigan.
that the
Michigan seems to be
rhetoric has
counting there at like
said.
54,
I just don't think
55%.
that's possible.
Wisconsin at 2 a.m.
Tariffs,
in
again, are going to
2020
need
had
some
counted 99%
legislation.
of the votes.
Allies of
So we
Bannett,
think
I don't
there's
know.
A chance we might have
That's
enough data
one.
in
If
Wisconsin, maybe Michigan.
he somehow can lead a
so
charge, do
we may
things
have
like
some
pull out of
resolution more
NATO.
quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania,
Remember, Congress is,
Sean talked
well,
about
Congress,
this earlier, the early vote,
he's going to have a majority.
and what that looked like, and what
Will
she would
Republicans
have to
full
do
pull
day
funding for
of in
Ukraine?
Philadelphia and those counties
Will a
right
new
around
border
there.
bill
Is it
be introduced?
possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it's,
China's
it
influence
seems to be
going
a
up.
probability
That
diminishing by the hour.
Probably will happen.
You know, I think this
China
is
will
something
fill
from the
any
Georgia
void
data,
that
but
the
we've also
American
seen it in
foreign
Pennsylvania.
economic
Young African American
intervention
men
leaves.
did not come home. Part of the African American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't. And there's a
I don't know
gender
if you
gap
can win
there.
a trade war with
And the
China.
Georgia,
China
I think
has plenty
to
of
run the
people they can
numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at in the feet of any demographic group in particular. But she really did seem to
Hey, honest
underachieve
question, you
amongst
guys,
African American
like
males,
for your
especially
feedback.
young African American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about
as
Michelle
far as,
Obama and
Barack
Obama, the
expect-
former president,
I-
and
I-
the
again, I haven't hosted
very
something like this, where
strong
it's such a
appeals
partisan
that
thing.
they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your
think
husband or boyfriend's
bipartisanship
rage dictate your vote.
and
President Obama talked about bringing up
analyzing
brothers
things
and
in partisan
scolding
ways,
them.
whatever, has been
That does not seem to have been
nonpartisan
a strategy
for the
that
most
worked.
part.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you
Makes
went
sense.
around the states?
Yes.
Comparatively
there were a couple,
to a lot
what
of
we're doing
people that
early on
do
is
this
we
kind
get
of
this
stuff.
early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the,
Of course, there's certain
is
things
the
that are gonna sound
FNVA
certain ways, you
performing
know what I mean, as
consistent
far
with
as
the
the-
data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that
Trying to appear
we might be
nonpartisan.
overestimating Trump's performance
Or
in
less,
rural
I
areas.
shouldn't say
But
nonpartisan.
the more data we got,
partisan.
the more that didn't
Know what I
seem to
mean?
be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit. So
I mean, we've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren?
Thank you, Rafi Sanders. Hello from Israel. I'm happy. It
immigration
seems
and
like
how-
Trump is
what
going
you've
to
seen in
win.
terms
Here
of
in
how
Israel,
much
most
that
people love
played
Trump and
into
want
the
him to win.
votes in
He
some of these
supports us
states.
more.
Well, I think
You think so?
one thing we can say is that it didn't repel
You think there's been a
people.
lack of
In
support
particular,
from
there was some talk about the Hispanic
Democratic
vote
Party?
coming
It doesn't
home
seem
over the
like
issue of immigration.
right?
That did not seem to happen.
Yeah,
much
I'd be
at
interested
all.
in hearing that perspective.
You know, the FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14
thank you,
points
Rafi.
of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said,
Try to
you
be
know,
safe.
that he's going to get 15% of the African American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything?
I mean, obviously in the last year or so, I don't feel like the
I think it was on
Democratic
sort of
Party
a
in the
knife
United
edge.
States
I
has
don't know if
done
Phil's got the
anything
latest data.
to rein in any decision making by Israel or ever has.
Back to the Trump
Israel is
team, and
largely
right now,
by our
currently,
parties
just
a
to keep you guys up to
nonpartisan
date,
thing.
he leads it by a
it's
point and 1.4,
pro-Israel.
which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is
Yeah.
It's 99%
In
in.
fact,
and
they've
what'd you say?
tried to
90%,
distance
yeah,
themselves
statewide,
quite far
90%.
from people
Darren,
that
I
may
got a
not
question
appear
for you.
that way. At least that's
when
my
you think about the blue
perspective
wall in
here.
the upper Midwest.
I know the vibes.
When
might
we were at the
be different
convention
from
in Milwaukee in
places, you know what I
July,
mean?
it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch. And all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates,
But I
and
don't
all
wanna
the
speak to somebody
journalists,
else's
and all the
lived
campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, you know,
Does
why did
Trump
I just see
own
Kid
Battle
Rock?
Pass?
And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana
Plugs.
White?
Thanks for the $5.
And I went to the
A Battle
campaign. I
Pass.
said, "What's going on there?" Because
Which is that for again?
It was men. It was white men.
Battle Pass.
And they said, we noticed
Which game
in the
is
upper
that
Midwest,
from?
at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was
Fortnite.
a
Is that
certain
Fortnite?
percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They
Trump's
sat
never
out
picked up a video
2020,
game controller
but
in
we're
his
trying to
life.
win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb.
You guys
we
want to
were
hear a funny
adopting, but-
story?
And we spoke about this a little bit earlier.
Let's talk something funny. So I'm friends with all the PE teachers, and it was early on in this school year. year, and somebody came late to class, and they didn't really know, like teachers like didn't know people's names, like they didn't know the students' names, and some kid just came in. I think he skipped class. Some kid like skipped class to go into the gym, and I don't know, hang out with their friends or something during a PE class, and our PE teacher went up to to this kid and was like, "Wait, who are you? Are you supposed to be here? What's your name?" And he goes, "John Fortnite. I'm John Fortnite." That's what he said his name was.
She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, we were looking at, ironically,
couldn't think of
was
anything
not
else
so
to
much
say.
the
He
top
couldn't
line
think
in
of
that
a
race,
name. His
but
name
what
was
Seltzer had
so
said was
his
that
brain was so
senior
broken by
women were
apparently
breaking
Fortnite
away
that
from
in
Trump
coming up with a
over the
fake
abortion
name
issue.
to
And
avoid
I
getting in
think our
trouble.
friend Sean Trende had a really good
Said John
observation where he said
Fortnite.
that may be true, but it may not help Harris, because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue.
Well, that was not his
but
name.
might
That's
not
what
occur
he made
nationally in
up.
other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you
Avoid
go. But
giving
really
up
quickly,
his
what's
name
happening
so
in
he wouldn't get in
Minnesota?
trouble for fluffing.
Question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
For all we've
to.
been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet.
Wait, is
and
John
there are
Fortnite
still-
already a
in charge
thing?
of that?
Yeah, well,
There you go.
Is that already a
has it.
thing?
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
Really
Darren.
great
Didn't
job.
invent that?
For coming
Good
by.
job.
Great
Very
job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went on to the
All right,
stage
guys,
right
if you are in
behind me and
copium
put
mode
up
right
the
now,
glass for
and I'm sorry if you are, can I show you something to lighten your day just a little bit? If you are, even if you are excited about this election and what happened here, can I propose a third party? Well, no, I wouldn't say a third party candidate, but someone I think we can all just get behind. And that is
She's quickly
Wu
become an
Dang.
internet sensation.
All
These days, Wu Ding,
share
the
our
baby
love
pygmy
of Wu
hippopotamus,
Dang,
seems to be
the pygmy
everywhere.
elephant,
She is
or
so
pygmy hippo.
adorable. Across social media and websites, the meme of the moment. And so we're in Thailand. She's this way. Seeking out this unlikely superstar in the flesh. All of it. The rolls, the cheeks. What do you like about her?
She's so cute.
She's cute.
I love her. I love Wu Dang.
It makes me a little bit like, wow, it looks unreal that I get to see them.
Shut up.
It has
More
become the
Wu Dang.
call
Here we go.
sign for a world needing distraction.
Look at
and
her.
finding it cute, moist, and unbothered. Whether she walks, eats, plays around,
She's so
anything Wu Ding
little.
does gets a reaction. Wu Ding fever started just after she was born,
Oh, look
when the
at
zoo
baby Wu
uploaded the
Dang.
first images of her to Instagram. Safe to say, the world went
She's a giant
wild
Tootsie
for
Roll.
the sassy,
I
slippery
like that one when they bite the leg. There's so many videos of them just going
baby, whose name means bouncing pig or pork patty. Her keeper, Adiponundi, is the human behind her star power and can't keep up with demand for more.
What? I just lost like
Wu Ding is
viewers.
not more tired by this.
Who
The
isn't
one who's
supporting
tired
Wu
is
Dang?
here, he says. Do you think
cruelty. I pulled up Wu Dang and we lost viewers. Fine, nerds. Here you go. Here's your politics, nerds.
Now, looking at
Yeah, people left
Philadelphia,
during Wu
both
Dang.
the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're
We
outperforming
lost
there.
people.
But Trump
Here's your
feels that this could be
here's
good
your
news
boring
for them because there are
politics.
pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that
Nerds.
Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia.
All right, let me
by.
catch up on
Simply,
Super
it
Chat.
cuts into the margins that Democrats need, and here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot if he were to win this county, Bucks County. I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of
This would be
Philadelphia, this is what
Magma.
pushed
Thank you so
Biden
much. This
over
would
the
be
edge in
happening if
2020.
Thomas
Harris needs to do well
Crooks
in these
could
counties
aim.
if she stands
Thanks,
to
Magma.
have a chance of taking this
All right,
state,
Christopher,
guys.
thanks again.
Martha?
To now come out and
thank
show
you.
face to people that voted for her, that showed
So let's go to Bill.
It just doesn't
and
look
see,
good, regardless
what are you
if it
cooking
was
up over there,
Harris or
Bill?
Trump.
I was just looking at New York.
Less
We
than
heard so
100K.
much about
Love you, man.
MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke.
Yeah, it does seem
And,
to be
you know,
more about like
Trump,
he just
you
knows
know, is New York's
there's
his
all these
home,
votes
right?
they're going to
And
be taking all
now
night.
living in Florida,
And it might be
Mar-a-Lago,
more
but
about
just
that.
look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide
It
bar.
doesn't help. I can say that.
8 years ago, when he's
Doesn't
running
help.
against Hillary Clinton. This is his
Carsten,
margin
thank
in
you
New
for the
York,
€5.
all right?
Hello from Germany. I will
37.5
go to
compared
work now.
almost
All right, have a
59
good
for
day at
Hillary
work,
Clinton.
dude.
And then against Joe
Have
Biden,
a good one, my
it
friend.
was what?
All right, Billy the
What?
Dog,
Oh my
5
gosh.
out
It
of
was-
New Zealand. Thank you.
It was
Wednesday
0.3
evening here in New
point, all
Zealand.
right?
While I feel Trump is better for the
and now we
US,
come to
I feel Harris would have
2020
been
and see
better
the
for
numbers
the
on the
world.
board here.
Trump's
It's
foreign
a pretty
policy.
decent performance. And we're just getting
That
some
is,
insight
yeah,
here
I
in the
think
New York
that's a very
City.
interesting take you got there.
He
To
did
think
well
of it
over
that way
40%
about,
of the vote here in New York
you know,
as
what's
well.
better for the
One
US
thing I was
versus
checking
what's
out here,
better
guys,
for just
in
global relations.
this is the number,
That's
right?
an interesting take.
Path to
I
270.
appreciate your take there.
I guess
Thoughts
in
on
theory
Vermin
right
Supreme,
now, if you
dude.
were to close out, you know, you're
All
248.
hail
If you were to close out
the giant boot
Pennsylvania,
head.
and even though Alaska
All
has ranked
hail
choice
the
voting,
giant boot, our Lord and Savior.
which could take a while to post a number here.
I want to know how many write-in
Nonetheless, that
votes
would
he
put him
got
right at the number at
this year.
270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about
By the
for
way, I
some
think we all
time
need
now,
to give a
that
shout out to
Trump
Chat
had
History, who's
more
been here for
paths
like
to the
hours
Oval Office
watching with us
than
tonight.
Harris
from,
did. Let's go check on
fantastic,
Pennsylvania one more time
fantastic
here, and
entertaining
we'll
channel.
see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of
They're
the
in the
estimated
chat
vote
and have
out
been all
there. They're
day.
now reporting here.
Follow Chat History,
In
you guys.
Michigan, you know, the blue wall, 6.3. So that number is stuck a little bit here.
Thoughts on how
Estimated
the Trump win will
maybe
affect the war in
40% of the vote
Ukraine?
still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know,
well,
maybe we get some more
always.
numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's
I
holding
don't think
on to
Trump's
this
going to be able to
4.2
like go
advantage
to
in
Putin
Wisconsin.
and be like, "Hey, get out."
And Wisconsin,
No.
they take a
In
lot of
fact,
pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe,
you know, I don't know. Maybe
Milwaukee
Trump will
notwithstanding, but
probably
the rest of the state
try to
that's their,
oversee
that's their idea. So we could get that in.
deal.
Maybe a little more as we
A
go
deal
into what, the
that
2
would
a.m.
give
hour? Is that we
probably
going to 2 a.m. or
one
3?
third of Ukraine to Russia.
Arizona sticking here
And
at
now you might
3.7.
facilitate
What's that?
that end of the war.
Just keep going.
Okay,
I don't know. Maybe
this is
he
Nevada, so we're
goes,
starting to get our first
tells
numbers in from
Zelensky,
Nevada.
"Hey, here's the deal.
For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about
Russia's
the
not
early
going to be
voting, you've been
leaving."
watching Nevada. And
You might
Nevada's
go,
been
"Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
pretty
They
good
never would
market
have." You
here
better stay
for,
behind closed doors. You
for
know,
Republicans.
not
This
around.
is
Be
a
like,
quick count
"Hey,
here
they
now,
wouldn't
saying
have
75%
invaded
of the
because
vote
that's
is
what Trump
in,
said, right? Like
and Trump's
Russia
got a
would
firm
never have
lead at
invaded
3.4
Ukraine. If he
points,
was in charge.
roughly
He might
just a
say that
tad
to save
under
face with like someone
35,000
like
votes.
Zelensky,
Clark County,
but
Las
he may have to
Vegas,
say, "All right, but
70%
here's
of the
what's going to
votes in
happen.
the
You're going
Silver
to have
State
to
here all come from
concede,
Nevada. Let's see
you know,
what's happening right
third
now.
of your
Okay,
country
Harris,
to Russia
just a tick
for
over
you to send the war because
50.2
at
with
least they can be like,
80%.
from my
Want to go comparison's
angle and
sake?
from
8
my
years ago? Why not,
influence,
right?
I am
In
not
Nevada,
going
I
to
don't know what this
be
number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary
supporting any more
Clinton
funding.
did 2 points better than
I don't know.
Kamala Harris.
I think
and
Trump
Joe
can go anyway.
Biden,
I just don't think he's
okay, did even better.
consistent on that stuff.
3.5 over what Kamala
I'm not
Harris
sure
is
how
putting up right
consistent
now.
he is
So
on
it
that stuff.
appears if you're in the
Sorry,
Trump
Mike was
camp,
cutting.
that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world.
I don't think
This
in any way it's
Washoe
going to
County,
help
right, Karl?
hardline Ukrainians
Right now, a point
from their
it's close,
goal
right?
of
0.2 points.
returning
You know,
all
what
of
happened
Ukraine. I
with
think
Biden?
eastern,
Was it
that
close?
part of eastern Ukraine it's gone.
Yeah, pretty close.
Oh,
Biden
sorry.
won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in. But Nevada is
Sorry, is that okay?
Looking good too. And now you start to wonder, you know,
Better? Are we better?
how high does this number go?
Sorry, what
on
you?
the Electoral College?
Sorry if you didn't hear
Yeah,
that. Basically,
New
what I
York
was saying
Times
was
is now at greater than
things that will
95%,
probably be
and
happening
likely
is
to win the popular vote is what they
may
have.
go in to
Well, let's
face
check in.
Zelensky
Let's
and
go
say,
out to
"Hey,
Vegas.
Sorry.
Jeff Paul is live in
Wasn't my
Las
fault.
Vegas.
I
Jeff, what's happening?
stopped Putin, whether that's true or not.
Well, a lot of
But
excitement here and
you may try to save
optimism
face
at
with
the
that,
Sam Brown
but then
watch
also
party.
be
He's, of
like,
course, the
all right,
Republican
but Russia
candidate
is
trying
going
to
to keep
unseat the
everything that they've taken, like
Democratic
turned part of
incumbent
Ukraine,
Senator Jackie
and
Rosen. And
you're going to have
just
to
a few
accept that
moments
to
ago, when
end the
Bill was
war.
talking about Nevada,
And
you heard
then
a
if
lot of cheers
otherwise,
here,
funding will
from
be
the crowd at the Sam Brown watch
potentially
party.
pulled.
Just knowing some of those initial numbers, it took
I
nearly
think that's a
3
direction
hours
that's
to
possible.
finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get
Can't
another
hear me.
batch
What?
in the coming hours. But
Hello,
Nevada
Chris?
has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right
Yes?
up until the 7 o'clock hour. And if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order
Mike?
to
What happened?
release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it
We
took
booted up a
2
little.
hours and 48 minutes.
Hello,
So
hello. I
still
booted up my
a
mic
very
a little
long night ahead of us. But
Wow, it's all
for
over
the
the
folks
place.
here at
Come
the
on,
Sam Brown Watch Party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff
Oh,
Paul
no,
in Las Vegas.
screen
Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us, and we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us.
Hello, hello.
Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House
Overall?
situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job.
Yeah.
They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on
Hello,
his
hello.
way. And I think President
changed
Trump
some
is going to
things.
help the Republicans.
Stream Deck was
build the
acting
House,
funny.
but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very
news is
beginning of the
louder
night.
than you.
Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania
Still?
8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said
How are
North
these volume
Carolina
levels?
1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes.
Sorry,
in the
hold
Senate.
on.
Having the Senate as large as he is,
Yeah, I
he's
can
going to
lower
get
the
the
video.
cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time,
hello.
not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise,
Hello.
it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way. And the pathway for her to win is getting
Low
narrower
testing.
and narrower.
Okay. You sound muffled.
Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries
I have a new mic set
and the
up,
thought
loud
of
and clear.
impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be
Okay.
the right move.
Anyway.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that
Okay.
the likelihood, as
Is
we
this okay?
pointed out,
Can you guys still
is
hear
that
though?
Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren
thanks, guys.
and political professionals around, no one anticipated.
All right.
the
James
size of
says,
this
thank you for the $10
mandate,
super
as you
chat.
call it.
James says,
I
in a
think that
historical
there's even
context, which election
recriminations
from the
now
past
among
would you say this
Democrats
current
as
election
to
is most comparable
Biden
to, or is
and
this
whether
history
Biden should have
in the
dropped
making
out earlier or
regardless of
Biden should have
results?
stayed.
Good
Would
question.
the
Thank you,
white male
James.
have done
What do you
better?
guys think in chat? I'm
Obviously,
going to try to
Trump has
think.
defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led a
Is it
insurrection
Nixon?
against the United States
What do you guys
government
think?
is potentially now, like a phoenix going back into
Think
the
it's like
Oval Office.
2016?
It's
No.
unbelievable.
Well, you have to. consider
No,
the
the
fact,
predictions for
Juan, that a lot
Trump
of
were
people didn't think
way
that was an insurrection. They thought it was
less
a riot,
in
but not an insurrection.
2016
And had they thought there
than they
was
were for
really
this.
was an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I
think
don't
that
know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well,
I'd be more likely to say
the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight is.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my
Yeah,
perspective.
and I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you.
Bush Gore?
But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only
I
a
don't
riot in terms
know.
of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a
that's
lot
Why do you guys
that's
say
why I said that.
2016?
We've
That's
talked a
what
lot
you
about it, and the
understand me very
campaign.
clearly.
The campaign.
I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a
By
lot
saying
of ads about it,
that-
talked a lot about it, and
You guys saying
more,
Harris was
half the country
like,
now,
higher?
Juan is
I
gonna
think
say,
Clinton was
"That is not
predicted.
what I care about.
Hillary
I
Clinton
care
was
about
predicted
my
to do
economy.
better
I care about
than
immigration.
Harris.
No,
I
see,
care
that's
about-
where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that it was the cost of eggs.
68, I could probably get
worry
behind that.
It was I'm not voting for this.
More like
woman.
20,
Or I'm not
2004.
voting for this black
I
woman.
don't know. That's not what we see.
No,
in the
it's-
data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that?
I mean,
Because a
let's be
moment
honest.
ago,
This is
Darren
very
was accurate.
different.
He
Okay,
said,
we've only
in
had this
fact,
once
not only did
before
the
with
Bro
a
strategy
president
work,
that's going to
and the
have
Bro
two
strategy largely worked
two
along the lines
terms
of
that
white men.
are not
But
consecutive.
the Bro
It's
strategy
really
also
hard.
had
It's
some
really hard, I
impact
think,
in
to
terms of Latino and Black men
to
who
do that.
came along and gave
Say
higher
that.
percentages.
All right, Carl,
One,
weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with one. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said.
I mean, just because
Trump
maybe
wins.
for a lot of you,
He
that's
said
like
he
the first
won because
election you
black
voted
men
in or whatever,
felt that
2016. But
Democrats
yeah.
and elites put immigrants before us.
All right.
Your thoughts on that?
I just think
Dawson, thank you,
possible. I don't know
$5.
that
Said,
for a
I'm just
fact,
worried
but
Trump and the
I think there
GOP
are
will move this
tensions
country to a point
between
of no
racial
return.
groups.
Do you think our
and
country will
people
be
might
okay in
feel
the long
that.
run? We have a series of
Obviously,
checks and
they're going
balances.
you can exploit those tensions, and you can
Almost anything
exacerbate
can
them to the
be
point where you can politically
unfixed. So,
benefit from it.
yeah,
Do I think
that's what I
the
think.
reason he won?
Thank you so much.
No. I
Boudin,
think the reason he won
2028 out of
is you
South
look at
Africa.
that
Thanks
Bro
you. Or
strategy
thank you
and the
so
white
much.
male turnout
Yep.
and
We all
white
vote in Mudang.
grievance
Sorry, Mudang does
politics
not have
that
American
he has
citizenship.
used to
Isn't she
great
from like Thailand?
success in this country.
Tyson, thank you for the $5. Says
trailing
US seems to be
among-
trending
is
towards
trailing his
recent UK
prior,
or Australia
2020
results.
numbers with whites.
Multiple consecutive
Well, you know
elections,
what? I
voting
think
each
that the Bro
bad party at
Hispanics
every
and
new
black
turn.
males.
Now,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
you're right.
sufficient to make up. It's
This
not
election does
sufficient to
follow
have
a
those
very
nights.
close pattern
I
that we
just
have
think it is
seen. We have
extremely
not
odd to
seen two
suggest
different
that black
politicians
men
of the same
are somehow
party
prejudiced
elected
because
back
they
to
vote
back.
for a white candidate
Okay,
who says, I want to make
since the
certain that
80s,
everybody has an opportunity to
1980s, when
succeed in our great
Reagan went
economy.
into Bush.
I
And
want
for
you
the
to be more
Democrats, if
prosperous, and
someone
I
told
will
me
do
here,
things
because I
that
didn't
will
look at
make
this
it possible
specifically,
for you to
you
make
have
a
to go
better
back
life.
to
That is an
like
appeal to
James
their best
Buchanan in
instincts.
the mid
He did not go out and
1800s
say, vote for
to
me
see
because
that
I'm not a
happen on
woman.
the other side
Don't
of
go
things.
vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought
Can
he
you
would
guys
do
hear
something
the
about the issues they
stream
cared
though?
the
I
most
turned
about,
it
which
way
is
down.
an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white
All
man
right,
is
Rove.
just too far, Juan. With all due
You're
respect.
distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical.
All right, there. Let's watch this dumpster fire.
we're not saying most black men did not vote for
People
Donald Trump.
listening
So
to Karl
I
Rove
never said
anymore?
anything like that. That's just not
Oh, you
true.
suggested it's only a
I'm saying
quarter
to you,
of black
no,
men.
I'm
I thought he
saying
went down
to
with
you
the
that
like
in
Dick
terms of
Cheney
this
shit.
bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women
So
in
the
most
historical trend
disparaging
about back-to-back
way.
people of the same
There's
party
some
being
men who just said,
elected
you know what,
did not favor
I get into,
Democrats.
I want to be in on that. I want to be a bad.
That history really wants PA
and I
to
think
be
they
called.
like Trump's image and the caricature he portrays.
I think they
Why are we watching
supported
Fox?
him
We're
in
going
spite of
through
that,
multiple
not
channels
because of it.
and seeing how differently everybody's
Somebody
covering the
offered to
election.
make their life better.
Harold Ford,
Look, I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the
Al
country got overwhelmed
Spider,
as quickly
thank
as
you for the
it
$5. I enjoy
seemingly
your
did, which
videos.
speaks
Thanks
to
for
the
being
political
awesome. Thank
comeback.
you for being
I've
awesome.
said
And
here earlier, I think
I
that,
really appreciate it.
the fact that
Captain
some of
Lamp
these
is
issues
back.
around the
$5.
economy and the
I know it's
border were
early,
not
but from what I'm
addressed
seeing, it
more
looks like Trump is going
forthrightly,
to win. I just don't
I
see
think
it
had an impact.
Yeah.
That being
The
said, we're
statistics
going to have
are
some
very,
analysis around this and
very
around
much
whether or not
for Trump
the
right now.
driving up
It's going to take a
amongst
lot.
men, what was behind that, how did it work?
Seems so.
Did
We'll see.
the gender
It's
gap
not
with
impossible,
women?
though. It is not
Did
impossible.
black women,
DKC,
white women expect
$5.
them? We
Thank
still
you.
don't
Do you
know
think
those
we'll see
numbers. We have an
violence
opportunity to
like
dig
in
into some of those
2016
things. But I
riots
wouldn't-
or in a Capitol riot?
I don't want to tell you what
Not
Ron is
if
saying
the Republicans
any more than that.
All right.
Not if
More to
Trump
talk about
wins.
here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to
it's
make
getting
some
late.
calls when that vote is in.
I'm still
in
good.
full.
Who
Our
still wants to
coverage
stay
continues
up?
next. Stay with us.
All right. Fox News going to commercial break. We'll go ahead and switch over. I am caught up on Super Chats, by the way. She needs to win about everything else that's not settled.
Starting at 5
All right, what's
p.m.,
CNN got going
Lawrence,
on?
Steve, Ainsley, and Brian.
My name is Madeline, and I'm a proud student of the University of the People.
The program.
Trump agencies not able to enact it on their own.
Yep. Just one of many things that we would be talking about if Donald Trump does, in fact, win. We're not there yet. Jake, over to you.
Thanks, Dana.
Let's
Key
bring you
race
back to the
alert.
key
Here we
race
go.
alert and where we stand with the battleground states that we have
Pennsylvania,
not called yet. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead,
93%.
51.1%. Kamala Harris is 47.8%. Donald Trump has an almost 220,000 vote lead. That's with 93% of the estimated vote in from the great Keystone State.
It's still looking the
Michigan,
same.
Donald Trump up 52.4% to Harris's
Whoa.
45.8%. Donald Trump with a more
Whoa,
than
Trump's doing way.
244,000 vote
Okay.
lead.
Oh, it's
in
65%.
Michigan,
Okay, a
with
lot of Detroit's not
66%
in,
of
but
the estimated
outside
vote
of that,
in.
Michigan was way higher for Trump
In
than I thought.
Wisconsin, Donald Trump,
Than I think anybody
51.2%.
thought.
Harris,
But I don't think
47.1%.
Detroit is
Donald
really
Trump with
in
a more
yet.
than 120,000
Detroit,
vote
I
lead,
think, still has a
with
long
an
way to go. It was only
estimated 89%
65%.
of the vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead, 50% to Harris's 49.1%. Donald Trump has a 16,000 plus vote lead with an estimated 53%
really
of
needed.
the vote in from Arizona. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the
Kamala
lead there,
really needed
51%. To Kamala Harris's
Wisconsin, and that's not
47.4%. Donald Trump with a
happening.
more than 37,000 vote lead with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. John King.
You're looking at the map, and we're watching.
Detroit
and
is
just trying to
42%
see.
counted. I mean,
the
that's
only question
still a
really
lot.
now is, well, the first
It
question
could be
is,
hundreds of
will the
thousands.
Vice President win Pennsylvania? If she does not, Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. And then from there, if she wins
Popular
Pennsylvania,
vote
Donald
is
Trump
up
still has
big.
other paths to 270.
I mean,
so for the vice president,
big,
your
big in
priority
the
is here.
bipartisan sense.
And you'll notice all three of those states are red. That's the so-called blue wall. The blue wall is ruby red at the moment, not done counting the votes. So let's turn it off and wander through them, starting in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Key thing here, these are close battleground states. Look at the size of Donald Trump's lead as we go through them. Right, Joe Biden wins this by 80,000 and change 4 years ago. Donald Trump is ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome. When you're at 93%,
Psychic wars.
statewide so far, you're getting 48% if you round that up. Do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperform where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you can come here.
You're in
This gets
miracle
pretty stunning when you go through it county by county.
territory,
We're not at the
according to
final
him on
results.
CNN.
Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back. But again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%. You go back when Joe Biden won the state, Donald
She
Trump
did
was at
worse.
18, the president
She's
was
doing
at
worse in
81.
Philadelphia than
and you're
Biden
seeing
did.
this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47 4 years ago. You come back here. I said early in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This
Thank
is the
you,
blue collar
Bill Chip.
suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters.
1:15
move out
a.m.,
your city, you
seventh
get a
cup
little
of
house built
coffee
out your
in the
grass.
Army. Woke
It
up at
gets a
6
little
a.m.
bit bigger out
watching
here when you
History of
move
the
out,
Boys.
but
I will
look at
never
this.
physically
It's just-
recover
she's
from
at
this.
48%, 49%.
Hey,
round
thank
that
you.
up.
Be
The
safe.
President of the United States was at 52.
Thank you.
Again, it's a very
Tell the
competitive
boys hello.
battleground county, but to win Pennsylvania,
Thanks
you
for the
want to be
support,
on the
Ghost.
top end in Bucks County. And at the moment, the vice president is on the losing end. Then you move over here to Lehigh County. This was the big conversation, right? Both candidates there in the final days because of the Madison Square Garden event, the debate about
Chat history, but
Trump
sleeping
gonna
in the
lose the
office.
Puerto Rican vote, another
Are
Latino
you
votes
full time
because of this.
YouTube chat
Well,
history?
at the moment,
Do you have a job?
Harris 95%, so not a lot of room for this to change.
Josh Shapiro, Benner
51% for
VP.
vice president. She's winning the county, but she's
You know
not winning
what?
the county again. Look at Joe Biden. Now, this is Joe Biden's birth state. He had a home field advantage.
If it
maybe.
comes
was in the
down to
pandemic.
Philadelphia,
Donald
maybe.
Trump was at his weakest. I guess you come out of that.
I don't
So
know.
you can rationalize it away, but we do the math here. And the math is that she's running behind. That's 53%.
I mean, she may not win
And once again,
Minnesota.
the vice president.
So maybe
there'll
it
be a
didn't
lot of
matter.
Conversations about blue collar workers.
The vice
Is it
president.
sexism? Is it racism? Is it because she didn't break with Biden?
You're an
cost of living
engineer?
issues? This is going to be the
Sick.
conversation if this map continues.
Awesome, chat
So
history.
you come back out again and you look. Here's a place. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania, Luzerne County,
Wilkes-Barre.
right? But you always look at sometimes the margins within where the other guy's winning or the other gal's winning. You just want to cut into their margins in a close battleground state. Donald Trump at 60,
nobody wants to
vice
call PA.
president
It
at
might be the last one
39%.
called.
And you come back here, Joe Biden at 42%. That's the difference. The margins within some of these places, even where you're losing, you have to improve your margins. Where you're winning, run them up. Where you're losing,
Hold on, I just
try to
saw a
cut the other
great,
guy's margins
a
up.
great
And
text.
she simply
or a
has failed to
great,
do that
uh,
across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I could go on.
A great
but the
chat
point is the
message.
point. And then there's this. Again,
Where
in a
was
big
it? I
state
wanna
like
put it
this,
up
a
here.
complicated state like this is just Trump country. 70% here, 51% there, a little bit more competitive, but 75%.
Fox called
there,
Pennsylvania?
73% there. That's how he does it. And you have to combat that and contrast
There it
that.
is.
Even in the
That's GG's.
a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told
That's
the former
GG's.
president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet.
Where are they at with the
what this means?
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly.
He did better than
fiercely,
2016.
and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe
Thank you,
Biden was
Sean.
not going to be able to go the distance. If
Battle
Joe
Midway,
Biden were still on the
1942
ticket
from the
tonight,
Japanese.
who knows what
perspective, yeah.
tonight might have even looked
Someone
like.
just
That he has been able
someone
to
is that
accomplish
from
this, it is nothing short of astonishing and
that was just
amazing. And
recommended
also,
to me.
I think about
Thank you,
Susie
John.
Wiles, who's
Put it
his
in the Discord
campaign
server
manager.
suggestions now.
Very quiet, does
People
not
saying she
like
needs
the
to
limelight.
forget
Chris
five
Lasky,
other
who
states.
works on
Yeah,
it. All
it's
of
not
those
going to matter.
people who
Even if
worked
she
so
won
hard and stuck by
Pennsylvania,
Trump, no
it's
matter
not
what
going to
was said
matter.
about him,
In the
they
end,
were
it's going to
called
be a
every name in
moot
the book,
point.
including Hitler and Nazis, and they
It's going to
came
be a
through.
moot point.
The other
She's
thing
just
that's
not.
on my mind is, last night
Well, just
at her closing
I mean,
rally, Oprah
I don't
Winfrey
love her. I don't like her.
said
She's
that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically, you can just write
obviously didn't have a lot of
America
time to
off. Like
campaign.
America's just going to fall apart.
She
That's
reached to the
obviously
right,
not true,
and
although I'll be surprised tomorrow if
they've led
there's
a
a
lot
big
of
line at
left-leaning people
JFK of
to not
Hollywood
vote
celebrities
at all.
leaving the country as they said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and
Doesn't have the
there will
charisma
be
to match up
so
with
many
Trump,
opportunities for lots of
which
deal
you
making. I
probably
think
have to
President Trump
have
will be in the
some
mood, but
element
he
to
also
that.
has a huge to-do
So
list.
what's another
Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was,
character? And just,
she
I mean,
broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a
Trump's
to-do
big
list.
thing is
He's
just
got a big to-do list, but he
2016 to
thrives on
2020
it.
were
And
better
you
than
saw that through the whole campaign.
He
22 to
is, I think,
2024.
enthusiastic about doing the job.
Yes, there are a lot of
of
factors.
being
Yeah, the
President
COVID
Harold,
pandemic that,
and
of course,
it is just an
a giant
absolutely
influence, but
remarkable.
just
I think if
it
you
is
wrote
what it
this
is,
as a
right?
movie script, people would say
Some
this
people
would
just
never
it's on
happen
that.
in the United States of
No
America.
deeper
He's a
analysis than just saying,
I've
hey,
said this before. He's the single greatest political athlete
I was better in the
I've ever
20-teens than I
seen.
am in the
And
2020s.
tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about them in the most full-throated way. He didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way. Didn't talk
But I
about
think
it
there are a
in
lot
the
of things
most
Trump was hyperbolic
comprehensive way,
about
but he
that a lot of people just
connected with
don't care
voters.
about.
I would urge my party tonight, if indeed he
Like
I think
railing
he's almost
on
at 270, we'll declare it here
like
shortly once Alaska
electronic
comes in.
cars, like
Don't
electric
write off the
cars,
American
where people
people.
are like,
Let us
why?
not be
Like, are you
critical of
kidding me?
people
Like,
for voting
dude,
for
you
President
have
Trump.
Elon
He
Musk
did
on your
something
side.
we
Why
didn't
are
do
you
in this
doing that?
campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess.
Or
Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to
the windmills
revamp,
are killing.
and perhaps we should think about that. But
Are
don't
killing.
write off the people, the
Are
American
killing the
people, for the decision
seagulls.
they
Like
made this
that's
evening.
Charlie
that's
Hurt,
something we should be talking
he will be
about.
the
You know, like
47th
there
president
are
of the
so many
United
things
States
like
after
that
everything
that
that
it's
we
like,
saw
dude,
in this
nobody
election.
cares.
It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought.
All right,
it was
a lot of
done. There was a
copium in the chat,
landslide
y'all.
prediction
Remember, we're a
from
country.
a lot in the media.
You guys that are,
that
if
she
you're
was going to have
upset,
the
we're a country
landslide.
of check
It looks
balances.
like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. The revolution.
Remember, local
rolls
politics.
on.
Okay, local
And this is
politics
not
will
just,
likely have a bigger effect on your life
victory
than national politics.
for the
you
White
guys.
House tonight. but also
So much of
this
the
is
influence in
the
your
end
life
of
is
the
going to
old
come from
Republican Party,
your
which
state
of course
governor
Donald
and
Trump took on.
down,
That was the first thing that he did. The very first
your
thing that he did
local
in
government.
2015 was take on the old Republican Party.
Okay.
He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The
That's where
Republican
you
Party
get
is no
involved
longer
and have the biggest
a
impact in your life is your local elections.
doesn't
Local
stand for a lot of the things
elections.
that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, a far more, I think probably a far more durable party, and he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party
mods,
that they
where
were.
the
But it
Professor,
is
what are you here? Can
truly
you get Discord
extraordinary, and it
links
is
in?
all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting
Charlie,
and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it,
Interesting.
he came
The
back
numbers
with
are going up in
series of
chat. I think the
his party
Trump
lost in
victory
lost
has brought in the MAGA,
midterm,
the MAGA crew.
in his first, in his
2018.
28. They lost
Welcome,
in 2018.
MAGA
They
folks.
lost a presidential election.
You guys
in
like making the
2020, and they
rounds
had a
around all the
major
live
disappointment
streams?
in
Is that what's going
2022,
on?
Which,
I feel like that's what's
one
happening.
might have thought after all
the
that,
MAGA
the
folks
party
going
wouldn't
around
turn
all
to
the
him
live
again.
streams.
And yet, in the
We
face of
covered it
that,
all night.
plus all the things that Martha
Anyways, there
enumerated,
was,
the
I forgot,
indictments,
I missed
all
the
the
chat,
other
but
troubles
somebody
that he
said,
had, for him to come
where
back from
did
that
you
is
send me
really
video
quite
suggestions?
striking.
And think
Send
about
me
how
video
toxic
suggestions
he
to the
was
Discord
after,
server.
say,
Thought to be,
January
yeah,
6th.
yeah.
Discord
And
server.
then you're looking at
Okay, you know what this
races
guy looks
now.
like that's on screen right now? He looks like the guy that Billy Madison was competing against for control of the company in Billy Madison with Adam Sandler.
In states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places.
Hold
fellow
on.
Republicans.
Anyone know what I'm
It
talking
really
about?
does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you
Billy
look at
Madison
Jimmy
villain.
Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country
Okay,
that I
here he
think
is.
these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of.
Hold on.
What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over
Just make
in
sure
the
people that
Middle
voted
East
for
are
Trump,
looking for Iran to pull back
make
in
sure
the face
that
of a president
you
whom they fear. And look, I think
make
it's
sure
going
your
to be
candidates,
incumbent
and
on the
I told this to
Democratic
people that
Party
voted for Harris,
to
make
understand that
sure
the people have
your
spoken,
candidates
and
are
to
being
dissemble
held
and dismantle this lawfare system
accountable
that they have
for
built
the
up
things
here,
that they say they're
which is
going
going
to
to raise
do.
a whole series of
Okay?
questions that are going to have to be
Don't
answered
let
now.
them
But
get
they
away
cannot say
with
that they are
taking your
better than
vote
Donald
and
Trump
leaving.
and recreate
Don't
a
let your
system that does not
politicians do
recognize.
that. Look, this guy. Hold on, bring that guy up. Look, the guy from Billy Madison.
Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
Yeah, send video
Well,
suggestions to the Discord server.
What's
There's a
happened
video
here is
suggestions
the
channel.
system self-corrected. When you try and break the
Puppy
American
lost its
model,
way.
it
Dude, Billy
fixes
Madison's
itself.
such a good movie.
And I think people should give credit
so
within the Democratic Party.
All right, where did I
Donald
leave
Trump
off?
saved
And
them
super
tonight
chats.
too,
End
because
is
they're
mine.
going to have to
Eden's
take
mine.
a spatula to these
Eden's
policies
mine.
and bring
$10.
it
Thank
back
you so
to the
much.
center.
100%. I
next
couldn't
4
vote for her
years.
because of Palestine
And
and
in a
Cheney
way,
push.
reset.
Why
And we
did
talked about
she
this
go
earlier, but
right
he
wing?
saved
Why do they never
entrepreneurship.
go left
He
for us left
saved
people? I think
the
it was a
entire
mistake.
model
I do
of
think
the
it was a
S&P
mistake from her. I
500
think
because
she,
taxing 20% higher
had
was
a
a really bad
chance to
idea,
pick up
and it's
the
self-corrected. Capital,
never Biden,
this is
never
why I'm
Trump
getting on a plane
people.
tomorrow night. I
And
intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night
which
so I could
zero
go to
votes.
Geneva, go to Abu
I think she
Dhabi,
flipped
go to
0
Riyadh
votes
and say it's
and then
21%
maybe
corporate
gain
taxes,
some voters,
100% not going to
but
change.
not very many. I
That is
don't
very
think it worked
important
well
for
for them.
people like me that
I
bring
just think it
capital
shows
back to
that
this
their
country.
strategy, the
It
Democrat
fixed
strategy right now
itself.
is is a little bit
fixed
lost,
itself.
and it
I
might be a
think
little
that's
bit
why America
disconnected.
works. It has worked for 200 years.
There
When it
is,
gets too
remember, we're a
crazy,
country that's
it
enormous,
fixes itself.
and like half
And
of
whether you
people
love
vote. Do
Trump
you guys
and hate him,
understand how many potential
every
votes
Democrat
there are
owes
out
him
in our
a
country?
thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly.
There are so many. There are millions, tens of millions of non-voters out there that are not being reached. And maybe some of them will never vote, but there are people that are not going to vote. They want their vote earned. And a lot of people went into this election, I think more so from the left than the right, that feel that neither candidate earned their vote. You know what I mean? All right. Special thank you to Chat History. Awesome channel. Funny. Great history. Has been hanging out for hours with us. Thank you for the $10, my friend. Thank you for, being cool with me covering your content when I do. Thank you for the stream. Have a good night. Thank you for, coming out to the stream. Thank you, my friend. Take it easy, bud. All right. Cosplaying History Nerd 799 says, how close are the results so far to your predictions? Cheers from Australia. I picked a narrow Trump victory, but not this big. Not this big. How did you all feel? I mean, look, this is funny. I mean, look at if you guys are in, looking here on the poll, Harris was ahead of Trump in our poll in here. We have 10,000 votes. Harris was ahead of the poll until, the end here. Obviously, the MAGA folks came in and were clicking that, but people are changing. But for most of the night, it was a small Harris lead for what people thought. So I don't know. Is anyone shocked? Like rate your expectation, or rate right now what's happened to your expectations somewhere between like as expected, in the middle, somewhat surprised, really surprised. Like, what do you guys think? Not surprised, not at all surprised, not shocked at all. Really? You know what? Let's put up a new poll. I'm gonna put up a new poll, you guys. How many? Let's end this poll. Because I'm not, those last few count of votes were a lot of people coming in that haven't been here for the chat. A lot of the chat that voted there, because it was very close with Harris, there for a bit. But let's start a poll here. How surprised? Anyone ever forget if there's an R between the U and the P in surprise? Like if it's surprise or surprise? Anyone ever forget that? How surprised are you about today's? Like how much do you emphasize the first R when you speak? How many options? I can only do 4. We'll just do 3. Not surprised. So we'll do this. Not surprised, somewhat surprised, and very surprised. Let's do that. Not surprised, somewhat surprised, very surprised. All right, new poll. Go in chat. Okay. Look at your YouTube chat right now if you guys are just listening. I got a new poll I want you to do. How surprised are you about today's results? Not surprised, somewhat surprised, or very surprised? All right, Tyson out of Australia 5 said, "No more vaccinations. We're all getting a free ticket to Mars, baby. Natural selection is the clear winner in 2024, not MAGA or Democrats, frankly." From the Australian perspective down there. Thanks, Tyson. Hello says, "Biggest fumble in recent history." She so had this. She had the momentum. She had the momentum right when she came in. She was able to sweep in and just, yeah, like not fumble it. And she just didn't gain. She got support thrown in on her lap just by like existing when Biden went out and didn't do anything with it. She didn't do anything with it. No, she had momentum when she first the hype was real. The polls changed when she at first was like, okay, she's going to replace Biden. People were like, oh God. The non-voters were like, okay, I'll get in her, and then did nothing with it. I think they said she had what I mean by they said she had momentum. Massive amounts of donation. One of the biggest donation drives we have ever seen in political history came very quick. Okay. Was there. Things started turning a little bit poll-wise in her direction, but again, I don't think she did anything with it. I don't know though if she had enough. If you just like froze that. If you when did Biden drop out? When was that again? When exactly? What month specifically? That was the height that she had.
Because so far back, nobody could remember.
That's
Nobody
kind of
wanted
what
to
I
see
think.
Donald Trump. Nobody wanted to go talk to him. He was a
Here's a
prize.
question
As
for
soon as
you
he was
guys.
there,
How about
this
this?
team has been there the entire time.
How about this? I'm going to switch cameras. Do you think Biden would have done better? Do you think Biden would have done better? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Everybody said no. Hell no.
I made not to support him. But you know what? I think Americans are going to accept the results of this. I think we're going to move forward. I don't think we're going to be storming
Would it
the
have been like a
Capitol and spreading
Reagan
lies about our
landslide?
elections, because that's what you do if you care about democracy. I do want to hit on one thing, though. Abortion. We thought this was, many people, I should say, thought this would be the
You know what this
driving
calls for,
issue
you
this
guys?
election. It was going to drive women out in the suburbs. I warned about a year ago that in the key battleground states, Georgia's the only
show
one
you.
that has what would be considered an ultra restrictive abortion law.
If you weren't here at the
you're
beginning or
expecting
don't
voters
come to
to
my
be
streams
highly
much,
animated about the laws of another state,
this
in Pennsylvania and
video
Michigan,
will
I
be
just
better
don't think
for
that
you.
materialized. Also, that a significant portion of
Here
the
we go.
country actually did support the overturning.
I'm calling it.
Orange man bad, China scary. Fund the police and roll our military. Ignore the fact that Biden's dying. Keep hammering on how Trump is lying. The media is where we vent and manufacture your consent. We just want you all to feel much better before you remember to vote in November. And don't listen to those commies say it's over, Joe. It's Joe, it's Joe, just admit that it is Joe. It's over, Joe. It's over. Well, Joe, it goes Joe. Just vote blue, no matter who. Either way, the whole world's future rests on you. Your pack has us under their control. Fascism won't take root if you play your role. Ultimately, it's not our call, 'cause climate change will kill us all. Eventually, anyway, vote for Joe. I don't want to hear you say it's over, Joe. It's Joe, it's Joe, just admit that it is Joe. It's Jover. It's over, Joe. It's Jover. Just admit that it's Jover. Oh, oh, Joe. It's over, Joe. Oh, 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 it's Jover.
I think that sums it up. All right. Oh my gosh. I'm waiting for someone to. I'm waiting for the first. Who's going to have the balls to call it first? Who's going to have it?
For sure.
Which
the
channel
Republican
is going to
Party can
call
now
it?
claim to be a multiracial working class party. That is a shock. But the policy implications for planet Earth are yet to be known.
I mean, I think that's the real open question. So are we getting 20% tariffs? That's going to be devastating for the economy. Are
Yep, there are
going
things
to
we
be
got to look
mass
for.
deportations
Tariffs.
on American soil? That's what he ran on, and I believe it's actually the mandate the voters gave
listen,
him.
so I
There's-
think on the tariff
guys,
thing,
do you
what
think
as
there's
see,
any
tariffs
way
are
Congress
negotiated
passes
tools,
his tariff
That's what it was in the
proposals?
first administration. This will be in this administration. There are 350,000 criminal aliens
There are
here in the
so
United
many
States.
global
I think it probably take 4
corporations,
years just to find, locate,
you know,
deport those murderers and
that
rapists
American
that are wandering around.
business
The Biden Department of
uber
Justice
capitalists
acknowledges are out there.
rely
We need to get
on
those folks off the
on
street.
this type
I
of
don't think
global
anybody in America is
trade
going to be complaining if we lock those folks up and deport
But
them
it
out of
wish
here.
he
that
doesn't
are
speak with that level of
very
specificity.
invested in
You know,
Congress.
I always hear that during the Obama
Called it?
administration, they actually deported criminal alien, more of them than were deported during the 4 years
Yeah,
of
great.
the Trump administration.
We should keep rounding them up and kicking them out.
But the point is, what he says to get elected and we don't know. We just don't know because it's basically a vehicle for him. And the question is, does the country benefit?
When I hear it called and then hear Trump speak,
Wait more votes from the
we'll do that.
Stay with us.
We'll go to that.
We have right now at this hour, as Greg
Gusto is the #1 choice for small business payroll. It's
all closed in a very strong way, and in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5.
Yeah, Harris has said she will not be speaking tonight, or somebody spoke on her behalf. Was it really a miss? Was it? I think this is going to be a much more of a Fox News talking point. Up until like yesterday, one site that does all of those poll aggregates, they were all Trump. Polls were very Trump. I think Harris will concede in the morning. Oh, sorry, guys. Let me get this back up.
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a
We're
fraud.
going to get
They can sniff
a
out
Trump
somebody who's
address here
chameleon
pretty
like.
soon.
She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. So they, were saying, I'm not just
Am I not,
enthusiastic. Yeah, I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve. I just think when
Live
I see this
with,
unfold,
Fox
Trace,
News here?
it is just a massive victory.
They're saying Fox
we got
called
common
it, but
sense.
I-
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump.
Oh wait, they did. Okay, so they
Trace,
have theirs
thank
at
you.
277.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will
There it is.
become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's
Fox
comeback
official.
will be complete with a win in
Fox is
Wisconsin,
calling
a
it.
state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago.
Donald
he is
Trump
now the
wins
second
47th
president
president
in US
of the
history
United States
to win non-consecutive terms.
of
The
America.
first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the
Yeah.
Biden
All
administration.
right, more super chats coming
and
through. Let me get through. I
former
want to try to
President
get through these
Trump and the
before
future
Trump comes out
President
and
Trump
speaks.
overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White
Just
House.
out of India?
47th president of the
Thank you
United
so
States.
much.
Former
I'm
President
on-
Trump now defeats
I don't
Vice
know much,
President
but
Kamala
international
Harris, who
media
entered
was
this
pointing
race
red. Yes.
just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats,
Yes.
they were projecting the
Thank
possibility
you so much.
of running the table with battleground states.
Alpha Everest,
David
thank you so
Plouffe
much
with
for
the
joining
Democratic
the
campaign of
getting
Harris
YouTube membership.
campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and
You
builds
now get early
on
access
a
to all my
big
videos and a lot
landslide
of content that
electoral
is only on
win.
members,
We don't know where the
members only
popular vote
because
is
of
going to finish out, but we do
lots of
know
reasons.
that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Britt Hume,
Demonetization
will be a
stuff
lot
doesn't
of
fit the
changes
algorithm.
because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
He often accounts for the fact that he had so
Eden's
much
Mind,
turnover
$5
in
said
his
she
first
lost the only
term
Wisconsin
in
and
his term as
Michigan
president
counties
by the
to
fact
Trump
that
or
he
Stein.
really
Also
know
not surprised. I
Washington,
expected it,
and
but
he
had
was
hope.
new to this
Yeah,
realm.
did way
that he-
better, I think, in
that
Wisconsin
he
and
had
Michigan
come
than a
to-
lot of people would have
to
thought.
win the presidency.
I mean, was
and-
Virginia the only swing
and
state
he
that she didn't
promises
win?
us that now he knows.
Or
Now
sorry,
he knows
that
whom he
she
wants
did
to
win?
hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him.
Swing-ish.
A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe
Money
they
is mattering
will.
less and
But
less.
it's going to be very interesting
Brandon
to see the
Herrera
kind of
almost
people
won
he
a
reaches
Congress
out to and reaches out for
despite
in the days and weeks
being
ahead as he
outspent
builds
12
his
to 1 by an
We're
incumbent.
joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy,
Yeah, I
and,
mean,
Katie
smaller
Pavlich.
elections like that,
Kayleigh, you've
though,
been a
yeah,
part
for
of
sure.
the,
Money
the
isn't
last
going to matter
administration.
possibly
You've
quite as
seen
much. There's more
all, you can
grassroots
see the joy on all
activism.
these people's
We'll see.
faces.
Is Brandon
Think about
going to
the
keep
angst
going?
and the,
Does he want to keep trying?
you know, all that this campaign has been
Or that
through.
for running?
And now
Thank you, Alpha.
there is the prospect of creating what you want
Willie
to create.
Mix, you know what?
In a second
By the way,
administration.
$20, very
Who
generous.
thoughts
Really
30,000
appreciate it.
feet
Thanks, you,
of
Will.
this
Thank you,
win.
William. You know what? The last 20
Indictments,
years have shown
two
that the public can't
assassination
be trusted
attempts,
to elect
and
high
unlikely
officials
come
in
from
government.
behind
I think the
victory,
states should
and
come together,
history is made
repeal the
tonight. This is
17th
a
Amendment, and
huge
abolish
moment,
the popular vote.
particularly because
Well,
this is
it's
a
not a popular
tectonic
vote
shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is
for
true,
president.
you now have Black voters, Latino voters,
Thank
young
you so
voters
much, Will.
coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in
Franchise
a very long
says,
time,
thank
and
you
that's
for
due
$5.
to former
The
President, now
lack
soon to
of
be
a true
current
primary
President Trump.
for her
And I just want to say
puts
this as
some
we
people
wait
off
for him to come
saying,
out.
well, it's
I remember
possible
having
Biden
a
performs
conversation
better,
with Ivanka
or at
Trump in
least she does better
2016
if she
about
runs
his
primary.
remarks.
How about this,
And
guys? Here's another
before he went
question.
out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B.
If
Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech
if
B was
Biden
the
had
speech full of
announced
unity. And he
early
looked up,
that he wasn't going
Ivanka
to do a
said,
second
saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He
a
ripped up
second
the
term,
boisterous speech
and they went through a
and said he wanted to
formal
heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for
campaign
Hillary Clinton, for
for
her
Democrat
service to our
candidates,
country. And then he said,
and
now it is time for America
you know,
to bind
and
the wounds of division. And he said, we
and
are
did
a
a
party of all
primary. Do you
races,
think they would have
creeds,
done?
and
Do you think they
religions.
would have won?
That is
Would
more
the
true
Democrats
tonight
have
than it was
won
8 years
with
ago.
a more
And I fully
normal
expect President Trump right now
nomination
is maybe
process?
ripping up that more boisterous
voice to her speech and
What do you guys
preparing
think
to
about
unite the
that?
country.
It's an amazing message.
Let's do a new.
I hope Kaylee's
a new
right.
poll.
I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute.
We're
Trey
about to
Gowdy said
find out.
something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kaylee's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will
right, hold
surprise
up.
his detractors. I think he
Okay,
will
what is
be
this hair?
not anything
What
like
is
what his
this?
detractors have described him as being now
What?
that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can
What
hold me
is
to
this?
that.
I hope
But I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractors.
This
He has
is
said
not
that,
okay.
the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President
Pursuing
Trump.
dreams.
Katie.
We'll never underside the power of unfinished business.
I have
This is a
autism, scared
president
of
who has
losing
caught
my
lightning in a
SSN,
bottle
social security number
twice,
in my
and the
apartment.
second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate.
You're
He'll
saying,
have a Senate that he could use
gonna be
to push
okay,
through
bud.
his cabinet appointees.
Sorry, if you are actually
who
kind of
can work
nervous
with
or
him on
anything.
legislation, who could
It's gonna
potentially
be okay, bud.
replace
I
a
promise.
number of justices on the Supreme Court.
Could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about
Yeah,
the
what
first
franchise
time
said, lack of a true
in
primary
the White
for,
House. So
yeah,
this is a
definitely said
mandate
that, yeah.
tonight for him. And I
Chris,
think he should
Crazy
get a lot
Crab,
of
thanks for
credit
$20.
for doing
Says,
the work on
chat,
the
the
ground,
polls
going
aren't
to these
over. I'm going to
states to
beat
pull
both
these
of them
Senate
real quick.
candidates
No
across the
cap.
line with him.
Might be a
What
little
do you
late
think
there.
the analysis
Alpha
is going to
Abraham,
be? There's going to be a lot of
thank you.
time
Whoa,
to
did you see the
digest
polls
all of
update?
this.
Jeb
We're
Sweep.
focused now on what the
Jeb Swift.
incoming president is going to say.
Welcome to the
What do you
dance.
think
Thank
the
you so
analysis is
much.
going to be
First
on
chance.
the
Thank you for
Democratic
$5.
Party?
First chance to
And
donate. Fellow Vikings
what
fan.
Well, I
Oh,
think, I think it's going to be,
mistake
agonizing.
over a
and I think
crocodile.
it'll take a
Not
little
voting.
while.
Sorry about civic duty. Love the channel Fox called it. Yep. Hey, a lot of people. There's a lot of people that believe your votes need to be earned, and a lot of people did not feel that, especially I think on the left, had earned that. Not enough. They did not earn enough of that vote.
Smart and shrewd
to make that happen.
political
So
voices were heeded.
what it is, right?
That there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed.
Franchise, thanks again. Says, I get that she had a short time to campaign, but we never got any here's my plan or here's why you should vote for me. Only don't vote for him. No, I mean, she had things that she was campaigning on.
People are going to be hysterical.
She talked about an immigration policy, if you think that was better. She talked about things like home ownership and some of the things she wanted to implement with that. She talked about price gouging laws.
With the recriminations.
She
and
brought
it's
that
going to be
up.
fast and furious, and you will have people saying
Still
that Joe
proclaimed
Biden
support
should have
for
dropped
Israel.
out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022.
Dare I say, she almost
and
had
either endorsed her
more things
or
that she was
said,
actually trying to
let there be a primary
campaign.
and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be.
Oh, you guys want to change up?
And I
Let's
wonder
do a
how
change up.
chilly
We haven't
that
changed
White
up channel
House
for
is
a minute.
going to be for the next 90 days.
We went to here because they were like
they
the
try
first to
figure
call
out.
it.
And let
So
me just say that as
all right,
Vice President
let's
of the United
see
States,
what's going
Kamala
on. All
Harris
right,
will certify
MSNBC has
the
now
election
called
results
it
on
as
January
well.
6th.
A lot of irony
Sorry, let me,
in that comment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is our country.
Hilliard is at the convention center. He's been covering the Trump campaign.
MSNBC
throughout
has
for the duration and has been there tonight as that
I
crowd
predicted
has
Trump
become
will be the winner as
increasingly
well.
Exuberant and excited about the results that they're seeing in this race. Vaughn, what are you expecting, if anything, if you have any reason to have any expectation in terms of what we're going to hear from their candidate tonight?
Right, Rachel. I think it's notable, number one, that he's waiting to take the stage. Of course, the hope from this campaign is that this race
Dawson,
would
thank you.
be
You think Trump will tone
completely
down his
called in
rhetoric?
favor, and he would be declared the 47th
Oh, yeah.
president-elect of the
His
United
rhetoric
States
has always
of
been
America.
highest when
of
he,
course, North Carolina and Georgia, I
when
was
he's
told, were two
campaigning.
states that they were specifically
We
waiting
saw that
to
with
be called
his
before he took
his
the stage.
presidential
NBC News has called both
term.
of those states. And what you're looking at the battleground data that is coming in through the Midwest right now, the Trump campaign officials are telling
Here's a
us that
question
they're
for you
very,
guys. If
eager
Trump
about
lost,
the direction that this is going.
would he
And I
have
think it's
run
important
again
to
in
kind of scene set
2028
for everybody
at the age of 82?
This event
Do you
venue
think
looks
Trump
like
would
tonight.
have
Donald
run
Trump,
again?
He was first watching the results come in alongside the likes of UFC's Dana White, Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at his Mar-a-Lago estate, Roger
Wow,
Stone,
by the way, you guys
other
are
close
even
family,
51 to
friends, and
49%
allies and
on the
campaign
poll. Would the
advisors.
Democrats have won if
course,
they had a
after the
normal
January 6th
nomination and
insurrection,
campaigning
there were a
process?
great
Only
many staffers from that
51% of
White
you said
House
yes,
that
49%
left
no.
Trump world.
That's about as
And
close
those
as
that
you can
stuck around
get
at
for
Mar-a-Lago as
hundreds of
he
votes like
sort of
that.
existed down here in Florida in isolation. It's those folks who 3.5 years later are the ones here in West Palm Beach at the convention center, about to celebrate alongside Donald Trump as he either declares victory or gives the indication that he intends to in the days ahead. You're talking about the likes of Rudy Giuliani, who is here. You're talking about Roger Stone.
I'm going to put
These
that
are
up.
folks that have
All right,
really
ended that
stood
poll
by Donald Trump
51 to
through these
48. Doesn't even
years.
make sense.
And it's not
How does
Nikki
that work?
Haley or Ron DeSantis who are going to be joining him on stage, but it's those loyalists, including at the staff level, that are going to be the ones that take his side here tonight. We expect J.D. Vance, who we are told went from Mar-a-Lago here in the motorcade with Donald Trump. J.D. Vance, who 8 years ago was on our own air saying that the country should be warned about what Donald Trump could potentially do to this country, referring to him as America's Hitler. But in 2022, he ultimately ran with the Trump endorsement. And since then, he has been by his side. We are going to see J.D. Vance here take the stage alongside Donald Trump. So there's a lot at play when we're looking at what this administration could very well look like, guys, from the extent to aid to Ukraine, from Elon Musk and whether he actually takes a role in this federal government. Elon
New
Musk
poll up.
himself has said that he intends to cut the federal budget by 1/3. That's $2 trillion. Of course, you have conversation around Social Security, defense spending, Medicaid and Medicare. You have the likes of conversations that go at the use of the Department of Justice. Steve Bannon.
Who do you think is the 2028
airing his
matchup?
podcast War Room from the Willard Hotel in Washington,
No
D.C.,
idea about the Democrats,
alongside the likes
but
of
J.D.
Jeffrey
Vance
Clark, of course, who was the individual that
probably
Donald
a
Trump
shoe-in to
had
run.
tried to install as Attorney General after the 2020
he's
election when
interested.
he was trying to hold on to power. And so for Donald Trump, he and his team, they have made the case for the last years that the country was by his side, not only the Republican Party, but they were going to effectively be able to build the MAGA movement. And so far, what our data has shown us is that he was able to grow support among
Shane
voters
the
of
Ruler,
color,
thank you for 20.
young voters.
Or sorry, $2.
And
Was it a
him
mistake
and
for
this
Harris
coalition,
to
he
not
did it
do
well,
Rogan? No,
acting as
it doesn't matter. I don't know who that's for.
denigrating his opponents.
Who would that be for in
Suggesting
the
that,
Rogan audience?
prosecutors that went after him should be jailed. This weekend, suggesting that members of the press,
Yeah, who would that be for? You know what I mean?
with them being shot.
Wouldn't have
There's a
hurt. I don't
reckoning
think
here
so. I don't think it would have
whether
hurt.
Donald Trump is ultimately
Hey
called the
there,
victor in
thank
this
you.
race
Good
or not.
morning over
Of course, the
there.
ballots are going to be
Jokingly,
counted,
who
but
is
at a
ready for the
minimum,
British to come
the
back?
MAGA movement is
The British are
grown
coming
over the
back
course
to
of 9
retake the
years, and we have
colonies
watched
after
it up
this election.
close. And Donald Trump feels
Love
like
the
this
content.
Republican
Thanks for
Party
the
is
chill
not
stream.
only
Thank you,
his,
Sky2
but
Fly.
also
Thank you for the
American
$2.
electorate
You're
here
welcome.
has
Thanks for
given
hanging
him
out
a
with me.
resounding head nod
Franchise back
that
again,
they
$5.
back
I saw someone
his,
say it, but I wonder
his intended use
if
of
we
a
see
greater
two-term
executive
presidents,
office
especially
and
consecutive, become less frequent due to
and
increased
a
polarization.
teaming up with a
No, it's
Republican
still the
Congress
standard.
potentially that could
You
very well
run.
pass the MAGA agenda
You
that
run.
Donald Trump has
It's
been
more of the
clearly
exception, or
outlining
sorry, the rule than
for
the
the American
exception,
public
and
over the
I
course of
think it
these
will
last
remain
years.
that way.
Rachel.
Vaughn, in terms of
Chris Thornton, thanks
what
for becoming a
happens
member.
next, one of the
Enjoy
things that's
the
been
early access to videos and
sort of
extra
an
content.
unusual, like a thing to kind of, it's hard to get your head
Brandon,
around. and the
$2 a
reporting on it has
reminder
been
that
really
he's
fuzzy,
still a criminal.
is
37
that the
counts.
Trump
I
campaign
think those are gonna
didn't participate, at least didn't seem to
disappear
participate in any
in
of
one way
the
or the other. You
standard
know.
transition things that campaigns are supposed to do.
Eden's
the way the
mine,
transition process
$10.
is
Thank you so
structured,
much.
it's supposed to be
I meant
set
she
up so that if
lost.
either
I meant she
candidate
lost
from either
the
major
only
party wins,
Muslim
each of
counties
them
in
already has
Wisconsin and
plenty of
Michigan to
runway,
Trump
plenty of
and
on-ramp,
Stein over
plenty of
Palestine. I think
ability to
any Dem who won
integrate
the
their
primary is
transition team
president
seamlessly
tonight.
into the government so they can take office on inauguration day one,
It's possible.
sort of seamlessly. The Trump
I
campaign
think
has
it's
refused
it's
to
more
do any
possible.
of that.
It
And
probably
in
is more
fact,
possible.
Trump has
I don't.
refused intelligence briefings throughout the campaign
I don't know.
itself.
Any
And
time to
so
wrap my mind
part
around
of the
all
question
this
here is how
about the
well stood up
hypotheticals,
are
you
they
know.
as a professional
Grace,
organization
what do you think of
in order to take on the
RCV? Ranked
responsibilities
choice
of
voting?
governing if that is in fact what's going to happen here?
I don't. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to
Howard
me.
Lutnick and Linda McMahon are the two
Want to see
co-chairs
how
of
it
the
looks
transition
on a
project.
state
And
level.
I was talking with
I am
who
definitely
insisted to me
open
just
to
the other
trying
day
it
that he has
and
been
open
engaged
to the
in
idea.
phone calls with the litany of not only top executives but other political allies.
I think
as Donald
especially
Trump
in
will make very
local
clear who
elections,
he intends to surround
I think
himself
that
with
sounds pretty good.
in this administration. But you've also seen
To convert
members of
that to like
Congress, but
nationally, I don't
also
know.
people like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who have been traveling
Welcome
with
to the
him on the
dance,
campaign
$10 just
trail.
because I've been
You know, I
watching
covered
since
the
the
transition
Nintendo
8
Game
years ago when
Bookshelf
Donald
Room.
Trump was living at
All
Trump
right,
Tower
nice.
in
You're like a
Midtown
19
Manhattan
or
at the time.
a
And a great
2019,
many
early
people came up
2020
and down
viewer.
those elevators to
First
meet
year
with
of
him.
my
You could
stream.
see, I'm told, a
Still
similar
got the games. They're in
operation
another room
taking
because I
place
moved
here
since
out
then.
of
I bought
Palm Beach,
a
Florida,
bought a
in
home. I was
Mar-a-Lago,
living in a condo
effectively
then.
serving as the
But
transition
yeah, I hope the
office. I was
president-elect does
talking to
okay.
one
Yep, I think
potential
we all
staffer
want
who was
things to go
indicating to
well,
me
right?
that they could envision
Hey,
sort
if you
of
want some
half the
cope,
operation
I
being
know for
here
you
and the other
Harris
half being in Washington,
and Dem
D.C.
folks,
I think
guess
that
what?
this
You just
is,
got you got 4 more
Rachel,
years of Trump,
a
and then it's over.
transition here that one,
If
Donald Trump has
he
been
you
very
know hadn't
keen and
won,
very specific that
you would
he
have
would
heard
intend to
all
only
the
have
stuff between
loyalists
now and
around here. Of
2028.
course, Johnny McEntee,
Would have
who
been
was a part of
all the
Project
drama
2025, used to be
about
his
rigged
director of personnel in
elections.
the White House. They were building a
Um,
database in which they
I think you're
were
gonna have you would
taking
have had that.
essentially
You would
applications from
have
potential MAGA political
possibly him coming
appointees. There's
back
about 3,000
again in
political appointees in the
2028.
executive branch
So
that are
maybe you
appointed
just
by the president of the
if you're
United States.
one of those
And
voters and
I've been
supporting that,
told
this is
that
the
that
Band-Aid,
database still
and
exists.
you're gonna
And
have to
to the
just
extent that the
endure the
transition
pain of
team
just
would
ripping
like
off
to
that
use it,
Band-Aid right
it
now.
could
You
be
know what I
made
mean?
available to them. And when you're looking at JD Vance as being the vice presidential pick, it was back in 2021. I remember
Franchise,
listening to his
last one I
podcast
swear.
while
No,
he was
you.
actually running for the U.S. Senate in
Thank you
Ohio. And
so
I was
much.
driving through Ohio
Last one I
listening
swear. Would
to
really love to
quite a
see a
lengthy podcast,
switch
and he
to
talked about the
electoral
federal
votes
civil
being given
workforce
proportionally
and
off
his
each
intent,
state's popular
believing
vote.
that
Would give people who live in
most of
solidly
the
red
civil
or blue
workforce
states a
should be
voice.
fired,
Like
saying
breaking
that
up the votes,
his
kind of
words
like
that 95% of them were liberals, and that they should be
Maine
replaced
does, how they
with
will
individuals
separate
who
their electoral
pledged to
votes.
uphold the Trump agenda, as he was foreshadowing a
I
second
don't
Trump
think I'd be
administration
against that.
come
I wouldn't be against
2025.
that.
Of course, JD Vance has been a little bit more cagey about those previous statements, but there
Honestly,
are
do you
allies
think
from
Trump
Project
would run in
2025,
2028?
JD Vance,
Oh, that
who have
question was in
suggested
chat,
that they
Connor.
want to ensure that there are more loyal
I think it's very
civil
possible.
servants. And
I don't
Schedule
think
F was
he
something
takes
that was actually signed an executive order by Donald Trump
perceived
just
failure. I don't know
before
if
he
he would
left the
just
White House in 2020,
he would
which would
just
have
stew over
effectively
it.
allowed potentially
You know what I
thousands, if
think?
not tens of thousands, of federal civil servant jobs to be turned into political appointments.
Or at the
And
very
so
least, he would be
the
almost like
anticipation is that Donald Trump would sign a
handpicking
similar
his
executive
successor
order
in
to
that way.
give his executive branch
I
greater
don't think
authority
if
to make
Trump lost
more
this, his
federal
influence
career
would probably be
employees
gone.
political
I don't think his
appointees so that they
influence
could
would
be
be
more
gone.
easily removed. There's a lot of layers to this, Rachel. I know that you guys are not naive
Trump
to
needs to win.
the
That's his
conversations of
character.
what a federal or what the executive branch under Donald Trump could look like.
He has
But
to
they have
win.
made the
I need
case, people
people to
like
know
Jeffrey
that he's
Clark
winning.
and Steve Bannon,
He has that kind
that
of like
everything from the Department of Justice on
narcissism.
down
You know what I mean?
should be directed by the President of the United States. The President is the chief executive, and
All right, who
therefore,
else we got?
what the
Echan, thank
departments
you
and
again.
agencies that fall under the President,
Hey,
he
Terry,
should
been a
have
fan
greater authority over,
fan
for example, the
a year
prosecutions that
now.
take
Love your
place.
content.
This
Anyone
is if Donald
called it
Trump
other
is
than Fox
declared
or
the
just a
47th president of the
no?
United
It
States.
looks like everyone's
It's
calling
going
it
to
now.
be a very
It
intense
looks like
several
everyone's
weeks
pretty
as
much calling
we
it.
ask questions about exactly
I
whether
think I
people like
saw
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are
MSNBC here
actually
called it.
going to
So
be tasked with overseeing
yeah, they're just waiting for
the
Trump now.
U.S.'s 13 different health agencies and the
Maybe waiting for
HHS
one
and
more to
potentially
come
vaccine
through. I don't know.
policy. And those are conversations that would begin immediately, just a couple miles from where we are, theoretically over at his Mar-a-Lago estate.
Fawn Hilliard, thank you very much. I would be interrupting you if you had not just concluded your remarks, because NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC
What
News
is it.
now projects that that presidential contest
Trump won
has
Pennsylvania.
been won by Donald Trump.
They're a little bit
Now, I
later to
believe
say that. I think Fox
that
called
means
that
that we
earlier.
are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump.
They're a little bit later.
Kamala Harris at
What's going on with Minnesota,
194
by the way?
electoral votes. So
I'm just interested in
to
that
be
because
clear
I mean,
here,
you got the
this
blue
is
wall, but
the
also just
third of the 7
the fact that
major
Tim Walz
swing
is from
states
there.
that have been called But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those three states,
Oh, Las Vegas loves Trump, man. He's a Vegas guy, man.
presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket. In terms of what's going to happen here next, we are expecting that Donald Trump is going to speak to
we're waiting for that
convention center in Florida.
After he speaks, I'm gonna do that, and then we'll probably call it a night after his speech.
About we've seen how excited.
What about the
crowd is.
state
You see the crowd
charges?
They're now wrapped, waiting.
You can't
for
take a sitting
Donald
president
Trump
to jail,
speak. We do
right?
not have
Thanks for the
guidance as to
stream.
when
I mean, you
Trump's
can,
remarks will
but
happen,
I don't think it
we
would
expect
happen.
that it could be
I don't
any
think so.
moment now.
Thank you, Jan
Chris
Killen.
Hayes, with the projection in Pennsylvania, we pretty much know how.
Do you think Trump will repeal the 22nd Amendment? No, the president can't appeal amendments.
And you know, one of
that's the amendment
jobs
for
that we all have in the media is to be
two-term thing.
truthful with people and transparent. We're very transparent about the process that brought us.
I think
to this
he'd rather
point.
not have to be honest.
I'll just say this:
be able
as
to
we're preparing for Trump to
say,
take the
"Hey,
stage,
I did it."
You know, Steve was going through the
Not
numbers.
have to worry
We have this
about
very
a
funky
potential
and terrible
failure.
system
You know what I
called the
mean?
Electoral College, which decides elections in a way that's totally different than every other election in the United States decided, and the way that anything's decided anywhere else in the world. We should scrap it. From the perspective of basic democratic legitimacy, which is something I'm pretty concerned about, something we talk about a lot on this network.
Remember, repealing an amendment
it
is
looks possible that Donald Trump
going
might
to
emerge
require
under the popular vote
3/4
majority,
of states
when all the
we won't
votes.
know for a long time.
We won't know for a long
and
time. but
2/3
this is
of
not
both houses.
Outside the realm of possibility. The Electoral College looks.
They got to get
strongly in
2/3
his
of
favor.
both houses,
And
and
if that is the case,
have at least
if he has
3/4
won
of
the election, then
states.
he has won the election. And the reason I say that is
If
because
our
we've
country
spent
is starting
many years
to
talking about
move
democracy and its
towards
vibrancy and the importance of the
actually
peaceful transfer of power,
repealing
we've had
term
a
limits
violent
for
insurrection
presidents,
staged against the constitutional
were
order by the man we're
full-blown,
expecting to
like,
speak here, who urged his supporters to march to
authoritarian,
that Capitol, where they assaulted police
totalitarian
officers and
government.
attempted to
You know what I mean?
essentially steal power away from the majority of the country that had
Then you're
voted for
going the
Joe
way
Biden.
of
It's
Nazi
really
Germany or
important to note
modern
that while
China
I
even
believe that
now, or
institutions have failed dramatically in putting us in the position we are, including the Supreme Court and other institutions, the Republican Party, that if he won, then he won.
if we do that, that's a bad
and that's
thing.
what the Constitution says. It's what our current constitutional order says. It's what Democratic majorities, at least in the swing states, Electoral College.
Yeah, the most
and
cope you're going to
that,
find is probably from
that
MSNBC
means
for the
we're in
mainstream news
a new
network.
world for this country, but the sort of preservation of American democracy and the constitutional order begins as an ongoing process anew tomorrow.
$10.
Go
Thank you
ahead,
so
just
much
keep your
for the
eyes on
super
that
chat.
monitor,
Says,
'cause we are
with it
expecting these
seemingly
elections in a
likely that
moment.
we will
But
see
unlike
all three majors on the
2016,
same
there
side,
are no
or at least
surprises.
majority
Right, in
same side, do you think we will
2016,
finally see
many people
some
in this
team
country
play
said,
over
you know,
the
I'm
next
sick of the
4
system.
years?
I want something different.
No.
Let's see what this gives us.
I don't
When you
think.
talk about what
I
happened in
don't.
2020,
I don't think the Republican Party
this whole
really
country, this whole world saw it.
tries. It
People
really
know
reaches
exactly
out
who they're
to the
getting,
left.
and they chose this. So as we go into this next phase, I'm sure for the next
don't know,
month,
in
it's
a
going to be
way,
an
I
autopsy of Kamala Harris's campaign
have some
and what
confidence in
she
saying
did or
I think
didn't do. I don't
the
actually think
Democrats
this is about
will
Kamala
look
Harris
to
or Donald Trump.
cross
I
party
think this is
lines
about the
and
American
compromise
people. We know
more
exactly who
than
he
I
is,
feel Republicans
and
do. I mean, look for
or
example,
the
how
majority of the
many
people who
times
voted for him and
something will
created
come
this
up from the
outcome
Democrats
chose
and
this.
Republicans will
I
not
think that's the
vote
important
on
point, right? To elect
because
is
it's
to
not
choose. To vote is
perfect
to choose.
in their eyes.
And
There's, I think, less
you were never
compromise that
given,
way.
I think, in the
And a lot of
modern
people say that's
era,
fine.
clearer
That you don't need to
choice
compromise.
than
That's what a
voters
lot
were
of people
given
say. That
this
you
in
don't
this
need to
election.
speak
In
compromise. You just need to
2016, Trump
convince
was,
people
at least as a
that
politician,
your
an
ideas are
unknown
better.
quantity.
Mhm.
People knew him as a
Convince the
television
populace.
star. People
You
knew
should
him
be
from
working more
TV,
on
and that's all they
convincing
really
people
knew.
about your
But to Stephanie's
ideas
point, they
than
absolutely know
compromising
not just
them.
who he is,
There's
but who
there's
he
a couple different
posed
ways that
as.
you can.
Calling
I
a
think you
powerful
can do
woman
that.
the B word, his running mate calling Kamala Harris garbage, trash, calling her trash. We're going to take out the trash, vowing to
Is this
arrest
the
his
cope? Is
supporters,
this the cope part?
you know, talking about Liz Cheney being shot in the face. I mean, and so it's not as if this was a surprise
Wait,
being
what does
pulled
say?
on the
Mr.
American
Gary, do you
people.
feel we should use
This
a
was
census
very
that isn't
clear
based on
message.
citizenship
It was
to be
not
used
done
for
through
determining
a
how to?
ground game.
What?
This was Elon Musk
Don't you have
doing
you have to do it on
fake
citizens? Only
lottery in
citizens can
Pennsylvania.
vote.
This was not a ground game same situation. This was nothing to do with Kamala Harris's campaign, which was, again, flawless.
No, I don't think you can do that.
And so that
Dr.
wasn't the reason for the choice. And so whatever the reason for the choice was, a choice is made, and then you get what you chose.
Don't
And
worry,
so
there would have
if-
been cope,
if
major cope on the Fox
if
News
Donald
side.
Trump then does what he has promised to do,
And we know that cope.
people need to understand
We've seen it turn
that he
into some
didn't pull one over on the
nasty
American
stuff,
people
you
when
know?
he does it. If he does the things he said he was going to do, it was chosen by this country, at least by a majority
And the
of
media
voters.
didn't get snookered. And the media
No.
didn't get snookered on his policies
Yeah,
or
there's-
Elon Musk. Just 2
Yeah,
nights
tattooed
ago,
weeb. There's
Rachel
not a lot of
laid out
charisma
for our audience
in the Democratic Party
national
right now.
security
And also,
risk
just to
and
be
the
fair, I
conflicts
think
that Elon Musk
any potential
poses. This
charismatic
isn't
characters
the
were
media let all of those
not
surrogates on
embraced
TV. and you
by
got-
the party
all
elite.
of it has been laid out, and this
Everyone
is what was chosen.
Look, I'll just say one thing. I think
It'll cite somebody
one
like
of the
a
weird
Bernie
axes
Sanders.
that sort of developed over the course of this campaign. To your point about sort of choices, was a sort of pro-system,
Biden,
anti-system
Clintons, you know, those that group, the old time,
and
the old
one of the
Democrats
very
that are
intentional
aging out right
cultivations
now.
of the Trump campaign was the kind of anti
Definitely had a firm control on keeping
you bring
the
RFK
Democratic
into your
Party from
coalition
probably
to
moving
get
more
his
left
voters, right?
than
the,
it was
the sort of
probably
you
trending.
know, the conspiracists or the skeptics or the people that are like, it's all corrupt and it's all rigged and it's all wrong. And that axis, you know, has ended up, I think, being a potent one. I think we see it in some of the realignment figures we're seeing.
Mr.
But
Jared,
I
do you
would
think the
also say that,
military-industrial
the
complex will
valence
make
of that
Trump
should
keep
also be
sending
viewed
aid
in
to
the
Ukraine?
context of a
I don't think
of a
anyone can
international
control Trump,
situation
so
in
I don't
which
know.
we have seen incumbent parties, in
But then
just
at the
about
same time, I
every
feel like he's
developed
also very
democracy
easily
across
influenced.
the ideological
He'll come out of a meeting with just
left, right,
He'll
and
come out of a
center.
meet if he doesn't already have his
Get
mind made up. He's not going to change his
their butts
mind.
kicked
If it's something he hasn't made his
coming out
mind
of the
up
period of
on,
post-COVID
I think he can be kind of influenced
The-
by people
the-
that will
the Labor Party in the UK,
will
which couldn't
glaze
win
him up.
an election for 20
But if it's
years.
something he's already
It was
come to, I think
completely
him
one of the most
changing
sort of
his idea about
deficient and
something
moribund parties
is a
since-
major,
since Tony
major sign
Blair
of weakness in his mind.
finally took power of that government. Massively in the context of precise. And when you polled voters in the exit polls in the election that Labor won for the first time in basically 2 decades, they said they didn't like the cost of living. They didn't like the
Tim's really focusing on
it's
identity
true in a
politics
whole
to
bunch of countries
appeal to
across
a
the
small
world. So
but
like
vocal
there is a
blue-haired
context
Twitter
here that
crowd.
we've seen from Democratic
No, they
Republics
didn't.
and
No, they
publics
went
across the
after
country.
this
That is
short
a huge
campaign
part
went
of
after
this.
the right,
And
not
then the last
to
thing I would
these,
just say is like it
not
was a
to that
4-point
group,
swing from
and I think that's
2020.
why they're losing.
And majorities matter because they matter for
I actually
democracy,
think
and they
the
matter because
opposite,
we
MD.
care about democracy. We care about all of us choosing together what we do. But it was it's going to end up being about a
That's
4 or
the-
5 point
you
swing.
know.
But by the way, it's a
What do I know?
4-point swing, and it's not even across the board.
No.
Because it does appear that Vice President Harris did really well with young voters, with the voters who have the most at stake.
Bernie was
who are
more
gonna have
dangerous to the
live,
DNC than Trump
with
was
the
to the US,
consequences of
according
this
to the
in a way
DNC.
that they can do the least about.
Fair.
At least if these early sort of exits are
You guys think
accurate,
Bernie
with
would have
18 to
done
29
better
year olds
than
and
Hillary
30 to
did
34-year-olds
in
with whom she did
2016?
the best? And she also did well
Let's
with
do a new
seniors
poll.
who
Let's do a new
understand the
poll.
consequences of things like losing Roe. Unfortunately, we're talking about my generation, the generation that grew up under Trump, that were his sort of fan base.
Gen Xers.
In the Gen Xers, who were his fan base for The Apprentice, are the one constituency, but it's a big group. They're now larger as a share of the electorate than seniors. And so, there you go.
I mean, I would just say, I remember.
Remember, a lot of people
Obama
did
was
not like
reelected in
Hillary,
2012,
like
and for
on a
both that
personal
president and
level.
the people that work for him, in many ways, the reelection was much more meaningful than the initial election because it
I don't know
was-
if people made it
was
personal with
basically
Bernie
an
Sanders.
affirmation that
Because that was a guy that really
that it
stuck,
wasn't an aberration,
I
right?
think,
That
to
he
him
was
and changed
someone the country
for somebody in
wanted and wanted
politicians so
again. And I
long,
think
probably
when you
changed
have a result
policy
like
and
this,
his
potentially, it's obviously
worldview
not
less
concluded.
than
We're still
about
waiting for more
anybody. Don't you
count.
think?
But if Donald Trump is reelected, given the entire history that you outlined, Stephanie, that we've
All right,
talked
here we
about
go.
a lot on this network, it suggests that MAGAism needs to be considered a real movement with potentially legs. JD Vance is 20 years old, not really, but he's young, you know. There
Just turned
is
40, yeah.
there is a real question about the sort of tenets of
I did pull
MAGAism
up.
that exists beyond
Would
Donald
Bernie
Trump that I think
Sanders
people need to
have
take
beaten
seriously, both in terms of their
Trump in
threat and
2016
the
if he
weight
had been
that
there
they
instead
could
of Hillary
pull on
Clinton?
American democracy.
One thing I would add to that, which I totally agree with, is that in the specific case of Donald Trump, we will be inaugurating, again, if things go the way they appear to go. at
No,
the
he was
moment,
too
and we wait
left,
for
but
him to
too
speak.
left left for who though? I'm not convinced.
We will be inaugurating
Maybe
a lame
for
duck president for the first time since
the
Grover Cleveland in the late 19th century.
old
Now,
school
that's a
Democrats.
strange thing.
That's the
But
only
I don't
way
know
to
if he
attack
was
it.
to
The
the
other time
voting
he did it, and the
base.
political
Like,
dynamics
he did
around that are
pretty
completely
decent
new
in
and
some
untested
primaries,
because of the
and there were a lot
question
of
of
people,
political
especially
capital,
younger
the question of
people,
legacy, the question of
that have
how
now
the people in that
moved away
room
from
read
the
their
Democratic
mandate.
Party
What I
or
will say is
have
this:
grown up.
people in that room right now, the Vivek
I
Ramaswamys,
think
the
had some
RFKs,
policies
they are
that
going
people
to read
thought
this as an
were
enormous bold mandate.
good.
They are going to read this as a mandate to do
Maybe
whatever
I'm
they want. They're going to read it as a
misremembering, but
mandate
you
on
know,
abortion, which the political coalition of the right is going to push extremely hard for, because they're going to show up tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago and say, see,
Especially after
they're with
Florida
us on
couldn't
abortion.
protect women there.
Push on abortion, national abortion ban. They're going to read this mandate broadly. And I'm telling you, to the extent the seeds of their own political destruction are planted, it is
B-Man, thank you so much.
Which I'm telling you right
Thanks
now,
for
in the room,
$5.
they are
Says,
feeling it.
I have
and
no
they're
idea
thinking
how my
about it.
sanity will survive this
But
4
again,
years. I'm going to need a lot of
nothing in
rum
politics is
cigars and
permanent.
weed to
Nothing in
make it through
democratic
this term
politics
as
is
we see it
permanent.
into.
And every
You know,
action has an equal
again,
and opposite reaction.
focus
And
on
Trump
local
sometimes is the
politics.
action,
They
and sometimes he's the
probably have a
reaction. And
bigger,
we've seen him
actually
on
they
both
do.
sides of that coin.
They have a bigger impact on
and
your
he's
life than these
neither
national
a complete
politics.
idiot nor a genius. And that's where we find ourselves.
City councils,
While we've been talking,
shoot your
we do
mayor,
have some results that I can share
your
with you. You
state
just mentioned,
legislature,
some
your
of the abortion
governor.
referendums.
Those
We
are
have
going to be
projections
at
on those
least,
in
if
3
not
states that we
more,
haven't talked about already,
impactful than
in
anything
Nevada and in
that you're seeing.
Arizona
You know,
and
that's here
in
tonight.
Missouri.
Oh, there's
We've
Vivek.
got the abortion referendums, the abortion ballot measures that were on the ballot in front of those.
By the way,
voters.
here's
They have
something.
passed
Trump
all
needs
3
a
of
whole
those
new
states.
cabinet. I
So
mean,
this
look
is
at how many
Nevada.
people left him.
You see the yes vote
And
here,
either
right to
got rid of
abortion,
or left
question
him.
6 on the Nevada
He
ballot.
has to have a whole
62
new
to 38.
group.
So that passes.
The
in
generals
Nevada.
that left
is the
him, this other,
projection.
his
In
advisors that left him
Arizona,
that
we
couldn't
have
stand him.
similarly
There was
the
so much of
Arizona
that. People that were
abortion
close
rights
to him
measure,
that now
Proposition 139,
like
right to
can't
an abortion.
stand
Look,
him. He's going to have to
similar margin there. 63%
restaff
vote
like
in Arizona in
everything
favor of abortion rights.
differently than he
Stunning
did in
result there.
2016.
And also a third one in Missouri.
Tulsi's
in
going to be on the
deep red
cabinet.
Missouri,
What would she do?
where they have both elected Donald Trump president tonight and also, or cast their electoral votes for Donald Trump and reelected Josh Hawley. You see, even in deep red Missouri, a 52-48 win, at least with 97% of the vote counted, a majority
Elon
win
Musk
and a
doesn't
win,
want to be
a
on
yes
that.
for the right to
He'll-
an abortion in the
I'm sure he'll
Missouri,
hang around the
in the
White
Missouri
House,
state
but he's got.
But is that not a
He wants to
greater
be on Twitter.
incentive? Because you did hear J.D. Vance, I believe it was J.D. Vance who said that
RFK?
you can't have a state, you can't have different abortion
I don't know. I
rules
think.
in California.
I think it's possible that Trump
than
just
you
like
have-
throws
He said he'd like to
RFK
see
in
an
the
like to
trash
see a
can.
national, and so I think those who want a national ban are going to want that
He's
more.
gonna be like,
They're going to push very hard.
Because
You're
the
weird.
idea of women in Missouri
I love
being able
McDonald's.
to protect themselves, you know, and not. I just do not see
Let's flip.
the forced birth movement being
Let's flip channels.
satisfied with the idea that the states get to decide. And so
We
I
got
think
the COPE level
the,
on
the
MSNBC.
conversation about a national abortion ban just got a lot more important.
I think it's actually much less likely because of these votes tonight, because these
Fox
Republicans
News, it's still
can
it's got
count
camera on
those
a
votes,
blank,
and they
empty
can count
stage right now.
57% of the vote in the state of Florida. They know how to count that. The Senate is going to have a
Vivek?
new Republican majority leader.
Vivek was one of the
probably
people
John
that ran
Thune.
against him
He
that would
is
just
not
not
going
say
to
a
want
bad
to
thing
bring
about
an
Trump.
abortion
So
ban
I
through
think
the
that
United
that kind of
States
stuff
Senate.
goes a long
Very
way. Trump
unlikely
Trump
that they
wants
would try
people that
to
are
even get it
100%
through the
in.
House. Donald Trump
He's-
will tell them, don't do it.
You gotta
We've
you
seen
gotta
the way
kiss his
Donald
butt.
Trump
If you don't
plays the
kiss his
abortion
butt,
game. He
Trump
says
kicks you
what
out.
he thinks the right wing really
He's-
wants to hear.
that's his
to the
type.
extent that he needs to get
You
those
saw it. It's
votes.
why
But
everybody
we've also
appointed
seen him be
that got
very
close. So many
afraid
people
of the
got appointed
consequences
close to
of
him.
this, and very afraid
End
of
up
what's
not being
happened.
able to stand
And
him.
that
And
Trump
if they did
chant,
not
all year, which is
follow
it's
him
gone back to the states. It's gone back to the states.
blindly,
That's what
he
you
was
want.
put aside.
I believe that would be the Trump White House position on this. I think he's made himself, clear enough about it.
I will say I agree with you. that
Change
I
the
don't
channel.
think
Yeah,
they'll
I don't
do it
know
through
why.
legislation, but I think that his right wing commitment.
We're just waiting for the
essentially by by putting,
We're
brain
just
one
waiting
guy
for the
or whatever
speech.
at the FDA and saying, okay, you can no longer have abortion medications. They'll use
Trying
the
to see what
Comstock Act.
CNN's
They'll
got
use other
right
measures
now.
that they can do without
We went from
having to have
Fox to
legislative fingerprints on
MSNBC.
it, but so they can still tell
We'll
the
see
right
what
wing,
kind of cope
the right wing to whom they owe
CNN's
so
got
much of
here.
their organizing efforts, that they've done it.
Because to your point, there's a midterm.
That was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected.
Audio okay on here?
There was never a response from the campaign
Patrick,
on that.
thank you
I
so
thought it was
much
a big
for
mistake.
new
Amanda
channel
Berman from
membership.
Zionist
9 months.
had to raise money
You
on
have
your
a
own
having a
ads, trying to
baby,
fight
a
back
baby with the
alone.
stream.
That didn't work. So, but listen, you tied her to
Trump
the
will
economy,
be on
you
a
tied her to
4-year
Biden 'cause you tied
ticker
her
once
weird,
January
and it was not nice
20th
at
I
occurs.
agree with
He's
everything you're saying.
constitutionally
I
barred from
just
running
didn't want
in
to engage in the
2028.
autopsy
Yep, that
before
is
she
correct.
was even.
Thank you very much.
Before we've called the race and
You
before
got 4 years of that.
offhand about where she.
Then you
would
wonder if he
differ
spends
with
the rest
Biden,
of his life just kind of like
was
promoting
disastrous,
candidates,
and
and
there's no doubt
I wonder
about
what
it.
a
The question is
post-presidency
what motivated
officially
it, and whether she
will
just
look
felt
like.
she
You know,
did.
living
she-
dead weight.
she
Thanks for the
did not want
$2.
to.
It's loyalty.
Yes,
Basic
loyalty.
loyalty.
And so
Who do you
she
think
should have
Trump will
just said,
endorse
"Look,
in 2028?
I'm grateful to him.
If I don't know, I mean,
I'm proud of some of the many of the things we did together.
sure didn't
And I'm not going to
sure didn't endorse his VP
I'm
pick.
talking about the future. Would have been a better answer, but it's easy to be on the sidelines.
First time, but I mean, if things are going
look,
well,
critique
I
whether
mean,
she's the
he'll
correct messenger
probably
or
want
not. I
JD.
think the
I mean, we'll see.
message, right? When you're
I don't
selling a
know. I mean, he'd
product,
know JD
and
very
Americans
well.
don't
It
wanna
seems like
buy,
he'd
doesn't
pick
matter who the
JD because
messenger
his
is.
son likes
So I think
him,
the
right? Doesn't
Democratic
his son
Party
like
needs to
friends
sit
with him?
back, talk about navel gazing.
I
Sit
don't think
back
he
and
knew
think,
a lot
what were we selling? What are the
about him.
American people looking to buy, right? They're, maybe it's not Green New Deal. Maybe people like driving. Listen, I'm just telling you.
You got to keep 330,000 clean energy jobs, and people are still digging about it.
I get it, but I'm
That's
saying
pretty good.
There's
CBS
something afoot here.
News
When you look at
says
that map
Trump
with the
only at
counties that she's
265
won by
still.
3%,
AP hasn't
there's
called
not
it
one
either.
of them
Yeah,
in
they're
America. There's not one
like
there's a
AP is
blank
going to be
map.
very
There's something the Republicans are
thorough
selling
about
that
it.
the people want.
They don't
the
do
Democrats
the
don't.
We're
They're not
waiting.
selling it.
Donald Trump's
pull the
remarks
trigger
at
as
any
quick
moment
as you
he's on
can
the
thing
cusp
like
of
mainstream
reaching the
media does.
270 electoral votes he needs to return to the
Which is
White
good.
House.
We need to have that, of course. Thank you, Still Alive. Appreciate it. All right, commercial.
Oh, no.
Let's go see what Fox is up to. Just kind of waiting for the acceptance speech. Is that what we want to call it?
But
Well, I
Sam
break
Brown
you.
was left essentially. He was not
he
going to
was
win.
not- he was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switched.
Not getting much money or
Thanks
attention.
to
And
Chica.
that's- But he's a
$5 says
competent
it's
candidate.
unfortunately true that he
Once
needs to be
again,
that
we
way.
have-
By the way,
Divisiveness in a cabinet can be the death of an entire agenda for better or worse.
8% in over
It's hard to get
Jackie
things
Rosen.
done when
the news are understanding that candidate quality.
you don't
matters.
have.
In this cycle, Republicans.
I don't know if you
in the
can't
Senate
if you
races
can't
in particular
work
fielded some
with
pretty
your
darn good candidates
coworkers.
that gave them
You
a
know what I mean?
shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that
CBS said a third run for the presidency is
a little margin there
unprecedented.
for
No,
Republicans in the Senate.
is that accurate? I feel like
Let's see
that's
what
happened before.
Wisconsin
Oh
is,
yeah,
guys.
for
Can we
sure.
put up Havdi in
Oh, for
Wisconsin?
sure.
Standing by.
Where's Bill?
Yeah,
There's
that's
Newt
not
Gingrich and Callista Gingrich waiting there.
Where's Bill Hammer? Did he
There's
get-
Mike
go home?
Waltz. and
APA
his
or
wife
AP
there,
just called
all
for
expected
PA.
to be
Called
a big
PA for
part,
Trump. Okay.
perhaps in
PR,
a
William
second
James
administration.
Brining,
You know, the former
O'Brien,
president had hats
Nixon,
made with 45-47.
He's been wearing
this
his for a
campaign.
while. Yeah.
He's been wearing for a while. Now it is true.
a lot of third-party candidates.
He will
Herman
win the popular
Supreme.
vote. He's likely going to win
Herman
the electoral
Supreme.
vote. The Dow has jumped 800 points in the futures this evening. They give you some excitement around to give you a sense of the excitement that investors
Any
have.
referendums or anything interesting
and
get passed?
Again, I think this
Where's
speech tonight, the
weed
tone tonight,
legalized?
just to be repetitive, because I hope the president's watching, and like you said, Kaylee, he might be watching us here and there. I hope
Who
it's
did
what you
anything on
said. I hope
abortion?
this is
Anybody
a-
do anything
a
on
moment
that
to let the
statewide?
country, because we've had enough of.
Is there
We've
any
had enough
states
of
going to be
enough.
smoking weed?
And I think whatever happened tonight, I was
Any other
hopeful that
states
we'd
vote
have a
on anything
decisive win.
interesting?
And it appears that we're going to have a decisive win to give the president not only a chance to begin to deliver, to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to begin the process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
There it is.
Well,
Here we go.
should. I mean, Lee Greenwood.
There he is.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to
Here comes-
who will be the 47th president of the United States.
Let's turn on closed captions.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country
MAGA.
and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal.
You think he'll say?
Heal. We have a country that
No, he's saying the same thing.
needs help, and
He
it
did in
needs help
2016.
very badly.
Is he going to say this election was rigged?
We're going to fix everything about our country, and we made history
Like it was
for a
rigged
reason
for me.
tonight, and the reason is
Or
going to be
against me.
just that. We overcame obstacles that
Volume
nobody
okay?
thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Is he going to drop the
Citizen, I will fight for you,
election
for
was
your
rigged in
family
2020?
And your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
The golden age.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in
They're doing
addition
it.
to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places.
Tax America.
Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But
Have they called Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota yet?
But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote.
He doesn't even. Does he even look excited? I don't think he gets happy. I think this winning makes him feel normal. Does that make sense? Like it just makes him feel normal. Like he's like, yeah, of course I won. Like, you know what I mean?
Thank you very much.
He does seem tired, huh? Maybe he is.
Very nice, very nice. I will tell you, it's a great feeling of
okay.
love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room.
I don't have to have this
with
angst.
Unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and
They went extra on the
we're gonna
spray
make you
tan,
very
didn't
happy.
they?
We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to
He was
be
very
looking back
subdued in
someday and say that was
2016.
one of the
That really surprised
truly
me. He was like,
important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president.
I just
this
wonder
group
if
of
he's
great
ever like
people.
happy. You know what I mean? Like
America has
his expectations
given
are so
us an
high that nothing can like go
unprecedented
above that. You know what I mean?
and powerful mandate.
There are no
We
positive
have
surprises.
taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Will they
The
pass
Senate
policy though?
races in Montana,
Republicans are not known for passing.
Nevada,
They don't pass legislation.
Texas, Ohio, Michigan.
They've been known to obstruct more than to
Wisconsin,
pass policy.
the great Commonwealth.
What will they
of
pass if they
Pennsylvania.
do this time? They didn't do
We're
anything
all
before.
won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
Do they tan the whole body, or is
And
it
in
just the
those
face?
cases,
Right away?
every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those.
Is he going to
victories.
congratulate
Nobody expected that. Nobody.
Harris?
So I just wanted to thank
Is he
you
going to
very
say it
much
was a
for
good,
that. And we have
good campaign?
you have some great senators.
Will it say
and
anything
some
nice?
great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson.
I don't think
he's done a
Democrats
terrific
becoming more
job.
right than
Terrific
Kamala
job.
already had
I want to also
acted
thank my
like
beautiful
will
wife,
help them.
Melania, First Lady.
Melania. She does nothing. I don't think she likes being first lady.
Who has the number one
I really don't think she's
best-selling book in
interested
the
in that.
country.
Is she?
Can you believe that?
Have you guys ever felt they have like a real
Oh, no, she's
like
done a great
relationship?
job. Works very hard.
You know what I mean?
Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to
Like,
thank
do they
my
actually
whole
love
family,
each other? I don't know.
my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children.
I'm sure he didn't care like, if
Everybody
she
here
cares
thinks their
about
children are amazing, but
being it,
that's a good thing when you think they
about
are.
being.
But
vice
Don,
president.
Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much
I don't think of
Melania's mother, Amalia.
Melania feels
We
comfortable
miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy
like
right now,
in these
standing on
settings.
this stage. She'd be so proud.
Ivanka's a lot
She
more
was
poised.
a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate
JD is an Indian wife.
our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
That's his wife, right? Yeah. Got the beard.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Let's see what she's gonna. If she's
And
gonna
he's
be
a
active.
feisty
I don't know
guy, isn't
anything
he?
about his wife.
You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of
You
people
still
look
doing
like this,
that?
Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say,
I do not pity
all right, thank
Vance
you very much. He actually looks like
having
he's
to
like the only
go
guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward
just
to it. And
defend
he just
Trump.
goes and absolutely obliterates
and
them.
a lot of pretty hostile things. Like
Say a couple of words.
he had to imagine having to speak for Trump, like in a way, like try to clarify his intentions or whatever. You know, like I think that'd be really hard to do.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
It was a big comeback.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Okay, you better do it. Don't say it and don't make excuses. Don't make excuses.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family. and
Grover
we're gonna have
Cleveland's
a
pissed somewhere.
Great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it
Yeah,
something
it's
very
over. Last
special.
cat.
It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast.
Thanks,
We're gonna
Rave
have to
Lord.
seal
Vermin
up those
Supreme
borders, and We're
2028.
going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice thing, we call it
Can't
the
hear
ice
you.
thing. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This guy doesn't want to say that. She didn't.
This was
That's
unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a
How old
great
is JD
47th
again?
president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
You 40?
Thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody
Could
up
be
here
around
is
for a
very
long time.
special. But
Third youngest
Trump-
VP. Okay.
Yeah, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Yeah.
He is.
He hated. He
He's
used
an
to
amazing
hate
guy.
Elon
We were
Musk.
sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in
If they not like
Philadelphia and different parts
reconciled
of
that
Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know,
Trump
he sent the
hates
rocket up
electric
2
vehicles.
weeks ago.
He hates them.
And I saw that rocket. And I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was when it left. It was
hates
beautiful,
electric
shiny
vehicles.
white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour and it was burning like hell. I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat."
Trump loves anybody who loves
And
him.
but I saw it come down
He
and
loves
turn
anyone
around.
who loves him. Doesn't matter what
And
they
it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It
what
looks
they
a little
do, what they
smaller than
believe.
that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And
No, he doesn't
and
like
I'm saying,
EVs at
only
all.
Elon
Like
could
not
do
just
this. It must
mandates.
be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had
He
a
makes
man
up all
on the
kinds of bull
phone.
crap that are
I had the
wrong
screen
about
muted,
EVs.
no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, "Oh no." And I said, "Do me a favor, do you mind holding
Trump's
for a
off
couple of minutes? I want to
script.
see this." I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes and he was holding. But this spaceship came down and I saw those engines firing and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side and it put it
Dude,
straight. And it came down so gently and then it wrapped those arms
He
around
sounds
it.
like a little
And it
kid.
held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby.
What?
And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, "Elon, was that you?"
Get back
He
to the
said,
prompter,
"Yes, it
prompter,
was."
Trump.
I said,
Get
"Who
back
else
to the
can do
prompter.
that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No.
Come
Can
on,
the
old
United
man.
States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that." I said, "That's why I love you, Elon. That's great."
Let me go to
And you know,
bed,
when we
dude.
had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina. They were really devastated. The water. This was a big water.
Dude, he
as
can't
big
stay
as
on.
we've
He
ever seen
cannot
water
stay on
hurricane. It
topic.
built lakes out of
He
nothing.
cannot
Fields
stay on
became
topic.
lakes, and the
Literally
danger was
impossible.
unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, "Would
He
it
just
be
brought up North
possible,
Carolina
at all
out of
possible,
nowhere.
for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink." I said, "What's Starlink?" It's a form of communication. So I
Dude,
called
our last
Elon,
three
and I'll
presidential
tell you what he had, and it was
terms
very
of
dangerous.
people have
People would
been
die. They had no
just
communication. All the wires were down. I
the
called
oldest
Elon Musk. I
of the
said,
old men.
"Elon, you have something called
The
Starlink.
oldest.
Is that right?" "Yes, I do." "What the hell is it?" He said, "It's a communication system that's very good."
Senior
I
citizens.
said, "Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina.
2 Trumps and a Biden.
Can you
just
get it?" He had that
old
there so
man.
fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses.
Watch, he's gonna love. Now he's gonna love electric cars
today, the U.S. Open champion. He's
because Elon likes him.
fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me, just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
Bryson's up there.
What happened to?
I mean, I know they're.
Where is he? Bryson.
They know they're like friends.
Oh,
I love that
Give it a shot.
episode of Break 50.
He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way.
I love that episode
He's
with
hitting balls.
on Bryson's YouTube channel. I like golf a
Bryson.
lot, you guys.
Oh, look
Dude,
at
Trump's
him.
freaking good at golf. Bryson did not want to be up there.
Got a great career going.
He
Great
did
US
not
Open,
want to be
Bryson.
up
That's a
there. He's like, dude,
fantastic job. And
I
we
gotta
also
like
have
not
a man, Dana White, who is
show
doing
this
some
type of
job.
political partisanship.
He's a tough guy.
Dana.
So Dana started UFC, and
Dude,
he came to me.
Trump
"Do
has
you
some
mind
weird
if I use
people
your-"
around.
Nobody
Elon
wanted to give him a rinse
Musk
'cause they
and
said it's
Dana
a rough
White.
sport, a
Like,
little rough.
just
And
two
I helped him out a little bit. And I
weirdos,
went,
like in
and I said,
his
this is the roughest sport
his
I've ever seen.
inter-party.
But I began to like it, and he loved it. And nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
I mean, Trump is like you're asking about, you know, there's people. He's not. Remember, he's not an ordinary politician. He's not that. So the people around him are not ordinary.
Nobody deserves this more than his family.
You know, are not ordinary in the political sense.
This is what
not in the
happens
political
when the
sense.
machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the
I mean, Dana White is the hype man. Everyone loves the hype man next to him. You know what I mean? Dana White, runs UFC. The fighting.
And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great
Is Hulk
movement.
Hogan going to come back out?
We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like really, I probably like no other. This was something.
When he wins an election, it has to be like
we're gonna
the
pay
biggest.
you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around.
Biggest
It's gotta
win,
be
you know, it's
turned
got to be the
around.
biggest
It's gotta
thing,
be turned around fast.
the greatest thing.
We're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people.
By the way, if you want to get any
hardworking
super chats,
people.
get
These
those in
are
right now. I'm gonna
fantastic people. and
after
we
he's
can
done, I'm
add,
gonna read what I have left,
a
and
few
we'll call it a
names
night.
like Robert F. Kennedy.
If you have any other
Jr.
final super chat messages, send them now.
He's
'cause,
going to help.
I'm gonna finish reading them, and we'll call it a night
healthy again.
after that. After he's done here. Oh, RFK. He's like,
No, he's
oh,
a
cheer
great
for
guy,
me.
and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said,
Harris, Minnesota.
Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to
Okay.
be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do.
Is
Nobody else
deficit
is
going to
be
go
able
back
to
up,
do
you
it.
guys? What do
China
you think?
doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have.
Is our revenue coming back?
But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign
Revenue going to go
has
down
been
and
so historic in so many ways. We've
deficit go up?
built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American
Or will the
history.
tariffs
They've
make
never
up
seen
for
it.
it? That's what
Young
he
and
says.
old, men
That's
and
what he
women,
says. The
rural
tariffs will
and
make up
urban.
for it.
And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I
Reduce
was looking
taxes
at
and
it, I
higher
was
tariffs.
watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to
We're
have
having a
security. We want to
realignment, another
have
realignment.
things be good,
Political
safe. We
realignment,
want
right?
great
We're
education.
in
We
the
want a
midst of it.
strong and powerful
It's like other
military,
times in
and
our
ideally,
history.
we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a
We'll
war.
defeat
I'm not
ISIS.
going to start a war. I'm
There are a
gonna
lot of
stop
other
wars.
groups out there still.
But this is
See
also
what
a
happens with the
massive
other.
victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny.
It's going to happen to
We're
Israel,
going to
Palestine,
achieve
and
the
Ukraine,
most
Russia.
incredible future for our
I
people.
think we have big questions about those two
Yesterday, as I
conflicts.
stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
Oh, man. We're going to invoke that.
And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
He had kind of been a
And
little
now
quiet
we are
about
going
that.
to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit,
To stop terrorist
and
groups,
fight
we have to stop
that I
the
have in
conditions
my
that
soul to the job that you've
fundamental or extremist
entrusted to
groups
me. This is a
arise
great
in.
job.
Otherwise,
There's
you will
no
never.
job like this. This is
A
the most
new group will
important
just
job
come back.
in the world.
You have to
Just
change the
as
material
I did
conditions
in my
of
first
places
term. We had a great first term, a great,
that are
great first
susceptible
term.
to
I will govern by a
radicalization.
simple motto.
I don't think a lot of people
Promises
understand
made,
that.
promises kept. We're
Because
going
they
to
don't
keep our
understand history
promises.
either.
Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the
Yeah,
divisions
Biden
of the
and
past
Harris will
4
be at the
years
inauguration.
behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen.
Got a question for you.
Success will bring us together. I've
Does
seen
Harris
that.
run again?
I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just
Polls up. Will
tell you
Harris
what a
run
great
again?
honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not
New
let
polls
you
up.
down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Is that it?
Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump.
All right.
The man who will be the 47th
No, but you
president
guys,
of the United
but I don't
States
think
in
we
West
have
Palm
to
Beach
hear
at the
any more
convention
glazing or copium for the night. I think we've all heard plenty of that tonight. The glazing and the copium. My eyes red. I think I'm tired. All right, you guys, let's wrap up some of our discussions here. I'm gonna go through some final things. Just I was telling you guys if you had any other super chats. I would like some feedback, you guys, on some things and honesty. How do you think tonight went? I haven't done anything like this other than covering the VP presidential debate. I've never really covered live historical events. Is this something you guys would like to see more of? If so, what types of things coming up would you like to see me cover in this fashion? If you like that, I hope I didn't in any way try to come off in some like clearly agendaed fashion. I was trying to take, a similar approach to, I do when I hopefully bring up topics to talk about. I try to be the devil's advocate all the time. So, I mean, you even heard when Trump was saying stuff, I tried to be the devil's advocate on the other side, and then the other way around. I tried to be the advocate. I was highly critical of, I feel like, of bringing in things that I thought the Democratic Party did wrong and what they've kind of done wrong historically here, and try to be bring up the counterpoints that everybody, that people make, and what are the ones that were out there. So I hope you guys did that. I want to thank you all, by the way, for being very cordial. I mean, we had our knuckleheads. But I think overall, from me looking at it, and I'll ask my mods and stuff about how it went, and if you thought it went well, if this was a fairly good place for you guys to be able to come in and not just be totally, I don't know, annoyed or whatever by other people, or disrespected. Okay, so Professor What? I mean, he's my lead mod right here in this stuff. Says 99% were well mannered. I think we'll take that. I think we'll absolutely take that. So anyway, my advice coming in here, you guys, presidential election in a lot of the big picture is actually very minor when it comes to the political influences on society in our country. You got to remember there are a lot of things that are actually even more impactful that happen around you that you may not know about. It's your local elections, it's your city, it's your city councils, your county councils, mayors, your state legislation, your governor. Those things are the other major things that in a lot of ways are going to be more impactful in your life. And you stay up on the issues. If you voted for somebody because you believed in something that you didn't just go off vibes, you went off some policy, something you wanted the politician that they said they were going to do, hold them accountable. Criticize those that you have supported if they are not if they are not doing what they said. Otherwise, you just get complacency. Politicians will become complacent. Politicians, they get immune. They're used to being criticized by the opposite political spectrum of that. But I think what you tell most about a candidate is are they holding true to what they said? Hold them accountable. And if they don't do it, then you voice that, and you don't keep them around just because they have the tag next to the name or whatever it is. It's not over. The election is not over for that. This wasn't a sport. It's not like we all go home now and the life goes on. It's like, no, like now it starts, right? Now it starts. This is the beginning. This was not the end. This wasn't a game. This isn't a game. You know what I mean? That's not how politics works. It's not a team sport. Okay, there's no trophy. Nobody gets a trophy to go home and just look at now and feel accomplished. Okay, winning the election, any election, is not the accomplishment. It's just the first one. So I think that's important to understand right now. Let me get the final questions and super chats in here. All right, Crazy Crab said, "At least he's having a good time." I don't think so. Like, I was surprised by that in 2016, where he didn't seem that happy. I don't know if he's the type of, because I think we can all agree there's a lot of narcissism with Trump, that being on top is what makes him feel. It's the only thing that will, like, it's what makes him feel satisfied. Like, you know what I mean? Not overachieving. I don't think there's such thing for him as like overachieving to have that. It's just like, he's like, yes, I should have been. This is it. This is what I expected, you know? And not to say that you're supposed to be out flying around and this and that, but like, he very much expected, and now he feels a little bit more content, you know what I mean? I think that's kind of part of it. And so, yeah, anyways, I don't know if he's having a good time. Maybe he can not stress and just be stewing so much that he might do, and can just feel how normal people feel now, like usually in their lives. You just feel present. You know what I mean? All right. And then I hope this is a good super chat kind of message for everyone to kind of end up on. Franchise says, one final one to say, thank you for being a level head in a turbulent time full of hyperbole. Thank you, Franchise. And said, everything will be okay in the long term and the short term. Right? But only if we pay attention, if we continue to pay attention and hold people accountable, you'll be okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think that might be it for us tonight. We had probably the best stream I've ever had. We were pushing 2,000 viewers at one time. I noticed incredible amount of super chats. We had 226 super chats or new memberships that came through the channel. I want to plug a couple things before we leave. Okay. A week from today, I will be on Tom Grossi's he's a very popular sports YouTuber. But why would I be a part of that? Well, he is a former history teacher and just barely went full time. Professor What, can you put down some links to Tom Grossi's channel? He's huge. He's the biggest football YouTuber out there. If you know Tom Grossi, you might have seen him if you're into sports. He's the guy that does the, NFL script writers video and the, how Lions fans reacted to the game. You guys know him? Absolutely hilarious, incredibly talented person. I've gotten to know him, and we've come a lot closer, especially when I found out that he was a history teacher. He, until about 2 years ago, he was a full-time public school teacher like me. He taught AP classes, he taught history classes. He's incredibly knowledgeable. He was a fantastic teacher. I can tell because he's told me about his teaching methods and stuff. So he invited me to come on to his podcast called the Chaotic Good Podcast. And we're going to talk history and we're going to talk sports. And if that is your bag, come out. Also, his podcast raises money for charity. And he's going to help raise money for, he said, any charity that I choose, which I will fall in line with, or will follow suit here, because every December, my school does a charity drive for a local charity. And right now it's being vetted. We do actually do a really good job. Our school often raise like 6 figures in a month for a charity. And right now they're interviewing charities and vetting them and going to get a good one. So I don't know exactly when it'll be. It'll be a really good, more local charity in my area. And the much support as we can to come out there, that will be fantastic. So yeah, Grossi was also NFL Fan of the Year. He was awarded at the Super Bowl. A really good, just good-hearted person, does so much for charity. He's a great guy. He's hilarious. Go watch his channel. That's going to be a week from, well, today. I mean, today is Wednesday for everyone. But I will be on that a week from then. I also have some other fun stuff lined up that's in the works. I have a collab we're trying to put together here. I wanted to get this done with another teacher. If you guys, especially in the TikTok world, know a guy, goes by Planet Peterson. He is a science teacher, and he is also known for debating pseudoscience people. He'll if you're into that, kind of that kind of thing. He debates like flat earthers and like just kind of like pseudoscience kind of people. It's actually kind of interesting if you know him. He's really popular on TikTok, but trying to do a collaboration with him. We might do like a like ask a history teacher, ask a science teacher. I was also thinking of doing a live reaction video with him for something that crosses history and science, something like Graham Hancock, like the ancient apocalypse kind of stuff. So we got that going on. I'm working on some other stream ideas. I want to get some more collaborations of things going. I want to put together, and I don't know if I'm going to put all these things together. I want to get more live streams. Fat Electrician wants to keep working. We're going to try to get some stuff going. I want to do some fun things with other YouTubers. Stay around here, you guys. Stay around here. Enable notifications, sub to the channel, because you guys are not seeing my stuff in your algorithms. YouTube has actually said that there is a problem kind of with the algorithm, with actually not just my channel. JD's having the same problem with History Underground. I put out stuff every day, you guys. Okay. It might be a short, but I'm going to have a video every once in a while. There might not be something. If I didn't put a video out, if I put nothing out, that's usually because there was a video that's doing really well the day before that I want to keep up and kind of on the front page because it's doing well. So anyway, enable notifications because you guys are not seeing my stuff right now. You probably didn't even know and probably haven't even seen that I put out stuff every day. So anyways, keep that out there. Join the Discord server. There's a link in the description as well as in the description, but as well, you'll see it in the chat every once in a while. I want to thank very publicly Professor What, who modded most everything here on his own tonight, as well as modded the much more contentious and busy chat that Vlogging Through History did last night, which had something like 7,000 people. So I want to personally thank Professor What. If Jen also comes around at some point, she went to bed because she was also modding earlier, but she is currently doing a study abroad in Spain. But she did some moderation stuff early, so thank you if you saw that. But yeah, I want to thank Professor What kind of publicly here. I really appreciate that. And with that, I think I'm out of things to say. I am. All right, guys. With that, have a good night. Stay safe. Love you all. Have a good night.